Divide and Rule. The Partition of Africa, 1880 to 1914. H L Wesseling. Translated by Arnold J. Pomeranz. Contents. I. The Eastern Question. The Occupation of Tunisia and Egypt, 1881 to 1882. 1. France and Imperialism. 11. France after 1870. 11. France and the Colonies. 12. 2. Tunisia. 18. The Congress of Berlin. 18. Tunisia before the occupation. 20. Toward European intervention. DS. The French occupation. 3. Great Britain and Imperialism. 30. Great Britain in the 19th century. 30. British imperialism. 33. 4. Egypt. 35. Muhammad Ali of the Suez Canal. 39. The Khedive Ismail. 43. The Anglo-French Condominium, 1876 to 1882. 45. The Egyptian Revolution. 47. Toward intervention. 49. The British occupation. 51. 5. The Sudan and the Nile. 53. The antecedents, 1820 to 1881. 54. Vil. The Mahdi in the Sudan. The crisis. Gordon's last mission. Conclusion. The Congo and the creation of the Free State. 1882 to 1885. Belgium and Leopold II. Belgium and the colonies. Leopold II. The Brussels Conference and its consequences. Exploration and explorers. The Geographical Conference of 1876. Europeans in the Congo. From Association to Committee. Brazza and the Makoko. From Committee to Association. The Congo Question, 1882 to 1884. Portugal and the Colonies. Great Britain and Portugal. Leopold's reaction. Germany and imperialism. Germany under Bismarck. The German colonial movement. Bismarck's colonial conversion. The birth of the German colonial empire. The Berlin Conference. Toward an international conference, November 15, 1884 to February 26, 1885. The birth of the Free State. The road to recognition. The boundary question while England slept. Conclusion. Il Cool and Courageous, Germany and Great Britain in East Africa, 1885 to 1890. 1. The rise of Zanzibar and British influence. 135, Said and Bargash. 135. Zanzibar and East Africa. 37. 2. Germany and East Africa. 139. The Peters Expedition. 140 to 143. 3. Great Britain and Germany in East Africa, 1886 to 1890. 145. The DOAG at work. 146. The rescue of Emin Pasha. 149. Lord Salisbury Re. 4. The Cape to Cairo Dream and the Zanzibar Heligoland. Treaty IS 7. The Dream SY. The Treaty 159. 5. Uganda 160. Lugard and Uganda. 161. Rosebery and Imperialism. 162. 6. Epilogue, The French Occupation of Madagascar. 164. 7. Conclusion. 168. 4. Soldiers and Traders, France and Great Britain in West Africa, 1890 to 1898. 1. France in the Sudan. 176. Expansion. 176. War. 180. Importance and relevance. 185. 2. Great Britain and the Niger. 186. Goldie and the Niger. 188. The British Policy. 190. 3. The Partition, Phase I, 1890 to 1895. 194. The Calm Before the Storm. 194. The New Course in France after 1890. 197. The Fall of Dahomey. 201. Contents. The Partition, Phase II, 1895 to 1898. 204. Chamberlain and the New Course in Britain. 204. Borgu. 208. Epilogue Pi Ws. Conclusion. 219. V. 1893 to 1898. The British Nile Strategy. P.S. Egypt and the Nile. 225. The Reopening of the Egyptian Question. 227. The French Nile Strategy. 229. Hanataz's Policy 229. The mission that was called off, the Montiel Mission 231, the mission that never was, the Lyotard Mission 235. Italy and Imperialism 239. Italy after Unification 239. Crispy and Imperialism 240. Italy and Ethiopia 242. The mission that failed, the Marchand Mission 247. The Plan 247. The Expedition 249. Fashoda Pays. Kitchener of Khartoum, U.S. The Crisis 254. Conclusion 258. 6. 1890 to 1902. The Historical Background 264. The Great Trek 266. Diamonds and Their Consequences 268. The Zulus Die. Annexation 274. The First Boer War 277. Bechuanaland 279. Taking Stock 281. Contents 11. Two Foreigners and Gold Strikes, 1884 to 1886 282 Germany and Southern Africa 282 Gold 285. Three Rhodes and Rhodesia, 1890 to 1893 288 Cecil Rhodes 288 Rhodesia 293 The Pioneers 295 Portugal and Rhodesia 297. 4 Rhodes vs. Kruger 300 Harbors and Railroads 300 The Uitlander Question 303 The Jameson Raid 305. 5 Toward the Second Boer War 309 After the Raid 309 The Partition of the Portuguese Colonies 314 Negotiations SLE. 6 The Second Boer War, 1899 to 1902 24 Offensive and Counter-Offensive 321 Guerrilla Warfare 32A, Peace 326 Summary B 27. 7 Conclusion 329. Ville. Epilogue, 1905 to 1912. 1 Morocco and Europe 004. The Sharafian Empire 334 European Penetration 336 European Policy and Morocco 339. 2 France and Morocco 341 Algeria and Morocco 341 The New Course and the Entente Cordiale 343 The Tangier Coup 347. 3 From Tangier to Agadir 350 The Algeciras Conference 350 The Panthers Leap 352 The Protectorate 354. 4 Conclusion S55. She Contents 359. The Partition of Africa as a Problem 361. Motives and Decisions 366. Causes and Effects 368. Importance and Relevance 371. Preface. The Romans used to say that books have a destiny of their own, habent sua fata libelli. That saying certainly applies to this book. When it came out in Dutch, in April 1991, it was the first comprehensive work on the subject to have appeared for nearly a century. The last and indeed the only other relevant text I knew of when writing my own book was Scott Kelty's History of the Partition of Africa. That had been published in 1903, while the partition was still proceeding. It must surely be one of the minor ironies of history that there should have been close on 90 years of silence, and that then, just 6 months after my book came out, another and even longer work on the partition should have been published, namely, Thomas Pakenham's The Scramble for Africa. It is not for me to comment on the differences between the two, but perhaps I may be allowed to say that there are enough dissimilarities to warrant the publication of 2 books on the same subject. Of a book such as this it can indeed be said that it is a dwarf standing on a giant's shoulders. Without the work done over the decades by African, American, and European historians, this general survey could never have been written. The bibliography gives eloquent proof of their impressive contribution. However, we do not learn from books alone, but also from discussion and debate, and these cannot be recorded in a bibliography. That is why I should like to make special mention, not only of the late Henry Brunschwig, who was the first to teach me something about the history of Africa, but also of my friends and colleagues John Hargreaves, Aberdeen, Jean-Louis Mige, Aix-en-Provence, Wolfgang Mommsen, Die Iseldorf, Ronald Robinson, Cambridge, and Jean Stengers, Brussels. The notes show how much I owe to their work. Their names are also here because I have learned so much from them in other ways. I owe special thanks to Dr. Leo van Maris, Dr. Carla Mustard, and Dr. Robert Ross. All three have read and corrected the manuscript, have commented on it, each in his or her own way, and have thus helped to obviate many mistakes. It is unnecessary but nevertheless customary to add that the responsibility for the opinions and interpretations put forward here, as well as for what errors have persisted, is entirely my own. Finally, I would like to thank Professor Pierre Vinken for his help in finding an American publisher, and the Netherlands Organization for Scientific Research, NWO, for its financial support. H L Wesseling. Introduction. Neemt hin die Welt. Rief Zeus van Seinen Hohen den Menschenzieu. Neemt, sie soll uur sen. Yuka Schenkich sie zum Erbu en die Eogen lehendoch teelt Yuka breiderlich darin. Take ye the world. Called Zeus down from his height to all mankind. Yours it shall be eternally. Your promised heritage and right, but share it out fraternally. Schiller, Die Teilung der Erde. D. Africa have a history? Not so long ago this question received a negative answer. In a now famous passage written in 1965, the well-known English historian Hugh Trevor Roper, comparing European with African history, concluded that the latter did not really exist. The African past, he wrote, has little more to offer than the unrewarding gyrations of barbarous tribes in picturesque but irrelevant quarters of the globe. Trevor Roper may be called a conservative, but the Hungarian Marxist Endressik expressed more or less the same view in 1966. Prior to their encounter with Europeans, the majority of African people still lived a primitive, barbaric life, many of them even on the lowest level of barbarism. Therefore it is unrealistic to speak of their history in the scientific sense of the word before the appearance of the European invaders. These are unusually strong views, which, however, were shared to a greater or lesser extent by most historians at the time. It is in any case a fact that African historiography then barely existed. Almost no one took an interest in the subject. Today the picture has completely changed. The rise of African history is one of the most impressive chapters in modern historical studies. Begun by British historians, and to a lesser extent by French historians, and quickly taken up and developed by American scholars, African historiography has developed apace and is nowadays pursued for the most part by Africans. Dozens of journals, monographs, and compilations bear impressive witness to their achievements. Africans have mounted the stage of history. In this book, however, Africa is presented in a different, as it were old-fashioned, way. It appears mainly as an object of European interest, love of conquest and diplomacy, and ultimately as an object of political partition. This does not mean that the role of Africans was purely passive. Far from it. Such Africans as the Khedive of Egypt, the Sultan of Morocco, the Zulu King Sitchweo, King Lobengula of the Matabele, the Almami Samori, and the Makoko of the Baik exerted a marked influence on the course of events. Their actions have accordingly been taken into 4. account in this book. The reason why I have paid particular attention to these African leaders is not that I have a predilection for men in high positions, but is linked to the very nature of this study. What contacts Europeans made during the partition of Africa were necessarily with the political leaders of that continent. Yet the influence of these leaders was small. The important decisions were ultimately taken by European politicians, although a great deal often happened before that. Many people were involved in the process, not a few were able to take initiatives or exert some influence, but in the end Africa was carved up in Europe. To this phase of African history, too, there applies what the leading Africanist Andrew Roberts wrote about the following period, that from 1905 to 1940, between these dates, the history of Africa was more obviously being made by Europeans than by Africans. That is why the decisions and thoughts of Europeans have a central place in this book. What exactly did the partition of Africa entail? The answer is not simple. One can, of course, always point to the two maps that may be found in practically all textbooks and that also appear at the front of this volume. Africa circa 1880 and Africa in 1914. On the first we see a very small number of European possessions in Africa, on the second, virtually the whole of the Black Continent is divided into European colonies. The problem starts when we ask what these maps really show. When an area on the map of the British Empire was colored red and given a particular date, it was not necessarily an indication that the British flag had been hoisted there, that British taxes were first levied, or that English law was introduced in that year. It simply meant that the European powers had recognized these territories as British possessions, colonies, protectorates, spheres of influence, or the like. With few exceptions, therefore, the colors do not so much represent genuine conquests or administrative changes as a European political consensus. The map of Africa is, to cite the title of the great standard work on the subject, the map of Africa by treaty, no more but also no less. That has to be said with some emphasis, for although the maps did not or did not yet express the African reality, their importance was anything but slight. The treaties did, in fact, fix the borders of the European possessions, and these borders, with all their consequences, have remained the borders of the African states to this day. In a sense, these treaties can be said to have been the most permanent feature of European imperialism in Africa. Some may find the actual conquest of Africa or the colonial epoch itself more important than the political partition of Africa. They have a point. However, we must remember that the conquest of Africa is a thing of the past and that the colonial system no longer exists. The consequences of the partition, however, persist. Contemporary Africa, with all its territorial problems and the crises they bring in their wake, emerged during the period under review and on the basis of those treaties. The colonial age in Africa 5. Was of short duration, in general less than a century, sometimes barely half that. Morocco has now been independent for almost as long as it existed under colonial rule. But the consequences of the partition are still there. The Africa of today was, in a political sense, created by the Europeans of that time. This book describes the history of that partition, a history that was as brief as it was spectacular. When it began, in about 1880, European expansion into other parts of the world had been proceeding for centuries. However, it had all but passed Africa by, being directed in the main at the New World and at trade in, and the exploitation of, Asia. Africa was marginal to these activities. There had been a European settlement in the Cape since 1652, and in 1830 a second had been added in Algeria, but these were exceptions. From 1830 on, however, relations between Europe and Africa began to grow closer, and Africa became increasingly drawn into the expanding network of European trade. Penetration at an informal level had started, although in the political field little changed. The great turning point came just half a century later, in about 1880, when the process of dividing up the continent was adopted by the Europeans at breakneck speed. 20 years later the partition was all but complete. What remained was no more than a postscript. Almost the whole of Africa, over 11 million square miles, had been placed under European rule. On average, an area of nearly 400,000 square miles, twice the size of France, was added to the European possessions every year. By the end of the century, Europeans ruled over virtually the entire continent, an area nearly 10 times as large as India. The history presented here is only a part of a much bigger story, that of the subjection and exploitation of Africa. It is a story full of cruel and shocking episodes. Not all of them are recorded here, not because of a wish to gloss over them but simply because many of them took place either before the period under review, the slave trade, for instance, or after it, the Congo atrocities. But even without these, there is enough that is disturbing. Europeans have waged greater wars on one another than they have waged in Africa, and committed graver outrages on one another than on Africans. But they seem also to have taken these outrages more seriously. The most shocking thing about the carve-up of Africa is perhaps not what was done, but the casual way in which it was done. The partition of Africa has been written about and discussed at extraordinary length, usually with great passion, often with great discernment. The debate has focused in particular on the question of why it took place. There are hundreds of articles and studies in which new theories about the causes of the partition have been advanced. Even while the partition was still proceeding, the debate about the respective importance of economic and political factors began. Arguments about the role of capitalists, soldiers, politicians, missionaries, ideologists, and others. So it has remained to this 6th day. Nowadays the discussion is carried on with fresh fervor as the Africans themselves have turned avidly to this part of their history. The most important aspects of that discussion will be examined here too, but the emphasis in this book will be on the historical account. It has not, of course, been written in the naive belief that one can present the past as it really was. That is an illusion historians have long since abandoned. They realize that narrating and describing are themselves forms of interpretation, a selection from the many millions of happenings that could have been related, a choice of those deemed fit to be raised from simple fact to historical event. This has been widely accepted for a long time. All historians can hope to do is to present the course of history in as balanced and complete a way as they are able to. They can do no more. The partition of Africa, like everything else, can be presented in many ways. We can dwell on imperialism and capitalism, on causes and effects, on structures and processes, and so on. This book is concerned mainly with people and their motives. The emphasis is on individuals rather than on groups, on concrete rather than on abstract factors. Those who object to this approach may be reminded of the words of the great historian Mark Bloch: "The basic principles of our profession consist of avoiding the great abstract concepts and seeking the concrete realities behind them, human beings." The Eastern Question, the occupation of Tunisia and Egypt, 1881 to 1882. Partition of Africa began in the north. The establishment of a French protectorate over Tunisia in 1881 and the British occupation of Egypt a year later were the first steps on a long road that ended in 1912 with the subjection of Morocco. That at least is the generally accepted view. It is, in fact, a tempting one, not only because of its appealing symmetry, the partition of Africa ending where it began, in North Africa, but also because these two events were indeed of great importance and rich in consequences. The French occupation of Tunisia was the first unmistakable sign that France was once more the great power it had been before its defeat by Germany in 1870. The British occupation of Egypt and the resulting Anglo-French tensions largely set the pattern of subsequent European actions in Africa. Some historians even go so far as to consider all subsequent steps in the partition of Africa a direct result of the Egyptian question. That view is not, however, fully in keeping with the facts. The first beginnings of an active French colonial policy after 1870 lie not in Tunisia but in West Africa. There, in the hinterland of Senegal, France had been busily at work even during the Second Empire of Napoleon III, and it was there also that after the defeat of 1870 the renaissance of French colonial expansion began. In 1879, when Charles de Freycinet became Prime Minister of France and Admiral Jaureguiberry his Minister of the Navy, a new French colonial policy was launched. The French government proceeded to lend more active support to military expansion in the Western Sudan, or the Upper Niger, as the region was called. These events can rightly be called the true beginnings of the new French imperialism, and the first steps on the road to the partition of Africa. Yet there is much to be said in favor of adhering, at least for the time being, to the traditional scheme, and of beginning with Tunisia and Egypt. That is because there was a significant difference between these two types of expansion. What happened in West Africa did not cause much of a stir in Europe. The French were left to go their own way. The Western Sudan was no more than a sideshow of European politics. In France, and also in 10. England, it is true that there were groups who insisted loudly on the future importance of West African markets, but it was to be a long time yet before such clamor was to sway the decisions of European cabinets. Things were quite different with North Africa. What happened there was caught in the spotlight of world politics. Every action affected the complicated European balance of power. That balance had been radically altered by the events of 1870. The Franco-Prussian War of 1870 had ended in French defeat. After it, the political map of Europe was radically altered. Germany had become the most important country on the European continent. Its international ambitions and activities were henceforth to determine the fate of the European political system. The order established in 1870 proved to be lasting, not least because it was not based on just one military success, but on Germany's enduring demographic, economic, and military strength. As a result, the star player on the diplomatic stage was no longer the French emperor who had in fact abdicated but the German chancellor. That role might have been written specially for the first man to hold that office, Otto von Bismarck. Bismarck was to shape German, and hence European, policy for 20 years, from 1870 to 1890. His political objective was essentially simple: the preservation of the established order, at home as well as abroad. Consolidation and conservatism were its foundations. On the international plane, that meant shoring up Germany's position. To that end, Bismarck needed not only a strong army but also an active and creative diplomatic policy. He became a past master of the diplomatic game, forever engaged in the creation, recreation, and reform of alliances, treaties and special relationships. According to Caprivi, his successor, Bismarck was the only statesman able to juggle with 5 balls while keeping 3 in the air at the same time. The main purpose of this intricate game was to lead Germany into, and maintain it in, a position that would shield it from any external threat. Since its southern flank was protected by a firm alliance with Austria, Germany's sister nation, that threat could only come from the west and the east, that is, from France and from Russia. Bismarck would have been happy to see France resign itself to the defeat of 1870, to have it forgive Sedan as it had previously forgiven Waterloo. But that was not to be. The peace treaty signed at Frankfurt after the French defeat laid down that France had to cede Alsace-Lorraine to the German Reich. That was the original sin of the new European order, a sin not expunged until the signing of the Versailles Peace Treaty half a century and a whole world war later. No French statesman could afford to ignore the lost provinces and to become Bismarck's friend. Bismarck was fully aware of this and hence directed his chief diplomatic attentions toward Russia. He tried to win the Tsar over to his plans, but that proved a difficult task. The difficulty did not reside in Russia's relations with Germany, but 11. In its relations with Germany's foremost ally, Austria. Russia and Austria were both involved in the Balkans, a region once dominated by the Ottoman Empire, which had been trying to extricate itself from that dominance for several decades. The Balkan question was part of the big problem besetting European diplomacy at the time, namely, the Eastern question. The problem, framed in contemporary terms, was how to manage the decline of the Ottoman Empire. It kept cropping up at regular intervals and also formed the background to the Congress of Berlin held in 1878, at which the ground was laid for the French occupation of Tunisia. Tunisia was handed to France by Germany and Britain on a plate, yet it was to be several years before France accepted the offer. That it took France so long was the result of political circumstances at home. 1. France and imperialism. France after 1870. While Germany underwent a period of economic growth and social change after 1870, French society was in the grip of stagnation. The most striking, and in the eyes of most French leaders the most worrying, expression of this phenomenon was its demographic aspect. When France and Germany had clashed on the battlefield in 1870, the population of both countries had been roughly the same, that is, about 40 million people. In 1914, when they clashed again, Germany had about 1.5 times the population of France. This stagnation also made itself felt in other spheres. While other countries were fast industrializing, few signs of that could be seen in France. Industry, if present at all, was dominated by the traditional small family concern. Concentration and cartels did not occur. Foreign trade played no part of any importance. All this imposed an attitude of caution and thrift. France was a rich country, and the frugality of its inhabitants was legendary. French savers had a predilection for foreign government loans because these combined relatively high rates of interest with maximum security. There was no such thing as a modern and expansive type of capitalism. France had little need of a colonial empire, of foreign outlets for capital and industrial products, and of industrial raw materials. There was thus no economic call for imperialism. In its foreign policy France lacked a clear political objective. Not surprisingly, in a country without emigrants and with very few exports, overseas affairs were not uppermost in people's minds. There was just one foreign problem, namely, the German question. Even so, French politics was not dominated by foreign affairs, but by domestic concerns, which 12. Were a kind of national sport. The French political scene was highly particularist. There was a permanent struggle between sectional interests, led by the deputies, who were themselves deeply immersed in a permanent struggle hinging on their re-election. Political parties did not exist, at best there were factions and clubs, combined under more or less common denominators such as right, left, extreme left, and so on. Personal rivalries and factions crossed the political divisions. The opposition was divided, though united against the government. French cabinets were particularly unstable, their average life was no more than half a year. Foreign policy debates were dominated by a hankering for the territories lost in 1870. The amputation of French soil by the excision of Alsace-Lorraine was a wound that refused to heal, a blow that continued to smart. No French government could afford to give the impression of ignoring this problem. Open collaboration with Germany was therefore out of the question. But unanimous though it was in its anti-German stand, France was divided when it came to the way in which the problem was best tackled. The thought of revanche, pure and simple, was continually kept alive by certain groups and persons. Any relaxation, the slightest approach to Germany, was anathema to them. Collaboration with England was the logical consequence. Overseas adventures were taboo. Anything that diverted attention from revenge and reconquest of the lost territories was flawed. However, there were others who thought revanche out of the question, at least for the present, and who advocated a different course to regain lost prestige and to restore France's international status. To them, overseas expansion seemed to be a form of compensation, a path to national recovery. From 1870 to 1914 French foreign policy was dominated by this dilemma: was France to play a continental or an overseas role? Ultimately, the continental questions were always the most important. Nevertheless, during this brief period, France acquired a gigantic colonial empire, the second largest in the world, and played a leading role in the partition of Africa. No one would have foreseen that in 1870. France and the colonies. The colonial possessions with which the Third Republic began its life were scant and scattered. Of the old colonial empire not much more had been left after the Napoleonic era than a few islands and a handful of trading posts along the African and Indian coasts. In 1830 something new was added: Algeria. The French occupation of Algeria had come about on the spur of the moment. France owed the Dey of Algeria a sum of money borrowed during the Napoleonic Wars. The French delayed somewhat over the reimbursement, too long in any case to the Dey's mind. He expressed his displeasure by striking the French consul in the face with a fly whisk during an audience, which presented the French with a ready excuse to 13. Repay the insult. The insult took place in 1827, but the intervention did not arrive until 1830, and was mainly intended to bolster the prestige of the reactionary King of France, Charles X. The French expedition was successful, but Charles X was swept away 10 months later all the same by the July Revolution. The French occupation of Algeria, on the other hand, continued. Any withdrawal would have been unpopular. Soon afterwards, French writers began to extol the promise of the area. Tocqueville compared the new colony with British India *, a comparison nearly every French colonialist was to repeat with every new conquest he felt enthusiastic about. For all that, Algeria, unlike India for the British, was never to become a pearl in the French crown. After 1870, indeed, there was to be no more French crown at all. Even so, Algeria was to become the most important part of a colonial empire. It took a considerable time, however, to establish a French colony there, and the process was not concluded until about 1870. In a sense it was never concluded at all, because Algeria stretched away into the Sahara, where there were hardly any frontiers and penetration was slow and possible on a small scale only. In Algeria, France thus not only had a colony but also a frontier. The colony itself had a sizable European population. In 1872 more than 10% of the estimated total number of close to 2.5 million inhabitants were Europeans. By a decree of the Provisional Government, Algerian Jews were declared French citizens in 1872 and granted equal rights and obligations. After the defeat of 1870 and the loss of the two provinces, about 250,000 acres of Algerian territory were set aside for those citizens of Alsace-Lorraine who had opted for French nationality. The colons did not consider Algeria a colony but an integral part of France and wanted to have it governed in the same way. In 1881 they had their way, henceforth the three Algerian departments were treated like their French counterparts. Ministers in Paris were directly responsible for their ministries in Algeria. Algeria became a colony treated as an interior province. Colonial ideas. French kings had often attempted to court popularity and to boost their prestige by enhancing France's colonial renown, but this had never made much of an impression on the populace. Napoleon III excelled in overseas adventures, from Mexico to Indochina, but his regime was held in no greater esteem for it. France had no colonial vocation. Nor did it have a colonial ideology. It had in any case few reasons to gloat about its colonial aspirations in 1870. The Mexican adventure of Napoleon III had ended in fiasco, and in Algeria the colonial administration was faced with a major uprising. However, two pressure groups, the French Navy and the geographers, 14, were bent on trying to change public opinion. While the Navy, hotbed of patriotism and guardian of anti-British tradition, extolled France's overseas mission, the geographers advanced a new colonial doctrine. Geography, or a philosophie de la terre, as MacMahon, president of the French Republic, called it, had become the queen of the sciences in the late 19th century, the age of expeditions and explorations. The Navy and the geographers jointly proclaimed the message that France had perforce to join in the great overseas adventure. Sailors and intellectuals thus led the colonial movement. Commercial circles were less interested. Yet it was precisely at them that Paul Leroy-Beaulieu, the great theorist of French colonialism, aimed his message. Paul Leroy-Beaulieu, 1843–1916, was a leading economist. He was also, and above all, France's leading colonial propagandist. His best-known work in the field was De la colonisation chez les peuples modernes, published in 1874. It had been written as an entry for a competition by the Académie des Sciences Morales et Politiques, and was the work of a young man anxious to display his knowledge to the learned members of that society. It also presented an original idea, that the difference between the new form of colonization and the old was the emigration of capital in place of people. Leroy Beaulieu championed this new colonization not only in that academic work but also, and above all, in the press. The Journal des Débats and the economist Franguise, both of them influential, opened their pages to him for this very purpose. He admonished the government and parliament to be vigilant and more active in their defense of French interests, for instance in Tonkin and Tunis. France, he asserted in 1881 when the tension concerning Tunis was mounting, must not dither but proceed to a total and speedy annexation. It must not be afraid of international reaction, for that would mean relegation to the rank of Belgium. A nation keen to preserve its vitality had to expand and disperse. England, Germany, Russia, America, and even China were doing just that. For France, the future lay in Africa. Africa lies open to us. The colonial calling was the only true calling for France, its continental policy a great historical mistake. Registered daydreams about revenge in Alsace-Lorraine were so much nonsense in the face of a Germany with 60 or perhaps as many as 80 million inhabitants. France's future lay overseas. Plainly, Leroy Beaulieu's message was patriotic rather than economic. Small wonder, then, that it was not understood by the people to whom it was primarily addressed. French capitalists had always been notoriously reluctant to invest their cash in Africa. They preferred the security of government stocks and bonds. In 1914, by which time French colonial expansion was over, French investments in sub-Saharan Africa amounted to approximately 4% of overall French foreign investments. Of this small percentage, moreover, 3/4 came from public funds and only 1/4 from capitalists. French private investment in Black AF. 15. Rica thus amounted to just 1% of all foreign investments. In other words, the capitalists had failed to follow the clarion call of the famous economist. Even so, a colonial policy emerged. Colonial policy. At the beginning of the Third Republic, the most important colonial politicians were Jules Ferry and Leon Gambetta. Both are to be counted among the great figures of the Third Republic. Leon Gambetta, 1838 to 1882, was the son of an Italian grocer who had settled in Cahors but had never taken out French nationality. Together with those of Zola, Brazza, and Gallieni, Leon Gambetta's was among the greatest contributions Italy had made to the young French Republic. His origins also made him a typical example of the greater political influence of the new social strata, which he advocated. The law and journalism were for him, as for so many French politicians, springboards to a political career. He became a naturalized Frenchman in 1859. 10 years later, in 1869, he was elected a member of parliament. During the havoc caused by the Franco-Prussian War, he was invited to join the government of national defense and held the important post of Minister of War. His escape from Paris in a balloon was to be as legendary as his patriotism. Gambetta became the symbol of revanche, on which subject he coined a phrase later simplified into a famous saying. En parlons jamais, pensons y toujours never speak of it, but think of it always. Degree Gambetta's finest hour thus came very early, too early perhaps. True, he remained an influential political leader after the Franco-Prussian War, and a famous speaker and parliamentarian. He even became president of the Chamber of Deputies, but he only once rose to prime minister and then for less than 100 days. Gambetta's Grand Ministère, 1881 to 1882, as his cabinet was scoffingly called, fell within 3 months. He died that same year on New Year's Eve, as the result of a bullet wound sustained under somewhat mysterious circumstances but probably due to clumsiness on his own part. The French people showed him greater honor after his death than they had in his lifetime. His heart went to the Pantheon, his brains to the laboratory of the École d'Anthropologie, his right eye to the museum in Cahors, in a bottle, and the rest was buried in Nice, a laborious but meticulous interment. Gambetta was a radical of the old school, more interested in politics than in economics or social reform, a Republican, a Democrat, and a secularist. Clericalism there is the real enemy. He was also a great patriot, though his approach to foreign affairs was judicious. Thus he was obsessed with revanche, but he was also a convinced colonialist. He thought, and he was not the only one to do so, that France might be able to regain Alsace-Lorraine in exchange for a number of colonies. In fact, as he himself 16 explained, he was obsessed with that idea. However, that was just one aspect of his colonialism. Gambetta and the Gambettists believed above all that colonial expansion might help to solve the social problem. To them, the colonies were a reservoir for society's outcasts, an arena where they could vent their martial instincts, a means of preserving the status quo and of stemming the rise of socialism. Those who did not colonize, wrote Ernest Renan, were condemned to class warfare, or, as he put it, to the war between rich and poor. Such ideas and fears were neither new nor original, but after the Commune of 1871 they seemed to be of particular topical interest in France. Gambetta's influence bore no relation to the importance of the offices he held. He was above all a tribune of the people, an orator and an agitator. His political power rested on his presidency of the Chamber, on his leadership of the Republicans, and on his popularity in the country. His influence on colonial policy was decisive. He bore responsibility for the Tunisian expedition, and he planned further expeditions to Tonkin, Madagascar, and Black Africa. In addition, through such disciples as Delcas, Hannetaz, and Etienne, he was to have a considerable effect on later French colonial and foreign policy. He also had a great deal of influence on his contemporaries and, last but not least, played a large part in the conversion of Jules Ferry to the colonial idea. Of all colonial politicians in the Third Republic, Jules Ferry, 1832 to 1893, is the best known. It was he who inaugurated and propagated France's new colonial policy, so much so that he became identified with it and gained the nickname Les Tonkinois. That role was rather surprising, for there was nothing about him to suggest an innate colonial calling. He came from a solid Lorraine family, went to the Lycée in Strasbourg, studied law in Paris, and embarked upon a legal career at an early age. He was a promising young advocate in Paris, but also a scholar who wrote on philosophy and history, and an artist who took painting lessons in Venice. He was a typical 18th-century rationalist, but living as he did in the 19th century he could not help turning into a positivist. He stood for liberalism and free trade. As a positivist he believed in the power of education, and as a freethinker he abhorred the influence of the church in this field. Like so many French intellectuals, he became a journalist and, like so many French journalists, a politician. He entered the Parliament buildings for the first time in 1869, just before the fall of the Second Empire. The Emperor's surrender at Sedan marked the beginning of Ferry's political career. He became a member of the provisional government and was responsible for food supplies in Paris during the siege in the winter of 1871. He did his best to alleviate hunger in the capital, but nevertheless owed his first nickname Ferry famine to it. The war, with the loss of part of his own pays, Lorraine, and the 1871 Commune were for Ferry, as for so many others, a shocking experience. His career would henceforth be 17. In politics. A parliamentarian since 1873, he became the leader of the right-wing liberals, men who called themselves the Republican left. The Republican victory of 1879 signaled Ferry's entry into government. For the next few years he was to remain there almost constantly, once as Minister of Foreign Affairs, but his preference was for Minister of Education or Prime Minister, sometimes holding both offices at the same time. As a politician Ferry was respected but not loved. His looks told against him. The Goncourt brothers called his nose a phallus stuck above his mouth, and his general appearance that of a manager of some pornographic display cabinet in a restaurant *, that was a bit exaggerated, but compared with the hot-blooded Clemenceau and the exuberant Gambetta, Ferry was a fairly unattractive personality. He was often in the right, but that is usually begrudged him as well. He was so interested in education that in the end he came to look like a schoolmaster. Educational policy was his great passion, and he was to be remembered for it. It was in tune with his general outlook and his social principles. There was nothing about him to suggest the least interest in colonial matters. Yet he was to become not only the architect of French colonial expansion, but also one of the theorists of modern imperialism. Jules Ferry's colonial doctrine can be found in various addresses and writings. It is not particularly original and constitutes a synthesis of ideas that were taking root at that time in liberal circles. 15 In his famous address to the Chamber of 1885, Ferry distinguished three objectives of colonial policy: an economic, a humanitarian, and a political aim. In the economic field, he was a follower of Leroy Beaulieu. He was an advocate of modern colonization, that is, the export of capital and goods instead of people. The most important economic function of a colony was to serve as a market for the industrial products of the metropolis. Next came a humanitarian objective: the higher races had a duty to civilize the lower. The most important objective for Ferry was, however, the political one. The colonies could never make up for the loss of Alsace-Lorraine. This wound could not be healed. But that did not mean that, grieving for the loss, one had to sit idly by. That would have led straight to France's decay. To reason without acting, without involvement in the affairs of the world, means descending from the first rank to the third or the fourth. The reader will note that the second rank was omitted. In view of the world historical sweep of his writings, it is not surprising that Ferry should have been considered the great prophet and apologist of French imperialism, the more so as he was, in fact, its founder. These writings were not, however, published until after the event. His practical actions cannot really be considered the implementation of a preconceived plan. It was only after much hesitation and under pressure, especially from Gam. 18. Beta, that Ferry launched the Third Republic on the colonial track with the Tunisian expedition of 1881. D.Y. Tunisia. The Congress of Berlin. The history of the French expedition to Tunis in 1881 began with the Congress of Berlin in 1878. That Congress was one of the most spectacular diplomatic gatherings held in the 19th century. In splendor and importance it was excelled only by the Congress of Vienna in 1814 to 1815. The star of the Second Congress, needless to say, was Bismarck, much as Metternich had played the leading role at the first. In addition there was a cast of other luminaries, including Disraeli and Salisbury from Britain, Gorchakov from Russia, and Waddington, the French Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Sublime Porte was represented by a delegate who had been born in Germany, but was educated by Turks in Istanbul and had become a Muslim. This German in disguise appeared as Mohammed Ali Pasha, which was too much of a good thing for Bismarck. It was obvious that Turkey must be present at a congress that revolved around the Eastern question. Now, the Eastern question was a strange one because it was not strictly speaking a question, or rather, because it begot its own solution. The question was the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire. The solution was the partition of its remains. These two matters were so closely linked that it was sometimes unclear whether the dissolution came before the partition, or vice versa. The only problem was how the partition should be effected, but that too was no real problem because there was more than enough to deal with. If Austria wanted Bosnia, then Russia could have Wallachia, Britain could be made happy with Cyprus and France compensated with Tunisia. If necessary, other arrangements were also possible. This merry game could be played for a long time, because the Ottoman Empire was so large. Its two tentacles had once stretched around the Mediterranean, on the lower side through the Near East and Egypt as far as Morocco, and on the upper into the Balkans as far as Bosnia and Herzegovina. But in the course of time a great deal had crumbled away. Tsar Nicholas I had said as early as 1853 that Turkey was the sick man of Europe and that it was time to think about sharing out his estate. The Turkish Empire had been decaying for so long that it is hard to understand how it could have rotted away for such a long time without disappearing altogether. Ottoman decay was not a process but a structure. The Eastern question linked the partition of Africa to international Tunisia 19. Political concerns. The strategic interests of Great Britain and Russia in the Dardanelles, the rivalry between Russia and Austria in the Balkans, the rivalry between France and Great Britain in Egypt, the tensions between France and Italy in Tunisia all involved territories in the Ottoman Empire. It was the job of diplomats to regulate the resulting tensions in such a way as to avoid conflicts between the great powers. Since the Crimean War they had been very successful at it. In a sense the Eastern question was a triumph of European diplomacy. The Congress of Berlin was a new success in the series. It had been called in order to sort out affairs in the Balkans. Russia had declared war on Turkey in 1877, and trounced it decisively in 1878. With the Treaty of San Stefano Russia had collected its dues for this short but costly war, increasing its territory appreciably at the expense of the Turks. In addition, it had set up a kind of satellite state in the form of a Greater Bulgaria that was to stretch as far as the Aegean. This was going too far for Great Britain and Austria-Hungary. Britain did not want to see Russia on this side of the straits, not even by proxy. Austria-Hungary frowned at the creation of a Greater Bulgarian Empire that might appeal to its many Slav subjects. An international Congress would have to find the solution. France played no part in this conflict, but was invited all the same, as was Italy. Bismarck was to turn up in the role of honest broker. The Congress met on June 13, 1878 in Berlin and ended on July 13. It proved a success for British diplomacy. Disraeli was the first British Prime Minister to return from Germany with the news that he had attained peace with honour, and was able to make that claim with more justification than Neville Chamberlain could 60 years later. The Disraeli-Salisbury tandem seemed invincible, not least perhaps thanks to Bismarck's support. Bismarck was in fact as honest as, in the nature of the concept, any broker could be, but he had a great deal of sympathy for Disraeli. "That old Jew, now there's a man for you," he said admiringly. Registered Russia was thus the loser. Not much was left of the Greater Bulgarian Empire. The straits were kept firmly closed, and Anglo-Turkish relations were consolidated. There was something else. Great Britain occupied Cyprus. It had forced the Sultan to accept this step and had made it clear to Russia that it was demanding this as compensation for Russian expansion in and around the Caucasus. Germany raised no objections, and Austria was reliant on British support. But Britain could of course expect protests from France, the leading Mediterranean power. France would have to be compensated, needless to say at the expense of Turkey. The solution seemed obvious: France could have Tunisia. Salisbury called on Waddington and said, "You cannot leave Carthage in the hands of the barbarians." Bismarck, who was only too keen to deflect French attention from the lure of the Vosges, also thought this a brilliant idea. "Why don't you go to Carthage?" he is said to have told Waddington with no less erudition. The 20. Minister was willing, but Parisian suspicions of Bismarck were formidable, and so nothing was done for a time. These suspicions were not hard to understand in the light of the recent past. Nor were they unjustified. While Bismarck was urging Tunisia upon the French, the German diplomat Bielo was offering it to the Italians. As Count Corti, the Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs, put it, everybody was telling everybody else to take something which belonged to somebody else. Corti's criticism was fair but of little account. Italy did not join in. It returned from Berlin with clean but empty hands. While Britain and Germany had made their attitude to French intervention in Tunisia more or less clear, the British even failed to inform Italy of the Cyprus coup. The Italians had to read about it in the newspapers, and were later told by the British that there was room enough for everyone in North Africa. Italy's anti-Austrian attitude had, moreover, not gone down very well with Bismarck. Like most statesmen, he despised Italy. Why on earth should Italy demand an increase of territory, asked a Russian diplomat. Has she lost another battle? Bismarck took much the same view. The Italians, he told the French ambassador, have a big appetite but poor teeth. Above all, he was appalled by Italian irredentism, embodied in the person of the Italian Prime Minister, Caroli, who had lost 4 sons in wars with Austria. Italy was thus diplomatically isolated during the years following the Congress of Berlin. France, for its part, enjoyed the support of Germany and of Britain. This accounts for the fact that Tunisia, packed though it was with Italian colonists, and lying a mere stone's throw from Italy, went to France instead. Tunisia before the occupation. In geographical terms, Tunisia does not really exist. The country is no more than an extension of Algeria, from which it is not divided by any natural frontiers. Its political identity goes back to 1574, when after the expulsion of the Spaniards it became a province of the Ottoman Empire. In the 19th century, too, Tunisia was still a Turkish province, though only in theory. The Turkish ruler had placed a governor, a pasha, in charge of the Tunisian province. However, this pasha quickly lost control to the military commander, the Dey. And the Dey, in his turn, had been ousted by a civil administrator, the Bey. To simplify matters, the Sultan subsequently elevated the Bey to the rank of Dey and Pasha, so that decorum was satisfied all round. In 1705 the office fell into the hands of Hussein ibn Ali, the Bey Dey Pasha, who founded a dynasty that was to reign over Tunisia for 2.5 centuries. When European influence continued to grow during the second half of the 19th century, Tunisia became a de facto independent state. The Bey had his own army and navy, struck his own coins, declared war and peace, maintained separate diplomatic relations and Tunisia Dil. Signed treaties. Tunisia even had its own flag. Nevertheless, the Bey was officially a Turkish governor, invoked the Sultan in his prayers, and on first taking office had to apply for a firman, that is, for official recognition by the Sultan. For the European powers, this state of affairs, however complicated, was not without practical benefit, because they could treat the Bey, at will, either as an independent ruler or as a vassal of the Porte. The ruler of Tunisia reigned in fact over what was a modest territory, whose southern borders were vague and inconsequential, losing themselves in the Sahara. To the east lay Tripoli, another of the Porte's regencies, which had also made itself independent until the Sultan had restored his authority by force in 1835. The Bey of Tunisia had observed that event with some fear and trepidation, and was therefore not too unhappy in 1830 that another country, France, had settled on his western borders. The Bey considered the reconquest of his country by the Porte a much greater threat than a possible conquest by France. In that he was mistaken. At the time Tunisia had just over 1 million inhabitants. Half of these were sedentary farmers who lived mainly in the northeast, the other half were nomadic shepherds who roamed the interior. There were several towns, including Tunis with nearly 100,000 inhabitants, and Kairouan with 15,000, where traders and artisans were active, despite being severely affected by foreign competition. The traditional Tunisian textile industry was no match for European imports. The financial world was dominated by Tunisian Jews, while a growing number of Europeans, almost exclusively Italians and Maltese, settled in Tunisia. In 1870 there were 15,000 of them. The economic situation of Tunisian townsmen may accordingly have been under pressure, but it was flourishing in comparison with that of the fellahin, the peasants who labored under a whole series of taxes and requisitions. In the disastrous years of 1867 and 1868 famines were added to these, the result of crop failure, as well as epidemics, first cholera, then typhus, which carried many thousands to their graves. During this period some 20% of the population perished. In these circumstances it was not surprising that the government should have been unable, despite all levies and demands, to squeeze what money it deemed essential out of the population. The government was, in fact, the Bey, Mohammed al-Sadok, who ruled from 1859 to 1882, and the powerful Prime Minister, Mustafa Hasnaydar, who had been pulling the strings ever since 1837. Hasnaydar was Minister of Finance and Foreign Affairs and was assisted by the Interior, Defense, and Naval Ministers. In 1864 Tunisia was granted a constitution with a clear division of ministerial powers and responsibilities, but in practice Hasnaydar was the absolute sovereign. He followed a policy of reforms, that is, of economic development, aimed at improving the infrastructure as well as the means of communication, the armed forces, and so on. The Tunisian economy did not, however, provide enough money to pay for it all, at least not after Duduk. 22. Shin of government expenses. In 1864 the Director of Finance left the country with 20 million piasters in his pocket, slightly more than the annual tax revenue. His nephew and successor was to play the same trick a few years later. And these events took place under the leadership of Hasnaydar, the greatest profiteer of them all. Guizot's well-known slogan "Enrich yourselves" might well have been the motto of Tunisia. Another way had to be found to raise funds, and loans were decided upon. In 1863 the first great loan was floated. Various others were to follow. These loans at first seemed to be miracle cures. The conditions were draconian, but there was always a plentiful supply of money. The stock exchange where the Tunisian loans were quoted was of course the Paris Bourse, the specialist in turban loans. The thrift of small French citizens and peasants and their avarice fed the prodigality and rapacity of several of the Tunisian great. In 1863 the Bourse provided the required 35 million francs, no more than 5 million of these reached the Bey. The rest went on commissions and bribes, particularly to the Bey's own treasurer. While that solved few problems, it raised the appetite for further loans. In 1865, 25 million francs were subscribed. This time, the Bey received the money not in cash but in kind, that is, in the form of guns and a ship, the price of which was fixed unilaterally. It was with good reason that the British historians J. Gallagher and R. Robinson spoke of that golden age of Islamic insolvency. Tunisian customs duties were used to cover this new loan, and hence ceased to be a source of income for the Tunisian state. For that reason the other source of revenue, taxes, had to be driven up. Poverty and hunger increased, and with them social tensions. In 1867 yet another loan was floated. This time the sum involved was no less than 100 million francs. But the Paris Stock Exchange had lost confidence in the Bey's regime and ignored the flotation. The Tunisian state was bankrupt, and European financial control was inevitable. When it came it took the form of a financial commission. At its head was a Tunisian, General Khur al-Din, son-in-law of Hasnaydar. The vice-chairman was a Frenchman, the Inspector de Finances, Victor Villet, soon nicknamed Bey Villet. The commission admittedly had an international makeup and introduced a kind of tripartite control, French, British, Italian, over Tunisia, but the real leaders were Khur al-Din and Villet. This tandem governed Tunisia for a number of years, not without success, as government finances were put into some kind of order. The opposition of the Prime Minister, however, caused considerable problems. Hasnaydar would have to be got rid of, and that required the Bey's cooperation. Mohammed al-Sadok was a weak ruler. A contemporary described him as a man without intelligence and addicted to the most shameful vices. His harem consists exclusively of small boys, something of which he is not in the least ashamed. He is not at all interested in matters of state. His life is nothing but one long orgy. The Bey had developed a special Tunisia 93 passion for a boy of exceptional beauty, picked up in the street by a Maltese barkeeper. The boy had been brought to Mohammed al-Sadok's harem by Hasnaydar, always ready to direct his master's attention to matters other than affairs of state. 2 This boy, Mustafa ibn Ismail, was to gain increasing influence over the ever more senile bey. Eventually he turned against his former patron, Hasnadar, whom he had come to see as a rival. In 1877 he would rise to prime minister. Kur al-Din and Vilat used the influence Mustafa wielded over the bey as his instrument of pleasure to topple Hasnadar. In 1873 the coup was mounted. Hasnadar disappeared from the scene, his goods confiscated but his life spared. Kur al-Din. The man who now came to power, Kur al-Din, or Kureddin as he is called in the French literature, was a genuine reformer. He was born in the Caucasus in 1822 or 1823 and arrived in Tunisia in 1839. There he rose quickly to the rank of general and naval minister. He married the daughter of the mighty Hasnadar. In 1862 he retired from office because he objected to the government's fiscal policy. In his book, The Surest Way of Becoming Acquainted with the State of the Nations, written in 1868, he pointed to bad administration as the cause of the decline of the Muslim world, and spoke out strongly in favor of the Turkish reforms. That put a stop to a relatively calm period in his life. In 1869 he took charge of the Financial Commission, and in October 1873 he became Prime Minister. He would now try to implement his reforming ideas. Kur al-Din certainly deserved his title of Father of the Tunisian Renaissance. As Prime Minister he was full of good intentions. He reformed the administration, improved the system of education, and waged determined war on corruption. However, he was in a difficult position. The demands of the Financial Commission were high. A request for a remission of the debt burden was turned down. Politically, too, his position was precarious. He did not have the ear of the bey, always had to be on guard against his father-in-law's retribution, and could not count on the support of the bey's favorite, who was out for power himself. In July 1887, Kur al-Din was ousted by Mohammad Hasnadar, who was succeeded in August 1878 by Mustafa ibn Ismail. These changes in fortune did not fail to have repercussions on European relations with Tunisia. At first French influence had been preponderant. That influence was based on two factors, the proximity of Algeria and financial involvement. French occupation of Algeria gave France a fresh interest in Tunisia, linked to the safety of its colony. Britain had greater commercial interests in Tunisia than France. It was, however, mainly concerned with the strategic importance of that country. Together with Malta and Sicily, Tunisia controlled access to the eastern Mediterranean. Unlike 24 the occupation of Tunisia and Egypt. Kur al-Din. The French, the British did not support the bey, but as ever played the Porte's game, which they regarded as the best way of preventing any foreign occupation of Tunisia. Their influence rested on British investments in Tunisia and on the proximity of Malta. Malta, after all, was a British colony. The Italians, finally, were more directly involved than all the other powers. Carthage had once been a Roman possession, a fact European statesmen in that age of classical education showed only too often that they appreciated. Italy was a poor country with little potential for expansion. Even so, it had great ambitions, and its irredentism was unbounded. Tunisia lay, as it were, in Italy's backyard, just across the sea from Sicily. The second Italian trump card was a very sizable number of settlers in Tunisia, almost 100 times as many as there were French. All these foreign influences kept one another more or less in check, or rather, took turns in the Tunisian game. French influence had been considerable after the establishment of the Financial Commission of 1867. It had waned markedly after the French defeat of 1870. It had waxed again during Kur al-Din's administration, which had, incidentally, striven to reconcile French influence with Tunisian loyalty to the Ottoman Empire. In diplomatic terms, the situation was complicated, because of Turkish suzerainty there was no way of accrediting foreign diplomats in Tunisia. As a result, the European powers were represented not by ambassadors but by consuls. The three men personifying European influences in the years before the occupation were accordingly three consuls, Wood, Roustan, and Maxio. Anglo-French and Franco-Italian rivalry in the three crucial years between the Congress of Berlin of 1878 and French intervention in 1881 thus took the form of a number of consular wars. Toward European intervention, the Congress of Berlin brought the Tunisian question out from the twilight of vying and intriguing consuls into the glare of power politics. Waddington, like his Italian counterpart, returned from Berlin in 1878 empty-handed, but unlike Count Cordy, not with empty pockets. On the contrary, he patted his pockets with satisfaction and declared, "I am bringing Tunis back home." However, his country turned down the exotic present he had brought with him, at least for the time being. There were many reasons for this. To begin with, public opinion was not ready for a new military adventure far from home. The Mexican adventure was still fresh in their memories. There was also the political division. France had a Republican chamber with a monarchist president. Finally, the international situation was still confused. Suspicion of Bismarck was great, and faith in his generous offer of Tunisia correspondingly slight. Pro-Italian circles around Gambetta were not anxious to snub the Italian government. When pressed, Lord Salisbury seemed disinclined to give France carte blanche in writing. It was one thing to promise something concerning a hypothetical course of events in a conversation, and quite another to put it all down in an official document. "We must avoid giving away other people's property without their consent," he wrote in a letter to Lord Lyons, the British ambassador in Paris. That was true enough, but it was precisely what had been done in Berlin. However, it was the tone that mattered. "Waddington," he said, "makes me talk of Tunis and Carthago as if they had been my own personal property and I was making him a liberal wedding present*." It described the tone used in Berlin to a nicety. The Tunisian question was thus to remain a question of local rivalries and conflicts for several years. The first diplomatic repercussions of these local vicissitudes made themselves felt in the British attitude towards Sir Richard Wood. Sir Richard was a Syrian Jew, born in Constantinople, who had converted to Catholicism and had changed his name, Ratab, to the more English-sounding Wood. He played some part in Turkish politics, but served British interests first and foremost. He was appointed British consul in Damascus and later, in 1855, in Tunisia, where a leading role lay waiting for him. He was the permanent foil to Roustan, the French consul. After the Congress of Berlin he was put under pressure by the Foreign Office, which in turn was being pressed by the Quai d'Orsay, to abandon his fight against his French rival, in keeping with the Berlin agreements. But Wood was too much a slave to his old game to want to listen to the London know-it-alls. Moreover, he had earned too much in defense of the British. 26. Cause to be brushed aside lightly. The Foreign Office accordingly thought up a ruse. It introduced an age limit of 70 to the consular office. Wood, who was 73 and no fool, then declared that he was 67. London, not to be outwitted, reorganized the consular service. On March 31, 1879 Wood retired to Nice. The first fruit of Berlin had been picked. The coast was now clear. Britain reduced its consulate in Tunis to a minimum and appointed a nonentity in Wood's place. Britain's half-century of interest in Tunisia became a thing of the past. Bismarck, too, made his position clear once again. In a talk with the French ambassador in January 1879, he declared in his picturesque way, "I think the Tunisian pear is now ripe and the time has come for you to pick it. The insolence of the Bey has acted like the August sun on this African fruit, which may well rot or be stolen by another if you leave it on the tree too long." Yet Bismarck's generosity rendered the French even more suspicious, and for the time being they did nothing about it. But all the more was happening in the local arena. Roustan's next opponent was Maxio, the Italian consul. The weapons they used were rather unusual. Roustan, according to Cambon, was a convinced bachelor, one for whom a welcoming house with a beautiful hostess was a shelter from the spleen. For such a house and such a hostess were provided by Elias Musali, the Tunisian Director of Foreign Affairs, originally of Greek nationality. Madame Musali, Italian-born and as beautiful as she was influential, became the mistress of Roustan, the French consul. Even in public she appeared as the first lady of the French consulate. Maxio's riposte was to acquire a mistress of his own, albeit a secret one, the wife of Madame Musali's brother. All these goings-on reflected the political will of both countries to consolidate their interests in Tunisia pending more fundamental decisions. The Italians signaled their political ambitions most clearly. Their economic achievements were so small and the price they paid for them so high that they obviously had ulterior political motives. The Rabatino Company, for instance, bought a bankrupt railroad line for roughly 4 times its real value. The Italian government, as it appeared soon afterwards, had guaranteed a return of 6% from this acquisition, together with all the costs of running the line. These increasingly transparent Italian activities were probably the decisive factor in the slow and laborious French process culminating in the decision to intervene. 5 France had a number of financial interests in Tunisia. Financiers with Tunisian investments were fairly closely involved with circles around the government. Jules Ferry's brother, for example, was director of a bank with Tunisian interests. It seems unlikely that these men should have failed to gain the ear of the Prime Minister, though it is equally unlikely that their influence should have been at the root of the occupation. What these speculators wanted was a French license for fishing in the troubled waters of Tunisian finance, not the limelight of a French occupation. Moreover, in the second case, their timing would have been less awkward. The year 1881 was an election year, and it would probably have been hard to find a worse time for starting something as unpopular as a military expedition. Inevitably the opposition could be expected to raise a hue and cry at the decision to risk French lives and to weaken the French defenses for the sake of private interests. And that is precisely what happened. The Tunisian expedition was branded from the outset as a business war. In fact, however, it was not so much a guerre pour les affaires as a guerre pour la grandeur. The French occupation. The intellectual father of the occupation of Tunisia was not Jules Ferry, although he was responsible for it, nor was it Gambetta, although his voice was crucial, but Alphonse de Courcelles, director of political affairs, the most powerful civil servant at the Quai d'Orsay. Courcelles was a baron and hence not part of the new social strata that were to pull the strings of the Third Republic. He was a man of considerable financial means and not in the least interested in speculation or shady business deals. He was a professional diplomat, and like most of his colleagues he had a thorough contempt for commerce. Last but not least, he was a civil servant and, unlike his minister, did not have to trouble himself about public opinion or the elections. The way of thinking of men like Courcelles, schooled in the doctrines of the balance of power and the national interest, was quite different from that of the professional or amateur politicians of the Third Republic. He had not the slightest interest in such remote areas as Central Africa or Indochina. These were faceless and unimportant parts of the world. Tunisia was a different matter. There one came face to face with the Ottoman Empire, the Eastern question, the balance of power in the Mediterranean, and the strategic interests of France in Algeria. In short, the Tunisian question was bound up with great power politics. That explains why Courcelles was able to gain the ear of his fellow diplomats far more quickly than that of his minister. Waddington had brought the Tunisian pair home with him in 1878, but since then hardly anything had happened. Freycinet had come and gone, and Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire, his successor at the Quai d'Orsay, also seemed unable or unprepared to act. Courcelles organized an ambassadors' lobby. These men felt in many respects the equals, and in some respects the betters, of their minister and did not hesitate to lecture him. Thus the French ambassador in Berlin wrote to Saint-Hilaire, "Ah, mon cher ministre, you want to wait for the elections. What thoughtlessness, what blindness! By then it will be too late and France will have suffered afresh. 28. Humiliation. One act of courage and resolution and we shall resume our place amongst the nations, a fresh proof of weakness and we shall drop to the rank of Spain. 3 Such pressure did not miss its mark, at least not on the Minister of Foreign Affairs, though it left the rest of the cabinet unruffled. Grevy, the president, thought that Tunisia was not worth a 2-cent cigar. Ferry, the prime minister, reacted differently, but no less coolly. An expedition to Tunis in an election year, my dear Saint Hilaire, don't even think of it. Gambetta, the president of the Chamber of Deputies and the leader of the Republicans, thought that Tunisia should be put on ice for a few years, or, as he phrased it, under chloroform. Gambetta, himself of Italian descent, did not want to snub Italy over Tunisia. In 1881, however, he decided that matters could not be put off any longer. Bismarck had intimated that he was beginning to doubt French intentions. If France did nothing, he would have to support Italy's claim. Gambetta then changed his mind, and his colleagues followed, Ferry last of all. That was not surprising because his cabinet would have to bear political, and electoral, responsibility for the intervention. Once the political will was there, it was not hard to find a cause for intervention. There were problems enough with the Bay, but the best thing, of course, would be a border incident. These happened all the time. In the event, a frontier violation by the Creamers provided the pretext for helping the Bay to restore order. On April 7, 1881, Saint Hilaire told the Bey how much France valued his friendship. For that very reason, French soldiers would march in as allies and a relief force under the sovereign authority of the Bey. 3 That was an unusual way of proclaiming the abolition of the Bey's sovereignty if he had ever enjoyed it. For that matter, there was some confusion in France itself about what was happening. On April 4, 1881, the Chamber was merely asked to vote the credits which were granted without dissent for a military expedition meant to guard against further border incidents. 1 week later, the expedition was no longer described as therapeutic but as deterrent. The French Chamber then took its Easter recess. Bismarck again conveyed his support. The British were held to their earlier agreement by the expedient of leaking it to the Times. The Italians were told coolly that France reserved the right to do whatever the national interest demanded. The political and diplomatic obstacles having been cleared, the military aspect alone remained to be settled. The expedition proved to be a walkover. On April 24, 1881, 35,000 French soldiers crossed the Tunisian border. On May 1 they arrived at the Bardo, the Bey's palace, and gave him 2 hours to mull over a treaty of 10 articles abolishing Tunisia's independence. The Bey signed. The Treaty of the Bardo did not formally promulgate a French protectorate, but it did lay the foundations for one. French domination was clearly spelled out. France took charge of Tunisia's diplomatic, military, and financial affairs and stationed troops in Tunisia. Signing the Treaty of the Bardo, a French minister resident was appointed. Gambetta was immediately told by Ferry, and replied a day later, on Friday, May 13, "My dear friend, I do thank you for your communication and congratulate you from the bottom of my heart. France has resumed the status of a great power ** degree in the chamber." The debate was hardly heated. On May 24, 1881, the Treaty of the Bardo was ratified with 431 votes for and 1 against. It was only then that the difficulties began. Revolts broke out, and more French troops had to be dispatched to pacify Tunisia, to use a term that was to be employed quite a few times more during that period. In France they held elections that turned out to be a triumph for Gambetta, but not for Ferry. Attacks on Ferry were widespread. He was accused of having acted for financial motives by, among others, Clemenceau speaking in the chamber. Guy de Maupassant wrote his famous Belle Amie, in which he pilloried the mixture of political and private motives behind an expedition to Morocco. What he meant, of course, was Tunisia. Morocco's turn was not to come until 30 years later. When Parliament returned, the fall of Ferry's cabinet was a foregone conclusion. Criticisms of his Tunisian policy, and particularly of his deception of the chamber, were bitter, but the occupation itself was not voted down. Gambetta declared that France would meet its obligations loyally. His motion was carried by a large majority. Ferry's motion to pass on to the order of the day, by contrast, was turned down, again by a large majority. Ferry resigned, and Gambetta succeeded him. The occupation of Tunisia continued. 30. A few years later Tunisia was officially declared a French protectorate, the term being used in the first article of the La Marsa Convention of June 8, 1883. Paradoxically, Tunisia then ceased to be a protectorate in the proper sense of the word and became a colony *. That article, in fact, gave France the right to introduce administrative, judiciary and financial reforms. There was no longer any mention of internal autonomy, the essential feature of a protectorate. The protectorate idea was, in any case, alien to the French administrative tradition. It was simply used to pay lip service to the republican ideology, which involved the right of national self-determination by all people, and to pretend that there was a difference between developments in Tunisia and the unpopular direct French rule over Algeria. In the beginning it proved to be cheaper, too, at least to the French taxpayer. French nature, however, proved stronger than the ideology, and in the long run this difference between colonies and protectorates proved to be a fiction, in practice if not on paper. 3. Great Britain and imperialism. France swallowed up Tunisia, and in due course would become the master of the entire Maghreb. Great Britain, for its part, established itself in Egypt and was eventually to rule over the entire Nile Valley. And yet Egypt was a country with which France was more closely involved, much more so than with Tunisia or Morocco. It was also the country in which French influence was the oldest. It went back to Napoleon and the strongest. The Suez Canal was a French creation. Britain, by contrast, did not seem destined to play a leading role in Egypt. Its interests were traditionally in Constantinople and not in Cairo. Gladstone, the British Prime Minister during the decisive years of the Egyptian crisis, was moreover a convinced anti-imperialist. The explanation of this paradoxical course of events can be found partly in Egypt, partly in French politics, and partly in British politics and British imperialism. Great Britain in the 19th century. The British Empire originated in the New World, during the 17th century, but lost its American colonies again quite quickly, beginning with the United States in the 18th century. Shortly before, however, the 7 Years' War with France, 1756 to 1763, had helped to consolidate British rule over Canada and India. British commercial, colonial and maritime supremacy was confirmed and established during the wars of the French Sil Revolution and of Napoleon. Trafalgar and Aboukir threw French expansion back into the European continent. Britain's early 19th century colonial empire was impressive. It comprised Canada and a number of important West Indian possessions, trading posts in West and East Africa, and the Great White Colony in the Cape, British India, the Pearl in the British Crown, in Asia, together with Malaysia and Singapore, in Oceania, the White Colonies of Australia and New Zealand, and finally a number of naval bases along the various sea routes. In the further course of the 19th century British expansion continued apace, if possible by informal means, that is, commercially and economically, but if necessary formally as well, that is, politically. From 1840 to 1880 Great Britain annexed the Gold Coast, Lagos, Sierra Leone, Natal, Basutoland, Griqualand West and the Transvaal. In other parts of the world, too, the empire continued to grow. In 1877 Disraeli, created Lord Beaconsfield by Queen Victoria, elevated her to Empress of India in her turn. It was a title the British considered un-British. It reminded them of Napoleon, but one Victoria herself greatly prized, not least because her children were no longer forced to give humiliating precedence to the imperial families of Germany, Russia, and Austria at the dinner tables of the European great. All that was impressive enough, but there was more. The power and dynamism of 19th-century Britain were reflected in its growing prosperity, the vigor of its people, and the expansion of its economy. From 1812 to 1883, that is, within 70 years, the national income had grown fivefold, and from 1883 to 1913 it more than doubled again, from £953 million to £2,013 million. Between 1815 and 1890 more than 12 million Britons left their island home to conquer and populate new worlds. In about 1880 Britain had earned and saved enough money to have invested the total sum of almost £2 billion abroad. Most of that money went to the United States, to the colonies settled by Europeans, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, and to Latin America. Asia and Africa offered fewer prospects, with the sole exception of India, not as a place to emigrate to, but for trade and investments. For that very reason India occupied a special place in the British Empire. It even had its own minister, the Secretary of State for India. India was the center of British power in Asia and the Far East. The British Indian Army was an Eastern war machine, available on demand for colonial expeditions, paid out of the Indian budget, and hence independent of the British Parliament, an invaluable asset as far as the British government was concerned. British expansion was based on steady population growth, on a dynamic economy, on social harmony and a stable political system. There was of course a reverse to that coin, as many envious 19th-century writers observed. In their view, British stability was, in fact, based on the possession of a colonial empire. After the Paris Commune this British model 62 served as a spur to colonial expansion in many European countries. British society was stable. The social and political elite underpinned its continued existence with the gradual incorporation of new social groups and by broadening the political spectrum through the step-by-step extension of the suffrage. Britain was therefore held up as a model of gradual evolution, of continuous change under the leadership of an enlightened elite which wore its privileges in none too blatant a manner. For the rest, political power remained largely in the hands of the propertied classes, and of the landed gentry in particular. True, Gladstone was the son of a businessman, and Chamberlain a self-made millionaire, but in every cabinet, be it liberal or conservative, ample room was reserved for the land-owning aristocracy, for such men as Lord Rosebery and Lord Salisbury. British policy conveyed the simple and attractive picture of two political parties holding office in turn, Tories and Whigs. They would later be called Conservatives and Liberals, although the reality was slightly more complicated than these labels suggested. The differences between them were most clearly reflected in the struggle of the giants, Disraeli and Gladstone, who dominated British politics in the years 1870 to 1880. In those days without radio, television, or competitive sports, theirs was the match of the century. Together with the pulpit and horse racing, politics was the chief form of public entertainment. This well-ordered system was, however, about to collapse under the pressure of the great question that was increasingly to dominate British politics, namely, Ireland. The Irish question was the colonial question, albeit at home. It divided political life more than most things. It touched the very heart of the British state. It dominated politics and tore the Liberal Party apart. Gladstone's decision in 1886 in favour of Home Rule for Ireland led to the breakup of the Liberal Party and the creation of a new group, the Unionists, ex-Liberals ready to collaborate with the Conservatives. Even earlier, the Liberal Party had been a party divided into Conservative Whigs and Progressive Radicals. What we call Liberal cabinets were thus in a sense coalition cabinets of Conservative and Progressive Liberals and were hence less stable than they seemed to be. Gladstone's dependence on such Conservative cabinet members as Hartington, the later Duke of Devonshire, explains much of his inability to take a consistent line in foreign politics. In particular, it had considerable repercussions on British diplomacy in the Egyptian question. Britain's position among the European powers was unique in several respects. It was unlike other European countries, and its influence on the vicissitudes of European history was limited. True, when challenged, as in the Napoleonic Wars or in the Crimea, it did not hesitate to throw its armed might into the international struggle. It had also used its considerable political clout at the great congresses of Vienna, Paris, and Berlin. But it greatly preferred its splendid isolation. By the end of the century, how? 33. People were increasingly doubting the splendor of that isolation. In a Europe dominated by Bismarck, France was forced to look overseas if it wanted to expand, and particularly at the Mediterranean, thus posing a threat to the position Britain had been building up ever since Trafalgar. Russia preferred to expand in Asia, which brought it into regular conflict with British interests in Persia, Afghanistan, India, and China. For a long time any alliance of these two powers seemed unlikely, and was further thwarted by Bismarck's diplomatic acrobatics in 1890, but it was not unthinkable, nor was it something Great Britain could afford to ignore. Britain boasted that it ruled the waves, but its navy was not as superior as it seemed. The Royal Commission that looked into the imperial defences in 1879 discovered a host of problems, and in 1884 the press started a campaign to highlight the threat to British naval power. In 1890 the champions of the Navy found their theories proclaimed and corroborated in The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, the famous book by the U.S. naval officer and historian Alfred Thayer Mahan. 1 year earlier, in 1889, this approach had already found its first practical expression in the Naval Defence Act, which introduced the so-called two-power standard: the British Navy must be superior to the combined navies of any two European powers. The resulting naval supremacy was to give Britain a decisive strategic superiority over France in the 1890s, as a result of which it was able to turn the Fashoda crisis to its advantage in 1898. Its naval superiority was not, however, great enough to obviate the need for an agonizing reappraisal, after 1900 and the Boer War, of the splendor of British isolation, a reappraisal that would lead to its alliance with Japan in 1902 and to its entente with France in 1904. British imperialism. Britain's overseas expansion was thus a special case. It was not purely political, like that of France, nor purely economic, like that of Germany, but one that involved society at large. That explains why there was at first no need for political expansion. Those who hold the whip have little need to crack it. All this rendered the British Empire and British imperialism unique, and was the cause of much confusion. Anyone studying imperialism will naturally study the most successful example first, and that example was Britain. But precisely because Britain was so exemplary a case, it was atypical. Other countries such as France, Germany, or Italy followed Britain along the colonial path, but being successors their imperialism was bound to be different, inspired by the British model, but applied in a different national and international context. And because British imperialism had successors, that is, competitors, its own character changed as well. Imperialism amid other imperialisms is necessarily different from imperialism as a lone adventure. That is why we can distinguish two phases in what was 34. Otherwise a continuous process of British expansion, the lone mid-Victorian imperialist phase and the phase of rival imperialisms characteristic of the late 19th century. The British historians Gallagher and Robinson have defined the early phase as the imperialism of free trade. Before them, the mid-Victorian period had been viewed differently, as an anti-imperialist age. The great merit of Gallagher and Robinson is that they corrected this false label and, more important, this false interpretation of British imperialism. In fact, 19th century Britain did not go through an essentially anti-imperialist period. The whole century was one of expansion, an imperial century. British society was the most dynamic of all in the 19th century, or at least until the last quarter of the century. Overseas expansion was one logical consequence. That expansion assumed a variety of forms: emigration and colonization, trade and overseas investments, the transfer of culture and religion, the establishment of naval bases. Imperialism in the form of political authority over foreign people was only one, and not even the most important or lasting, aspect of this process. The reason why that form was chosen more frequently in the late 19th century than before was not a change in British policy. It was an effect of the changed international situation. The traditional division into an early anti-colonial and a late Victorian imperialist phase is therefore not tenable. But this does not mean that there were no changes in method or attitude. As late as 1852 Disraeli still referred to these wretched colonies, to that millstone round our necks asterisk. 20 years later, in his famous Crystal Palace speech, he extolled the Conservatives as the party of national greatness, firmly determined to maintain, if they can, their empire. Lord Salisbury noted a complete change in outlook in foreign affairs. When he left the Foreign Office in 1880, no one had given a thought to Africa. When I returned to it in 1885, the nations of Europe were almost quarreling with each other as to the various portions of Africa which they could obtain. In Britain, too, a colonial movement and an imperial ideology were forging ahead. In 1868 Sir Charles Dilke, that great progressive liberal whose brilliant political career was ended prematurely by a typically Victorian scandal, a citation as correspondent in a divorce suit, had been the first colonial propagandist in his Greater Britain, a paean of praise to the Anglo-Saxon race. The book proved a great success in England. In 1884 Sir John Seeley, Professor of Modern History at Cambridge, published his collected lectures on the subject as The Expansion of England, in a volume that was a plea for greater British imperial unity. That, according to Seeley, was needed at a time of ever larger empires. James Froude, another historian, published his Oceania in 1886, a travel book about Australia that was at the same time an impassioned plea for a British Commonwealth of Nations. The book was an enormous success. And later, of course, there came the greatest imperialist writer of all, Rudyard Kipling, whose work is one great. Egypt 335. Glorification of white expansion, and of British expansion in particular. The 1880s thus brought great changes even to Britain, and a new approach to imperial affairs *. British intervention in Egypt was a telling case in point. Egypt, like Tunisia, had been part of the Ottoman Empire. Its fate, too, was therefore bound up with the Eastern question. Egypt was the first prize in the African lottery. Ever since Napoleon had fought a battle beside the pyramids in 1798, France had felt a special call to spread civilization in the Pharaoh's ancient empire. For Britain, Egypt had been one of the most important links in the imperial chain ever since the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869. France may have taken the most important steps in the Egyptian affair, but it was Britain that ultimately took possession of Egypt. British imperialism proved stronger than the French variety. 4. Egypt. Egypt is a present from the Nile, so the ancient Greeks taught. Without the life-giving waters of that river, Egypt would never have produced one of the oldest advanced civilizations. Dependence on the waters of the Nile, however, also brought many dramatic twists to Egyptian history and rendered the country and its inhabitants extremely vulnerable. Some presents should be feared, as the ancients also taught us. The history of Egypt is thus in the first place the history of a river, the Nile. In the second place it is the history of a sea, the Mediterranean. Egypt may lie in Africa and its history constitute part of the history of that continent, but equally it constitutes a part of Mediterranean history and is hence inseparably bound up with the history of Europe and the Near East. Egypt's place in the history of Africa is exceptional. On the one hand, it has always been linked to its black hinterland, and its history during the age of modern imperialism resembles that of most other parts of that continent. On the other hand, Egypt is different from the rest of Africa. Its population is not black, but white. Economically, it is a part of the Mediterranean trade system. Culturally, it is linked to Greece, Rome, Christianity, and of course, and above all, to Islam. Politically, it was part of the Ottoman Empire, so that its history is bound up with the great problem of 19th century European diplomacy, the Eastern question. Egypt, moreover, borders not just on one sea but on two, the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. The distance between them is about 100 miles. For that reason, Egypt has been a link between Europe and the East since time immemorial. The idea of rendering that link even more negotiable by means of a canal also goes back to the distant past, but was not to. Mediterranean Sea. E.MCC, 95. Egypt and the Sudan. Swakine. Addis Ababa E. Lake. Rudolph. Lake. Victoria. 400 miles. Egypt 37. Muhammad Ali. Be put into practice until the opening in 1869 of the Suez Canal, which was to influence the history of modern Egypt almost as much as the river from which Egypt is a present. Much, however, was to happen before then. Muhammad Ali. The history of modern Egypt starts with Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali, 1769 to 1849, was a tobacco trader from Kavala in Macedonia and arrived in Egypt in 1801 at the head of an Albanian regiment in the service of the Turkish Sultan. After a complicated power struggle, he managed to have the official Turkish governor removed from Egypt and to have the Porte appoint him instead. That was in 1805. By 1811 his power had been consolidated, and the reign of this first viceroy of Egypt began. It lasted until 1848 and thus spanned the whole of the first half of the 19th century, laying the foundations of modern Egypt. Muhammad Ali modernized the administration, built up the army and the navy, and extended the Egyptian sphere of influence. The Sudan was conquered, Egyptian troops helped the Sultan in his fight against the Greek rebels, later fought the Sultan himself, and conquered parts of Syria and territory around the Persian Gulf. Muhammad Ali became so powerful that the European powers eventually intervened and forced him to surrender his conquests. He did, however, keep hereditary rule, pashalik, over Egypt, and although under Ottoman suzerainty and obliged to pay tribute, Egypt after Muhammad Ali was to all 38 intents and purposes an independent power. That special status was reflected in the title Khedive, roughly equivalent to king, borne by Egyptian viceroys and recognized officially by the Sultan in 1867. Political independence from the Ottoman Empire did, however, go hand in hand with increasing integration into the international economic system dominated by Europe. Modernization and internationalization were accordingly the result of the thirst for independence from Turkey. In the event, they led to increasing dependence on Europe. Following the French example, Muhammad Ali divided Egypt into prefectures. Egypt's heart lay between Alexandria and Wadi Halfa, a distance of about 600 miles. The area under cultivation, however, came to less than 15,000 square miles. Villages were the nuclei of the agrarian society that Egypt largely was. But there were also such metropolises as Alexandria and Cairo, cities in the 19th century European mold, provided with electricity and sewers, and planned on Haussmannian lines. The great majority of the population consisted of fellahin, casual agricultural laborers and small peasants. Their lives were dominated by the seasons and the fluctuating level of the Nile. The population had grown quickly, from 2.5 million at the beginning of the century to 4.5 million in the middle and nearly 10 million by the end of the century. The land was often held in common, though it was state property in theory and the peasants had no more than usufructuary rights to it. These rights were fixed annually and were linked to the level of the Nile. Muhammad Ali not only improved the irrigation system but also introduced private property. He and his successors aimed at a stronger and more efficient administration, which to most peasants meant, above all, compulsory labor and higher taxes. That led in turn to the sale of land by the smaller peasantry and the emergence of a group of large to very large landowners, first of all the Khedive himself and his family, and then the village notables and the local landowners. Muhammad Ali's other innovation was the cultivation of cotton. In the 1860s, Egyptian cotton boomed following the paralysis of American competition during the American Civil War, 1861 to 1865. For the Egyptian export economy, the American slogan "Cotton is King" held from then on. Cotton represented 75% of all Egyptian exports. For the larger landowners, that export held the promise of lucrative trade. For the smaller ones, by contrast, it was a source of insecurity, debt and, ultimately, bankruptcy. Egypt had long been a Turkish province, and its upper class was made up of Turco-Egyptians, descendants of the old overlords. They dominated the army and the administration. Europeans, by contrast, increasingly took charge of the economy. On the eve of the British occupation of Egypt, they numbered about 100,000. They lived mainly in the big cities, in Alexandria and Cairo, and helped to turn Egypt, after Algeria and South Africa, into the most European country in Africa. They paid no taxes and were not answerable to Egyptian courts. These privileges were based Egypt on old Ottoman treaties signed in the 16th century. Since this situation created serious problems, new regulations were introduced in 1875. Jurisdiction was henceforth placed in the hand of so-called tribunals mixed European and Egyptian courts of law, which took due account of European interests. That explains the enthusiasm for being a European in Egypt and why so many Europeans were Europeans in name only. That was true, for instance, of the close to 40,000 Greeks who made up almost 40% of the European colony but had generally been born or brought up in Egypt. The English were in fact almost all Maltese, therefore British subjects, although that was practically the only English thing about them. The French and Italians were mainly Levantines, Orientalized Europeans. The surprisingly large contingent of 7,000 Austrians was made up of people who had either purchased or obtained in some way a passport from the Austrian ambassador. But there were others as well. There were many native Christians, Copts, Jews, Armenians, Lebanese, and more. Egypt was a multiracial society. For that reason alone, it was natural that so many countries should have been interested in Egyptian affairs, but for the Europeans, and for France and Britain in particular, there were other reasons too. They had large financial commitments in Egypt, especially through Egyptian government bonds, and they were also closely involved in the canal, which made Egypt an object of growing diplomatic interest. The Suez Canal. Plans for joining the Red Sea to the Mediterranean, though not as old as Egypt itself, were in all truth old enough. As early as the reign of Necho, a pharaoh who lived in the 7th century BC, a beginning was made on a canal between the Nile and the Red Sea. Not much came of that attempt. The modern history of the project starts with Napoleon. His engineers concluded that cutting straight through the Suez Isthmus was impossible because of the difference in level between the two seas. This, incidentally mistaken, conclusion was to hold sway for a long time. Maritime traffic between Europe and Asia thus continued to use the Cape route. With the advent of steamships, however, new possibilities emerged. It became possible to navigate the Red Sea in a northerly direction, something that had been a great problem for sailing ships because of the prevailing wind. That rendered the overland route an attractive alternative for passengers and mail. In 1830 the first journey by steamer was made from Bombay to Suez. In 1834 a regular land connection between Alexandria and Suez was set up. In 1836 the London-Alexandria service was inaugurated, and the time it took to travel from England to India was reduced from 5 months to 40 days as a result. The British were pleased with this outcome, and as proof, 40 occupied Socotra in 1835 and Aden in 1839, two strategic points along the new route. They did not, however, favor a canal. That would bring Marseilles and Genoa closer to the Far East than London and Liverpool, and French troops closer to India than British. It would, moreover, increase French influence in Egypt and weaken the ties between Egypt and the Ottoman Empire, Britain's protégé. As a result, the canal project remained for a long time, in fact to the very end, an exclusively French passion. The original plans had been drawn up by Saint-Simon, the French count who is remembered principally as one of the utopian socialists. He certainly was a utopian and an enthusiast as well, and believed that mankind's future lay in industry and trade. He accordingly asked Rouget d'Isle to write a new, industrial Marseillaise in which the famous phrase Enfant de la patrie was replaced with Enfant de industrie. *A canal through the Isthmus of Suez was also part of his program for the social improvement of mankind. Led by Prosper Enfantin, some of his disciples went to Egypt in 1833, their heads filled with plans for reform, education, and canal excavation. Mohammed Ali was sufficiently pro-French to bid them welcome, but also afraid enough of Britain to oppose their canal plan. Enfantin therefore returned to France empty-handed, but did not abandon the project. The creation of an international Société d'études, with a leading place for British representatives, was his next step, in 1846. It concluded that a canal was feasible. The British, for their part, considered a railroad link more practical. From that moment, the Suez question was to be overshadowed by Anglo-French rivalry. Rail or canal, that was the question. British and French influences alternated with changing Egyptian administrations. At first the British were the more influential, and a concession for a railroad line was issued accordingly, but in 1854 a new viceroy came to power. He was said Pasha, and he was pro-French. More important, he was friendly with a French diplomat, Ferdinand de Lesseps. Their association gave the Egyptian question a new twist. De Lesseps. Ferdinand de Lesseps, 1805–1894, came from a family of consuls. He was born in 1805 in Versailles, where his father had returned on leave from Alexandria in 1804. Ferdinand followed a similar career, which brought him to Alexandria as vice-consul in 1832. There he became acquainted with Cid while the latter was still a child, and gave him writing lessons. In 1849, following some difficulties, de Lesseps left the diplomatic service and devoted himself to his canal plans. In 1852 he sent a note to S.W. Roosnaars, the Dutch consul general in Egypt, asking him to inquire if the plan might be acceptable to Cid, who had meanwhile become Khedive. Roosnaars did not think so, but de Lesseps relied on his personal influence. In 1854 he went to Egypt himself and called on Cid. His horse-riding skills. Egypt 41. Ferdinand de Lesseps. Proved useful once more, since they made a great impression on the Khedive and his entourage. The day of decision was November 15, 1854. In the morning a rainbow appeared in the sky, which de Lesseps considered a token of the covenant spoken of in the Bible, the right moment for the true union of East and West. Asterisk. He unfolded his plan to an attentive Cid, who gave his consent. On November 30, 1854 de Lesseps was issued with a very broad authorization to form an international company under his own direction, the Compagnie Universelle du Canal Maritime de Suez. This company would be granted a concession, framed in very general terms, to exploit the proposed canal for 99 years following its completion. Thereafter the canal would be handed over to the Egyptian government, which would have received 15% of the annual profits during the first 99 years. De Lesseps was therefore in a position to go ahead, as far as Egypt was concerned, but such a scheme was not of course a matter for private individuals alone. There were political repercussions as well. For one thing, the Ottoman Emperor, as sovereign of Egypt, also had to give his consent, and he was strongly influenced by Great Britain. Britain, as we have seen, was against the canal. In March 1854, moreover, the Crimean War had begun, a war in which Britain and France took sides with the Sultan against Russia. Britain in particular acted as Turkey's protector, while France, having to take care not to offend its ally, kept a low profile. In the end, therefore, the Sultan withheld his consent. 42. The work nevertheless progressed, though for the time being by way of studies and explorations. In 1856, however, these had advanced so far that de Lesseps was granted a new and more detailed concession. This laid down where the canal was to run, how wide and deep it would be, and how the finances were to be raised. The Compagnie de Suez was given its statutes. These specified that the registered office would be in Paris and the head offices in Alexandria. The capital was set at 200 million francs in the form of 400,000 shares at 500 francs each. 25 shares entitled the holder to a vote at the shareholders' meeting, but no shareholder could cast more than 10 votes. The company was to be run by a board of directors and an executive committee. It was not until 1858, however, that the shares were offered for sale, de Lesseps guaranteeing an interim rate of interest of 5%. This was a bold, indeed provocative, step in view of British opposition and French coolness. The flotation turned out to be a success for all that, especially in France, where patriotic feelings were running high. Thus one applicant for shares, confusing Suez with Suede, wrote that he was happy to be helping to build a railroad in Sweden. When he was told that the shares were not for a railroad but for a canal, and not in Sweden but in Suez, he replied that it did not matter so long as it was against the English degree. The canal diggers could now have set to work, but this time it was the Khedive who hesitated and began to backpedal for fear of the Sultan. Accordingly he first refused to allow Egyptian workers to be employed, and later, when an attempt was made to use Europeans, he ordered these out of the country. Then de Lesseps raised the matter to the diplomatic level where it belonged. Napoleon III came out in support of the canal, and with his official backing the project was finally completed, albeit in the teeth of British opposition. Said's death and his succession by the dynamic Ismail in 1863 also proved helpful. "No one is more canalist than I am," Ismail declared, and with reason, since he had bought a block of more than 177,000 shares, almost half the total number, and had thus become the largest shareholder. 5*. The more than 200,000 French shares were in the hands of over 21,000 private French individuals. 4 In 1866 the Sultan himself finally came round, and, 10 years after the event, bestowed his official seal of approval upon the concession. In August 1869 the canal was completed, and on September 17 of that year the official inauguration took place. Many illustrious personages traveled to Egypt for the occasion: the Empress Eugenie of France, Prince Franz Joseph of Austria, Prince Frederick William of Prussia and Prince Henry of the Netherlands. The Empress Eugenie was the first to be conveyed up the canal with de Lesseps in the imperial yacht. The link between the two seas had become a fact. As early as 1832 the Saint-Simonian economist Michel Chevalier had predicted in his Système de la Méditerranée that this project would reform Asia and foster world peace. The first may be true, but the Egypt 43 canal, far from becoming an instrument of peace, was to be the cause of many disputes and conflicts. The Khedive Ismail. The canal was just one of the great works of the Khedive Ismail. With him, a new period in Egyptian history began in 1863. The years between Ali's death and Ismail's accession had been peaceful ones. Egypt had been governed by leaders who did not modernize, waged no wars and did not increase the tax burden. Conservative rulers, in short. Things were to change under Ismail. He was a man of great vision whose aim was to turn Egypt into a European state, speeding its course in the progress of nations. He offered Napoleon III a battalion to join the French expedition to Mexico. He also took part in the Paris World Exhibition of 1867. That same year, the Sultan recognized Ismail's title as Khedive. The title was made hereditary, so that in the eyes of the world he was virtually sovereign. At home he ruled like an absolute monarch in any case. Ismail's influence on the Egyptian infrastructure was enormous. During his reign thousands of miles of railroad tracks were built, 8,000 miles of canal excavated, and 5,000 miles of telegraph cable laid. Arable land was increased by more than 30% through improved irrigation. Alexandria was given a modern harbor. Thousands of schools were opened. Sugar refineries were built, forming the basis of a second export commodity alongside cotton. Exports rose from £4 million to £14 million per annum. Ismail did not overlook himself in all this. About 1/5 of the arable land ended up in his hands or in those of his family. *. Many people looked upon this progressive system of government with admiration. Countless Europeans profited from it. The European population of Egypt grew by leaps and bounds. The Turkish Mamluk ruling class also saw new, honorable, and lucrative careers on the horizon. The little man, the fella, took a different view. For him, modernization and national grandeur meant more forced labor, higher taxes, more debt, and higher interest payments. Everything was taxed. There was, as Lady Duff Gordon wrote, a tax on every crop, on every annual fruit, on every man, on charcoal, on salt, on the dancing girls. First came the administrator and then the usurer. To quote Lady Duff Gordon again, the Greek usurer follows the Coptic tax gatherer like a vulture after the cow. And still the taxes were not enough to cover the costs of the ambitious modernization program. Ismail therefore chose another solution: foreign loans. At the beginning of his reign, the Egyptian state debt was £4 million. Under his regime it mounted within a few years to £68 million. In addition there was a floating debt of some £20 million. All in all, the debt came to nearly £90 million, in a country that had an annual taxation yield of £8 million. In this increasing financial dependence lay the whole history of THIRD Ismail, the more so as a large part of the debt sprang from the building of the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal was the most important link in the new, short bridge between Europe and Asia. It mattered more to Great Britain than it did to any other country. Egypt and South Africa were the two cornerstones of Africa, certainly in terms of imperial strategy. Thanks to the Suez Canal, the Egyptian question had been turned from a primarily financial one into a mainly strategic one, and hence from a purely French into an Anglo-French concern. In the 19th century, France and Britain determined the fate of Egypt. At first, while it was still mainly a matter of financial and cultural influences, France held the upper hand. But once strategic and political factors came into play, Britain took over the main role in the developing venture of Egyptian modernization. The Suez Canal was one of the projects that drove Ismail's regime to the edge of the financial precipice. For the canal could in no way be financed with the money raised by the sale of the shares. The Egyptian government had spent in all about £8 million on the construction, and in exchange it received 15% of the annual profits. The shareholders, who had contributed roughly the same total, received 75%. Moreover, the financial exploitation of the canal was at first not a very profitable business. In 1871, 2 years after the opening, the value of a share had dropped from 500 francs to 208 francs degree. That was a bad blow, in particular for the Khedive, who was, after all, the major shareholder. There were many other aspects, however, to the great financial debacle now befalling the ambitious ruler. Ismail had numerous financial problems and knew of only two solutions: raising taxes and, if that did not work, taking out foreign loans. He had begun to apply these solutions the moment he came to power. The conditions under which the loans had been taken up were disgraceful from the outset. Eventually they became draconic, and in the end, crippling. At a time when the normal rate of interest was 6 to 7%, these loans paid at least 12 or 13%, and sometimes as much as 25 to 27%. In addition there were the commissions, with which Tunisia, too, was familiar. In 1873 Ismail obtained a loan, on paper, of £32 million. In fact, after everyone had been paid, he was left with just £19 million. Copyright degree. The Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 1871 had jolted the money markets badly and had rekindled the public mistrust of turban loans. All in all, money did not come cheap for Ismail. The war had also upset the European balance of power. The position of France, Egypt's traditional protector, had been weakened, and Britain now had a chance of gaining control over a canal to which it had at first objected strongly. Palmerston had called it a bubble scheme of gullible capitalists, but his successor, Disraeli, thought differently. Now that the canal was there, it was best to have control over it. The Khedive's perilous fight. Egypt 45. Nanses provided the key. The hard-pressed ruler first offered his shares for sale to the French Société Générale. However, the French government opposed the transaction for political reasons. France was afraid of British and German reactions so soon after 1870. It was Britain's turn. Parliament was in recess. The cabinet was divided, but came round in the end and agreed unanimously. Disraeli struck. The transaction was completed within 3 days, the Rothschilds having advanced the required sum. On November 14, 1875, Disraeli wrote to Queen Victoria, "The entire interest of the Khedive is now yours, madam." The Queen was delighted. The Khedive received the £4 million he so badly needed, but which were not to solve his financial problems. Edward Stanton, the British Consul General in Egypt, received 7 gigantic chests containing 177,642 shares. The British government, while not having a majority interest, had become the largest shareholder in the Canal Company. A majority interest, incidentally, would not have meant a great deal because of the statutory limitation of voting rights. What was only too clear, however, was that Britain had moved into Egypt and meant to stay there. In Cairo, British imperial strategists had established a second line of defense in the Mediterranean alongside Constantinople. For a time Britain continued there in the company of France, in the end it remained alone. The Anglo-French Condominium, 1876–1882. On April 8, 1876 Egypt went bankrupt. The Khedive stopped paying the treasury bills. In May Ismail made 2 proposals to his creditors: first, the establishment of an international caisse de la dette publique, with a member each from Britain, France, Italy, and Austria to settle the debt; second, the consolidation of the entire debt to be fixed at £99 million bearing 7% interest. The creditors rejected both proposals. They dispatched a financial mission to Egypt led by Gaskin and Joubert, representing British and French interests, respectively, with alternative proposals. The result was the Gaskin-Joubert Decree of November 18, 1876. A caisse de la dette was set up with 2 French and 2 British members, together with 1 Austrian and 1 Hungarian. France and Britain thus had the upper hand. Next, 2 European financial controllers general were appointed, one to superintend the national revenue and the other the national expenditure. These measures marked the beginning of European receivership and of Anglo-French dual control, which was to continue until 1882. The choice for Britain was simple enough. In Salisbury's words, "You may renounce or monopolize or share." Renouncing would have been to place the French across our road to India. Monopolizing would have been very near the risk of war. So we resolved to share. Registered the caisse de la dette failed to do the job for which it had been set up. The share of Egyptian revenue needed to pay off the debts was so large. 46. That even after a drastic turn of the financial screws not enough could be raised to keep the Egyptian state machinery in operation. A new commission was accordingly appointed, followed by a new report and, in August 1878, by a new system. The Khedive was required to introduce a scheme of ministerial responsibility, though for the time being his ministers were responsible to the foreign creditors and not to the Egyptians. European ministers of finance and public works were appointed and tried to keep expenditure down by lowering the pay of Egyptian officials and officers. The upshot was a military revolt in February 1879. The Khedive reacted by dismissing the European ministers, forming a new government, setting up a chamber of notables, and coming up with a new plan for liquidating the debt which was more advantageous for Egypt. Indignation in Europe was great, especially in France, where most of the creditors were. But the time for direct intervention had not yet arrived. Ismail first had to go. Then it would be possible to revert to the old method, to the familiar model of moral influence. Salisbury described the latter as a combination of nonsense, objurgation, and worry. Registered it came down to Egyptian control in name and to European control in practice. The Ottoman Emperor was asked to arrange the dismissal of Ismail and did so laconically by sending him a telegram on June 26, 1879 addressed to the ex-Khedive Ismail Pasha. Registered Ismail was succeeded by his son, Tewfik, who was what Marxists used to call a lackey of European imperialism. Anglo-French financial control was institutionalized by the appointment of two controllers. Both had the right to attend cabinet meetings, to appoint inspectors at the various ministries and to report to their respective governments. The steps taken in 1879 consolidated Anglo-French rule over Egypt. The two controllers were a Frenchman and a Briton. The latter, Evelyn Baring, then still no more than a major, would later become the new ruler of Egypt, first as Sir Evelyn Baring and later as Lord Cromer. A new International Debt Committee and a new report were also inaugurated. The report came to a conclusion underwritten by the European powers. This, the decree of July 17, 1880, known as the Law of Liquidation, settled Egypt's financial position. The financial viability of Egypt was less severely taxed than it had been by earlier arrangements, and the rate of interest lowered, but the payment of the coupon was now more or less guaranteed, and the Egyptian government received no more than a modest, fixed sum for its most essential expenses. Any surplus went into the fund for the liquidation of the public debt. The controllers were to keep a tight rein on Egyptian finances in accordance with these terms. The caisse de la dette was kept on to administer repayment of the debt and to fix interest rates. The law of liquidation became Egypt's financial statute. Changes could only be made with the consent of the powers. Later, having intervened in Egypt by force, Britain was to gain more direct experience of the problems involved, for it then had to take over the obligations of the Egypt 47. Tien state and was continuously brought up against the harsh fact that the costs had to be met by the British taxpayer or by Egypt's European creditors. Its armed intervention in Egypt thus not only earned Britain the enmity of France, but also made it dependent upon the other powers. That Britain decided to intervene in 1882 despite these obstacles was therefore not so much due to its particular keenness to do so as to the fact that conditions in Egypt had moved completely out of control after the ex-Khedive's departure. With him the last semblance of an independent Egypt had gone. On the one hand, this had underlined the formal dependence of Egypt on the Sultan, another pawn of the European powers. On the other hand, it had demonstrated the informal, but only too obvious, dependence of Egypt on these powers. Tewfik was a puppet and Egypt a satellite, and that had become clear just as something like a nationalist or anti-imperialist movement was making its presence felt in Egypt. This movement reflected ideas of an Islamic Renaissance and was spurred by the modernization and disintegration processes in traditional Egyptian society. Its ideals were summed up in the slogan devised by the eccentric and Egyptophile Englishman Wilfrid Blunt, a slogan that was as inaccurate as it was explosive. Egypt for the Egyptians. The Egyptian Revolution. The protest movement of 1881 had several contexts, several factions, and several leaders. The growing influence of Europe and European superiority had in fact led to two different reactions, on the one hand a leaning toward the West, where salvation was expected to come from, and on the other hand a return to Islam. As a result, Egypt witnessed a westernization process and the nationalism that went with it, and at the same time a drift toward a pro-Islamic revival. The great leader of that renaissance was Jamal al-Din. He was born in 1837, probably in Persia, but had lived in Afghanistan for a time and was therefore called al-Afghani. This philosopher and teacher had arrived in Cairo via Constantinople in 1871, and had quickly made his presence felt there. He was very deeply impressed by Western technical superiority. Science, he wrote, endows one man with the strength of 10. Even so, spiritual renewal came first. He accordingly called for an Islamic renaissance and a restoration of Muslim unity. The incompetent rulers, those who played the game of the Europeans, had to be deposed. His movement led to the rise of an Egyptian press and of a political party that voiced a variety of political, social, and religious objectives. It lacked social cohesion, containing conservative Islamists and Western constitutionalists, rich landowners, and hard-pressed officers. The unifying force was revulsion from foreign influence over Egypt in every form. That influ. 48. Arabi Pasha. Incidentally, was not only, and not even predominantly, Western. Even the Egyptian elite was more or less alien, made up as it was of the descendants of Turkish and Circassian families. That was particularly true of the army, where Egyptian officers were in the minority and felt discriminated against. The Egyptian officers' movement had begun, as we have seen, as early as February 1879 with a demonstration against the dismissal of 2,500 officers. The army had been in a sullen mood ever since, and the same complaints remained: discrimination against Egyptian officers. Their spokesman was Colonel Ahmed Arabi, who was later to become renowned as Arabi Pasha. This leader of the Egyptian Revolution had a modest background. He was born in 1840, the son of a village elder and small landowner. He had embarked upon his military career at the age of 14. At 17 he had been promoted to lieutenant, and at 18 to captain. He became a major at 19 and a lieutenant colonel at 20. Arabi owed his lightning career to the policy of the Khedive Said, who was keen to strengthen the native Egyptian element in the army. Said's successor, Ismail, had different ideas on that subject, however, and was responsible for pushing Arabi into the camp of the dissatisfied and politically conscious Egyptians. Ismail's fall and his succession by Tufik were therefore welcomed by Arabi but gave him little cause to rejoice. The new Minister of War, Arabi's chief, pursued a policy favoring Circassian officers at the expense of the natives. Egypt 49. Arabi himself, known for his contacts with the Reform Party, was threatened with dismissal. The minister went one step further still. He had Arabi and some other leaders arrested. However, their fellow officers had them released and gave them a triumphant reception. The minister was dismissed and the troubles with the army started in earnest. The resistance was aimed at the cause of all these problems, the Khedive and the European overlords behind him. In 1881 the officers seized power in Egypt. First, they forced Tufik to dismiss the Minister of War and to appoint one of their number in his place. On September 9, 1881, after Tufik, in a last-ditch attempt to cling to power, had dismissed him again, they marched on the palace and put an ultimatum to the Khedive, demanding the dismissal of his cabinet, the convening of the chamber, and the expansion of the army. The Khedive gave in. The army had thus taken power in Egypt, and the foreign overlords were faced with yet another problem. Their policy, which amounted to influencing events through their two controllers but preserving the facade of an independent Egyptian state and of Turkish suzerainty, had plainly failed. Britain and France had come to a turning point. Decisions had to be taken about what steps were needed to protect their financial interests and the canal. In 1881 Britain and France were tantamount to Gladstone and Gambetta. Toward intervention. The man responsible for British policy during this crucial phase, William Ewart Gladstone, 1809 to 1898, is considered by some as Britain's greatest 19th-century statesman. In the eyes of others he was a hypocritical coward who failed to protect Britain's best interests. Queen Victoria was known to dislike him. She called him an old, wild, and incomprehensible man. 6. Bismarck considered him a worthless politician good for nothing but chopping wood and giving speeches registered. Gladstone's reputation might therefore be open to question, but not his influence. His life more or less coincided with the duration of the 19th century. His political career spanned virtually the entire Victorian period. He entered politics in Metternich's days and became prime minister for the last time when Bismarck had already stepped down. Gladstone was born in Liverpool, the son of a wealthy merchant. He said of himself that he had not one drop of English blood in his veins, and that was the truth, for he was of pure Scottish descent. His father had, however, settled in Liverpool and made his fortune there, his many possessions including plantations in the West Indies. Gladstone Sr. was thus a slave owner, and fortune decreed that his son, the great moralist and humanist, should begin his parliamentary career with an eloquent maiden speech in defense of the institution of slavery. Young Gladstone entered politics at an early age. After Eton and Christ Church, Oxford, he was 50. Elected to the House of Commons in 1832 when not yet 23 years old. Gladstone was a man of wide intellectual interests, naming Aristotle, St. Augustine, Dante and Butler as his four great teachers. He remained attached to the classics all his life, publishing 5 books on Homer, including the 3-volume Homer and the Homeric Age, which ran to 1,700 pages, and translating Horace's Odes. His social concerns extended in particular to those known as fallen women, and his nocturnal wanderings through London's less salubrious streets provoked much talk and speculation. Gladstone thus had enough to occupy him, yet politics was his true calling. As early as 1835 he was appointed Under-Secretary of State for War and the Colonies. Many other ministerial posts followed. The crucial step came in 1859 when he was made Chancellor of the Exchequer in Palmerston's last cabinet. Gladstone, who had been brought up with conservative convictions, now sided with the Liberals and was to become their foremost leader, indeed the leader of their radical wing, so radical that he split the party over Home Rule for Ireland. His adoption of the radical, moral, and progressive line did not, however, come until his famous election campaign of 1879 to 1880, when he stood for the Scottish constituency of Midlothian. He used that occasion to castigate Disraeli's imperialist and militaristic policy, and made fun of the imperial Indian title which the latter had bestowed upon Queen Victoria. His entire rhetoric was a long plea for standards and values, for self-determination and respect for other nations. Midlothian proved a great success, not only for Gladstone himself but also for the Liberal Party, whom Gladstone led to a resounding victory. Queen Victoria, who had sworn never again to make Gladstone Prime Minister, had to swallow her words. In 1880 Gladstone presented his second cabinet. In his election campaign, Gladstone had fulminated against British involvement in Afghanistan, in the Transvaal and in Egypt. Now that he was Prime Minister, he had to put his words into practice. And he did indeed extricate Britain from Afghanistan, and, after the Majuba disaster, from its involvement in the Transvaal as well. However, he was unable to get out of the Egyptian trap. His cabinet was divided between radicals such as Dilke and Harcourt on the one hand, and the Whigs led by Hartington on the other, and he needed Whig support to solve his main problem, the Irish question. Gladstone was thus forced to do what he had fought against, to deny that he was doing what he actually did, and to pursue a policy he himself had pilloried so eloquently and in such noble tones, an imperialist one. The result was that in 1882 the Gladstone cabinet foisted British authority upon Egypt, albeit reluctantly. In France, things were different. France attached a great deal of importance to Egypt, where it wielded considerable influence and had many vested interests. It even took an initiative that was to lead to armed intervention, namely, Gambetta's note of January 8, 1882. The French Navy. Egypt 51. Joined the British in a show of strength off the coast of Alexandria, but at the crucial moment, because of the complicated political situation at home, France pulled out. During the decisive phase of the Egyptian crisis, roughly from September 1881 to September 1882, France had had no fewer than 4 different cabinets. First, the Ferry administration, with St. Hilaire at Foreign Affairs, which fell in 1881 in the wake of another African adventure, Tunisia, second, that of the Grand Minister Gambetta, with the great man himself as Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs until February 26, 1882, third, the second Freycinet cabinet, in which the Prime Minister also ran the Quai d'Orsay, from late January to July 31, 1882, and fourth, the 10th de Klerk administration, in which the Prime Minister's office was once again combined with the job of running foreign affairs. French politicans were so divided that at the crucial moment they proved powerless. The British occupation. The events of September 9, 1881 had demonstrated that there was a power vacuum in Egypt. The suzerainty of the Ottoman Sultan was increasingly turning into a fiction. The Khedive's government had disintegrated. The soldiers led by Arabi had been able to challenge the existing regime but could not provide an alternative administration. The informal French and British controllers were not, yet, ready to proceed to a formal takeover of the Egyptian state. Hence there was an impasse, and the way out had to be shown by the two countries with real power, Britain and France. The best solution on paper was to invite intervention by the Sublime Porte. The good thing about the Ottoman Empire was that one could call on it whenever it was convenient to do so and forget all about it on other occasions. This time it proved useful once again, at least for Gladstone, who was trying desperately to satisfy his need for legitimacy. The French were, however, set against the idea. Every attempt to restore Turkish authority in Egypt ran counter to the traditional French policy for dealing with Egypt. Reactivating Turkish suzerainty in North Africa, moreover, posed a threat to French interests in Tunisia, where France had just established a protectorate. As Britain was anxious not to fall out with France, nothing could be done for the time being. A new phase was ushered in with the advent of the Gambetta administration in November 1881. In 1875 Gambetta had vainly insisted that France buy the Khedive's shares in the Suez Canal. Gambetta had always retained his interest in Egypt. Moreover, he was keen to preserve Anglo-French cooperation and to give France a leading role in it. He accordingly drafted a note, countersigned by Britain, and had it read out to the Khedive on January 8, 1882. In this so-called joint note, Britain and France declared that they considered the continued presence of the Khedive on the Egyptian throne a prerequisite of the maintenance of order and material progress in 52. Egypt, and that they hoped this public assurance might help to avert the dangers with which the Khedive was threatened and which Britain and France would jointly help to ward off. The note was intended to intimidate the Egyptian Chamber of Notables. However, because Britain was known to be reluctant to intervene, the note had a provocative rather than an intimidating effect. It galvanized the nationalist groups. In the words of Blunt, it was a most mischievous document, and would be received as a declaration of war. It brought the nationalists and the military together for the first time and, as Cromer had predicted, the explosion followed directly. A few weeks later, the Gambetta cabinet fell following a reform of the electoral system. Freycinet, his successor, would try to act more closely in accord with the Chamber of Deputies. In Egypt, meanwhile, the crisis continued. The following month Arabi Pasha was brought into the government. He gradually broke with the Khedive and formed a revolutionary government of sorts. On May 29 the Khedive took stock of the new state of affairs and handed Arabi dictatorial powers. That step altered the situation even as far as Gladstone was concerned. Arabi had ceased to be a sympathetic nationalist leader and had become a military dictator. Moreover, the Whigs in Gladstone's cabinet were clamoring for action. Arabi was meanwhile busy building up his army and fortifying Alexandria against a possible invasion. France and Britain responded with a naval show of strength. On May 17 the joint Anglo-French squadron of 4 ships arrived off Alexandria. That was to be the last act of Anglo-French dual control over Egypt. The Egyptian crisis had meanwhile reached a climax. The riots in Alexandria had persuaded many Europeans to leave the city. The British admiral, Sir Frederick Seymour, cruised offshore and viewed the Egyptian fortifications with disfavor but was not allowed to intervene. He then forced the hand of the British government. He described the fortifications as a great threat to the safety of his ships and asked for permission to bombard the shore. Freycinet let it be known that a bombardment would be an act of war which he could not countenance. The French naval contingent was withdrawn. Britain was left on its own. Seymour was given the go-ahead, and on July 11, 1882 began to shell the shore. A few days later troops were landed to restore order. The rest followed. The canal would of course have to be protected, and that meant more warships and more troops. France was again asked to join in, and this time Freycinet was prepared to do so, provided it was a small expedition and sent purely for the protection of the canal, but the Chamber demurred, refusing to vote the necessary credits on July 29, 1882. Freycinet resigned. Once more, Britain went ahead on its own. It took it some time to muster enough troops. On September 13, 1882 the decisive battle was fought at Tel el-Kabir. The British force under Wolseley gained an easy victory over Arabi's men, and Arabi himself was captured. Wolseley wanted to have 53. Him shot, Queen Victoria favoured hanging, and Gladstone, too, wanted him executed but only after a fair trial. 7 * None of this happened. Arabi was banished, taken to Ceylon in a specially chartered ship, and in 1901 he was allowed to return to Egypt. Britain, having established its presence in Egypt by force, wanted to leave again as soon as the situation allowed, but the situation did not allow because the Egyptian state, weakened by foreign interventions and burdened with foreign debts, was no longer able to recover unaided. Britain stayed on. And from Egypt, it inevitably made its way to the Egyptian colony, the Sudan. 5. The Sudan and the Nile. The word Sudan comes from the Arabic and was first used by Muslim geographers in the Middle Ages when describing the land of the blacks, the Bilad al-Sudan, by which they meant the area between the Sahara and the tropical rainforests stretching from the Atlantic to the Red Sea and dividing Arabia from Africa. This was the region with which the Arabs came into contact first and where the influence of Islam is great. The area is divided into 3 parts, the Western Sudan, that is, the hinterland of the Senegal and Upper Niger rivers, Central Sudan, to the east of the latter, and Egyptian Sudan, immediately south of Egypt. This last part had been conquered by Egypt in the 19th century, before being split off again and finally being recaptured as Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. It is at present the largest African state, the Republic of Sudan. It is with this part of the Sudan that we shall be concerned below. The present frontier between Egypt and the Sudan used not to exist. Southern Egypt and the northern part of the Sudan were jointly known as Nubia, an amalgam of small principalities. The unity of the Sudan, if there ever was such a thing, stemmed from political developments. There is no such thing as a natural Sudanese entity, there is instead a sharp contrast between the north and the rest. The north speaks Arabic in the main, has been converted to Islam, and has ties with Egypt and the Arab world. The remainder is mainly animistic and has links with the African world. In the northern Sudan, which stretches from the Egyptian border near Wadi Halfa to Khartoum, the capital, the annual rainfall is so small that cultivation is confined to the immediate vicinity of the Nile. Here the inhabited region is a narrow strip of land between the Libyan and Nubian deserts. Between Khartoum, at the confluence of the Blue and the White Niles, and Fashoda, just above the confluence of the White Nile, or, to give it its Arabic name. 54. The Bahr el-Ghazal, mountain river, and the Sobat, lies central Sudan. Here the rainfall supports agriculture and animal husbandry. This explains why the Gezira, a peninsula between the Blue Nile and the White Nile, was the center of a great kingdom as early as the 16th century, one that would continue until the invasion by Muhammad Ali, Egypt's expansionist viceroy. Below Fashoda begins the southern Sudan, which differs widely, with respect to language, ethnic background, culture, and religion, from northern and central Sudan. It is set off from them by a natural barrier constituted by the arms of the Nile running from west to east or from east to west, respectively. In the west, these arms are known as the Bahr el Arab, the Arabian River, and its continuation, the Bahr el Ghazal, the Gazelle River. It is from the latter that the entire western Sudan derives its name of Bahr el Ghazal. In the east, the upper boundary is formed by the Sobat, which runs from east to west. The Bahr el Ghazal is dominated by an enormous network of rivers and streams, all of which discharge into it. During the rainy season they flood, rendering transport by land very difficult. The White Nile, for its part, has ceased to be navigable here because it no longer has a definite bed. The Bahr el Ghazal is choked with floating vegetation, sometimes thick enough for elephants to walk on. This vegetation is known as sud, from the Arabic sad, meaning obstacle. The land here sometimes disappears to make way for water, and the water to make way for land. In short, the sud creates an impenetrable marshland, which for that very reason was almost completely spared the Egyptian invasion. All these elements go into the Egyptian Sudan, a gigantic area covering nearly 1 million square miles, more than 10 times the size of Great Britain and not much smaller than India. The antecedents, 1820 to 1881. Muhammad Ali, the founder of modern Egypt, was a progressive. He was also an expansionist, an Egyptian imperialist. What with deserts to the west and the east and the ocean to the north, it was not surprising that his expansive energy should have been directed toward the south. In July 1820 an army set out from Cairo for the Sudan, led by his youngest son. The armies of such emirates as Kordofan and the like were no match for the Khedive's troops. Within a year all the land right up to southern Sudan had been conquered, to become an appendage of Egypt which, officially, was still a province of the Turkish Empire. This period in the history of the Sudan is accordingly known as the Turkiya. Khartoum became the headquarters of the Egyptian, or Turkish, army of occupation and the most important town in the whole of Sudan. The conquest of southern Sudan began later, from 1839 to 1842. The regime Muhammad Ali established in the Sudan was no model of enlightened or disinterested rule. High taxes collected remorselessly tos 55. Together with corruption were its chief characteristics. In view of the declared objectives of the Egyptian expansionist drive, this was not in the least surprising. The aim of all our efforts is to acquire slaves, Muhammad Ali himself had declared. Gold was another incentive. Sudanese gold had been a lure for a host of avaricious people over the centuries. Sudanese resentment, later to become the basis of popular support for the Mahdiist movement, was born during these years. It was reinforced in 1850 when it became customary to appoint European, that is, Christian, officials, and attempts were made to suppress the slave trade. Actually, Egypt had little say over the administration, which increasingly fell into the hands of independent governors general. The Khedive said, 1845 to 1863, thought so little of this arrangement that he considered getting rid of the Sudan. Registered the slave trade was given a fresh boost when a new Egyptian drive into the Sudan was launched during the reign of the Khedive Ismail. Ismail, like his grandfather, Muhammad Ali, was a man in favor of renewal and reform. He was also, again like his grandfather, an expansionist. Under his reign, the Sudan was brought up sharply against the superiority of guns and organizational skills imported from Europe. Darfur fell and southern Sudan was brought under Egyptian control and divided into two provinces, Bahr el Ghazal and Equatoria. Nor was that the end of the Khedive's ambitions. His authority spread as far as the Red Sea and Ethiopia, and in the south nearly as far as Lake Victoria. But Ismail was known as someone who liked to run before he could walk. The cash for his ambitious policies, in Egypt as well as in the Sudan, had to come from Europe. The price he paid for it was taking on European creditors and European ideas. The most important European idea was the abolition of the slave trade. Ismail was consistently insincere in his support of this. His endeavors in that direction were not very successful, nor did they make him popular with his subjects. In one part of southern Sudan, the Bahr el Ghazal, his policy failed completely, so much so that the leading slave trader, Al-Zubayr, was more or less able to seize power and to do as he liked. Ismail was forced to put a good face on this and, as early as 1873, recognized Al-Zubayr as governor of that province. In the other province, Equatoria, his British governor, Sir Samuel Baker, proved to be more successful. In Sir Samuel, Ismail found an inspired instrument for realizing his dreams of an equatorial empire. He had first met him during the opening of the Suez Canal. Sir Samuel had been asked to accompany the Prince of Wales there, and more particularly to familiarize the prince with the secrets of the crocodile hunt. He was a famed big game hunter, fearless and an outstanding shot. In general, he was no stranger to the use of force, and had stated euphemistically that he was no nigger worshipper. However, this first European administrator in the African interior also had several more enlightened ideas and believed in the development of Africa's economic potential, although lack of finance prevented him from implementing many of his economic plans. His governorship was nevertheless a success story. In particular, Ismail asked him to lead an expedition into southern Sudan to restore Egyptian authority there. Baker and his wife left in 1869, and the British public followed his adventures with rapt attention. Baker advanced so far into the interior that the news service could not keep up with him. People feared for his life. In June 1873, however, a telegram signed by Baker reached England and was read out in both Houses of Parliament. It went, "The country as far as the equator annexed to Egyptian dominion, all rebellious intrigues and slave trade completely put down, country orderly, government perfectly organized, and road open as far as Zanzibar registered." Baker had not only penetrated the region but brought it under control. These achievements gave Ismail a taste for more, and it was small wonder that after Baker's successes in 1873 he should have chosen another Briton as his successor. This man was such a romantic figure, and his death was to prove so heroic that the whole British epic in the Sudan is still evoked by his name, Gordon. Gordon. Charles George Chinese Gordon, 1833–1885, is the most perfect example of the out-and-out Victorian hero, an eminent Victorian in the fullest sense of the word. His life was one of heroic deeds in the service of the empire and of good works for his country. He lived a chaste and Christian life, feared God, and always listened to his older sister. He threw himself with unbounded energy into a host of desperate missions, and devoted his free time to the care of what we should nowadays call underprivileged youth. Apart from his alleged addiction to drink, his only weakness, at least in modern eyes, was chain smoking. Gordon came from a military family. After attending the Royal Military Academy in Woolwich, he obtained a commission in the Royal Engineers. He fought in the Crimean War and was present at the British capture of Peking. He then took service with the Chinese government and helped it to win 33 battles against the Taiping rebels. His troops gained the nickname of the ever-victorious army, and he himself that of Chinese Gordon. In 1874 he became governor of Equatoria, and in 1877 Governor-General of the entire Sudan. The Khedive offered him a salary of £10,000, but Gordon would accept no more than £2,000. He insisted on this, as he told his sister, to show the Khedive and his men that gold and silver idols are not worshipped by all the world. Registered. As governor, Gordon surrounded himself with European and American assistants and later appointed 2 Austrians, Schnitzer and Sladen, as provincial governors. That caused a great deal of resentment, as did his struggle against slavery, a struggle with which he was obsessed. Ismail had declared that it would be outlawed by 1880, and Gordon worked like a S-37 demon to have this promise implemented. He traveled the country, covering nearly 10,000 miles by camel, raiding the slave markets and arresting the traders. In him and his aides, the spirit of the crusade seemed to have been reborn. That spirit was not greatly appreciated, not least because the humanitarian crusade had a deleterious effect on the economy. Gordon extended Egyptian authority some 50 miles or more from Lake Victoria, which severely stretched lines of communication. According to him, the southern Sudan could only be developed if a link were opened to the Indian Ocean. For that reason, the Khedive, at Gordon's request, equipped an expedition to be sent to Mombasa on the east coast of Africa. Nothing came of this, however, because the British government supported the Sultan of Zanzibar against these Khedival claims. That the Khedive took a very broad view may be gathered from the fact that the distance from Cairo to Mombasa is greater than that from Cairo to the North Cape. Gordon's administration was not an undivided success. The slave traders were naturally resentful, but ordinary people, too, suffered from the economic consequences of his policies. Moreover, they considered the invasion by Christians a threat to Islam. Gordon was a powerful man and a forceful governor. The same was not true of his master, the Khedive, who was deposed and banished in June 1879 after his financial collapse. Gordon resigned in protest in July 1879 and left Khartoum in the hands of his weak Egyptian successor. He had ostensibly kept the area in good order. Uprisings in Kordofan and Darfur had been put down with a strong hand. However, there was a wildfire raging under the relatively calm surface. Resentment at the exploitation by the old Turkish governors was reinforced by a hatred of the European invaders that was encouraged by the Khedive Ismail. The country was in a turmoil and the people bitterly resentful. Egyptian authority was weak and lacking in self-confidence. That is how things in the Sudan continued until June 29, 1881, when Mohammed Ahmed rose to his feet on the island of Abba and declared that he was the deliverer. The Mahdi in the Sudan. European history books mention just one Mahdi, namely the Sudanese. The Sudanese Mahdi was not, however, a unique phenomenon. The idea of the return of a deliverer, a Mahdi, can be found in both main branches of Islam, the Shiite as well as the Sunnite. The Sudanese belong to the second branch. Here, faith in a Mahdi may have been challenged by theologians, but not by the common people. They had believed for centuries in the coming of a Redeemer sent by God and due to appear toward the end of time when he would be confronting the forces of evil and bringing justice to the earth. In other words, faith in the Mahdi is an Islamic form of Messianism or millenarianism. 58. The Sudanese Mahdi, Mohammed Ahmed, was born in 1844 on a small island in the Nile in the northern Sudan. In his youth his family moved to a village near Khartoum. They were craftsmen, but this particular descendant felt a strong urge to immerse himself in religious studies. He became a follower of a local religious teacher, and at the age of 17 joined a mystical order. After 7 years he was ready to lead a new religious community. Mohammed Ahmed was famed for his piety, humility, and asceticism. He returned to his family, which had again settled on an island, this time Little Abba in the White Nile south of Khartoum. This family passion for islands was linked to their occupation as boat builders. The timber they needed was there and, of course, the water. Their young religious son did a great deal of traveling in the Sudan, where he spread his message of world renunciation and religious revival. Prepare for redemption, pray for God's forgiveness and renounce the world was his message. But it also had a political side, for the Mahdi taught love of the poor at the same time and castigated the rulers for their pride and arrogance. Sent during this period the future Mahdi broke with his teacher. Shortly afterwards he found a disciple, Abdullahi, who would one day be the Mahdi's successor, the Khalifa. This was something to which he was truly entitled, for it was he who, having fainted twice after beholding his master, first revealed to him that he was the Mahdi. Registered the deliverer himself needed time to come to terms with this news, but before long made it known, first to his disciples, and later to a wider circle, though always in secret, that he was indeed the Mahdi. It was not until June 29, 1881 that he publicly proclaimed himself as such, not least in letters to various notables in which he made known his new role. Mahdi Mohammed presented some of the external characteristics a Mahdi was supposed to have according to the tradition, a birthmark on his right cheek and a gap between his two front teeth. He also had the right name, Mohammed. His family claimed to be descendants of the Prophet. For the rest, the facts could be adapted to the tradition with some imagination. Thus, tradition having it that the Mahdi would come from Mount Masa, he accordingly changed the name of the mountain on which he was living from Qadr to Masa degree registered. All this, however, does not fully explain his success. There was a sounder basis. Mahdiist expectations in the Sudan were running high. The Mahdi was to appear toward the end of the century, and on the Islamic calendar it was then the year 1298, that is, the end of the 13th century. There was also much resentment of, and opposition to, the Turkish administration, and protests against the low morals of the Egyptian governors. The Mahdi therefore found adherents in many different strata of the population, among the religiously inspired, among the slave traders threatened by Ismail's abolitionism, and among the peasants who groaned under Egyptian taxes. The ambitious attempts by the Egyptian administration not only 59. The Sudanese Mahdi to govern the Sudan but also to reform it, coupled with the internal weakness of that administration, explained a great deal about the phenomenal rise of Mahdism. Just like the movement led by Arabi Pasha, the success of the Mahdiysts was due in part to the breakdown of authority after the abdication of Ismail and Gordon's departure that followed. The weakness of the Egyptian administration was quickly revealed when it tried to suppress the Mahdiyist movement. 2 expeditions by the Egyptian army equipped with modern arms ended in crushing defeat following a confrontation with the spears, swords and sticks of the deliverer's adherents. His movement thereafter grew quickly in power and prestige. The message was simple enough: I am the Mahdi, the successor of God's prophet. Stop paying your taxes to the infidel Turks, and let any who come upon a Turk kill him, for the Turks are infidels. The Mahdi's words were heeded, and the dervishes, as his followers were known, won on all fronts. Their greatest triumph came on January 19, 1883 with the capture of El Obeid, the capital of Kordofan province. It was here that the Mahdi set up his headquarters and began to consolidate his new empire. The crisis. While the Mahdi's impassioned followers had swarmed across the Sudan in 1882, driving off the Egyptian army, the British had occupied Egypt. As 60. A result, they had also become involved in the problems of the Egyptian colony, the Sudan. Gladstone was not unsympathetic to the Mahdiysts. He was in favor of liberation movements and considered the fight of the dervishes in that light. He called them a people struggling to be free, and rightly struggling to be free. That was not the view of the Egyptian government. Its prestige had been struck an enormous blow by the events of September and was further undermined by what was happening in the Sudan. If Britain were to leave Egypt to its own devices and to withdraw again, and Britain wanted nothing more than the Khedive's authority would have to be restored first, and in the Sudan as well. Nevertheless, there could be no question of Britain, in addition to the burden of the occupation of Egypt, also taking on the job of restoring the Khedive's authority over the rebellious dervishes in an area stretching over many thousands of miles. The British government therefore found itself in a dilemma, the consequences of which were to prove anything but negligible. At first, Britain reacted with indifference. It allowed Egypt to go its own way, looking upon the Sudanese affair as a purely Egyptian matter. The Khedive Tewfik was anxious to restore Egyptian prestige by a military success in the Sudan. The British government, not yet used to its new role in Egypt, felt that this was none of its business. On the other hand, it raised no objection to having the expedition commanded by a retired Indian Army officer, Colonel William Hicks. The force looked impressive enough on the parade ground, some 10,000 men and 5,000 camels. But Hicks had no experience of the Sudan, and the tension between the few Europeans and the Egyptian officers was great. On September 27, 1883, the advance on El Obeid, the Mahdiyist heartland, began. The deliverer's troops were meanwhile no longer armed with faith alone, but also with guns. On November 1 they poured out of El Obeid to meet the expedition. On November 3 came the first skirmishes, and on November 5 the decisive battle was fought, not so much a battle as a slaughter. The Egyptian troops were mowed down, a mere 250 of them surviving the bloodbath. These included a single European, although not Hicks, who was killed. The Sudan was now in the hands of the Mahdi and his fuzzy wuzzies, as his soldiers were insultingly called. The consequences of the defeat were clear. The Sudan would have to be abandoned and the remnants of the Egyptian administration evacuated. The British drew these conclusions more quickly and easily than the Egyptians. The Egyptian Prime Minister, Sharif Pasha, refused to knuckle under. His successor, Nubar Pasha, on returning to Egypt from exile, did just that. The Sudan was to be evacuated as far as Wadi Halfa. Another British soldier was charged with this operation, General Gordon. 61. Gordon's last mission. The idea that Gordon would have to go to the Sudan to do something about the confused and bleak situation seemed only too obvious. Gordon was the traditional savior in times of need. He was admired in Britain for his heroic struggle against the slave traders, and as far as the press and public opinion were concerned, Gordon was the only man for the job. The government and the top civil servants thought differently, however. Their opinion of Gordon ranged from impossible and eccentric to half-cracked. They knew that his intellect was as fertile as it was erratic, and that he had an absolute need to be in sole charge. Gordon was not the kind of emissary that ministers and officials care to appoint, but he was the inevitable choice. Gordon could work miracles. If, as it was said, one Englishman was worth 20 fuzzy wuzzies, then Gordon was worth a whole army. That at least was the expectation. Gordon was available. True, he had just been asked by King Leopold, at Stanley's suggestion, to go and help Stanley in the Congo, and he had accepted the offer enthusiastically, but his country came first. For Gordon's last mission proved a history of confusion and misunderstandings. The original British plan had been to ask Gordon simply to report on the military situation in the Sudan. However, the British plenipotentiary in Egypt, Sir Evelyn Baring, insisted that Gordon also be put in charge of the evacuation. The instructions with which Gordon left London were ambiguous. He was charged with submitting a report, but was also authorized to carry out such duties as the Egyptian government might delegate to him through Baring. Gordon was not keen on either. What he wanted instead was to save the Sudan, come what may. On January 18, 1884, Gordon went to Charing Cross Station in London to take the boat train to Calais, the first stage on his journey to Cairo and Khartoum. The British government made the occasion a show of respect as well as of great haste. The Foreign Secretary, Lord Granville, bought Gordon's ticket. Wolseley, Britain's most famous general, carried his luggage, and the Duke of Cambridge, Commander-in-Chief of the British Army and a cousin of Queen Victoria, held the carriage door open for him. When the train was about to leave, Gordon discovered that he had forgotten his money as well as his timepiece. Wolseley emptied his pockets and handed over the contents as well as his gold watch to the traveler. The train then left. Once on the way, Gordon began to reflect upon his position and the objectives of his mission. He let it be known that he wanted to be made Governor-General and that he considered it his task to liberate the Sudanese people. The British government raised no objections, and the Khedive did in fact appoint him Governor-General after his arrival. Gordon, incidentally, considered that job no more than a stopgap. He thought that the 62. Khedive ought to appoint Al-Zubayr to this post in due course. That was quite a volte-face on Gordon's part, in view of the fact that Al-Zubayr had been the largest slave trader in the Sudan. But Gordon now declared that he had a mystic feeling that Al-Zubayr could be trusted. There were, moreover, rational grounds for the appointment. Gordon felt that Al-Zubayr was the only man who could stand up to the Mahdi. He believed that, notwithstanding his past, Al-Zubayr was a better choice for Britain, for Egypt, and for the Sudan than the Mahdi. Gordon left Cairo on January 26 and started to apply his policy, a mixture of evacuation, restoration, and reconciliation. He wanted to replace the Egyptian with the Sudanese administration. To that end, old Sudanese rulers had to be tracked down and reinstated. He even offered to recognize the Mahdi as governor of Kordofan, and meanwhile sent him a red cloak and head covering. The Mahdi's reply was as dignified as it was haughty. Know that I am the expected Mahdi, the successor of the Apostle of God. Thus I have no need of the Sultanate, nor of the kingdom of Kordofan or elsewhere, nor of the wealth of this world and its vanity. I am but the slave of God. As for the gift which you have sent us, may God reward you well for your goodwill and guide you to the right. It is returned to you herewith. That did not bode well. Gordon now changed his policy of reconciliation for one of confrontation. The Mahdi would have to be crushed. Responsibility for developments in the Sudan had thus come to rest entirely with Gordon and not with the government in London. Gordon now interpreted his evacuation task as demanding his presence in Khartoum until everyone who wanted to leave the Sudan had been given a chance to do so. On March 13, 1884, the native population north of Khartoum chose the Mahdi's side. Communications with Egypt were cut off, and in particular the telegraph line was brought down. Gordon was isolated. The siege of Khartoum had begun. The British government's hand had been forced. Prayers were said for Gordon in churches throughout Britain, and there were demonstrations in the streets. The British public clamored for a relief expedition. On August 5, 1884, Parliament voted the necessary credits, but the expedition, led by Gordon's friend Wolseley, did not leave until January 8, 1885. That was too late. On January 26 the Mahdist launched their decisive attack, a defector from Khartoum having shown them a weak spot in the defenses. Within a few hours the town had fallen and Gordon was dead. The Mahdists dipped their spears in his blood, severed his head, and carried it to Sladen in Omdurman for identification. On January 30 the Mahdi entered the sacked capital, but his stay was not prolonged. Khartoum became a dead city. The Mahdi state was to have its capital a few miles away, in Omdurman, City of Pearls, where the Mahdi established his seat, although he himself was not to reign there for long. On June 22, Gordon's death. 64 The occupation of Tunisia and Egypt. Gordon's head being shown to Sladen for identification. 1885, shortly after his triumph, he died of mysterious causes, typhus, smallpox, or poisoning, at the age of 40. On February 5, 1885, the news reached London that Khartoum had fallen and that Gordon had been killed. The Queen was deeply shocked, as was the whole nation. Gladstone was given the blame. He was compared to Pontius Pilate and to Judas Iscariot, and his nickname of the Gom, the Grand Old Man, was changed to the Mog, the murderer of Gordon. Gordon windows were installed in churches and cathedrals, Gordon clubs for boys were founded, a Gordon statue was erected in Trafalgar Square, and a Gordon monument put up in St. Paul's Cathedral. Gordon's family was awarded a handsome pension. Their matters rested. In an impulsive reaction, the cabinet gave Wolseley orders to challenge the Mahdi and if possible to recapture Khartoum, but that was more an upwelling of sentiment than a change in policy. In a subsequent debate in the House of Commons, Gladstone made it clear that he had no intention of keeping Britain in Egypt, let alone retaking the Sudan. Government policy was still 65. To withdraw from Egypt as soon as conditions allowed, and to evacuate the Sudan. In April 1885, when tempers had cooled and other imperial concerns above all on the northwest frontier of India were uppermost in people's minds, the government gave orders to stop all offensive actions in the Sudan. Lord Salisbury's Conservative government, which in June 1885 took over from Gladstone's for a brief span, did nothing to change that policy, notwithstanding its earlier protestations. The frontier of Egypt was drawn where it had been before Muhammad Ali had started Egypt's adventure in the Sudan, that is, near Wadi Halfa, on the Second Cataract. Now started a period of great expansion by the Mahdist state under the Mahdi's successor, the Khalifa Abdullahi, the man who had discovered the Mahdi. This expansion was directed to all 4 points of the compass, to the west, where Darfur was captured, to the east, where the Ethiopians were defeated, to the north, where Anglo-Egyptian border troops were challenged, although without much success, and to the south. Only in the west did it meet with opposition. There the Mahdaists clashed with another expansionist force, the rulers of the Congo Free State. 2 years after Gordon's death, the Mahdaists were firmly established. The expeditions dispatched against them had been beaten back. The Khalifa reigned over an empire half the size of Europe. He wrote a letter to Queen Victoria inviting her to come to Omdurman to submit and to convert to Islam. Similar letters were addressed to the Khedive and the Sultan of Turkey. Envoys took these letters to Cairo, and were told that the monarchs had no wish to reply. 6. Conclusion. France began the partition of Africa. Whether we date this beginning to the new policy in West Africa or to the occupation of Tunisia, the French were the first. Nor was the policy altogether new. French intervention in Senegal was the resumption of an older policy of conquest, the incursion into Tunisia the logical consequence of the occupation of Algeria and of growing European interest in that country. That Tunisia would someday fall into the European sphere of influence had been apparent, but not that it would become French. The competing powers kept one another in check for a time, but after the Congress of Berlin Britain had to offer France something in exchange for Cyprus. Tunisia was suggested, and Bismarck agreed. Against all the odds, therefore, the Regency went, not to Italy, but to France. 66. The French presence in Tunisia was thus the result of a number of special circumstances, the consent, indeed the encouragement, of the powers, a patriotic lobby, and above all an auspicious political situation. To strike during an election year was a daring feat, but in the event it succeeded. A year later, during the Egyptian crisis, things were different and the French government held off. The British, for their part, did strike on that occasion. This came as a surprise. Traditionally, Great Britain considered that the greatest strategic threat in the eastern Mediterranean came from Russia and that this threat would have to be warded off from Constantinople, not from Cairo. But this did not mean that Great Britain had to allow Egypt to become a French sphere of influence. After all, Britain had considerable financial and commercial interests in that country, and then of course there was the Suez Canal. Degree British policy was accordingly aimed at maintaining the status quo in Egypt. That, however, proved impossible. Growing European influence inevitably transformed internal conditions, modernization altered the social structure, and the debt question influenced Egypt's foreign relations. The establishment of Anglo-French dual control of Egyptian finances in 1876 was a consequence of the last of these factors, the revolution of Arabi Pasha in 1888 the result of the first. The hardliners in the British cabinet insisted that something be done about it. But what? Gladstone would have liked to restore the port's authority. That solution appealed to his legalistic mind. However, it was unacceptable to France, which feared that it might pave the way for a Turkish return to Tunisia. For the British cabinet, the preservation of the Anglo-French Entente, and in its wake international approval of joint Anglo-French intervention in the name of a European consensus, was of prime importance. French unilateral action had to be avoided at any cost. The French wanted to intervene. Gladstone was painfully surprised by the lack of liberal conviction shown by his fellow liberal Gambetta, and by the latter's refusal to stand by the parliamentary movement in Egypt. Think of Bismarck and the Turk fighting the battle of representative and popular principles against us, he wrote to Granville, his foreign secretary. Degree. Conditions at home, however, left him no choice. Reluctantly, he followed his French colleague along the path of intervention. The fact that at the crucial moment France failed to turn up was also a consequence of domestic politics, this time in France. Gambetta's cabinet fell on January 27, 1882 over the question of electoral reform. Freycinet, his successor, was afraid to take the risk, and rightly so. The French chamber was not in favor. The British cabinet had thus to make a solitary decision, though it cannot be properly called a decision. Britain's hand was being forced by the British representatives in Egypt who had been at the receiving end of Arabi's challenge, and who now had the choice either of striking back or of allowing themselves to be humiliated. Put like that, the decision was not hard to make. The crucial fact was that, thanks to the Anglo-French alliance on 67, the one hand and local initiatives on the other, Britain had no alternative to military intervention. The Egyptian question was dominated by Anglo-French rivalry. That, incidentally, did not mean that the other powers had no interest in the matter. The sublime but bankrupt Porte did not, of course, play a significant part. Its sovereignty was invoked or overridden as the situation demanded. Italy and Russia stood on the sidelines, gnashing their teeth and powerless. For as long as Britain and France steered the same course and Bismarck gave his blessing to this tandem, they had but one role to play, that of spectator. That much the 1878 Congress of Berlin had, in any case, made clear. Bismarck had no objection to the turn affairs were taking. He did not want to see France humiliated further, but neither did he want to see it strengthened. As for Great Britain, he was pleased to hold out a protective hand over what he considered to be its legitimate business in a region where German interests were as good as non-existent. British friendship was certainly worth that much. Thus in 1882 Great Britain stepped inadvertently and reluctantly into Egypt, and so matters would remain until 1951. That had certainly not been the intention. Great Britain wanted a neutral and independent Egypt without French influence and under informal British control. Even the French-beaten rivals though they were did not believe that Britain had intended to establish itself in Egypt all by itself and permanently so. In 1877 Britain sent the diplomat Sir Henry Drummond Wolff to Istanbul offering a British evacuation and the restoration of direct Turkish rule over Egypt. The Sultan was afraid that this might lead to even greater interference by Britain in Turkey, and he accordingly declined. Various British governments repeated the promise given by Gladstone's administration, namely, that Britain would withdraw from Egypt at the earliest possible opportunity. Between 1882 and 1922 this promise was repeated 66 times. It was given by word of mouth and in writing and enshrined in conventions, but never put into practice, for the earliest possible opportunity meant that peace, order, and security had to be guaranteed, and these conditions never prevailed. Great Britain remained in Egypt as an occupying power and de facto ruler, but one whose legal position was not defined until December 18, 1914, when Egypt became a British protectorate. Its occupation of Egypt placed Great Britain in a difficult position. It became responsible for the country's finances, then in a perilous state. To remedy the situation the financial system would have to be changed. Revenues that should have been paid into the caisse de la dette publique for the benefit of bondholders would have to be diverted into the treasury, which could only be done with the consent of the powers involved in the settlement of the debt. On June 28, 1884 the British government convened a conference in London in an attempt to find a solution to this problem. 68. The attempt failed, mainly because of the opposition of Bismarck and Ferry. In March 1885, however, agreement was finally reached. The new regulations, laid down in the London Convention of that year, amounted to continued international supervision of Egypt's finances. The caisse de la dette was continued but enlarged with a Russian and a German member. France and Great Britain together thus no longer held the majority, and Germany came in practice to occupy a key position. It could now, if it wanted, put Great Britain under pressure by waving its Egyptian stick. It was yet another problem for Britain. All extra revenue, what was left over after paying the bondholders' coupons and covering the minimum state expenses, had to be divided between state and debtors. This meant that if the administrators of Egypt wanted to spend £10 on improving roads or the army, they had to raise £20 in taxes. That was something not even the able financier Sir Evelyn Baring, who pulled the financial and other strings in Egypt as British agent and consul general from 1883 to 1907, was able to accomplish. Egypt's finances thus never recovered. This particular arrangement was not the better of two evils for Great Britain, but rather a combination of two evils, sole political responsibility, but financial dependence on the agreement of other countries. The Whigs in Gladstone's cabinet were opposed to the arrangement, but they were outvoted by the progressive members of the cabinet. The latter did not worry over much about the disadvantages because they did not mean Great Britain to stay very long in Egypt. For them the good relations with France following the settlement were more important than the drawbacks. The London Convention presented various British governments with a difficult dilemma: either the British taxpayer had to pick up the Egyptian bill, with all the electoral consequences that entailed, or else the powers must be made to clip the coupons, with all the diplomatic consequences stemming from that. Britain had become the prisoner of Egypt. France could not stomach the loss of its influence in Egypt, and it refused to recognize the British occupation. For more than 20 years it would try to reopen the Egyptian question, to challenge Britain on the Nile and to seek compensation elsewhere. Britain, for its part, felt compelled to protect not only Egypt but also Egypt's lifeline, the Nile. Its influence spread, first to the Sudan, then to the Great Lakes, and finally, as Gladstone on one somber occasion had predicted it would, as far as the Cape and Zanzibar. The British occupation of Egypt, unwanted and unplanned though it was, thus had a marked influence on the partition of Africa. It determined its course and its form. However, it was not its cause. For that would have meant that, without the Egyptian question, there would have been no partition of Africa, which is of course nonsense. The trend of enmeshing the Black Continent in the European diplomatic network was irresistible. The desire for a slice of the African cake was alive not only in Great Britain, 69, and in France but also, and increasingly so, in other countries. Their rivalry would make itself felt all over Africa. Great Britain had put this process in motion. Before long it would be accelerated, thanks to the actions of France and of King Leopold of Belgium. 1. The 1870s the Congo was discovered by Europeans. The travels of Brazza, 1875 to 1878, and above all those of Stanley, 1874 to 1877, captured the imagination of a European public avid for knowledge. Geographical societies enjoyed great popularity. Stanley's journey was sponsored by two newspapers, one English and the other American. His account of his expedition through Africa, entitled Through the Dark Continent, became an international bestseller. In it Stanley extolled the great promise of the Congo, which he said was more fertile than the Mississippi Valley, and spoke of a new India, highly suited to trade and colonization. In addition to scientific and commercial considerations, however, there were also humanitarian motives for opening up the region. The slave trade, cannibalism, and paganism in this part of Africa were rife, inviting European intervention. Central Africa thus became the object of keen European interest, not least politically. This was a novel development, since scarcely anything had been known until then about the region save that it was dreaded for its appalling climate. The Congo region is part of what goes by the name of Central or Middle Africa, a somewhat confusing label because it can be applied in different ways. Broadly speaking, it refers to the area between the Sudan and South Africa, stretching from Cameroon to Angola in the west, and from Mogadishu to Mozambique in the east. The term is seldom used in that sense, however, because the area east of the Great Lakes is usually treated as part of East Africa. In fact, therefore, what we are particularly concerned with here is the western part. The center of the area consists of tropical rainforest. To the north lies savanna and to the south a zone of open forest. The whole of this region is dominated by the Congo or Zaire, a river which, with a length of some 3,000 miles, is one of the longest in Africa. Its basin, too, is immense, the river drawing its water from an area measuring nearly 1.5 million square miles, that is, from an area bigger than India. At Boma the river discharges into an estuary which, though wide, is no match for the gigantic deltas of the Niger and the Nile. Upstream the Congo quickly becomes unavigable because of the large cataracts at Matadi. The region 74 has a sparse population characterized by great variety. More than 200 languages are spoken, and there were once hundreds of independent communities. There were no large towns and markets, no riches to attract traders from distant parts. Economic life was not very highly developed, consisting as it did, in addition to hunting and gathering, of nomadic animal husbandry and sedentary agriculture. Little is known about the political history of the region. Our sources are scant, and African historiography is in its infancy. Historians distinguish various kingdoms such as those of Lunda and Luba, but our knowledge of these is limited. In the 19th century the eastern part was largely dominated by traders and colonists from East Africa, at the time referred to as Arabs, though they were in fact what we nowadays call Swahilis, that is, East Africans from an area nominally under the control of the Sultan of Zanzibar. The leading potentate in the area, the man who had subjected a large part of eastern Zaire, was Hamed Ibn Mohammed, better known as Tippu-Tip. Tippu-Tip, 1837–1905, was born in Zanzibar. His father was Arab, his mother Swahili. He had gone to the Congo at an early age, and founded his empire on the Lualaba. From about 1870 to 1890 Tippu-Tip was the most powerful man in the eastern Congo. His lieutenants ransacked large parts of the country in search of ivory and slaves, while he presided over a veritable regime of terror. Tippu-Tip was nominally answerable to the Sultan of Zanzibar, and when Europeans began to penetrate the region he did his utmost to have the Sultan's sovereignty over the interior recognized by the great powers, an attempt which failed. He then decided to side with Leopold II, on whose behalf he governed the eastern Congo from 1887 to 1892. The great slave trader thus entered the service of the great anti-slavery champion. European interest was in the main, of course, focused on the western Congo. It went back to 1482, when the Portuguese navigator Diogo Cao first came across the mouth of the Congo. In 1485, during another voyage, he sailed up the Congo as far as Matadi. In 1492 and 1493 the Portuguese advanced as far as what is now called Pool Malbo, formerly known as Stanley Pool, where Leopoldville, Kinshasa, would later rise up. Europeans were not to advance much further in the next few centuries. The Portuguese came into contact with the king of the Congo, whom they were able to convert to Christianity. His kingdom was considerable in size, taking in all of northern Angola and parts of the Congo and Gabon. Relations were given a fresh boost with the rise of the Atlantic slave trade, that part of the African west coast becoming an important slaving center. The slave trade, however, aroused increasing moral revulsion, and its economic importance decreased with the advent of the Industrial Revolution. In 1804 the Danes, then ensconced in West Africa, were the first to ban the slave. The Congo and the creation of the Free State Sevens. Trade. More significantly, the British followed suit in 1807 at the time of the Napoleonic Wars, when the British Navy ruled the seas and the British seized the slave ships, freeing the slaves. The British colony of Sierra Leone was settled with these freed black slaves, as the name of its capital, Freetown, reminds us. The French set up so-called villages de liberté for their former slaves, and in 1848 founded a French Freetown, Libreville, in Gabon. The struggle against slavery was, however, long and arduous. Following the Napoleonic Wars, the slave trade even expanded, and until the 1860s slaves continued to be shipped across the Atlantic. In the first half of the 19th century slavery was still big business, dominated by the Portuguese. About one half of all slaves came from the Angola-Congo region. Between 1858 and 1878, when slavery was in the gradual process of being abolished, even in the Portuguese colonies, a legitimate form of trade developed in these parts, trade in agricultural products. Just as in West Africa, it was based mainly on palm oil and palm kernels, and to a lesser extent on ivory and rubber. Many trading companies were set up on the coast or in the Congo Delta. The French and Portuguese, but also the British and Dutch, were involved, the last two being the most successful. In political terms, however, France and Portugal dominated the coast. The Portuguese sphere of influence in particular was very extensive, stretching as far as Cabinda to the north of the Congo and to the south of it from Ambras to Bengala, and later to Mossamedes, which they founded in 1840. Luanda was the center, the only genuinely European town between Senegal and Cape Town. The French were to be found mainly to the north, on the coast of Gabon, although the French colony had declined to such an extent by about 1860 that the French seriously thought of abandoning it. Matters never came to that, however. As elsewhere in Africa, there were thus several European settlements along the coast of Central Africa during the 19th century. The usual pattern was for Europeans to consolidate their respective spheres of influence on the coast and then extend their authority to the hinterland. That would in all likelihood have been the case here as well, if an extraordinary phenomenon had not arisen, the emergence in the 1880s, out of nothing as it were, of a European colony in the African interior. Here the Belgian king, Leopold II, founded, not as king but as a private individual, a state the borders of which he was able to persuade the European powers to recognize. As a result, the French and Portuguese colonies on the coast were prevented from expanding inland, their path blocked by the newly formed Congo Free State, later to be the Belgian Congo, and later still Zaire, the second largest state in Africa. This extraordinary development came about as the result of the obsessions, ambitions, and political genius of just one man, King Leopold II of Belgium. 76. 1. Belgium and Leopold II. Belgium and the colonies. Of the many strange events that occurred during the partition of Africa, events in the Congo were perhaps the most incongruous. The upshot of all the confusion surrounding them was that Belgium, one of the smallest countries in Europe, acquired one of the largest and richest colonies in Africa, and that despite the fact that Belgium had decided to have no truck with colonies. In 19th century Europe, Belgium was an unusual phenomenon. Before 1830 it did not exist as an independent state, but was part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, founded in 1814. Its creation reflected the anti-revolutionary sentiments of the powers and their determination to keep France in check. Nationalism, however, appeared to be stronger than this objective, and the United Kingdom of the Netherlands broke up, after a brief and not very harmonious union, to the relatively muted accompaniment of operatic music and scuffles in the streets. The Belgian rebels of 1830 were politically inspired by liberal and nationalist ideals, but needed a monarchist state to render their objectives acceptable to Palmerston and Metternich, the legitimist and anti-revolutionary guardians of the European peace. They chose as their candidate for the throne a man who might have become the British prince consort had his wife not died prematurely, and king of Greece had he wanted to. But Leopold of Saxe-Coburg wanted no such thing. What he had set his sights on was the Belgian throne, and he discharged his exalted duties with as much zest as success. His kingdom was and is small but not insignificant. Belgium's strategic position was important enough to preoccupy the powers, and Great Britain in particular, so important in fact that they guaranteed its neutrality by treaty. Economically, the situation of Belgium was no less remarkable. The population was not large. In 1865 the country had nearly 5 million inhabitants, but that number was to rise fairly quickly. Belgium was one of the most highly developed countries in Europe, a land of railroads, mines, and blast furnaces. 1/3 of the population was engaged in industry. The Belgian economy was open and vulnerable and affected by the turbulent fluctuations of the European economic climate. This meant that in 1865, when Leopold II acceded to the throne, Belgium became sucked into the great economic boom, only to be drawn then into the long depression that lasted from 1873 until the end of the century. Although the Scheldt was open once more to navigation and the maritime activity of Antwerp was far from negligible, Belgium was geared more to industry than to trade, to the continent than to overseas business. In that respect, it differed from its northern neighbor. Moreover, and that Belgium and Leopold 277 was another great difference, it had no colonies. There were a number of reasons for this. To begin with, the new liberal economic doctrine taught that colonies served no purpose. The old monopolistic practices were anathema to the new disciples of free trade. If colonies, according to the economic gospel of the day, had to be open to the services and goods of all countries, then they were nothing but a burden to the home country, which after all had to pick up the bill for administration and defense without receiving very much in return. In the middle and also during the third quarter of the 19th century, anti-colonialism was a trend to be reckoned with. Not only did such small countries as the Netherlands and Denmark reject the possession of African colonies as futile, but such big countries as Great Britain and France were giving consideration to doing the same. Belgium had additional reasons for eschewing colonial adventures. It lacked a navy to protect any overseas possessions. Were it to take any bull-like steps into that international China shop, it might easily jeopardize its neutrality, and hence its very existence. Its attempt at colonization in Guatemala in 1845 had proved a fiasco. Small wonder, then, that Belgium was an anti-colonial country. Leopold I, the second king of the Belgians, had different ideas, however. Leopold II, 1835 to 1909, was a strange character. To begin with, he was a man of gargantuan proportions. He was big and had big ideas, albeit he often acted in petty ways. He was tall and sturdily built, with a flowing beard and far too large a nose, of which his mother spoke slightingly. The love she bore him was not very great, but considerable by comparison with that of his father, whom he was not allowed to see without a formal request for an audience. Not surprisingly, then, Leopold lavished his own overflowing affections on persons outside his marriage and family circle. His appetite was as insatiable in bed as it was at the table, and as indiscriminate. The precise number of his mistresses was unknown, but only too well known were his countless visits to brothels, where his predilection for minors caused a scandal even in a world renowned for its tolerance of royal excesses. For Leopold this turned out to be a special advantage. His reputation was so scandalous as to disguise the fact that his many visits to the capitals of Europe had objectives beyond the untiring search for new sensations in bed or at the table. Leopold felt no less passionate about and generous to his country than he did about some of his mistresses. In a sense he forced his love even upon Belgium. Unlike other mistresses, however, his subjects put up some resistance. From early youth, Leopold had taken a keen interest in everything connected with trade, navigation, and overseas expansion. His model was the 78 the Congo and the creation of the Free State. King Leopold II. Netherlands, particularly the Dutch possessions in the east, and quite especially Java. On February 17, 1860 he delivered his first great speech to the Belgian Senate, where, as heir to the throne, he had had a seat ever since his 18th birthday. The subject of this maiden speech was the encouragement of overseas trade and exports. He concluded with a veiled but unmistakable plea for colonial expansion. His evocation of the glorious past of the great trading companies ended with a reference to the profits Java was then pouring into Dutch coffers. This was the first of Leopold's many professions of faith, the beginning of a long but vain missionary campaign among his compatriots. It was also the result of Leopold's long intellectual preparation as Duke of Brabant. His interest in overseas countries dated back to his honeymoon in Egypt and the Near East, where he had gaped in admiration at the spectacular projects and plans for dams and canals. During the 10 years between his minority and his accession to the throne in 1865 he had spent much time weighing up the chances of a Belgian incursion into the same field. His alacrity reflected the lack of discrimination so characteristic of him in other fields. Young Leopold expressed his thoughts so open-heartedly that their very shamelessness had something disarming about it. His many corps, Belgium and Leopold 272. Respondents were swamped with suggestions and enticements, with questions and requests. "Are the Philippines for sale?" he asked a Spanish correspondent. "Would you perhaps consider organizing an expedition to China?" he wrote to Queen Victoria, offering her Belgian troops as an afterthought. His mentality was more that of a buccaneer or a mafioso than of a king. Thus he wrote in 1859, "Incredible riches are to be found in Japan. The emperor's treasury is immense and poorly guarded." The emphasis was his own degree. Leopold's thinking bore witness to so crude and exploitative drive that it is astonishing how successful he was in putting up a facade of virtue, investing the start of his African adventure with an aura of missionary and philanthropic beneficence shammed with masterly skill. The turning point on his path to a more down-to-earth, but no less self-seeking, colonial doctrine came in 1861. At the end of that year Leopold came across a book that provided him with fresh ammunition for his colonial ideas, J.W.B. Money's Java, or How to Manage a Colony. The author was a British lawyer who in 1858, after a 4-year stay in India, had travelled to Java, mainly because he had heard that it was a beautiful island, with a fine climate, easy travelling and an opera registered, but money found more than that in Java. He was particularly impressed by the achievements of the Dutch colonial administration and especially by the cultivation system, which poured impressive funds into the Dutch treasury. Money hoped that his book might serve as a lesson for his British compatriots in India. In that it failed. The Dutch agricultural policy, based as it was on forced labor and state monopoly, was far too illiberal, too much in conflict with the spirit of the times to appeal to Britain, that bulwark of free trade and free enterprise. For the illustrious reader in Brussels, however, the book proved to be a godsend. Java was to become his great model, his colonial paradigm. "Java," he wrote, "is an inexhaustible gold mine. The question can therefore be put as follows: is it advantageous to own a gold mine?" At first, his thoughts focused on the East. "Do you know of an island in Oceania, the China Sea or the Indian Ocean, which might suit us?" he asked a Belgian naval officer in 1861. He also had a penchant for Borneo. At a later stage, New Guinea was to attract his attention, and so were Formosa, Tonkin, Sumatra, and others. One after the other they led to plans, projects, probes, all of which ultimately came to nothing. Following Leopold's accession to the throne, however, a marked change took place. The end remained the same, namely, to give Belgium a colony, but the means were different. Leopold now realized that his country, or at least his government, wanted nothing to do with colonial expansion. Fortiter in re, suaviter in modo, strong as far as the principle is concerned, but flexible in the execution, he remained true to his dream, but changed his tack. From now on he would operate as a private individual, with the prestige of sovereignty and his family fortune behind him of course, but free of government and parliamentary constraints. 80. Constitutional prince in Belgium, an independent entrepreneur outside, such was Leopold's new strategy. In 1869 he wrote grandly, "I promise solemnly to ask nothing from the Minister of Finance." He did not quite keep that promise, but it was indeed the basis of his further operations. Henceforth these would take place in a unique world of societies and committees, companies and enterprises founded by himself. In name always international and almost always philanthropic, they became increasingly opaque and complex in practice. "L'union fait la force, unity is strength," is the motto of the Belgian state. But Leopold himself lived more in accord with words taken from Schiller's Wilhelm Tell, "Der stark ist am mächtigsten allein," the strong is mightiest alone. 2. The Brussels Conference and its consequences. All Leopold's colonial ambitions in the Indian and Pacific Oceans having come to nothing, he eventually acquired a colony in the heart of darkest Africa, an area in which there seemed to be small scope for modern agricultural methods or surpluses. Thus a yawning gap lay between the king's dream and the reality. Leopold had come by a colony he had never dreamed of, and one in which he, great traveler though he was, would never set foot. The history of this strange course of events is a tale full of surprises, Coincidences, changes of tack and turns of fate. It is hard to tell precisely when it was that Leopold first turned his thoughts to Africa. As early as 1863 he mentioned a Belgian domain that might be set up, be it in China, be it in Japan, be it in Borneo, be it in Central America, be it on the coast of Africa, a wide choice, indeed. In 1873 there was a plan for, or at least the idea of, founding an East Africa Company in Portuguese Mozambique and then taking over the territory in which it traded. However, for the time being this African domain was not to be taken wholly seriously. Until 1875 Leopold's thoughts remained fixed on far horizons in the East. The reluctance of the colonial powers to respond to Leopold's somewhat indiscreet advances was so great, however, that even the impetuous and persistent king grew discouraged. On August 22, 1875 he wrote to his confidant, Auguste de Lamarmont, that the Spanish authorities would not hear of ceding the Philippines, his old dream. The situation seemed bleak. Neither the Spaniards, nor the Portuguese, nor yet the Hollanders are prepared to sell. I am planning to find out discreetly if there is anything to do in Africa. Although not everything was to 81. Happen very discreetly, Leopold did find something to do in Africa in the years to come. Exploration and explorers. That Africa was gradually to attract Leopold's attention need not surprise us. In the 1870s Africa was as exciting a destination as the moon was in the 1960s. It was also very nearly as unknown. There were fewer travelers in Africa then than there are astronauts today, and they were at least as famous. The most famous of them all were of course Livingstone, Stanley, and Brazza. David Livingstone, 1813 to 1873, physician, missionary and explorer, had little to do with the partition of Africa in the narrow sense, though the problem that occupied him during the last years of his life certainly did. Livingstone had been on a number of great journeys. His travels through Africa from Luanda on the west coast to Quelimane on the east coast constituted the most famous of these before he decided to explore the sources of the Nile in 1866. During one of his journeys in 1871 he followed the course of the Lualaba, the long and mighty river which is in fact the western headstream of the Congo. Livingstone, however, was convinced that it was a continuation of the Nile. He was mistaken, but the result was that Central Africa became the focus of the exploration effort, to be probed from West Africa as well as from East Africa. Livingstone had crossed Africa from west to east. The first explorer to cross the continent from east to west was Lovett Cameron. It took him 2.5 years to cut through from Bagamoyo in East Africa to the west coast, arriving in Luanda at the mouth of the Congo on November 22, 1875. He had not managed to follow the Lualaba and the Congo all the way, something Stanley was to do soon afterwards, but he had become convinced that the Lualaba was the continuation of the Congo and not of the Nile. In passing, he took possession of these regions for Britain in the name of the Queen, but he had not counted on mid-Victorian revulsion for colonial obligations. That feeling was still strong enough at the time to lead to the rejection of all such annexations out of hand. The last thing Great Britain needed, the Foreign Office opined, was more jungles and more savages. The man who continued Cameron's work, Henry Morton Stanley, was to become the most famous explorer of his day and the greatest in the history of African exploration. He gained his fame above all as the man who found Livingstone, but he has remained famous as the man who uttered the bizarre, Dr. Livingstone, I presume. The life of this unusual man has been the subject of many biographies. Henry Morton Stanley, 1841 to 1904, whose real name was John Rowlands, was born on January 28, 1841 in Denbigh, Wales. The baptismal 82. Register states that his mother's name was Elizabeth Perry and that John Rowlands acknowledged paternity. Although this seems clear enough, the word bastard was added to make doubly certain. John Rowlands was a farmer and a drunkard, Elizabeth Perry a butcher's daughter who worked as a maid in London and now and then returned to her native village to be confined. She was to have another 3 illegitimate children, and accordingly earned a certain reputation in her birthplace. John Rowlands Jr. was first boarded out with his grandfather, and after the latter's death with neighbors. This arrangement proving unsatisfactory, in 1847 the boy was sent to the St. Asaph Union Workhouse, nowadays still in use as the H. M. Stanley Hospital. Charles Dickens has left us a description of the 19th-century workhouse as poignant as Dante's description of hell, and the resemblance between the two was indeed remarkable. Not surprisingly, the boy ran away from the place. After some wanderings he signed on in December 1858 as a cabin boy on a ship bound for New Orleans. In America he discovered not only a new homeland but also a new father in the person of a rich cotton merchant, Henry Hope Stanley. This man adopted the young Welshman, who from his 19th year took the name Henry Morton Stanley. The old merchant died in state just as the American Civil War broke out, and Stanley did not therefore go into the family business. He fought at first with the South, was taken prisoner, and then re-enlisted with the North. His true calling, however, was not soldiering but being a war correspondent. In this capacity he made a name for himself, but when the Civil War was over there was not much to report in America, and he became a roving reporter. He saw Spain, Ethiopia, Greece, Turkey. At the time there were wars, expeditions and adventures enough. Then his new employer, the owner of the New York Herald, gave him the assignment that was to make him famous: find Livingstone. Livingstone was the darling of the British public, mainly thanks to his noble fight against the slave trade and his missionary fervor, albeit he converted only one African, who later abandoned his faith like so many others. Livingstone had searched eagerly for the sources of the Nile and, again like so many others, in the wrong place. In 1870, after years of searching, he had vanished into the wilderness without a sign of life. Early in 1871 Stanley left from Zanzibar to start his great adventure. On November 10, 1871 he did at long last find Livingstone, and spoke the words that were to take their place among the most famous in history. After the meeting, glasses were raised with the champagne Stanley carried on all his travels. On March 14, 1872 the paths of the two explorers parted again. Stanley returned to the civilized world. Livingstone, in bad health, remained behind, determined to continue the search for the sources of the Nile. He died in May 1873. That month, Stanley returned to the coast a famous man. Soon afterwards he set out on the great journey that would make 83 him even more famous. On behalf of the New York Herald and the Daily Telegraph he led what became known as the Anglo-American Expedition, a journey from coast to coast intended to solve all the remaining mysteries. How big was Lake Victoria? Was it the source of the Nile? Was the Lualaba, discovered by Livingstone, the headstream of the Nile, of the Congo or of the Niger? Stanley claimed to have completed the journey in precisely 999 days, the actual figure was 1002. He reached Boma, in the Congo estuary, on August 9, 1877. For the history of the Congo this journey was of first importance. Stanley had shown that, past Stanley Pool, the river provided excellent access to Central Africa. He recognized a great opportunity here for his native Britain, which had always remained dear to him but which held him in little esteem in return. Stanley's reputation was far from spotless. Unlike the universally revered Livingstone, he was considered a dubious character. His achievements might be impressive, but his methods were open to question. During his expedition he often acted ruthlessly. He himself traveled in almost boundless luxury. He never went anywhere without a portable bed, a silver toilet set and ample supplies of champagne. The British did not think very highly of Stanley in other respects, either. His looks were not very striking. He was short, corpulent, and had a red face. Queen Victoria called him a determined, ugly, little man with a strong American twang. Registered his manners were vulgar. But he was strong and exceptionally healthy, and was as a rule the only white man to survive the expeditions he led. A famous photograph depicts him as the Superman, Beulah Materi, the breaker of rocks. The British Geographical Society at first considered him a charlatan, but was later to acknowledge its error. Stanley's poor reputation in Britain was due not least to his enmity with John Kirk, the British consul and uncrowned viceroy in Zanzibar, who had much that was unfavourable to say about him, and called Stanley's journey a disgrace to humanity. A great deal was written about the harshness and brutality of Stanley's actions, and there was much speculation about his character, the deficiencies in which were not surprising in a man with his childhood experiences. He is said to have been aggressive and domineering, but also sentimental, hypersensitive, unbusinesslike, and frustrated. Repressed homosexual and sadomasochist are but two of the many epithets used about him. Registered Kirk's campaign and the lack of interest in Africa's interior shown by Disraeli and Salisbury explain the cool reception Stanley's plans received in Great Britain. The warm attention paid him by King Leopold must therefore have been balm for the soul of the hard-pressed explorer. Stanley entered Leopold's service and stayed with the king until 1885, after which he was to lead the Emin Pasha relief expedition before returning to his beloved Britain. He gave lectures all over the world and became a member of the House of Commons and even of the Athenaeum Club. In 1899 he, 84, was knighted. He married, adopted a child and retired to a country estate in Surrey, turning its garden into a mini-free state, complete with jungle and Stanley Pool. Stanley's taste continued to be controversial. He died in 1904. Our third Congo explorer, Savorgnan de Brazza, was an entirely different type. Brazza, 1852 to 1905, was a man with as confusing a background as Stanley's, albeit a very different one. While Stanley was an illegitimate child, brought up and kept down in a British workhouse, Brazza was the son of a Roman nobleman, grew up in a prosperous and respected home, and enjoyed patronage all his life. Just as Stanley was a British citizen who became a naturalized American but remained a British patriot, so Brazza, too, was a man torn between two countries, an Italian with a fiery French patriotism, who was never to be accepted in his chosen milieu, the French Navy. Pierre Savorgnan de Brazza was born in Rome in 1852, the seventh son in a family of 12. His father and a friend of the family, the French Admiral Louis de Montagnac, steered the young man's interest toward the Navy, the French Navy, that is at an early age. That was because no Italian Navy existed at the time, any more than Italy did itself. His parents were ardent supporters of the Pope and hence opposed to the House of Savoy. They did not want Pierre to serve in Victor Emmanuel's fleet, and unfortunately there was no papal equivalent. All the same, the Roman Catholic Church did its best to advance the career of this young Roman gentleman, the papal nuncio in Paris acting as his faithful protector. Fate, moreover, decreed that his other protector, Admiral de Montagnac, was made naval minister in 1874. Thanks to the admiral's intervention, Brazza was allowed to enter the French Naval Academy in 1868 as a foreign student. At the time he was 16 years old. 2 years later he went on his first naval tour, but he could not become an officer without being a Frenchman, and he could not become a Frenchman until he was of age. Biding his time, he was finally naturalized on August 13, 1874, but once again the rules were against him. The seniority of a naval officer depended on the date of his naturalization. Once more, protection came to his aid when the rules and the hostility of the French naval establishment put obstacles in his path. Montagnac was able to have him commissioned and placed in charge of an expedition to Africa. That was in 1875. Brazza's great passion was voyages of discovery, so much so that while still at the Naval Academy he had gone on a strict diet to inure himself to the hunger all explorers had to face sooner or later. The Agao estuary had been in French hands since the 1840s, and the possession would later grow to become the colony of Gabon. That lay in the future, however, and in the early 1870s the colony even seemed doomed. There was little trade, and that entirely in British hands. Colonial administration was costly. For these reasons France was planning, during 85. The very year of Brazza's expedition, to wind the colony up or, better still, to make a deal with Great Britain. 2. The Africans along the lower reaches of the river were causing problems, protecting their trade monopoly with success. Brazza's brief was to sail up the Agau, find the source of the river, and try to make contact with more hospitable tribes along its upper course. He was granted a year's salary in advance, a credit of 10,000 francs, and the help of 2 white traveling companions, one a doctor, the other a quartermaster. The Minister of Education then added a biologist. Thus 4 white men and 17 black men arrived in Lambarene on November 13, 1875 for a journey that was to take 3 years. Brazza's expedition took him up the Agau, through the tropical rainforest to the upper reaches of the river, where Franceville would later be founded. There he came upon an area of savanna inhabited by sedentary farmers. The Baik, as these people were called, also practiced weaving and maintained trading links with tribes along the Alama. Brazza advanced into the basin of this tributary of the Congo. The regions he crossed appeared to be rich in desirable raw materials, especially rubber and ivory, while the natives for their part seemed keen on European products. Brazza had discovered an unknown and relatively simple access route to the upper Congo basin. A new future beckoned in Gabon. Brazza's expedition heralded a fledgling colonial development in typical French style, neither political nor commercial, but romantic, military, exotic, and adventurous. It sprang from the ambition, application, and tenacity of a single man. The credit issued to Brazza had been intended to cover an expedition lasting 1 year, which in the event lasted for 3. The money was not nearly enough, therefore, but the French government refused to provide any more. Fortunately, Brazza's mother sent him funds from Rome. In the end, Brazza paid more than half the costs out of his own pocket. Though France showered him with honors, admitted him to the Legion of Honor, and decorated him with a variety of ribbons and medals, the Navy refused to grant him the promotion he was owed. The famous explorer remained outranked by his classmates, which did not, however, diminish his burning French patriotism. Indeed, he was to take a step on behalf of his adopted country even richer in consequences. Unasked, he claimed the Congo for France. However, this step brought him into direct conflict with France's great rival in Central Africa, Leopold II. The Geographical Conference of 1876. In 1875, when Leopold began to hatch his African plans, these explorers were all still out in the bush. Cameron surfaced again in November 1875. Brazza sailed for Africa that same month and was not to return until 3 years later, in Gabon. Stanley's journey through darkest Africa took from 1874 to 1878. News of these travels, however, did filter through to Europe. 86. And Leopold followed the reports with keen interest. In August 1875 the Congress of the French Geographical Society was held in Paris. Leopold used the occasion to collect detailed information on the exploration of Africa 23 and this persuaded him to convene another geographical conference, this time in Brussels, the better to discover what, if anything, could be done in Africa. The conference would, of course, have to have clear scientific objectives and be humanitarian in spirit, that is, to come out specifically against the slave trade. It would also have to be international, avoiding all forms of rivalry. The resulting international, humanitarian, and scientific assembly met on September 12, 1876 in the Palace of the King of the Belgians in Brussels. The meeting was to become known as the Brussels Geographical Conference. It was an impressive company that Leopold had brought together. There were delegates from Russia and Austria, Italy and Germany, France and Great Britain, and from Belgium itself came his faithful collaborators, Lamarmont and Banning. Most of those taking part were geographers and explorers, with very few businessmen or merchants present. The spirit of Brussels was exalted, no less exalted than the address with which the illustrious president opened the proceedings on September 12, 1876. The subject that had brought them together, the king declared, was the examination of one of the greatest tasks then facing mankind, the opening up to civilization of the last part of the globe that had yet to benefit from it, Central Africa. That task would have to be tackled through collaboration and consultation in order to obviate duplication of the work. The concrete proposals on the agenda included the establishment of operational bases in Zanzibar and at the mouth of the Congo, the assignment of access routes to the interior, and the appointment of an international committee to organize all the benevolent work. The conference set to work immediately, and in accordance with modern practice even split up into working groups. The idea of setting up stations in Africa was warmly received. All explorers were agreed on their usefulness. The stations would first of all dispense hospitality to travelers. Next they would have a scientific purpose, namely, to collect information about the country and its people. Ultimately they would have to expand to become centers of civilization and strongholds in the war on slavery. Slightly more difficult to obtain was agreement on the location of these stations. Needless to say, there would have to be one on the west coast and one on the east coast, that is, one at the mouth of the Congo and one in Zanzibar. Luanda and Bagamoyo seemed the most suitable sites. When it came to the interior, however, there was a difference of opinion between the maximalists, who demanded an ambitious network of stations that would ultimately be linked to the Nile and the Zambezi, and the realists, who wanted no more than an east-west linkage. The second group was to have 87 its way, and the conference finally agreed on 4 provisional stations, situated roughly along the route taken by Cameron. There remained the third point on the agenda, the nature of the society about to be founded. The conference agreed on the formula of an international association with national committees in the various member countries. Thus on September 14, 1876 the Association Internationale Africaine, AIA, was founded, with its headquarters in Brussels and with King Leopold as its president. With all due modesty the king accepted the post, provisionally for just 1 year. He was at the same time to head the executive committee, which also included the German explorer Gustav Nachtigal, the British diplomat Sir Bartle Frere and the French biologist J. L. A. de Quatrefages, all of whom were present at the conference. The committee thus had a balanced composition. The president, finally, was entitled to appoint a secretary general to help with the day-to-day running of the association. Leopold originally chose his confidant Baron Jules Grendel for the post. However, the disillusioned Grend saw through Leopold's plans, and Leopold thought it best to replace him with Colonel M. Strauch. Nothing was ever to come of the national committees. The British thought little of them, the proud Royal Geographical Society having no wish to act as a branch of a Brussels creation. Enthusiasm cooled even further when Leopold, oddly enough in an attempt to please the British, began to stress the humanitarian nature of his enterprise, namely, the fight against slavery. 7 The British did not seek an African monopoly in commerce or exploration, but they would have no one rob them of their abolitionist birthright. They accordingly founded their own African Exploration Fund, and that was that. In France there was at first greater sympathy. No less a person than Ferdinand de Lesseps, once called Canaille by Leopold, agreed to head the French committee. At the 1878 World Exhibition he even gave readings in support of its aims and suggested a national lottery on its behalf. Nothing much came of all this, and most of the money had to be provided by government subsidies. The French committee did set up 2 stations, with the help of the state and of Leopold, but these stations flew the flag of France and not that of the association. The German committee, too, opened a few stations that would eventually fly the German flag. Unlike the French, the Germans did contribute some money to the International Committee in Brussels, just once, and a modest sum at that. The only countries to pull their weight were the smaller ones, chief among them the Netherlands, which had not been represented at Brussels but had joined the AIA soon afterwards. Internationalism stood a poor chance in a world where, certainly after 1870, patriotism had become the great passion. Economically, too, this was not the time for idealism or internationalism. In the 1870s an economic depression descended upon Europe, and governments adopted an increase. 88. Ingly interventionist stance. All the stories about fantastic commercial prospects and unprecedented investment possibilities told by enthusiastic travelers and ambitious engineers could not simply be brushed aside. The economic crisis cried out for a solution. In these circumstances Africa could not for long remain an object of exploration fever and philanthropy alone. Commercial and political considerations were soon to play their part as well. National passions thus put an untimely end to Leopold's international plans. But did the king really mind? Was this whole philanthropic and international rigmarole not just a form of window dressing disguising Leopold's own commercial and national ambitions? Was Leopold not really after a colony of his own? Despite appearances, matters were a bit more complicated than that. Naturally, Leopold never lost sight of his colonial ambitions, but at the same time he was genuine in his declared internationalism. When all was said and done, the task of opening up Africa was something quite different from his old design of buying a colony outright. Perhaps, now that all else had failed, he was being forced to look for such a colony, but that could not be done in the old way. After all, no developed colony was for sale in Africa. Here everything had to be built from scratch, and that needed a major operation, far above Leopold's financial means. On the other hand, anyone taking the lead in opening Africa up would not be too late for the eventual division of the spoils. And as for the humanitarian aspects, had not the president of the Chamber of Commerce in Lyons declared, civilizing in the modern sense of the word is to teach people to work so that they can buy, barter, and spend. Clearly, the line between civilizing and exploiting was a very thin one. The reputation of a rather dissolute and not very practical, yet basically idealistic and enlightened, ruler that Leopold acquired in Brussels in 1876 would in any case stand him in very good stead in the years to come. He maintained it until the turn of the century, when the Congo atrocities transformed his image for good from humanitarian prince into colonial villain-in-chief. That re-evaluation made little impact on the partition of Africa. The Congo state had been recognized by the powers as early as 1885. Before then, during the years from the Brussels Conference in 1876 to the Berlin Conference in 1884 to 1885, Leopold's reputation rendered him inestimable service in the acquisition of that state and the international recognition of its borders. 89. 3. Europeans in the Congo. From association to committee. In 1876 Leopold had an idea. By 1885 he ruled over a country almost a tenth the size of Africa. Something must therefore have happened in those 10 years. Leopold's objectives had not changed. Even in Africa Leopold clung to his conviction that a colony was there for making money. For Leopold, colonial profits were not the icing on the cake but the cake itself. Even so, the way to that goal was a maze, most of whose paths led into a blind alley. Leopold's strength was that he never tired of seeking new paths. During these 10 years he made 2 important changes. In November 1878 came the first, his conversion from the idea of an international philanthropic association to that of a private commercial enterprise. In November 1882 came the second, the change from a commercial plan to a political reality, the Congo Free State. As an international entity, the Association Internationale Africaine was stillborn. Very few were fooled by the word international. The only country to take the association seriously was Belgium. Even so, the Belgian state did not want to shoulder responsibility for Leopold's African plans. As a result, the AIA's activities were few. A new dynamic was added when Stanley turned up on the west coast after his long trek through Africa. That was in August 1877. The news reached Europe in September, and Leopold sprang into action at once. He wanted to win Stanley over to his cause. In a letter to Henry Solvens, the Belgian ambassador in London, Leopold set out his view of matters. They would have to set to work carefully, he wrote, as they could not risk a clash with Britain, but they must also not miss the chance of acquiring a slice of this magnificent African cake. He accordingly proposed, 1. A meeting with Stanley to find out if he liked him, 2. To raise enough money to enable Stanley to explore the Congo and to set up stations, and 3. As soon as conditions allowed, to develop these stations into Belgian settlements. Of this last point nothing should be allowed to slip out for the time being, as Great Britain would be certain to oppose it. On the evening of January 13, 1878, when Stanley arrived in Marseilles on the train from Italy, he was rather taken aback to be welcomed onto French soil by two ambassadors of the King of the Belgians, who without further ceremony invited him to enter the King's service. The former workhouse boy was undoubtedly overwhelmed by this display of illustrious interest. However, his British patriotism prevailed. He wanted first to hear the response of the British government to the proposals he had made to them. When the response came it was discouraging. The Colonial Office considered his plans too vague, the Foreign Office thought them interesting. 90. But impractical *. Degree. In short, there was little British enthusiasm for Stanley's ideas. Brussels took quite the opposite view. The explorer who had been greeted so coolly in England was received here with open arms, and his ambitious projects were given a warm royal hearing. These projects amounted to nothing less than the opening up of the Congo. To that end a railroad would have to be built around the unavigable section of the Congo River, that is, around the cataracts whose dangers Stanley had experienced at such close quarters. On the upper course, where navigation was again possible, trading stations would be set up and served by steamboats. It was a grandiose plan, cut to Leopold's measure, but of course it needed vast sums of money. Who would be prepared to invest such sums in so risky a business? Leopold knew just the right people, a company that, in African trading circles, was known as the Dutch House. In 1857 this company had begun operations in the Congo Delta under the name of Kerdijk and Pincoffs. In 1868 it had been turned into a limited company, the Afrikaanse Handelsvereniging or AHV, African Trading Company. It owned 44 trading posts in the Congo and was thus by far the largest enterprise in those parts. Not surprisingly, Leopold tried to interest this commercial giant in his plans. The reason the two Rotterdam traders welcomed his advances was not because of a particularly philanthropic bent or a soft spot for royalty. Rather, it was the nature of their business. Trading in Africa was not only complicated, it was risky. There were rarely large profits to be made, not even in the good years, and the future was exceedingly uncertain. On the demand side, the behavior of the black buyers was capricious to say the least. The supply side, palm oil, palm kernels, ground nuts, and coffee, was also beset with problems, because the raw materials constantly suffered losses due to poor harvests or natural disasters. In short, credit was badly needed, and credit depended on trust, which in turn certainly at that time meant a solid reputation. Kerdijk and Pincoffs were not the scions of old families. They were, it is true, called the aristocrats of the Congo trade, but that was the only aristocratic thing about them *. They were, to put it rather crudely, nouveau riches, and what was more, of Jewish descent. Nevertheless, they were extremely successful, or rather Pincoffs was. His commercial acumen, his sweeping vision and tremendous powers of persuasion had made him one of the leading entrepreneurs of his day, a man who had to be listened to, not only in business circles but also in the Rotterdam City Council and in the Dutch Upper House. In 1879 he was even offered the finance portfolio. Pincoffs' social position was thus ambiguous and the business game he played risky, since it was based on credit and trust. To gain that trust and to keep it, Pincoffs persuaded such prominent and even royal personalities as Martin Mies and Prince Hendrik, the brother of the Dutch king, to join his board of directors. No less princely were the dividends he 91. Declared, 9 and 10%. To make these possible, he doctored the books, practiced kite flying, and shifted large sums of money from one company to another and back again. For Pincoffs was not only involved in African trading, he was also president of the Rotterdam Trading Association, the Dutch Indian Gas Company and the Commanditaire Bank. All in all, he controlled a capital of 24 million guilders, an unheard of sum of money at the time. In 1875, when his business in Africa was doing badly, Pincoff started to rig the books of the African lady, as his business was affectionately called in market circles. Soon after that King Leopold made contact with him. On April 27, 1877 the Netherlands Committee of the AIA was founded. Its members included Prince Hendrik, Henry Kerdijk, and Ludwig Pincoffs. Leopold noted the royal and above all the Rotterdam interest with satisfaction. Anyone wanting to have a finger in the Congo pie could only profit from Rotterdam know-how. Leopold accordingly sent the Secretary-General of the AIA to Rotterdam and invited Pincoffs to his palace in Brussels, seating the entrepreneur by the Queen's side. Pincoffs for his part saw the AIA as his last chance of washing his hands of his calamitous African adventure by palming it off on the AIA or any successor enterprise. He thus offered his support in a most generous manner, free transport to, and on, the Congo on his ships, hospitality in his trading posts, and the help of his agents. It was all just a little too good to be true, and Stanley kept a suspicious and watchful eye on the Dutch influence in the planning process. These plans were given tangible shape at a meeting held in Leopold's palace on November 25, 1878 with the decision to set up a Comité d'études du Haut-Congo, CEHC, in the form of a société and participation, a kind of syndicate. The authorized capital was 1 million Belgian francs, in shares of 500 francs. The 18 assembled founders participated to the tune of 742,500 francs. The rest would have to come from elsewhere. The main subscribers were Leopold himself, through his banker Lambert, who took up more than a quarter of the shares, 260,000 francs, and the Afrikaanse Handelsvereniging, which took up half that amount, that is, shares worth 130,000 francs. The objectives of the company, according to the statutes, were essentially philanthropic and scientific, though the company was also interested in markets for trade and industry. The addition of these last few words highlighted the difference between the purely scientific purposes of the old AIA and those of the new CEHC. This new creation thus brought commerce into the picture. In particular, the statutes stipulated that, if field studies should reveal favorable market prospects, the shareholders would be entitled to participate in two new enterprises. The first was to be based on the construction and exploitation of a railroad, the second on trade and navigation on the Upper Congo. One of the articles, however, stated explicitly that any new enterprise must 92. Not compete with the Afrikaanse Handelsvereniging. It must not trade below the Yalala Falls, that is, on the Lower Congo, the area reserved for the AHV. Pincoffs had gained his objective. There would be, and quite quickly in all likelihood, a commercial enterprise to which he could bequeath his bankrupt but apparently flourishing business, and one that would in any case not compete with the AHV. Matters were not to reach that stage, however, because soon afterwards Pincoffs's bubble burst. Meanwhile the committee set to work. Stanley was given instructions to lead an expedition to the Upper Congo, to set up posts there and to establish shipping links. On January 2, 1879 the necessary funds were voted, and a few days later Stanley left for Africa. His journey was no short excursion. He had first to go to Zanzibar, the traditional point of departure of expeditions, in order to recruit labor, then back to the Congo via Suez and the Mediterranean. On Stanley's arrival at Aden on the return journey, he received a telegram from which it became clear that everything had changed. On May 15, 1879 a press report had appeared stating that the AHV had suspended all payments, that one of its directors, Kerdijk, had been arrested in Antwerp following a suicide attempt, and that the other director, Pincoffs, was a fugitive. To Leopold, the fall of his most important partner was not a dramatic setback. On the contrary, it gave him a chance to take personal charge of the whole business without the involvement or objections of the gentlemen on the study committee. Henceforth Stanley would be acting under Leopold's own orders, although the public, which had little inside knowledge of the workings of the study committee, would continue to believe that Stanley continued to take his orders from the philanthropic AIA. The reality was quite other. Between Pincoffs's fall in May and Stanley's arrival in the Congo on August 14, 1879, a complete reorganization took place. The committee was, in fact, put out of action not very long afterwards. On November 17, 1879, it was to be formally wound up and Leopold left in sole charge. The directions he issued at first seemed to be based on a political plan. Great play was made of free Negroes who would be manning the trading stations. These stations would have to exert a good influence on the neighboring chiefs and lead to their association in a Republican Federation of Free Negroes, answerable solely to a president who would be resident in Europe and appointed by Leopold. This political scheme was so vague that Stanley rejected it out of hand. He did, however, agree that the stations might be regarded as states or rather as statelets and all of them together as one state. For the time being, however, trade remained the chief objective. Stanley arrived in the Congo on August 14, 1879. On June 13 the following year he signed the first of the treaties he had been instructed to conclude. It mentioned the sole and exclusive right to engage in agricultural 93 activity, the exclusive right to build roads, and so on. The other treaties Stanley was to sign in the years to come were similarly worded. During this early period there was as yet no mention of ceding territories or sovereignty. Monopolies, that was what motivated the man who was to acquire the Congo with the promise of free trade. This motive was quite understandable. To tackle the enormous task of opening up the Congo, large capital investments were needed, and these would only be made available if economic advantages could be derived in the form of monopolies and concessions in areas with proven and attractive mineral resources and commercial prospects. Political aspirations had to be shelved for the time being, and there they would probably have remained for some time had the actions of another Africa explorer not stirred things up again. Brazza and the Makoko. Brazza, too, had of course been received in Brussels, and Leopold had tried in vain to recruit him. But Brazza was far too patriotic a Frenchman to work for Leopold's international concern. He noted the secrecy surrounding Stanley's activities and distrusted his plans. He himself was anxious to return to the Congo and was trying for a commission from the French Navy in order to do something for France. Nothing was to come of this, the Navy remaining resentful of this successful young officer. Nevertheless, the minister could not really refuse a favor to so important a man as Ferdinand de Lesseps. When the latter asked him to grant Brazza's special leave of absence to enable him to lead a mission on behalf of the French Committee of the AIA, the request was granted. Brazza was asked to set up 2 stations hospitalières et scientifiques for the committee. He was granted a subsidy by the Ministries of Foreign Affairs and Education, though he was not treated as a government employee and did not work under government instructions. He was the agent of a private association. Nor was his mission political. He had not been asked to establish a colony, but stations for the enhancement of knowledge, the propagation of Christianity, and the fight against slavery. In the event, however, Brazza was to engage in quite different activities in the Upper Congo. Brazza made great haste. As was his custom, he traveled light and hence quickly. He sailed from Europe in December 1879, left Libreville in March 1880, founded Franceville at the confluence of the Agao and the Passa in June, and on September 10, 1880 signed the treaty that would change the history of the Congo. It has become known as the Brazza-Makoko Treaty, because it was thought for a long time that Makoko was a name and not an office. In fact, however, Makoko was the title of the local ruler, King Ilu of the Baik. By the treaty, the Makoko ceded his land and his hereditary rights to France. As a token of this solemn act he asked for, and was presented with, a French flag. 94. Brazza in conversation with the Makoko. In his report to the French government, Brazza mentioned the protection France had extended to the Makoko's territory. The treaty itself refers to the Makoko's sovereignty and to his ceding his territory and his inheritance rights of supremacy. The words differ, but the meaning is clear: the territory was to be treated as a protectorate. This also emerged from the next treaty Brazza signed. He traveled from Nduo to Stanley Pool and looked there for a piece of ground on the right bank of the Congo that might serve as a French settlement. He eventually chose a small but strategically placed area at the head of the navigable Congo. Next, on 30/95 October, he summoned the local chiefs, whom he described as Makoko's vassals, and took possession of the area in the name of France and in accordance with the rights acquired on September 10, 1880. He told the assembled company that he had been sent by the chief of the French. He later admitted that he had told a white lie, un petit mensonge, but that he could not possibly have explained in a manner comprehensible to Africans what the French committee of the AIA actually was. *5 In that he was surely right. Brazza hoisted the French flag and issued the assembled chiefs tricolor so that they might fly them in their villages as a sign of the French presence. The chiefs then recognized the transfer to France of the territory and signed the treaty. There were 6 signatories altogether, Brazza and the 5 black chiefs. It is important to be quite clear about what exactly happened here. Brazza was a naval officer on leave who had vainly tried to obtain government backing for his expedition. He was traveling in the service of a French committee which was a branch of an international philanthropic organization. His orders were to set up 2 scientific stations. What he set up instead was a French colony. He was acting, in his own words, in the name of France, and considered himself the representative of the French government. It is hard to deny that Brazza took a most original view of his instructions. In his treaties he introduced such concepts as sovereignty and hereditary rights to supremacy, which were alien to the political realities of Africa. This raises a number of questions. First of all, what were the real powers of the Makoko? Whom did he really reign over? Were the other chiefs really his vassals? Different opinions have been expressed. A French missionary called the Makoko an insignificant king of the kind you meet every few kilometers in Africa. Such modern and authoritative historians as Jan Vanzina believe that we can indeed speak of the Makoko's sovereignty over all the Bake and hence of a degree of subordination registered. Interesting though the question is, it was not of much practical importance. Far more important was the question of how Europeans viewed the matter at the time. If they recognized the Makoko as a ruler, then the treaties he signed were sound. Another question is what the Makoko and the other Congolese chiefs really thought they were doing when they signed the treaties. In the course of the next few years hundreds of these and similar treaties were entered into. Stanley and his associates alone concluded some 400 to 500 of them in the name of Leopold and his associations. The same thing was also happening elsewhere in Africa. Thus the Royal Niger Company entered into 389 treaties with African chiefs within a span of 8 years. Why did the chiefs sign them? To begin with, they were often put under some pressure. Brazza let it be known that the whites would be arriving in their big canoes and that the chiefs had to choose between peace and war. Even so, it would be wrong to claim that the treaties were imposed by force. 96. There were genuine negotiations. What we are entitled to ask is if the Africans fully understood what they were doing. Some African historians have spoken of blatant deceit. The whites managed to cheat the blacks and take away their rights of sovereignty. This is an old story. For that very reason France had explicitly laid it down in a treaty with the ruler of Kumanda, entered into as early as 1687, that he had perfectly understood the text, word for word. It is, of course, an open question what exactly such terms as taking possession, surrender of rights, transfer of sovereignty, and the like might have conveyed to the Africans. In West Africa contacts had been made over a fairly long period, and the local rulers were more careful. In the interior of the Congo, by contrast, Western expansion was an unknown phenomenon. The Africans there probably looked upon a treaty with the whites as some sort of trade agreement, which they would normally have sealed with a blood brotherhood according to African usage, but, because the Europeans seemed to like it so much better, sealed instead with a treaty according to European usage. To their mind they were not ceding territory to the foreigners, but sealing a bond of friendship. Degree The question of what they thought of these treaties does not therefore have a simple answer. Some African chiefs seem to have gone thoroughly into the subtleties of sovereignty and suzerainty. It is also certain that on several occasions conflicts arose about the meaning of these terms, and that differences in interpretation resulted from differences in culture and mental outlook. What mattered in practice, however, as we saw, was recognition of the treaties by the European powers. As Stanley seems to have realized, Brazza, who had at his disposal nothing more than a flag and a walking stick, was better placed than he was with all his followers and weapons, at least so long as Stanley's treaties had not been recognized in Europe. Brazza was only too aware of the impact and potentially explosive nature of his treatment of, and treaties with, the chiefs. That is why he kept them secret, both from Stanley, whom he met in Vevey, and later from the French authorities in Libreville, where he arrived on December 16, 1880. Brazza remained in the Congo for some time, and it was to be another year before echoes of his activities reached Paris. At the end of December 1881 the French Prime Minister, Gambetta, received a detailed report about what was happening in the Congo. The report, compiled by a French naval officer, covered Brazza's and Stanley's expeditions. It also mentioned that there were problems because Stanley had been refused passage by a sergeant whom Brazza had left behind at Nkauna, the French station. Together with 2 sailors, that sergeant made up the entire defense force of the new French colony. At the beginning of the following year, in April 1882, came the first diplomatic troubles. The Portuguese, who had the oldest claims to the area, were becoming agitated. Moreover, a British Baptist mission which had reached Stanley Pool in July 1881 had made a copy of Brazza's of treaty and had sent it on to London. The British ambassador in Paris was instructed to request information concerning the authenticity of the treaty from the French authorities. Thus the question of what the French government was to do about Brazza's annexations became increasingly pressing in the course of 1882. It was one thing to annex a territory, but quite another to ratify the treaty covering the annexation. The French government, in the person of Brazza's chief, the naval minister, came out against ratification. In his letter dated June 27, 1882 to the new Prime Minister, Freycinet, he made it clear that Brazza had no mandate from his department and that he was accordingly not acting on behalf of the French government. Registered Brazza had meanwhile realized that it was time to break his silence. He knew that there was no future in following the formal route to ratification, namely, through his superiors in the Navy. He also realized that the other way, through his patron, de Lesseps, the president of the French Committee, would put de Lesseps in an awkward position. After all, the French Committee was run by a wider body of which King Leopold was the head. Only one way was thus left open to him, to go to Paris in person and to exert direct pressure on the small but influential circle of colonial enthusiasts. He arrived in the French capital on June 7, 1882 and launched his propaganda campaign without delay. The seed fell on fertile soil. Brazza's return to Paris was a triumph. The Société de Géographie received him in the amphitheatre of the Sorbonne, Brazza being accompanied by 2 young black men wearing the uniform of French naval cadets. One banquet followed another. Brazza waged a concentrated publicity campaign and exerted tremendous pressure. The press was enthusiastic about the Congo. It painted lyrical pictures of the prospects and riches of an area described as a virgin, luxuriant, vigorous and fertile land, a somewhat surprising combination of qualities. From committee to association. King Leopold watched these goings-on with growing concern. The key to the area on which he had fixed his sights seemed to be slipping out of his hands. Leopold did not underestimate the strength of nationalist sentiment in the Paris of 1882. The British occupation of Egypt was a source of much French resentment. What could be done? Dismayed, Leopold even asked the Belgian ambassador in London to intercede with the Foreign Office. "Ask the British to send a warship to the Congo," he wrote, adding mollifyingly, "a very small one will do." Luckily the ambassador had the good sense to do nothing of the kind. Leopold then sought refuge in what one might call forward flight. Anything Brazza could do, Stanley could do as well and even better. In October 1882 Stanley received a large number of blank treaty forms that needed only to be filled in and signed. Upon 98. Putting a cross on one of these, a black chief transferred his sovereignty to the Association Internationale du Congo, AIC, Leopold's third and last creation. Unlike its two predecessors, the AIA and the CEHC, which had been genuinely international bodies, even if mainly in theory, the international label of the AIC was pure fiction. The AIC was nothing other than Leopold himself, under a new name. The name had been chosen with care in a deliberate attempt to confuse it with the other two bodies. As a result, the AIC was able to usurp the halo of philanthropic altruism and disinterested research borne by its two forerunners. In October 1882 Leopold therefore adopted the purely political approach which had been latent for so long. Perhaps it would be better to speak of a return to his original dream of a colony, albeit in Africa this time instead of Asia. Moreover, the king now expanded his conception. Free towns in the form of stations were supplanted by free towns and territories, then by free states, and finally, in January 1884, by the Free State asterisk. The words changed more quickly than the reality, for the new state to which Leopold would first refer in January 1884 was really no more than a series of small stations with sovereign rights over the surrounding territory. There was no state as yet, let alone a state with recognized borders, but the road to the Congo Free State had been opened up and was about to be traveled at high speed. During 1882 two rival political movements had thus been launched. In October 1882 Leopold adopted Brazza's method of getting treaties signed. In November the French government, too, after long hesitation and initial opposition, stepped in. On Saturday, November 18, 1882, Eugene Duclerc, the French Prime Minister, who also held the Foreign Affairs portfolio, submitted a draft law empowering the President of the Republic to ratify the agreements made by Brazza, namely, the Brazza-Makoko Treaty of September 10, 1880 and the agreement of the following October 3 whereby the Makoko ceded his territorial rights. The French Prime Minister, and later Maurice Riviere, the rapporteur, explained the background to these documents. They insisted that France had a vocation in Africa, and stressed the disinterested and peaceable character of Brazza's mission and his popularity with the indigenous population. International repercussions need not be feared because France had primary claims and moreover would put no obstacles in the way of trade by other countries. A single parliamentarian tried to spoil the festive mood. This senator remarked cynically, "At last we are no longer alone. We have an ally." But the chamber was easy to sway, and the treaties were ratified unanimously on November 22, 1882. Le Temps wrote next day with obvious satisfaction, "The chamber proved to be truly French asterisk." International repercussions did, however, follow, and quickly at that. The ratification of the treaties was a clear signal that Central Africa had entered a new phase. Brazza had, as King Leopold somewhat oddly put it, introduced politics into the Congo. The French chamber, for its part, had introduced the Congo into European politics. The consequences were not slow in coming. The genie had escaped from the bottle and was to haunt Europe. In the next 2 years, 1883 and 1884, the Congo assumed an increasingly important place on the European diplomatic agenda. 4. The Congo Question, 1882 to 1884. Portugal and the Colonies. No matter what treaties were being signed in the Congo, one thing was certain: the Portuguese had first claim to the territory. They could trace their title back to the oldest of all, that of the discoverer. No one could challenge such patents. True, in the many centuries that had gone by since then, there had been scores of new agreements, but even in the 19th century the Portuguese title to the mouth of the Congo was still recognized explicitly or tacitly by the powers. The big question was what Portugal would do about Stanley's and Brazza's incursions. Portugal was a weak and backward country, but it was less behind the times than has often been alleged. Portugal may have teemed with men bearing titles as noble as they were long, but that did not mean that Portugal was a feudal society. In Portugal, too, the middle classes had in fact become the leading social group. The power of the church had been curtailed, and there was a strong republican current. In short, Portugal was a capitalist country, even if a weak and backward one. That meant that many more people clamored for special privileges and saw the future of the economy in an expansion of the colonial empire as a protected market. Such an empire also offered prospects for Portuguese emigrants. Both motives helped to shore up imperialist sentiment. Nationalism, pride in bygone achievements, and hopes for a new future went hand in hand with missionary zeal. Of course, there were cynics and critics as well. They pointed out that Portugal's civilizing influence was a fiction and that Africans were unsuited to Christianity. You might just as well try teaching the gospel to gorillas and orangutans, one critic wrote. In any case, the Portuguese presence in Africa during the 1880s was extremely limited. There were even calls for a complete withdrawal from the interior, where attempts to extend Portuguese power had come to little. In Mozambique, apart from Lourenço Marques on the coast, the Portuguese could boast no more than a few settlements peopled by a handful of Portuguese soldiers and petty traders. In Angola, Portuguese activities were confined to just a few towns, Ambras and Luanda in the north, Benguela 100, and Moçambique in the south. Luanda, the capital of Angola, lived on its old reputation of being the most beautiful town on the west coast of Africa, but its former prosperity, based on the slave trade, was no more, and its economic prospects were gloomy. Hence, no matter how dire conditions were in Portugal itself, hardly any Portuguese went voluntarily to the African possessions, and most of Luanda's 1,000 white inhabitants were in fact criminals. The boundaries of the Portuguese claims to West Africa were vague, and so were those in the east. In the south, the 18th parallel was generally taken to be the limit. Not that it mattered greatly, for the land there was desert and the next settlement was distant Walvis. In the north the situation was less clear. The northernmost Portuguese province was Ambras on the 8th parallel. In the territory north of that, especially in the gigantic Congo Delta, lay scattered settlements belonging to several countries. This region stretched about as far as the equator, where the French colony of Gabon began. The Portuguese also laid claim to the entire mouth of the Congo. All these boundaries and claims, incidentally, were in respect of coastal strips alone. In the interior, the situation varied from place to place, the Portuguese sometimes extending their influence far inland. The Portuguese were not very popular. Their heyday had been during the slave trade, and their casual attitude to its abolition had earned them a bad name in abolitionist Britain. Above all, under the influence of Livingstone they had become known as peddlers in human flesh and the curse of the Negro race. There were also, of course, the notorious Portuguese customs duties. The reputation of Portugal in the 19th century could be summed up in two words: protection and corruption. The Portuguese were renowned protectionists. That fearful tariff-loving people, the Portuguese, Stanley called them, registered the Dutch charge d'affaires in Lisbon, spoke of a spirit of outrageous protectionism and the exclusion of foreigners. Registered worse still was the corruption. With the Portuguese, first the duty was paid, and then the customs officers. No wonder that their claims to African territory fell on deaf ears in Britain, which, incidentally, was Portugal's traditional protector on the European diplomatic scene. Before the Congo became an international issue in 1882, rivalry in the area had been largely Anglo-Portuguese. The French were not yet interested, and the Dutch relied on British free trade policies. Great Britain refused to recognize any Portuguese claims north of Ambras, countering the Portuguese discovery argument by stressing the absence of effective occupation forces. The Portuguese claims had been superseded by their failure to give these claims any tangible form. The British countermove was to make treaties with native chiefs. The latter promised to abolish the slave trade, in exchange for which Great Britain recognized their sovereignty, thus repudiating that of Portugal. The British negotiators gave tangible expression to these arrangements by presenting the chiefs involved with a 101 velvet cloak and a crown. To be on the safe side, London explained that a stage crown made of imitation gold was more than adequate. The slogan was still "Empire on the cheap." Attempts by the Portuguese to reach an Anglo-Portuguese agreement ended in failure in 1881. Thus at the time there was nothing to indicate an Anglo-Portuguese entente. Early in 1882, when the Brazza-Mococo Treaty became known in Britain, things started to look quite different. The French Prime Minister may have described French policy as eminently liberal during a discussion of the treaty in the Chamber of Deputies, but Great Britain knew better. "We should not be so annexionist," Lord Salisbury told the French ambassador, "if you were not so protectionist." That was, in fact, the crux of the matter. The spectre of French protectionism drove London back into the arms of Lisbon. Sir Charles Dilke summed up British policy very succinctly: "In order to keep France out, we were glad to put forward Portugal registered. Installing Portugal in the Congo in order to hold back France was, commercially speaking, tantamount to driving the devil out with Beelzebub." But France was a mighty devil and Portugal a very small Beelzebub, and that made a world of difference. Ironically, it was Gladstone's Liberal cabinet that engaged in this peculiar form of exorcism, an act as alien to its principles as the occupation of Egypt had been a little while before. Great Britain and Portugal. Anglo-Portuguese negotiations began in November 1882. Portugal suddenly found a receptive audience. The British negotiators treated their Portuguese counterparts tolerantly, and in so doing ignored the mood at home and in Parliament, where it could not be forgotten overnight that Portugal was as monopolistic in its commercial policy as it was in its missionary activities. But though British commercial and missionary circles voiced determined opposition to a treaty with Portugal, the treaty was nevertheless signed, albeit in a form much less favorable to Portugal than it looked at first sight. This was a consequence of a marked hardening of the British attitude in February 1883, thanks largely to the initiative of Sir Percy Anderson, the new head of the African Department at the Foreign Office. Henry Percy Anderson, 1831–1896, was one of the great architects of Britain's Africa policy in the last quarter of the 19th century. His influence began to make itself felt in 1883 upon his appointment as head of the African Department, and did not end until his death in 1896. He was a true champion of the new imperialism, changing the name of his section from the slave trade to the African Department. This was more than a mere change of name, for it also involved a change of objectives. The days of humanitarian crusades were over. Africa had become a 102 chessboard on which every move had to be answered with a countermove. At stake was nothing less than Britain's power and renown. There were admittedly too many players for a proper game of chess, but that did not matter because as far as Anderson was concerned there was only one real opponent, France. He treated the rest more as pieces than as players. This did not always succeed. It did not, for instance, with Leopold II or Bismarck, but it certainly had the desired effect on Portugal. Anderson was aghast at the draft of the Anglo-Portuguese treaty he had been shown. To his mind it was far too vague and much too weighted in Portugal's favor. In a sharp note to the Portuguese ambassador he insisted that the point at issue was not the confirmation of old Portuguese claims but British recognition of Portuguese sovereignty over a territory to which Portugal had not the least title. For that reason complete freedom of trade had to be a conditio sine qua non of any treaty. The upshot of Anderson's intervention was a treaty that offered Great Britain many more advantages than had the original draft. Even so, it was not enough in British eyes, as will shortly be seen. The British mood was and remained very anti-Portuguese. In addition, a powerful lobby was pressing the claims of Leopold too. Its leaders were James Hutton, a cotton trader and local celebrity from Manchester, and the Scottish shipping tycoon Sir William Mackinnon, a lifelong friend and collaborator of the second King of the Belgians, see pages 137 to 139. They organized a powerful campaign against the draft treaty and forced the government to promise that it would submit the treaty to Parliament registered. That placed the British government in a quandary. The chief and best argument for the treaty was its anti-French bias, but this could not be acknowledged in public, as the treaty would only be of use if it was recognized by the other powers and by France in particular. Registered * France could therefore not be antagonized. However, the British government could not easily go back on its earlier commitment. The Anglo-Portuguese Treaty was signed on February 26, 1884. Britain recognized Portuguese sovereignty over the coast from 8 degrees to 5 degrees 12 minutes south, that is, from Ambras to Pointe Noire, in other words over the entire mouth of the Congo. The hope was that Parliament would swallow this arrangement. However, resistance made itself felt at once, not only in Great Britain but on the continent as well. The Chambers of Commerce in Manchester and other British cities started a campaign against this attack on our trade and industry, and church and humanitarian circles such as the Baptist Union and the Ladies' Negroes Friends Society made common cause with them. Needless to say, Leopold did not sit by idly either, while France and Germany found themselves united in their opposition to the treaty. 103. Leopold's reaction. By 1883 Leopold had clearly drawn ahead of France in the race for the Congo, thanks to Stanley's activities. The blank forms Leopold had issued had proved their worth. Local chiefs jostled one another to sell their sovereignty, not for a mess of pottage but for more attractive things such as bottles of gin and uniforms. In 1 year Stanley signed hundreds of treaties with over 2,000 chiefs who, according to him, reigned by real divine right. Registered. This sounds as if Bossuet had come to Africa. At the same time he consolidated his presence with a military force of several hundred men, 1,000 rifles and 8 steamboats. Gradually he moved this mighty machinery upriver, until at the end of 1883 it arrived at the Stanley Falls, where he founded Stanleyville. He was now more than 1,000 miles from the sea, which constituted the strength as well as the weakness of his operation. For what were the prospects of an empire, however large, which was cut off from its only link with the seven seas by a foreign power at the mouth of the Congo? To Leopold, therefore, the Portuguese claims, now that they were being taken seriously by Britain, posed a deadly threat. He found the answer by changing course in accordance with the motto Auxiliary grands mots grands remedies, great ills demand great remedies. If Britain preferred Portugal to France for fear of losing out commercially, Leopold could easily put British fears to rest by letting it be known that there would be untrammeled freedom of trade in his free state. The man who had always been in favor of state control and monopolies, who had always thought in terms of sole and exclusive rights, had suddenly been transformed into a champion of free trade. Chameleons were as nothing by comparison. Needless to say, Leopold was asked to explain how this change would be effected. How could his free state exist without revenues? Leopold's new creation, the AIC, now came into its own. The AIC, he let it be known, would meet all the costs. This body, which existed on paper only, was so philanthropic, he wrote to the Times, that it could only be compared with the Red Cross. This resulted in something of a quandary, as the first treaties signed in Leopold's name spoke quite a different language, being litanies of monopolies and of sole and exclusive rights. The thwarted Portuguese were, of course, quick to publish some of these compromising documents. Leopold, never at a loss for an answer, reacted with the barefaced riposte that he had been compelled to demand these exclusive rights first before handing them back to all mankind in due course. Not even a Marxist trained by Jesuits is a match for such dialectical skills. Leopold's tactics proved successful. Great Britain would drop Portugal in the end and, as a state without customs duties, Leopold's creation would eventually sail into the safe harbor of international recognition. But 104. Things had not yet come to that at the beginning of 1884. On the contrary, matters seemed very fraught for Leopold. On February 26, 1884 the Anglo-Portuguese treaty was signed, and Leopold's access route to the proposed Free State cut off. Driven into a corner, he now made overtures to his other great opponent, France. The French government naturally treated him with suspicion, since Leopold's own objectives were obscure, and behind him and his foreign committees France feared the hand of Britain. After all, Leopold's chief agent was Stanley, the renowned British patriot, who had openly declared that the region he had opened up would have to become a British protectorate. The French therefore had little faith in Leopold's autonomy. If Britain was not already behind his projects, then the Free State would in any case, after its expected collapse, end up in British hands. There could thus be no question of a French recognition of the AIC claims, certainly not until the possibility of a transfer to Great Britain had been unequivocally eliminated. Leopold had no difficulty in reassuring the French on this point. For him the British threat had been no more than a diplomatic move against France. He even went a step further now and offered France first refusal. If the AIC should unexpectedly be forced to realize its possessions, that is to dispose of them, then France would have a droit de préférence over them. In other words, France was offered an option on the Free State. This astonishing move was not intended to rally the French to Leopold's side. It was aimed at the Portuguese. The idea was as simple as it was effective. The best way to have his claims respected by the Portuguese was to confront them with an even greater danger. And who besides the AIC was Portugal's greatest rival in those regions? None other than France. Well then, if Portugal could be made to realize that if the AIC foundered, France would take its place, Portugal would think again. The best way of making this point was thus to confer upon France priority claims to any estate left by the AIC. Portugal would then have an interest in ensuring that such a bequest was not handed over by striving to keep the patient alive. In 1884 France's first claim on Leopold's African estate was set out in letters between the French Prime Minister, Jules Ferry, and Colonel Strauch, the Secretary-General of the AIC. Leopold's proposal was astonishing, not only because France had never asked for such a favor, but above all for the levity with which it had been granted. Not even the possibility that Leopold might bequeath his estate to the Belgian state had been overlooked. Leopold's imperialism is best characterized, in a variant of Lenin's famous phrase, as the highest stage of opportunism. The import and consequences of these charades were great and varied. In the short term the Anglo-Portuguese treaty was a red herring. Opposition to it, in Great Britain and outside, was so great that the British Parliament was unable to ratify it. Leopold's desperate measures were therefore nothing but overkill, although in the long run they would cause him serious 105 problems. The Free State had been saddled with an irksome inheritance. Thus General de Gaulle informed the Belgians in 1960, during the preparations for Congolese independence, that in France's view the droit de préférence first refusal still held. In the medium term, however, Leopold's steps proved crucial to the creation of his Free State and to the recognition of its borders by Great Britain and France. With his free trade promise Leopold gained the support of Great Britain, which considered him a more reliable champion of international commerce than the discreditable Portuguese. With his droit de préférence he eventually gained the support of France as well, a country that felt it had only to sit back and wait for the inevitable collapse of this philanthropic enterprise to take possession of the Congo. Moreover, and this was the most important point of all, his two promises, free trade and preferential rights, gained him the support of Bismarck, who saw advantages in both, economic in the first, and political in the second. On April 24, 1884, Bismarck first discussed the Congo with the French ambassador in Berlin. That discussion raised the problem to a higher, though not necessarily a more exalted, plane. Bismarck was to take a personal interest in the matter, and so the Congo was drawn into the wider sphere of international politics. Germany had, in fact, decided to set out on the colonial path itself. Within 2 years it was to acquire a colonial empire 5 times the size of Germany. To retrace this development we must now turn our attention to Bismarck and to the beginnings of Germany's colonial approach. 5. Germany and imperialism. Germany under Bismarck. Germany's entry into the colonial race in 1885 came as a surprise. The Chancellor had often declared that he had no interest in it, indeed, that he thought it madness. Nevertheless, his new approach was logical. Germany had become a great power, the most powerful country in Europe. How could such a country not participate in the international competition? Germany, after all, was an exceptionally dynamic country. Its population was growing fast, from 41 million in 1871 to 60 million in 1914. Demographic expansion went hand in hand with a change in the character of Germany itself. It became the leading industrial power in Europe. Great Britain alone was left as a serious rival. But its fast growth also rendered Germany vulnerable. The agrarian sector, the foundation of the old Germany, was caught in a structural market crisis, because it could not compete with 106. Cheap American grain. Industry, too, was subjected to a host of critical shocks, cyclical movements, and the periodic tensions so typical of this phase in the development of modern capitalism and of unbalanced growth in general. Unlike Great Britain, where commerce was the mother of all economic activity, the commercial sector in Germany was of relatively small importance. In Germany, too, the gospel of free trade was being preached but, again unlike Great Britain where it was a deeply held, almost mystical, faith, Germany merely paid lip service to it. Although the political organization of the Reich was complicated, Germany faced the outside world as a single unit, led by the Kaiser and the Iron Chancellor. It had no such thing as a parliamentary system in the normal sense of the word, that is, an executive responsible to parliament. Nevertheless, support in the Reichstag was needed for new legislation, and the government also depended on the Reichstag when it came to voting money for new initiatives. This was one of Bismarck's many problems. Bismarck. Otto von Bismarck, 1815 to 1898, was 55 years old when he achieved German unity. He was born on April 1, 1815, the year in which Metternich's system was established at the Congress of Vienna in order to maintain peace in Europe and to keep German nationalism in check. Bismarck was to disrupt both objectives. He came from a family of Prussian officers and Junkers, but studied law and chose politics and diplomacy as his career. He was a member of the Prussian Landtag, Parliament, and of the Frankfurt Bundestag, Assembly, and later ambassador to St. Petersburg and Paris before becoming Prussian Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs. He governed in the name of the king but against the will of the parliamentary majority, and sought to achieve German unification, not by speeches and majority decisions but by iron and blood. After 3 wars, with Denmark, Austria, and France, he attained his goal. The king of a triumphant Prussia was proclaimed Emperor of Germany in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles. Bismarck himself, previously a count, was elevated to prince. Until the new Kaiser, Wilhelm II, dismissed him in 1890, he was to be the unchallenged leader of the new Germany. His moral authority, as the founder of the United Germany, was almost as unbounded as his political power based on the 3 offices he held jointly: Chancellor of the Reich, Prussian Prime Minister and Prussian Minister of Foreign Affairs. He was of impressive stature and robust constitution. His energy was boundless. As the Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Gorshakov observed, he ate too much, drank too much and worked too much. Not surprisingly, he suffered from stomach and gallbladder complaints all his life. Yet he remained in power until his 75th year and lived to the age of 83. The most important group in the Diet on whose backing Bismarck relied, 107, were the National Liberals. It was they who had stood behind his creation of the German Reich and who had remained his leading parliamentary support in the 1870s. However, the effects of the long economic depression had shaken German faith in liberal ideas in general and the free trade doctrine in particular. In 1878 Bismarck broke with that doctrine and forged a new parliamentary majority out of the conservative liberals who had split from the National Liberals and the equally conservative Roman Catholic Centre Party. This new group was anti-socialist and advocated the protection of German agriculture and industry, that is, of grain and steel. In 1878 Berlin also became the diplomatic capital of Europe, something it had never been before. Even after the spectacular victories of 1870 to 1871 Bismarck had at first kept a low profile in the diplomatic field. For a time he did not consider it Germany's task to direct European diplomatic activity. The Balkan crisis of 1878 changed all that. Bismarck invited the powers to Berlin to discuss the affair, and it was then that Germany accepted the mantle that had fallen to it upon its unification in 1870. Bismarck ruled over Germany, and Germany ruled over Europe. Bismarck's diplomatic talents were legendary. He had an exceptional intelligence, an amazing gift for languages, and great familiarity with Europe. He was hard to outdo in cynicism or misanthropy, be it by word of mouth or in writing. His diplomacy was consistent but opportunistic. Its foundations were patience and caution, but these qualities went hand in hand with resolution and quickness of action, for Bismarck believed firmly that chances did not come twice. He was enough of a diplomat not to eschew equivocation, sowing confusion whenever he thought it possible and desirable, and keeping 3 rather than 2 balls in the air at once. But he was also statesman enough to realize that trust is indivisible, and that in the long run a statesman's greatest possession is his reputation. He was enough of a gentleman to observe the code that diplomats do not lie to one another, but there was also something grasping and boorish in his behavior. In the diplomatic world Bismarck, like his country, was an upstart, with all the upstart's characteristics. As Lord Salisbury, whose family had been associated with diplomatic activity since the 16th century, put it, he is rather a Jew, but on the whole I have as yet got my money's worth. 8 Bismarck, just like Lord Salisbury, for that matter, had a strong sense of duty and responsibility coupled to detachment and a sense of proportion. These were the qualities he also displayed when he came face to face in the 1880s with a new and to him unfamiliar development, the German colonial movement. The German colonial movement. The 2 spiritual fathers of German colonialism were neither politicians nor businessmen. They were a missionary and a lawyer. Friedrich Fabry. 108. 1824 to 1891, was a clergyman whose interest in overseas affairs was linked to his post of inspector of the Rhenish mission. However, in his book Bedarf Deutschland der Kolonien? Does Germany Need Colonies, published in 1879, he used selfish rather than pious arguments, arguing with a host of figures and statistics that colonies were a source of prosperity. For Germany, moreover, colonies were a question of life and death, since they would represent a fatherland in foreign parts where the German nation could dispose of its surplus population without losing it to others, as was happening in non-German settlements. The other champion of colonialism, the lawyer Wilhelm Hebschleiden, 1847 to 1900, from Hamburg, was an out-and-out imperialist. According to him, the world of the future would be run by just a few gigantic empires. His book Deutsche Kolonisation, published in 1881, was, unlike Fabry's, based above all on political and nationalistic concepts. Colonization, he claimed, was not so much a commercial as a political affair. In particular, colonies were an instrument for spreading German influence and culture, for the preservation of Dutum Germanness. That these ideas fell on fertile soil may be gathered from the rapid rise of the German colonial movement. As in other countries, the movement could trace its origins to geographical societies and to commercial circles, especially in the Hanseatic towns. The idea of a large national organization was first put forward in 1882. The initiators were not businessmen, but a biologist, an explorer, and a politician. Registered degree business and industrial circles were not slow to pick up the message, however, and lent support to a manifesto stressing both the economic importance of colonization, the provision of new markets, and the fact that it was in the national interest to strengthen bonds with Germans overseas. These were the declared ideals of the Colonial Verein, Colonial Association, founded in Frankfurt on December 6, 1882. This association was singularly successful, recruiting more than 3,000 members within a year. It had branches in nearly 500 towns in Germany, and in some 20 towns overseas. By 1895 it could boast more than 10,000 members, enabling it to publish a journal, the Colonial Zeitung, a mouthpiece of the colonial message. Leading academics such as Schmaler, Sibyl, and Treitschke took up the call, the last named even calling colonialism a Daseinsfrage, registered a question of life and death. The society did not set its sights primarily on economic profit or direct annexation, wanting merely to prepare the German people for Germany's new role in the world. That was the main difference between it and the other, smaller, society in the same field, the Gesellschaft für deutsche Kolonisation, Society for German Colonization. The latter had been founded in Berlin on April 3, 1884 and had a more practical objective, the raising of the capital needed for establishing a German colony in East Africa. Though the two organizations started out as rivals, they were to be amalgamated on November 19, 1887 into the Deutsche Kolonialgesellschaft. By 109. Then, however, the German colonial empire had been well and truly established. It had all happened very quickly in 1884 and 1885, once Bismarck had decided to adopt the objectives of his colonialist compatriots he had previously so despised and to lend their paltry claims and possessions the protection of the Reich. Many people were astonished and fascinated by this volte-face. Bismarck's colonial conversion. That historians should be so fascinated by Bismarck's conversion is due first of all of course to their being fascinated by Bismarck himself. Bismarck was the kind of man whom one would not normally have associated with rash and uncontrolled behavior. His actions had always been seen as part of some great plan, his diplomacy as forming a consistent whole, and his judgment as being infallible. That may be slightly exaggerated, but we may take it that Bismarck's actions were no mere whims and that there must have been good reasons for his conversion. This question is of particular importance, for in no other case did the colonial policy of a country coincide so fully with the policy of one man. Through Bismarck's actions Germany acquired 99.9% of its later colonial empire. To gain some understanding of that process, we must therefore try to come to grips with Bismarck's motives. To begin with the most important of them, there can be no doubt that, at heart, Bismarck was not a colonial expansionist. He himself put it quite plainly as late as 1889, "I was not born to be a colonialist." This statement was of course also an expression of his disappointment with the outcome of all those colonial doings and dealings, but it was more than that. Bismarck had expressed similar views in the past. "Colonies," he declared in 1871, "tear to us Germans what silk-lined sable coats are to the Polish nobility, who have no shirts to wear underneath. And, we are not yet rich enough to afford the luxury of colonies." The import of these words was quite clear. Germany, just like those Polish noblemen, lacked an infrastructure. It lacked a navy strong enough to protect colonies. It had no commercial companies to exploit them. It had no need for raw materials or for markets. In addition, colonies meant spending money on administration and defense. These funds would have to be voted by the Reichstag. Colonial expansion would therefore lead to the strengthening of the Reichstag and thus of the liberal parliamentary regime Bismarck had come to detest so much. In short, Bismarck had a variety of reasons for opposing colonialism, and in the 1870s he categorically turned down all requests for annexations. Why, then, did he act so differently in 1884 and 1885? There are some explanations attributed to Bismarck himself. The first, noted by Friedrich von Holstein, was, that whole colonial business is a sham, but we need it for the elections here we are thus proffered an 110. Electoral, that is, a domestic political, motive. The other explanation was given by Bismarck in a conversation with Eugen Wolff, an enthusiastic colonialist and explorer. Your map of Africa is very good, but my map of Africa lies in Europe. Here is Russia, and here is France, and we are in the middle. That is my map of Africa. This was a foreign political explanation. All the extensive literature on Bismarck's motives consists essentially of variations on these two themes, domestic political motives such as electoral advantage, and foreign political motives such as relations with Great Britain and with France. It is true that Bismarck strove for reconciliation with his mighty neighbor. It is also true that at the Congress of Berlin in 1878 he had urged France to look to horizons beyond the blue line of the Vosges. But Bismarck knew only too well that the rigid confines of French nationalism did not allow that change of perspective for the time being. However, the colonial vista also held attractive electoral prospects at home. It could contribute to a national consensus, and promised to deflect attention from social and economic problems and focus it instead on national successes. Hence it is not necessary to assume that there was a conflict between home and foreign considerations. What motivated Bismarck was the national interest as he saw it. Peace and order, calm at home and abroad, were of equal importance in furthering it. Bismarck's actions in 1884 and 1885 can therefore be explained quite simply. Bismarck was almost 70 when he embarked upon his colonial adventure. He recognized that he was elderly and that his thinking about Germany and about politics was dominated by the past. His horizon was a European one, but the future might look different, and a statesman had to think of the future. This line of thought was clearly reflected in his address to the Diet on January 26, 1889, when he declared, "I have to think in decades, of the future of my compatriots. I must remember that in 20 or 30 years' time I might be reproached for having been that timid chancellor who lacked the courage to secure for us what has turned out to be so valuable a possession." Registered asterisk, and he added that, though no one can prove the benefit of colonies to the Reich, I cannot prove that they are harmful either. That was the crux of the matter. No one knew precisely what Africa could provide, but many thought that it had much to offer. In 1884 there was suddenly a chance to secure some of it at no great cost. Bismarck had learned during a long life that chances have to be seized whenever they appear. That is why he acted in 1884 and 1885 as was his wont, wary as a serpent and bold as a lion. The birth of the German colonial empire. The birth of the German colonial empire is easy to date precisely. It took place on April 24, 1884, when Bismarck extended Reichsschutz, the protection of the Reich, to Leidrittsland, CP 283. That act was the beginning of German Southwest Africa. Other colonies were to follow in quick succession. During the Congo year, that is, the year between the Anglo-Portuguese Treaty of February 27, 1884 and the end of the Berlin Conference exactly 1 year later, Germany acquired Southwest Africa, Togo, and on February 27, 1885, 1 day after the end of the Berlin Conference, German East Africa. This sudden development can be understood against the background we have just sketched out. The colonial movement had become an important factor of political life in Germany, one that was to play a considerable role during the elections held that year. There was thus good reason to give that movement satisfaction, provided it cost no money and the diplomatic situation allowed it. Both conditions were satisfied in 1884. The diplomatic situation was favorable, and Bismarck had found a way of acquiring colonies without having to apply to the Diet for funds. This way had been mapped out for him in a memorandum drafted by Heinrich von Cusserow, Privy Councillor at the Auswärtiges Amt, the German Foreign Office. Cusero had presented it to the Chancellor on April 6, 1884. Heinrich von Cusero was a relatively unimportant civil servant and a known colonial propagandist. He was therefore not taken very seriously, the less so as he had previously presented a series of memoranda of inordinate length that had irritated Bismarck as much as the man's long-winded arguments. As a result, Cusero had been considered unsuitable for important work, and after a short trial period at the High School of the Foreign Office, the political department, he had been sent down to the nursery, the legal commercial department. But Cusero was not a man who could be easily ignored. He was related, if not to the best, at least to the richest families in Germany. He was the son of a Prussian general, the grandson of the banker Oppenheimer, and the son-in-law of Adolf von Hansemann, director of the mighty Diskontogesellschaft. On top of that, he was a man of ideas and hence managed to gain Bismarck's ear occasionally, even after his relegation, provided he did not take too long over it. His biggest idea was the need for Germany to have an overseas empire. This provoked laughter among those of his colleagues who knew better than Cusero what power politics was all about, and to whom the world outside Europe was a series of diplomatic posts to be shunned. Cusero's public interest in Oceania caused his colleagues to refer to that region as Cuseroia. To avoid further jokes at his expense, Cusero kept his map of Africa, on which he had marked the future German possessions of his daydreams, in a secret drawer of his desk. Yet he was a real zealot, one who passionately believed in a great and mighty overseas Germany, not to the greater profit of his brothers-in-law but to the greater glory of the fatherland. The memorandum Cusero drafted in 1884 bore witness at one end. 12. The same time to his enthusiasm, his familiarity with the subject, and his understanding of Bismarck's problems. In fact, he showed the way to acquire colonial possessions without having to shoulder administrative responsibility with all the costs that entailed. This miracle solution consisted of a chartered company. This was something out of the past, a relic from the days of the Ancien Regime, which had, however, recently been resurrected when the British government had granted a charter to the North Borneo Company. In essence, a charter company held sovereign rights or, to put it another way, had the duty of ensuring order and providing the administration. In exchange, it was granted a trading monopoly in the region assigned to it. Cusero considered this the answer to Bismarck's problem of how to grant the German colonist Leidritz, who wanted to found a German colony in southwest Africa, permission to do so without the Reichs having to bear responsibility for the administrative costs. The German government would confine itself to providing diplomatic and military protection. Now, such protection was the business of the government and not of Parliament, and hence needed no endorsement by the Diet. The path to the great objective colonies without costs and without parliamentary interference had thus been cleared. We do not know the precise influence of that memorandum on Bismarck. What we do know is that shortly after its presentation, Bismarck changed tack registered. Bismarck's other reason was diplomatic. The British attitude in the colonial sphere in general and in Southwest Africa in particular irritated the Chancellor. He had inquired several times whether the British were making any claims to Southwest Africa. The British response had been slow and disdainful. No, Britain did not lay any claims to the territory, he was told, but would consider claims by others as infringing its legitimate rights. Degree that smacked of a British Monroe Doctrine for Africa. The British attitude, incidentally, was due to confusion rather than arrogance. There was in fact little reason for the latter. The years 1884 and 1885 had been catastrophic for Britain. As Lord Granville, the Foreign Secretary, put it, it had all been dreadful, jumping from one nightmare into another. In Egypt, everything, absolutely everything, was going wrong politically, militarily, and financially, culminating in the tragedy of Gordon's death in Khartoum. In Asia, a major war with Russia was looming. Hence the last thing Britain wanted was to irritate Germany for no good reason, but Britain could make neither head nor tail of Bismarck's real intentions. Had Germany suddenly decided to become a colonial power after all? That seemed unlikely, but then what was Germany really after? Bismarck, for his part, had no intention of vexing Great Britain, certainly not for the sake of the shores of some West African desert, but he did want Great Britain to take him seriously. Moreover, here was a situation in which he apparently could not lose. He could join France in making life a 113 burden for Great Britain, he with colonial claims in Africa, France with complaints about the Congo, and both together with the financial sword over Egypt. This possibility posed a sizable threat to Britain in 1884, and no one could tell where it might lead. If France were tempted enough to join Germany and to forget all about the Ligne Bleue de Vosges, so much the better. But that was unlikely. Bismarck knew only too well that friendship with Germany spelled suicide for any French government. But even without a Franco-German entente, Britain could in any case be put under pressure. In fact, Franco-German cooperation in Africa did not last long, although just long enough for Bismarck to found a German colonial empire. Franco-German collaboration was therefore not of strategic, but of tactical importance. Bismarck thought long and hard before deciding on colonial expansion, but once the die had been cast he acted vigorously and with dispatch. He hid the dice under the cup for a little longer, but then he struck. On June 7, 1884 he let it be known that he did not recognize the Anglo-Portuguese treaty. That same month he sent his son Herbert to London to convince the British government of the seriousness of his intentions. Nachtigall, the German consul, was meanwhile given instructions to convert his West African scouting expedition into a political campaign. On July 5 Togo was declared a German protectorate, with Cameroon following on July 12. On August 7 the area around Angre-Piquefaye was annexed, followed shortly afterwards by the entire coast from Angola to the Cape Colony. At the same time invitations to the Berlin Conference went out. 6. The Berlin Conference. Toward an international conference. On April 26, 1884, 2 days after the Reich had extended its protection to Louis Idritz's possessions in southwest Africa, Bismarck had a talk with the French ambassador in Berlin. He let it be known that Germany was keen to discuss colonial affairs, and particularly the Anglo-Portuguese treaty, with the other powers and especially with France. Germany had already protested to Lisbon against that treaty and now sought French cooperation in opposing the policy of invasion and exclusivism of which England has just given fresh proof. Bismarck thus started out very cautiously. He did not protest directly to London, but looked first for support elsewhere. The best form of protest was to internationalize the whole affair. The initiative had come from the Portuguese government. Once it had appeared that opposition to the London Treaty was so great that international recognition 114 was out of the question and London accordingly hesitated to present the treaty to Parliament for ratification. Portugal had lost interest in the agreement. Internationalization was now the best chance Portugal had of breaking its exclusive link with Great Britain. That explains why Portugal began on May 13, 1884 to take soundings about the possibility of an international conference. Bismarck was quick to respond. He declared that a bilateral treaty had no international validity, for which international recognition was needed. He also insisted that an international waterway such as the Congo had to be placed under international control, as had been done with the Rhine and the Danube. Bismarck did not in fact hesitate to call the Congo the Danube of Africa. Free trade in the area had to be guaranteed. Bismarck thus assumed responsibility for settling the Congo question. During August and September he made contact with Paris, and finding support there for his conference plans, he invited London and Lisbon to attend an international conference to be held in Berlin. It would deal with the following subjects. 1. Freedom of trade in the basin and mouth of the Congo. 2. Freedom of navigation on the Congo and the Niger based on the same principles as applied for the Danube. 3. The definition of the formalities to be observed when taking possession of new territory on the African coast. Registered. Reactions were favorable. Other countries, too, could now be invited to the conference, beginning with those having interests in the regions concerned. These countries included, in addition to those already mentioned, Great Britain, France, Germany and Portugal, the Netherlands, Belgium, Spain and the United States. The rest were invited purely for show, or, as the letter of invitation more elegantly put it, to ensure general agreement on the conference resolutions. These countries were Austria-Hungary, Sweden-Norway, Denmark, Italy, Turkey and Russia. The invitations went out in October. There was thus 1 month for preparation and clarification of views before the conference opened. The Berlin Conference, November 15, 1884 to February 26, 1885. Bismarck opened the conference at 2 o'clock on the afternoon of Saturday, November 15, 1884 with a short but lofty address. He stressed the disinterested objectives of the conference. Its task was to bring Africa the benefits of civilization in general and of trade in particular. He then listed the main points on the agenda and insisted that the conference would not concern itself with sovereignty but would lay down rules for the occupation of new territories on the African coast in the cause of peace and humanity. The British ambassador, Sir Edward Mallet, was the next speaker. His own lofty sentiments and thoughts certainly measured up to those of the Iron Chancellor. Sir Edward stressed that the conference should not dwell on the commercial prospects alone, but also bear the welfare of the native population in mind. He accordingly proposed a ban on the import into the Congo of such harmful commodities as alcohol, guns, and gunpowder. However, altruism was not the only point on the agenda for Her Majesty's ambassador. He made one thing clear immediately: Great Britain refused to allow the Niger to be discussed on a par with the Congo. In the Congo, Great Britain was just one of the interested parties. On the Niger it was the paramount power. Even before the conference the British press had stressed how important this point was to Great Britain, and had expressed indignation over French plans to internationalize the Niger. The Niger was as British as the Senegal was French, and if the Niger had to be part of the negotiations, then the Senegal would have to be as well. This question was to linger between Britain and France for a long time, CP 194, but the first round, fought over the lower Niger, was quickly ended. Britain's position here was so strong that no one could challenge it. Nor did Bismarck even want to do so. He saw only too clearly that German interests were much closer to those of Great Britain than to those of France. Germany itself had no claims in that region, and free trade served it well. Germany thus stood behind Great Britain, and that was enough to settle the matter. The Niger question having been put out of the way, the conference could turn its attention to the region that was really at issue, namely, the Congo. The most important point here was to determine the size of the free trade area. The conference wanted to make it as large as possible. Stanley, who was nominally a member of the American delegation but was in fact acting as Leopold's agent, argued for an area stretching from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean, right across Central Africa. He called the area the Geographic and Commercial Congo Basin, a splendid term, although the first adjective in particular bore a distant relation to the real situation. You might as well consider the Rhine part of the Rhine Basin? A nonplussed British diplomat remarked. Moreover, it was West Africa that appeared on the conference agenda, not the East Coast. On the other hand, apart from 107. Geographical and procedural complaints, there were no great objections to Stanley's proposal. France and Portugal, both of which had claims in the area, were of course put out and tried to whittle part of the free trade area on the west coast away. Britain supported the claims of the Sultan of Zanzibar in the east. The final result was a compromise. 2 free trade areas were approved. The first was defined as the Basin of the Congo and its tributaries and stretched from the Atlantic to the Great Lakes. On the coast the northern boundary was fixed at 2 degrees 30 minutes south, while the mouth of the Loge River was adopted as the southern limit. This coastal outlet was therefore fairly narrow, but immediately behind it the region fanned out broadly to the north as well as to the south. To the east of it lay the other free trade area, termed the Eastern Maritime Zone, which stretched from the Great Lakes to the Indian Ocean. Its northern coastal boundary was fixed at 5 degrees north and its southern boundary at the mouth of the Zambezi. At Great Britain's request it was agreed that the Berlin Act would be binding on the signatories only and not on any independent African state. This, of course, was in deference to Britain's protégé, the Sultan of Zanzibar. The two free trade territories, the Congo Basin and the Eastern Zone, were jointly referred to as the conventional Congo Basin. The whole looked like a gigantic sausage, thick in the middle, tapering at one end and with a huge bite taken out of the other end by the Sultan of Zanzibar. The conference also discussed a few other issues, among them humanitarian obligations toward the African population, a point the British ambassador had raised at the first session. Christian missions would enjoy protection and the slave trade be once again banned, as would the sale of strong liquor to the natives. This last was at least proposed by Great Britain. But Germany and Holland, feeling that charity should begin at home in Bremen and Schiedam rather than with Sir Edward's humanitarian concerns, demurred. 3/5 of all German exports to West Africa were hard liquor. Bismarck himself owned 3 distilleries. The Germans could hardly object to the principle as such, but kept referring back to the overall theme of the conference, namely, free trade. The resolution in question was accordingly changed to the effect that the local authorities would regulate the liquor trade. That was a roundabout way of saying that nothing would be done about it. The most important item on the agenda, however, was the third, the settlement of new claims to the African coasts. Although Bismarck had stated in his opening address that the conference would not concern itself with sovereignty, the subject did of course arise behind the scenes. After all, the conference had been called to deal with the problems resulting from the Anglo-Portuguese Treaty, and in the corridors the constant talk, as we shall see, revolved about the recognition of flags and the fixing of boundaries. The map of Africa had not been put up on the wall for nothing. But 118. Since this item on the conference agenda has become a source of myth and confusion, we must try to clarify what exactly was decided and what was not. To that end we can do no better than start by taking a careful look at the letter of invitation. In the passage dealing with the topics for discussion there was mention of new occupations on the African coasts. It thus expressly excluded existing possessions and the interior. When this matter was broached, the British delegate proposed that the same rules should also apply to new acquisitions in the latter. However, the French and the Germans objected. How could one possibly set up rules for regions about which next to nothing was known? As long as one kept to the coast, everyone knew what the discussions were about. Boundaries there could be simply fixed, from latitude X to latitude Y. But what was to be done about the interior? For that matter, where did the coast end and where did the interior begin? To establish this, one would have to take an inventory of all the claims to sovereignty and make a survey of all the regions involved. That sort of operation, the French ambassador remarked, would be tantamount to a partition of Africa. That was not what the conference had been called for. Its task was simply to establish rules for new occupations along the coast, not to discuss existing agreements nor to concern itself with the interior. Degree. The conference had not been convened to divide up Africa, but to open it up to free trade and civilization, in the spirit of European cooperation and harmony. No one could object to that, and so the question of partition was brushed under the carpet. In the final act of Berlin it was merely laid down that anyone taking possession of a new coastal region or setting up a protectorate over it had to notify the other signatories and to exercise a measure of effective authority. Since, however, scarcely any coastal parts remained unoccupied, in practice this proviso meant virtually nothing. The conference closed on February 26, 1885. It had done its work. 3.5 months had passed since the opening, during which the delegates had met 8 times, each session lasting some 2.5 hours. With the opening and closing sessions, therefore, they met 10 times in 105 days, for a total of about 25 hours. The Congress had been no holiday, it is true, but nor had it been hard labor. There had been working sessions for the preparation of proposals, of course, and time had been set aside for consultation and taking instructions, but that was not the real reason for the slow progress. That reason must be sought elsewhere, not in the hall, but in the corridors. During the conference these were the scene of feverish discussions concerning the recognition of the Congo Free State, at their most difficult, of course, when they involved the two main rivals in the Congo, France and Portugal. Not until February 5, 1885 did France sign a treaty recognizing the Free State. Portugal followed soon after, on February 15. 119. Even before the final Act of Berlin was signed, the Free State had declared its adherence to the conclusions of the conference. Bismarck could thus end his closing speech on a note almost as exalted as that of his opening address. He welcomed the new state and concluded with the following words. The new Congo state is destined to be one of the most important executors of the work we intend to do, and I express my best wishes for its speedy development, and for the realization of the noble aspirations of its illustrious creator. It was for the culmination of this diplomatic display that the conference had had to wait and the illustrious creator to work so hard. With the Free State the conference saluted an infant who, following many birth pangs, had just seen the light of day in a small, dark side room. The road to recognition was thus held not only in the large assembly room but in corridors and small side rooms as well. While diplomats and ministers devoted their attention to noble principles and the finer points of international law, quite a different game was being played outside the hall, the game of diplomatic horse trading and quid pro quo. The result, as we have seen, was the Congo Free State. The birth of that state, as behooves a creature of such vast girth, had been preceded by a long period of gestation. In October 1882, as we have also seen, Leopold took the crucial step of changing his commercial approach to a political one, that is, by advancing from the idea of running a business to one of running a state. What mattered next was to have that state recognized by the powers, and Leopold had left no stone unturned to attain that end. In an attempt to gain British support on one hand, he had avidly embraced the gospel of free trade. Britain had approved. On the other hand, there was his no less surprising decision to grant the French priority rights, which admittedly gained him French sympathy but also aroused British suspicions. There were other problems too. What was the legal validity of his creation? What was its political future? Could one really claim sovereignty on behalf of an international society? The great Oxford jurist Sir Travers Twiss was asked for his opinion on the matter. He claimed that it could be done, mentioning such precedents as the Knights of Malta and the Teutonic Order. That was a rather far-fetched argument. Moreover, to British eyes, Leopold seemed nothing more than a somewhat confused, benevolent philanthropist whose house of cards was bound to collapse very soon under the pressure. 120. Of the international balance of power. All in all, feelings in Britain were mixed. But in the course of 1884, between the rejection of the Anglo-Portuguese Treaty and the opening of the Berlin Conference, public opinion in Britain veered in Leopold's favor. Here Stanley played a major role. He was the great authority on the Congo and made ready use of that reputation. In a number of speeches delivered in England he attacked Portuguese misrule and praised the work of the disinterested King of the Belgians. He pointed in addition to the enormous prospects these regions held out to British trade. In a famous address to the Manchester Chamber of Commerce on October 22, 1884 he dwelled at length on these prospects. If every inhabitant of the Congo Basin were to buy just one Sunday suit, 300 million yards of Manchester cotton could be used for that alone. If they were to buy one Sunday suit and 4 everyday ones, Stanley continued his curious calculation, this would amount to many more millions of yards of cloth, to the tune of many millions of pounds. Degree 5 Leopold's promise of free trade would make all this possible. The Foreign Office, however, was not taken in by Stanley's paeans of praise to the disinterested Belgian ruler. The King of the Belgians is a gigantic commercial monopoly, wrote Sir Percy Anderson. He, for one, preferred the Portuguese. But once the Portuguese card had been played and trumped, there was nothing for it but to take the King of the Belgians in as a partner. Thus on December 16, 1884 Great Britain decided to recognize the AIC and so helped Leopold to take an important step on his laborious path to international recognition. The Americans, incidentally, had been the first to grant this. As early as April 10, 1884 the Senate had decided to recognize the flag of the AIC, a gold star on a blue field, another bequest from the defunct AIA, as that of a friendly power. The Americans, of course, had no interests in Africa, and as Leopold, who could sometimes put things rather bluntly, expressed it, the Americans are not greatly interested in Negroes. That explained much of their attitude. But there was more. The recognition of the association's flag had as its most important advocate the American Henry Sanford, who was U.S. ambassador to Belgium and had business interests in the Congo. He started lobbying on November 27, 1883 and at first came up against the inevitable skepticism of the State Department, which had little faith in the stability of the AIC. Then a philanthropic smokescreen was put up. Americans were told that the AIC was the successor of the altruistic CEHC, which in turn was said to be an offshoot of the humanitarian AIA. The AIC would, moreover, do no more than act as temporary administrator of the Free States. Note the plural that had been set up or would be set up in the Congo, more or less in the same way that the American Colonization Society had temporarily administered the newly created state of Liberia. This was incorporated into the Declarations Pen. Signed by the United States and the AIC on April 22, 1884, and subsequently endorsed by the Senate. The Americans thought that they were helping to found another Liberia. What they were founding in fact was the Belgian Congo. The boundary question. Recognition by the United States, however welcome, did not count for much on the international scene. What Washington did was not very important at the time, what Berlin did all the more so. 2 days after American recognition, thus on April 24, Bismarck discussed Leopold's case for the first time with the French ambassador in Berlin. "I'm not really sure what that association is exactly," he remarked. Bismarck then made inquiries, and Leopold was only too pleased to assist him. The association, the king explained, was an organization founded to set up stations with the purpose of linking the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean and of establishing a free state. To function properly, the state would have to stretch from coast to coast. Indeed, it would be best if it also comprised the Sudan, just ceded by Egypt, for here the slave trade was at its worst and the association was better suited than anyone else to put a stop to it. Here we find the first comments on an important new theme, the boundaries of the Free State. Having one's flag recognized was all very well, but it was not the same thing as gaining recognition for a territorial state. What Leopold possessed was a series of scattered stations. What he was asking for was a vast area of land. As the Belgian historian Jean Stengers has pointed out, it was rather like possessing a number of villages on the banks of the Rhine between Rotterdam and Basel and then demanding sovereignty over the whole of Western Europe. Yet, however fantastic Leopold's demands may have been, what he received was even more fantastic. The Congo Free State was more than twice the size of Western Europe. In this process, Leopold's negotiations with Bismarck had been of crucial importance, for Bismarck would be the first to recognize not only the association but also the boundaries of its territory. Originally, this had not seemed likely. Bismarck was not a man to be taken in by daydreams or to be blinded by humanitarian eyewash. Schwindel humbug, he had written in the margin of Leopold's note, next to a passage on fighting the slave trade. In any case, he had insisted that free trade would have to be guaranteed first. Leopold was only too happy to oblige. Then Bismarck had asked him the crucial question, what were the boundaries of the Free State to be? Leopold's first reply was evasive. Could Germany not recognize the AIC and agree to accept the borders the AIC would specify at a later date? That was asking for carte blanche, literally and figuratively, and Bismarck, of course, had refused to grant it. He wanted a map on which the boundaries were clearly marked. So Leopold and Stanley together had AP 122. Plied themselves to a map of Africa at their meeting in Ostend on August 7, 1884. With bold strokes they had produced a first sketch of the Congo Free State. Compared with the dream of a region stretching from coast to coast and from Angola to Egypt, it was a modest plan. Not even Leopold dared to commit such a dream to paper. For all that, the territory was massive enough, about 2/3 of the later Belgian Congo, or, to put it another way, the Belgian Congo minus Katanga. Bismarck examined the map. Not all that stupid, he noted. Asterisk, he did not know quite what to make of it all. On the one hand it was a great deal to ask. On the other he found Leopold foolish but not ungenial. Moreover, Leopold posed no threat to Germany, and his plan had certain advantages. The presence of such a state might help to reduce international tensions in the region and keep more dangerous forces at bay. Even so, Bismarck hesitated at first about recognizing the proposed boundaries. The whole proposition was absurd and misconceived. But in the end he gave in. He knew that France would raise no objections because it had been offered privileged rights. He felt that Germany, too, ought to make some gesture. The result was a draft treaty between Germany and the AIC containing a whole series of articles summing up the obligations of the AIC toward the German Reich. The Free State would guarantee free trade, the Free State would protect German subjects, the Free State would do this and the Free State would do that. In return, Germany promised no more than the recognition of the flag. That was indeed very little, and so Article 6 was added. The German Reich recognizes the boundaries as shown on the attached map. 5. This convention was signed on November 8, 1884. The crucial step had been taken. Now only France and Great Britain remained to be brought round. Not much trouble was to be expected from France. After all, its privileged rights were such as to make it wish for the largest possible free state, provided, of course, the territory did not impinge on regions to which France itself had claims. One such region was the Niar-Iquilu, so called after two rivers in the lower Congo. On the map presented to Bismarck, Leopold had cautiously marked that region as subject to further adjustment. In his negotiations with France, he had to relinquish his claim to it. But Leopold was a man who, having lost something here, was anxious to recover it there. He accordingly presented a different map to France on December 24, 1884. On it the Free State lost the disputed territory but gained something else in exchange, namely, Katanga. Thus on that day Leopold annexed Katanga, at least on paper. It was to become the Congo's richest and most important province. However, according to Stengers, it was not its mineral riches that Leopold was after. What impelled him was a general imperialist urge, the desire for compensation for the loss of Niar-Iquilu and the objective of making the new state as large as possible and filling as much of the Congo basin as possible. 6. It was the result of 123. An impulse and a way of putting out feelers. If there is any opposition to it, we shall drop it, Leopold's delegate in Paris explained. But Jules Ferry had no objections. Why should he have had? The larger the Free State, the more France stood to inherit. On February 5, 1885 the map was accordingly recognized by France as an appendix to its convention with the AIC. 10 days later a treaty was also signed with Portugal, the other rival. As the Berlin Conference had dragged on, the powers had become sick and tired of Portugal's procrastination and had ordered it bluntly to surrender the right bank of the Congo. In exchange, it was granted the left bank and a small area above the mouth of the Congo, the Cabinda enclave. While England slept. Now Great Britain alone was left. Despite Hutton's and Mackinnon's active lobbying, there was little sympathy for the AIC in Great Britain. Sir Percy Anderson had few illusions about the association, which he called a private enterprise of a very abnormal kind. Registered there were, however, few objections to substituting the creation of the King of the Belgians for Portugal as guardian of the Congo. And opposing the association would only benefit the country that posed the real danger, France. Moreover, Bismarck was a supporter of the AIC, and collaboration with Germany was particularly important for Great Britain, especially when it came to claims to the Niger. Bismarck had left Britain in no doubt about that. The fact was that the Niger was more important for Great Britain than the Congo. Anderson therefore gave Leopold the green light fairly quickly. The AIC could count on British recognition. This was formally granted in the Treaty of December 16, 1884, that is, shortly after the start of the conference. However, Great Britain left the boundaries of the Free State unspecified. That remained to be done, and when it was, some time later, it was in a most surprising way. On August 1, 1885, Leopold agreed to become sovereign of the Free State. After some hesitation, he decided against the title of Emperor of the Congo and made do with the more modest title of Sovereign King. He also drew up an Act of Neutrality, in accordance with Article 10 of the Act of Berlin, laying down that neutrality would apply to the entire area of the Free State as specified in the treaties with Germany, France, and Portugal. In accordance with the Act of Berlin, all the signatories to the Act had to be notified of his declaration. If they raised no objections, their agreement could be assumed in accordance with diplomatic practice. Bismarck had meanwhile agreed to the new frontiers laid down in Leopold's treaty with France. The king thus had nothing to fear from Paris, Berlin, or Lisbon. He awaited the crucial British decision with great suspense. It was August. The African experts at the Foreign Office, including Sir 124 Percy Anderson, were on vacation. The civil servants they had left behind were not fully au fait with the latest developments. They compared the latest map they were sent with the map in their possession, which showed the borders of the Free State recognized by Germany, France, and Portugal. That map had been published in Berlin after the conference and sent out to all concerned. The British civil servants had added it to the Congo dossier. Britain had been a signatory of the Act of Berlin. The civil servants accordingly assumed that all the maps accompanying the Act, including the one with the Free State frontiers, were also recognized by the signatories of the Act. That was not the case, however, for the Act was not concerned with frontiers and territorial claims. The only maps to accompany the Act were those referring to free trade zones and associated matters. But everything had been put in a single dossier, and meanwhile there had been so many maps, so many agreements, so many Congos, so many Congo basins and so many Congo associations that the civil servants' confusion was easy to understand. In any case, the Foreign Office decided that the two maps were identical, and let it be known on September 1, 1885 that the declaration had been duly noted. Asterisk. In diplomatic language this signified acceptance, and was a matter of crucial importance. In later years, Katanga was to become a most desirable possession in the eyes of such British imperialists as Cecil Rhodes and Harry Johnston. When they approached the British government on the subject, it stuck to its guns. Anderson let them know that Leopold's map had been recognized in 1885 and that his territory unmistakably comprised the mining region of Katanga. What was done was done. So the whims of Bismarck, the greed of Ferry and a stupid blunder by Whitehall, as Anderson was to call it after his return from leave, led to the inclusion of Katanga in the Free State, a state that, transplanted to Europe, would have stretched from Barcelona to Istanbul and from Sicily to Sweden. 8. Conclusion. The Congo played a special role in the partition of Africa. On the whole, the partition took place against a background of bilateral rivalry, bilateral diplomacy and bilateral agreements, Anglo-British treaties, Franco-German conventions, Anglo-German pacts, and so on. In the Congo, by contrast, more than two parties were involved from the very outset. At first, These comprised the best known, namely, France and Great Britain, powers we meet time and again during the partition. To a lesser degree, Portugal, too, was involved by virtue of its ancient rights, claims, and possessions. But 125. There were also several newcomers, the most important of which was Germany. Its sudden and unexpected decision to enter colonial politics was the political event of 1884. Even so, the most original newcomer was unquestionably Leopold II. He played a bizarre role in history. He was the constitutional ruler of a small but respected country which wanted no part of colonies, and at the same time a colonial conquistador in his private capacity and before long sole ruler over a gigantic colony, a constitutional Dr. Jekyll in Belgium and an authoritarian Mr. Hyde in Africa. This new factor introduced yet another original element. Traditionally the partition of Africa had been dominated by Anglo-French rivalry. There had been Franco-German rivalry alongside it on the European continent since 1870. But during the Congo affair that rivalry seemed to have made way for Franco-German cooperation, which was, however, short-lived. The shadow of the Vosges remained stronger than the sun of colonial reconciliation. Even so, the short honeymoon in 1884 to 1885 had a crucial influence on the course of events. Bismarck's intervention meant the entry of a new player, and that called for a reshuffle and redeal of the cards and introduced a new element of uncertainty. Bismarck was used to taking the lead, not playing supporting roles. Germany was a force to be reckoned with. The same thing could not, of course, be said of Leopold. He did not direct the play that would end in his untrammeled possession of a fine colony. However, he profited from the existing tensions and offered an alternative, the Free State. This was not only an original solution, but at various moments offered each of the great powers considerable advantages over the alternatives. The result of these new developments was a new form of diplomacy, no longer bilateral but multilateral, in the form of an international conference at Berlin. No wonder that this solution had so strong an appeal. The idea of an international conference of all European countries meeting under the leadership of Germany and discussing the future of an entire continent was appealing enough. It inevitably evoked such congresses as those of Vienna and Paris, where the political map of Europe had been reshaped, where boundaries had been redrawn, spheres of influence staked out, and territories divided or amalgamated or given away. Not surprisingly, therefore, it was widely believed that Africa was carved up in Berlin. Thus the Dutch paper Algemeen Handelsblad wrote on November 21, 1884, "No one can complain of monotony in politics, of plodding along carefully marked out state highways, while the Chancellor of the Reich remains Europe's greatest and mightiest statesman. Original in everything he does, he has now taken the stage as the peace-loving commander of continents, one who distributes African empires right and left, just as the Pope once shared out America amongst the faithful." The writer then turned to the youth and young men now being taught at secondary and high schools, commercial colleges, and universities with this admonition: pay heed to what is hap. 126. Penning now. In later years, thinking back to your youth, you will be able to say, we probably witnessed the last share out of a continent amongst the states of Europe. West Africa in Bismarck's day was amicably and proportionally divided among the interested parties. The belief that the Berlin Conference had divided Africa could therefore be found even in the newspapers of the time. Later, the idea took root more widely. Thus the Ghanaian president Kwame Nkrumah wrote, "The original carve-up of Africa was arranged at the Berlin Conference." Many textbooks, too, have expressed this point of view. It is a mistaken one for all that. As we have seen, Africa was not only not divided at Berlin, but the subject was not even on the agenda. Indeed, the partition of Africa was explicitly rejected by the conference. It is true the idea was in the air. The large map of Africa did not adorn the wall for nothing, and the conference had of course been called because here and there in Africa a fierce race for colonies, protectorates, and spheres of influence had been started. The conference aimed to stop this process, or at least to keep it in check. It was a holding operation, an attempt to calm matters by reaching agreement on principles and codes of conduct. One is rather reminded of later conferences to usher in the Year of the Woman, to draw up codes of conduct for multinational companies, or to pass resolutions against racism. That aspect lends the conference an air of unreality. Here the spirit of Geneva, not of Vienna, reigns supreme, the spirit of Woodrow Wilson rather than of Bismarck, of Grotius rather than of Machiavelli. The delegates discussed principles and procedures. They drafted resolutions and motions, they wore themselves out in hair-splitting arguments and elegant formulations, in defining navigation channels, points of international law and humanitarian duties. No wonder that Bismarck hardly put in an appearance. The whole business bores him, Holstein noted in his diary on December 13, 1884. In Bismarck's own memoirs the Berlin Conference is not even mentioned. The conference therefore did not so much preside over the partition of Africa as serve as a symbol of it. The partition of Africa had been placed on the agenda of European diplomats and refused to go away for some time to come. The conference may have been a holding operation, but it was one that misfired, because, even as the conference was weighing its words, agreements recognizing the Free State and fixing its borders were signed, and the African gamble was greatly speeded up. During the next few years many more treaties were concluded and a veritable race for protectorates begun. To keep that race under some control agreements were desperately needed. Arrangements for these had been tried in Berlin as well. Hence it has often been said that the Berlin Conference drew up the rules of the African game. It did no such thing. What rules it laid down under the heading of formalities referred to the African coast, not to the interior, but it was in the interior that the game would be played out in the 127 next few years. The coastal regions had been almost entirely divided up already. If rules were needed, they were needed for the interior, but such rules were not drawn up. It is of course true to say that, here as elsewhere, when it came to it, the dictum that might is right applied. Yet there was a wish, if only on paper, to establish something like principles. That wish gave rise to the framing of several diplomatic principles that could be applied to international competition for territories about to be acquired, or to spheres of influence, a concept that entered international law soon after the conference about to be defined. The first of these principles was the so-called hinterland doctrine. According to it, a power with claims to the coast had a right to its hinterland. It has often been said that this doctrine was adopted during the conference. Degree that is another mistake. The Berlin Act contains no mention of the hinterland concept. But because it emerged so soon after Berlin, the mistake is understandable. In any case, the hinterland concept was not all that unreasonable. Any country trying to avoid trouble must make sure not to establish its sphere of influence directly behind another country's possessions. It was exceedingly difficult, however, to determine where a hinterland began and where it stopped. How serious a problem this was became clear when the French suddenly demanded Nigeria, insisting that it was the hinterland of Algeria. Lord Salisbury called it a doctrine, which the Germans have to a great extent invented, registered, but which was not recognized in international law. Britain would have no truck with the hinterland theory. Lord Selborne, the British Under-Secretary for the Colonies from 1895 to 1900, voiced this complaint: "I do not understand how it is that the hinterland doctrine always works against us. If the French or Germans have a strip of coast they claim, and claim successfully, everything behind it to the North Pole? Yet Britain recognized it as a principle during negotiations, for instance with Germany over East Africa." For all that, the hinterland theory was of small importance in practice. More important was another principle of earlier provenance, namely, that of effective possession, based on treaties. The legal validity of Afro-European contracts was, as we saw earlier, highly questionable. As Bismarck put it in his inimitable way, in Africa it was only too easy to come by a piece of paper with a lot of Negro crosses at the bottom. European diplomats therefore knew only too well that such agreements were of little value. Yet such documents had a considerable effect in practice, as no country was anxious to cast explicit doubt on them. If it did, another country might well challenge the validity of the doubter's own treaties. That was to be avoided at all costs, which explains why these spurious treaties could prove of great importance and were generally taken at face value. Things were of course quite different when two parties had tangible cause to argue. 128. About treaties. Then there would be a legal battle over their validity, as we shall see when we come to West Africa. The most important principle in international recognition was not, however, the hinterland doctrine, nor the existence of treaties. That principle was and remained the oldest of all laws, namely, effective occupation. Asterisk. Great Britain had done its utmost in Berlin to weaken that principle, since it was not keen on the costly obligations its acceptance might entail. Thus what was put down on paper meant very little in the end. Effective occupation was held to be obligatory for new claims alone, not for old ones, on the coast alone, not in the interior, and only when creating colonial possessions, not when establishing protectorates. Paradoxically, however, this very principle had a kind of normative effect. In practice, the need for some form of effective occupation or presence when pressing one's claims became an important question. This explains not only why the Berlin Conference failed to put an end to the race for the interior, but why, on the contrary, that race continued at an accelerated pace. The partition of the interior of Africa and of the continent as a whole was ultimately a matter of bilateral diplomacy. In the years to come, whenever a piece of the map was marked out as British or French, it would no longer mean that the countries interested in that territory, that is, the countries with claims to it or to its neighborhood, had recognized the claim. Such maps said nothing about the reality in Africa. The treaties had been framed in very general terms and showed that those responsible for them knew very little about the geography of the area. Frontiers were fixed in accordance with the course or aspect of rivers and mountains, or at least that was the general idea. The picture on the ground was different. As Lord Salisbury put it in a famous sally, we have been giving away mountains and rivers and lakes to each other, only hindered by the small impediment that we never knew exactly where the mountains and rivers and lakes were. 34 Sometimes the mountains, lakes, and rivers turned out not to exist. If still less was known about the area, the boundaries were fixed along degrees of longitude and latitude. The resulting treaties were treated as skeleton treaties, to be rectified by boundary commissions. The results of their surveys would then be incorporated into boundary agreements. In that field there was, not surprisingly, a great deal of activity. In less than 25 years, from 1882 to 1905, France and Great Britain signed 249 such boundary treaties covering West Africa alone. Bilateral diplomacy thus had a heyday. The Congress diplomacy experiment would not be repeated. This unique feature of the Congo question was thus of short duration. The other special element of the Congo question, too, proved to be short-lived. The Franco-German Entente lasted for just one summer. It was over before it was properly begun, unable to prevail while the mortgage of 1,870 remained unredeemed. With Alsace-Lorraine in German hands, no lasting reconciliation was possible. Clemenceau called Ferry, following the latter's. 129. Diplomatic collaboration with Bismarck against the Anglo-Portuguese agreement, le protégé de M. de Bismarck, *, a more deadly epithet could hardly have been devised in France at the time. Bismarck saw the futility of further overtures. "I give up my attempt to reconcile France," he said as early as September 1885. 1% between Germany and Britain. By contrast, there was no fundamental clash of interests. Once the British had recovered from their surprise and their first shock at Bismarck's strong-arm tactics, they quickly came round. There was enough for everybody in Africa, and Britain already had more than it could cope with. That explains why Gladstone declared in the House of Commons on March 12, 1885, If Germany is to become a colonizing power, all I say is Godspeed her. She becomes our ally and partner in the execution of the great purposes of Providence for the advantage of mankind. 38. The Daily Telegraph extended a hearty welcome to the development of the Teuton abroad. Asterisk. Here, too, the normal pattern thus returned soon enough. The partition of Africa would continue to be played out against the background of Anglo-French rivalry. Bismarck was quickly disillusioned with his colonial adventure. The chartered companies proved to be a fiasco. They were kept alive artificially, very much against the wishes of German financiers. Bismarck's banker, Hans von Bleeckroeder, Jr., expressed sound banking instincts when he declared that investment in Africa was sheer nonsense. Degree But the Bleeckroeders had to play along from time to time lest Bismarck be made to look ridiculous. In the long run even that proved of no avail. The chartered companies were wound up, and the Reich took over the colonies. What Bismarck had not wanted had thus come to pass. Germany assumed political and financial responsibilities in Africa. Not surprisingly, therefore, Bismarck declared in 1889 that he was sick and tired of the colonies. Asterisk. Leopold II, by contrast, was far from disappointed. For him 1885 was only the beginning. The borders of the Free State were a minimum, not a maximum. The Free State would therefore become a token, not of international reconciliation, but of conflict. That was the case inside Leopold's creation as well. Nothing came of free trade. The state claimed all uncultivated land. Now, such land just happened to be the source of the products of the greatest commercial interest, ivory and rubber. Those who traded in them thus became thieves or fences. That explains why Stengers characterized the commercial policy of the Free State as follows: Article 1, trade is completely free, Article 2, nothing can be bought or sold. Asterisk. Leopold's financial problems were nevertheless considerable. He himself had to contribute, so much so in fact that his wife complained, "But Leopold, you will ruin us with your Congo." Asterisk. He had to pawn his overseas decorations and the livery of his lackeys, and even resolved as a last resort to forego one course of his luncheon. All to no avail. Belgium organized a state lottery. It did not help, and the Belgian state had to lend Leopold money. 130. Still the problem was not solved. Then, just in the nick of time, Leopold was saved by rubber. The growing demand for it was driving the price up, and the hunt for red rubber in the Congo finally yielded the requisite revenue. The chase, however, led to such excesses that it caused one of the greatest scandals in colonial history, the Congo atrocities. International indignation at the methods used in the Congo grew so loud that Leopold, under pressure from Belgian politicians, was forced to abandon his personal regime in the Congo. In 1908 the Belgian state took over. The atrocities also gave the lie to Leopold's philanthropic pretensions. The former embodiment of humanitarian ideals and altruism was transformed into a symbol of the purest imperialism and the most brutal exploitation. While Ferdinand de Lesseps had still been able to call Leopold's creation the most humanitarian work of our century, the King of the Belgians had turned the Congo, in Joseph Conrad's famous words, into Africa's heart of darkness. Il Cool and Courageous, Germany and Great Britain in East Africa, 1885 to 1890. East Africa is a very broad concept. It comprises the entire western shore of the Indian Ocean, from Obock to East London. Historically, however, it refers to a much smaller area. Ethiopia and the Red Sea area do not fall within it. Their history is closely bound up with that of the Sudan and the Nile and will be examined in that context, CP 242. The northern border of East Africa thus lies in Somaliland, the southern border in Mozambique. The latter can equally well be considered part of East, Central or Southern Africa. Because the final delimitation of the Portuguese colonies in southern Africa, not merely of Mozambique but also of Angola, was so closely linked to that of southern Africa as a whole, The history of these colonies will be considered in the appropriate chapter, CP 297. In the history of the partition of Africa, the concept of East Africa therefore has a special meaning. In pre-colonial terms, it referred to an area that can be included in the sphere of influence of Zanzibar over East Africa. In colonial terms, it was part of British and German East Africa. In post-colonial terms, it comprises the modern states of Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi. Even in this very limited sense, it is still an area the size of Western Europe. In Africa nothing is small. The heart of East Africa is the highland around the Great Lakes, which stretches almost as far as the coast. Even in the 19th century the coast and the interior were almost entirely divorced from each other. The people in the interior shaped their own destinies. They lived in political units of varying sizes. The coast, by contrast, lay open to overseas invaders, among whom first the Arabs and the Portuguese and later the British and the Germans were the most important. The coast actually belonged more to the world of the Indian Ocean than it did to Africa proper, Arab influence being of very long standing. The most important factor in the Arab presence in East Africa was the prevailing wind. For many centuries, the northeasterly monsoon had carried Arab ships southwards along the east coast of Africa from December to February. From April to September the southwesterly monsoon had carried them back again. There had thus always been trade, and for close on 1,000 years there had also been Arab and Persian colonies along the coast from Mogadishu to Cape Delgado. The Portuguese took over the Arab sphere of influence for a time, just as they did its very heart in Arabia, but in 1651 they were driven out of Muscat and Oman and later out of East Africa as well. The fall of Fort Jesus in Mombasa put an end to their presence north of the Rovuma, and the Portuguese sphere of influence was henceforth confined to Mozambique. To its north the coast was controlled by Arabs, theoretically by the Imam of Oman but in practice by independent sheikhs. Such was the situation in 1806 when said Ibn Sultan seized power in Muscat, the most important seaport of Oman. 1. The rise of Zanzibar and British influence. Said and Bargash. It took Said many years to consolidate his authority in Oman. When he eventually succeeded, he also paved the way for the ultimate surrender of that authority. In 1840 he moved his seat to the island of Zanzibar. There were several reasons for doing so. The island was more fertile than the dry sands of Oman. It had a good harbor and adequate supplies of drinking water. Moreover, its location was very favorable to trade, and Said had his mind set on that. He was a true merchant prince, and had the foresight to introduce the cultivation of cloves to Zanzibar, the island proving to be so well suited to the crop that it quickly acquired a world monopoly in it. He also introduced a new coinage, reformed the customs duty, and made trade agreements with America and several European countries. Trading companies and consuls took up residence in Zanzibar, and the result was a spectacular renaissance of what had been a forgotten island. Zanzibar became a veritable bazaar, a kind of Afro-Asian Singapore, with a mixed population of Arabs, Africans, Indians, and Europeans. It had the largest slave market in East Africa and was the center of the ivory trade. Under Said, Zanzibar's authority was extended to virtually the entire coast. But Zanzibar did not merely dominate the coast of East Africa, it also exerted control, if in an informal commercial way, over the hinterland as far as the Great Lakes. Said remained Imam of Oman, but he had also, and above all, become Sayyid, Sultan of Zanzibar. The political side of his rule was quite another matter. Borders did not concern him greatly. All the coastal towns had governors officially representing him, but they were in fact their own masters. In the interior, too. The port of Zanzibar. There lay Arab settlements along the Arab trade routes which recognized Said's authority. But that was as far as it went. No political structure was ever imposed. Effective occupation was not Said's concern. When Said died in 1856, his empire was divided, his elder son receiving Oman, his younger son Zanzibar. The elder was understandably dissatisfied, but the arrangement was confirmed, that is imposed, by Great Britain. The two thrones were separated, and in 1862 France and Great Britain solemnly confirmed the independence of the two rulers by treaty. An Anglo-French condominium seemed to be in the offing, but British influence on the small island became dominant, while the French were more interested in a much larger island, Madagascar. Hence European intervention here, unlike elsewhere, did not lead to Anglo-French rivalry. Britain was the undisputed master in Zanzibar. The only other European power it would have to contend with was Germany, but that would not be until 1885. Moreover, the Germans, unlike the French, were not interested in trading monopolies. Consequently, therefore, East Africa was not to become the scene of great international tensions. Anglo-Zanzibar collaboration was confirmed and consolidated by the team of Bargash and Kirk. Sultan Bargash, who came to power in 1870, was an energetic ruler in Said's mold. He brought Zanzibar even closer to the Western world than Said had done by developing shipping and telegraph links. No less energetic was the British representative in Zanzibar, Sir John Kirk, 1832–1922, a medical man attached to the consulate as a doctor. Kirk does not seem to have been an exceptional physician, for he was unable to cure the British consul of his complaints, but he seems to 137 have been good at diplomacy, becoming consul himself in 1866 and later consul general. He stayed at this post until 1887, a year before Bargash's death. As consul general, Kirk became Zanzibar's strong man, the Sayyid's eminence grais. The price Bargash paid for his increasingly close collaboration with Great Britain was the abolition of the slave trade. In 1872 Sir Bartle Frere conducted the negotiations, and in 1873 the slave trade was finally abolished. A matter of hours after the signing of the treaty the Zanzibar slave market was closed down. As a reward Bargash was invited to England, which he visited in 1875. He met the Queen and the Prince of Wales, visited seaports, buildings, and museums, attended the Ascot races, and was treated to choral music in Crystal Palace and a performance of Lohengrin. His words of thanks were simple but emphatic: "What can I say but thank you, thank you, thank you." In 1875, Anglo-Zanzibar relations had their finest hour. Zanzibar and East Africa. This collaboration extended to the Sultan's possessions on the African continent, where his claims stretched as far inland as the Great Lakes. Others, too, had staked their claims to this area, among them the Khedive of Egypt, on whose behalf Gordon had even tried to join the province of Equatoria to the Indian Ocean at Mombasa, albeit in vain. In 1877 a group of British entrepreneurs suggested to Bargash that they take possession in his name of the land lying between the coast and Lake Victoria. The area was, after all, without protection, and might easily fall prey to the Khedive. The businessmen were prepared to tackle this project with all vigor and at no cost to the Sultan. The sponsor of this grandiose plan was a little Scotsman called William Mackinnon. William Mackinnon, 1823–1893, was a self-made man. The son of poor parents, he had enjoyed little education and went into business at an early age. In Glasgow he worked for an employer engaged in trade with the East, and in 1847 he travelled to India to become a partner of his old schoolmate, Robert Mackenzie, then engaged in coastal trading in the Bay of Bengal. The firm of Mackinnon and Mackenzie developed into a considerable enterprise. Mackinnon himself concentrated on the shipping side, and the British India Steam Navigation Company he founded expanded rapidly, so much so that its ships became a familiar sight everywhere east of Aden, as well as in Zanzibar, where Mackinnon was responsible for the shipping, mail, and telegraph links. He became an important figure, active in a number of enterprises. Many people had cause to appeal to him, and few did so in vain, especially when it came to charitable or church activities. It was this 138 combination of business acumen and missionary zeal that put Mackinnon on the road to the African interior, where he became involved in a number of African adventures, almost invariably frowned upon by British politicians and civil servants, who considered Sir William an altogether too enthusiastic and unpractical dreamer. This view was not entirely unfounded, since some of his many plans proved quite unworkable. That was the case, for example, with his elephant importing project, based on his study of the differences between Indian and African elephants. While Indian elephants were put to use in their native land for all kinds of work, African elephants were not, which suggested to Mackinnon that it would be an interesting idea to ship Indian elephants to East Africa and get them to teach their African brethren how to make themselves useful as mounts and beasts of burden. A shipload of elephants was accordingly dispatched from Bombay. The problem was that there were no harbors suited to the landing of elephants in East Africa. The attempt to disembark the animals close to the shore in the hope that they would make for land by themselves ended in disaster. The elephants pulled the ships back into the sea, the animals drowned, and the ships foundered. Mackinnon's experiment thus failed before a single African elephant had been taught its first lesson. The scheme did not do very much for Mackinnon's reputation. The project he came up with in 1876 was both more ambitious and more realistic. Mackinnon and his friends asked for no more and no less than commercial and administrative control over all the Sultan's possessions on the mainland. While their company would have all the rights normally enjoyed by a colonial administration, the Sultan would share in the profits. Though that meant a considerable loss of prestige for him, the Sultan was quite happy to agree, being only too well aware that his hold over these possessions was precarious while his authority in Africa remained as theoretical as it was. What was more, he himself had asked the British government for the help of British capitalists in the development and civilization of Africa. But while British capitalists were only too happy to oblige, the British government was not. Lord Salisbury in particular was opposed to an operation that he felt would inevitably saddle Britain with fresh obligations. His personal opposition, however covert, had its effect on the Sultan. The negotiations were broken off. In 1878 the Sultan may have been prepared to create a British East Africa, but Britain itself was not. Consular control of Zanzibar was quite enough. Mackinnon did not abandon his interest in Africa, however, nor bargash his desire for British aid. In 1879 Mackinnon applied once more for a concession, if in more modest form, namely, the lease of Dar es Salaam and a number of other territories on the way from Dar es Salaam to Lake Nyassa. But the Sultan had not forgotten Salisbury's view of the matter and 139. Refused once more, in the most courteous terms. Mackinnon, disappointed, revised his African policy and turned to another Africa enthusiast, King Leopold. He became involved in a number of Leopold's committees and activities in East and Central Africa. In 1887 he founded the British East African Association, which was to play a considerable role in the partition of East Africa. Bargash, for his part, asked openly for a British protectorate in 1881, but the Liberal Gladstone government was even less inclined to shoulder that kind of obligation than its conservative predecessor had been. The request was thus politely turned down. Influence, not annexation, was the primary aim of the British government, the preservation of the status quo the main pillar of its East Africa policy. This negative imperialism, formulated earlier in the Franco-British Mutual Non-Intervention Pact of 1862, was reaffirmed in 1884, when fear of German ambitions gripped the Foreign Office. British influence was used to force Bargash into making a solemn declaration that he would not cede his sovereignty or any part thereof to any foreign power, nor accept a protectorate, without first consulting Great Britain. It was hoped that this pledge would avert the new German threat, but it proved powerless to do so. In 1884 Bismarck became converted to colonialism, and Great Britain was to feel the effects nowhere more than in East Africa. ZZ. Germany and East Africa. Even before Bismarck's conversion, Germany had not been wholly absent from East Africa, German traders being particularly active in Zanzibar. A merchant from Hamburg, for instance, had discovered that while the cowrie shells that were found in the area had no value there, they served as money in West Africa. This came as close as one could get to realizing the old alchemist's dream of turning base metals into gold. The Hamburg contingent thus did good business, many of them settling permanently in Zanzibar. In the 1870s roughly half of all Zanzibar's exports were in their hands, more than twice as much as Great Britain could command. Degree However, the first German plans to acquire territory in East Africa came not from these traders but from the Gesellschaft für Deutsche Kolonisation, the Society for German Colonization, founded in Berlin on March 28, 1884. The society was run by a triumvirate: Count Beer-Bandelin, a reactionary landowner, Friedrich Lang, publisher of the Talik Rundschau, and Karl Peters, who was the greatest of them. 140 Germany and Great Britain in East Africa. Karl Peters. The Peters Expedition. Karl Peters, 1856–1918, was one of the most bizarre characters in the history of imperialism in Africa, a history so rich in strange figures. He was the son of a clergyman, and the year of his birth, 1856, was not, sadly for him, divisible by 3. For Peters was a firm believer in Pythagorean number mysticism. All the important events in his life, he wrote, took place in years divisible by 3. In 1878 I was awarded the gold medal for arts and science by the University of Berlin. In 1881 I went to London. The most important experience in my life. That date is divisible not only by 3 but even by 3 times 3. In 1884 I went to Africa for the first time, registered, and so it went on. It is not surprising, therefore, that Peters believed not only in numbers, but also in ghosts, a belief which, after all, was in keeping with his love for England. In 1881 he paid his first visit to London, staying with an uncle and aunt. The ardent German patriot fell deeply under the spell of that gigantic metropolis, the center of a proud, old, powerful, and worldwide empire. In 1882, back in Germany, he published a philosophical book with the elegant but not particularly lucid title Willenswelt und die Weltwille, The World of the Will and the Will of the World. Shortly afterwards he went to London once again to hold a vigil for his recently deceased uncle, who was considerate enough to revive temporarily that night and smile at his nephew for fully 20 seconds. Peters stayed on in London for a while. 141. Made an attempt at swimming the Channel, failed, but managed to reach the continent, albeit by ship, and to devote himself wholeheartedly to his colonial vocation. Learned man though he was, Peters did not look upon German colonization as a matter of study and scientific advancement. His slogan was words and deeds. It will not, however, be a surprise to learn that this philosopher laureate, who believed in number mysticism, ghosts, and predestination, was not taken very seriously by a chancellor who believed in iron and blood. Nor was he treated with great respect by the diplomats in the Wilhelmstrasse, who believed in telegrams, memoranda, and cautious moves on the chessboard of international politics. They made short shrift of the learned doctor's plans and projects. Peters had to fend for himself, but eventually received enough money from his Society for German Colonization to equip an expedition. An advance party, consisting of Peters and 3 traveling companions, a lawyer, a count, and a farmer, left in the greatest secrecy, but Peters's ideas had by then become so notorious that Bismarck felt impelled to let him know that, no matter what his plans might be, he must not count on support from the Reich. Peters was the undisputed leader of the expedition. His aim, in his own lapidary formulation, was to acquire an empire to my own taste trademark. That taste was not very specific, since as far as Peters was concerned his empire might equally well have been in South America or West Africa, though in the end he settled for East Africa. On September 16, 1884 came the decision to equip an expedition for the purpose of acquiring land somewhere across from Zanzibar. The expedition set out under the motto cool and courageous. 3 swiftly and stealthily would have been more accurate, for the group departed in great haste so as to avoid embarrassing questions. Moreover, to help keep their secret, Peters and his men gave out that they were English. They had notified the German Foreign Office, but did not ask for its blessing, knowing as they did that the German government was opposed to their enterprise. The German consul in Zanzibar, alerted by his Foreign Office, informed them that he could accord them no protection whatsoever. They were there at their own expense and risk. Bismarck was anything but keen on precipitate interference with British Zanzibar policy. On November 10, 1884, the expedition set off. It was made up of 47 men, a small contingent, and was, moreover, badly equipped, not enough food, no tropical kit, no medicines. They nevertheless felt, Peters wrote, like the conquistadores who had conquered Mexico. On November 23 they signed their first treaty. Another 11 were to follow during the next few weeks. All of them were more or less the same as the first. The Treaty of Eternal Friendship concluded with a village chief whom Peters referred to as Mafungubiniani, ruler of Quat-Unga, Quindakaniani, etc., Sultan of Nguru. Registered Peters's method was simple. A village chief, Gen. 142. Errolly designated Sultan but sometimes simply Highness, would declare that he held sovereign rights to a given territory. He would then go on to state that he was ceding all the rights flowing from that sovereignty to his friend, sometimes referred to as his blood brother, Peters. The deeds were always in German, and there was only one copy, signed by Peters with the sovereign adding a cross. The signing ceremony was usually preceded by a merrymaking session, during which guns were fired, German songs sung, schnapps was drunk, and sometimes more in keeping with Karl May's cowboys and pioneers than with Karl Peters himself blood brotherhoods were sealed. This, incidentally, caused the German Foreign Office to ask its lawyers to make an analysis of the meaning of blood brotherhood in international law. Peters took great care to persuade the village chiefs to declare that they were not dependents of the Sultan of Zanzibar. On one occasion he even went so far as to get the chief to declare that he did not know that such a person as the Sultan of Zanzibar existed. The Peters expedition traveled across the hinterland of Bagamoyo and Dar es Salaam, that is, through Usagara, Yukamai, Uskiha and Nguru. All that can be said with certainty of this last territory is that it was annexed, but not that the expedition ever set foot in it. The expedition was, after all, short of manpower, and quickly began to feel the handicap of inadequate equipment. Many of the men fell ill, and there were quite a few fatalities. After just 37 days, the sick and worn-out travelers were back at the coast. Although by African standards 5 weeks was more of an excursion than an expedition, the cool and courageous travelers had been able to take possession of nearly 55,000 square miles, almost as much land as the Netherlands, Belgium, Switzerland, and Denmark combined. That was on paper only, of course. The legal validity of such contracts was nil, unless, that is, they were recognized by the international community, meaning Great Britain. It was December 17, 1884 when Peters reached the coast with his treaties, and February 5, 1885 when he arrived in Berlin. The Berlin Conference was still in full swing. Peters presented his documents to the German Foreign Office with accompanying memoranda in which he explained that the annexed territory was sublimely beautiful. It would make a splendid nucleus of a German India in Africa. In fact, it was not altogether unlike Heidelberg, he added. That was quite enough to make the German leaders lose their hearts, though not their heads. It would never do to spring such late acquisitions on the conference at the last moment. Once the Berlin Conference was over, however, Germany lost no time. The conference closed on February 26. The next day a Schutzbrief, an imperial charter, was issued, placing Peters's territories under German protection and vesting authority over them in the Society for German Colonization. The Cusero formula protection without cost to the German Reich by means of chartered companies once again proved its worth. 143. Germany had now moved into East Africa, acquiring a taste for more. This new interest was reflected with much feeling in the Song of the Germans over the Sea, Nach manches Island locht und lot aus Pommen und Bananen, der See und Braust, die Wajrot, auf. Freudig Germanen. Registered. Such a tempting island was, of course, primarily Zanzibar itself. But Zanzibar was ruled by the Kirchbargash team. The new German consul, Friedrich Gerhard Rolfs, 1832–1896, was resolved to put a stop to that. Rolf's career was a peculiar alternation of medical and military roles. A member of the Schleswig-Holstein Volunteer Corps, a medical student, an Austrian soldier, a French legionnaire, an army and harem doctor in Morocco, and finally an Africa explorer. Degree Rolfs had been all of that by the time he left for Zanzibar in 1884 as German consul. Since his colonial ambitions were well known, they caused considerable anxiety in Great Britain and gave rise to rumors about an impending German protectorate. The Sultan, however, would have nothing to do with German patronage. He declared that he trusted in the Most High God and in Her Gracious Majesty the Queen, and rejected Rolf's overtures out of hand. Bismarck, too, counseled moderation. Great Britain must not be provoked. Even so, a naval demonstration was organized to persuade the Sultan to recognize the German protectorate over Peters's territories, which the obdurate Sultan claimed as his own. On August 7, 1885, 5 German gunboats dropped anchor in the roads off Zanzibar. That was enough. On September 20 the Sultan recognized not only all Peters's territories but also the district of Witu as German protectorates. Witu was an area on the East African coast, lying at the mouth of the Tana and at the margin of the Sultan of Zanzibar's sphere of influence. Its center was a fortress in the bush, a few days' march from the coast. The state of Witu, inasmuch as one could call it a state, for it was more of a robber's nest stretched a few dozen miles into the interior, and its head was Ahmed the Lion. His territory happened to be the next place somewhere in East Africa to attract the attention of German colonists, although in the event not that of Karl Peters but of the Denhard brothers. These explorers had succeeded in raising enough money to mount an expedition to Tana for the purpose of acquiring land and studying the commercial prospects. On December 29, 1884, the month Peters returned to the coast, they disembarked in Africa and set out for Witu. If Peters's expedition had been an adventure story, then the Denhard was a picaresque novel. 144. In Ahmed the Denhard discovered a lion at bay. The Sultan of Zanzibar was determined to root out this thorn in his flesh, and Ahmed knew that the only way to stop him was to obtain the protection of a European power. Hence he was only too happy to enter into a pact with the Germans. In April 1885 he signed a series of treaties with them, giving them possession of some 20 square miles of territory and appointing them sole representatives of his sultanate both in Zanzibar and in Europe. At the same time Ahmed called for a German protectorate over the entire Witu Empire. This request opened up unheard of prospects. Germany accordingly granted it, and during the naval demonstration of August 1885 forced the Sultan to recognize it. The Denhard now made a strange discovery. They found that Ahmed the Lion was not only the ruler of an area measuring a few square miles, but was actually the sovereign of all Swahilis. According to this interpretation, his dominion stretched from Mozambique to the Red Sea. The German government, the Denhard claimed, had only to adopt that view and Germany would be lord and master over East Africa *. But Bismarck knew better than that. He realized that the key to East Africa was Zanzibar, not Witu, and that Zanzibar was held by Great Britain, not by Ahmed the Lion. British opinion was divided. Gladstone was not interested. He called the regions concerned the mountain country behind Zanzibar with an unrememberable name. Granville, his foreign secretary, took much the same view. He also remembered that Bismarck could wave his Egyptian baton even in East Africa. Both men were therefore keen to avoid trouble with Germany over this issue. There was, however, an opposing current in British politics, determined on framing a new strategy in Africa. Its views were first presented in a Foreign Office memorandum drafted by Clement Hill, a senior official, on December 9, 1884. His approach was geopolitical. He viewed African affairs in the framework of British imperial policy. Is it not worth considering, Hill asked, whether in view of the European race for territories on the west coast, we might not confine ourselves to securing the utmost possible freedom of trade on that coast, yielding to other powers the territorial responsibilities, and seeking compensation on the east coast? 5. That approach would later become known as the British Lake Theory. The northern and eastern shores of the Indian Ocean, India and Australia were already in British hands. If the East African coast were added, then the Indian Ocean might be considered a British inland sea, a British Mediterranean. That was a splendid geopolitical view. But for the time being, good relations with Germany came first. Bismarck for his part kept a cool head. He realized that British support was needed if he were to gain the goodwill of the Sultan of Zanzibar, and that such goodwill was essential for the commercial exploitation of the new colony. Moreover, British capital would also come in handy. Negotiations opened and were eventually 145. Crowned with success. The settlement reached was set down in the form of an exchange of notes between Germany and Britain dated October 29 and November 1, 1886. In them, the sovereignty of the Sultan of Zanzibar over the islands of Zanzibar, Pemba, Mafia and Lamu, and over the East African coast from about the Rovuma, the border with Mozambique, to the Tana, the border with Watu, was recognized, all to a depth of 10 nautical miles from the coast. The hinterland was divided into a German sphere of influence in the south and a British sphere of influence in the north, with the Umba, which joined the sea at Vanga, as the boundary. Above the British sphere of influence lay the German protectorate of Watu. The British sphere was thus cut off by German territory above and below it. Britain also undertook to help Germany obtain a lease of the ports of Pangani and Dar es Salaam, thus providing the German region with windows and doors to the coast. Sultan Bargash asked for 6 months to think matters over but was not granted it. On December 7, 1886 he signed the treaty. That month the borders with Mozambique were settled as well. All in all, the first Anglo-German partition treaty in East Africa was a triumph for Bismarck. His moderation had gained Germany a large protectorate without alienating Great Britain. Germany had gained access to the coast through 2 leased harbors. The British sphere of influence had been cut off on 2 sides. Of these, the northern frontier with Watu was the most threatening for Britain. It gave Germany access to Uganda and to the Upper Nile. The German success had been the result of extremely able diplomacy. The Schutzbrief of February 27, 1885, coming as it did so soon after the drama of Khartoum, was proof of excellent timing. Britain was in a weak position and could not dispense with German support in Egypt. Once again it had become clear how closely bound up European diplomacy was with African expansion. That very link was, incidentally, to lead to the opposite result a few years later. By the Second Partition Treaty, in 1890, Germany had to surrender Watu, and Britain was thus rescued from the German threat to the Nile. Then it was Germany who was anxious to keep on the right diplomatic side of Great Britain and hence had to be generous in Africa. But a great deal was to happen before that, both in Berlin and in Africa. 3. Great Britain and Germany in East Africa, 1886 to 1890. After the Treaty of 1886, Great Britain and Germany both had a sphere of influence in East Africa, but the coast was still in the hands of the Sultan. 146. Without the coast little could be done, and access to the sea was thus essential. Germany and Great Britain set about the matter in the same way. They delegated the exploitation and administration of their territories to private companies, which tried to gain access to the coast by means of leasing agreements. The German company concerned was the Deutsche Ostafrika Gesellschaft, DOAG, or German East Africa Company, in which the Kaiser was the largest shareholder. In 1887 that company assumed the rights of the Society for German Colonization, with the reins remaining in the hands of Karl Peters. The British counterpart was the British East African Association, BEAA, founded by William Mackinnon in 1887. It was granted a concession by Bargash by the Treaty of May 24, 1887, giving it complete authority over the stretch of coast in the British sphere of influence, that is, between the Umba and the Tana, on condition that it would exercise that authority in the name of the Sultan and under the Zanzibar flag. The BEAA was also granted legislative and executive powers, including the right to levy tolls and taxes, together with the right to dispose of all land not in private hands. In return, the association guaranteed Bargash the income he currently received from the customs duties imposed at the coast plus 50% of the anticipated rise in that income. Registered, needless to say, the DOAG refused to make do with less, and Bargash, who was in financial difficulties, was ready to give them what they asked, doing so on April 28, 1888. The treaty was more or less the same as that signed with the British. The German coastal stretch ran from the Umba in the north to the Rovuma in the south. However, the DOAG's administrative record was poor. The capital at its disposal was small, and in any case not enough to establish an effective authority or the machinery needed for the commercial exploitation of the territory. The capital could of course have been augmented by the collection of customs duties, but effective authority was required for that. There was thus a vicious circle. Just how vicious will be shown below. The DOAG at work. On August 15, 1888, the DOAG took over the administration of its territories. It employed 56 agents, all from Karl Peters's ruthless school. The German government provided a naval squadron to cover the transfer of power. The agents started at once to fill the company coffers, and to that end introduced a series of taxes compared with which the collection of the 10th, the 20th, and the 100th penny by Philip II was mere child's play. Among many other taxes, they levied a burial tax, a transport tax, a cocoa tax, a poll tax, and in addition created concessions and obligations, measures, orders and regulations, papers, seals, dues and stamps, all in the best Prussian tradition. Small wonder, then, that the astonished Arabs and Swahilis, who as far back as anyone could remember had been 147. A station of the DOAG. Used to nothing more than simple import and export duties and even simpler bribes, looked upon the actions of their new masters with amazement and horror and rebelled against them. The uprising began on September 22, 1888 in Bagamoyo and spread to the other coastal towns, especially to Pangani, where the movement found its leader in Abushiri Ibn Salim, a slave trader and sugar plantation owner and member of a prominent local family. Degree the rebels refused to recognize the authority of the Sultan of Zanzibar. By the end of 1888 the entire region ostensibly under DOAG control was in revolt, trade was paralyzed, and European staff went in danger of their lives. The company was clearly unable to run the colony. The German government now had a simple choice: they could wash their hands of the whole business or step into the breach. Bismarck viewed the mess the DOAG had made of their colony with great dismay. The chartered company formula, so splendid on paper, did not seem to work in practice. Yet state intervention meant applying to the hostile Reichstag for credits, an operation Bismarck loathed. In the event, cunning and providence offered a way out. The Catholic anti-slavery campaign happened to have reached its climax in 1888 with the Pope's encyclical In Pluribus. The leader of that campaign was the French Cardinal Charles Lavigeri. The Vatican was second only to Britain in its abolitionist zeal. So, since East Africa was the last great hunting ground of the Arab slave traders, here was an opportunity of turning the fight against the rebels. 148. Into a war on the slave trade. In so doing, Bismarck was able to gain the support not only of the British government, but also of the German Catholic Zentrum Party. In a long address to the Reichstag, he explained that what he was asking was not support for a private colonial enterprise, but the fulfillment of a humanitarian and moral duty, a stand for civilization, Christian conversion, and national duty. By signing the Act of Berlin, Germany had assumed that obligation. The Reichstag voted the necessary credits on January 30, 1889. A state commission would be appointed to take charge of the operations. Bismarck also received British support, though not without opposition, the German competitors not being greatly loved in Great Britain. It was, however, obvious that the rebels would be unable to distinguish between white men who were British and those who were German. Moreover, the anti-slavery rhetoric was irresistible to British ears. For Lord Salisbury there was an additional, political, motive. He was not at all keen to see Germany going it alone in East Africa. The French had allowed Britain to do this during the Egyptian crisis, and as a result had disappeared from the Egyptian scene. The same thing could well happen to the British in Zanzibar. Salisbury was afraid of sudden German, and perhaps even Italian, forays against the Sultan. Britain therefore chose to give Germany maritime support during the East African crisis, thus contributing to a German success. The German State Commissioner, Major Hermann von Wissmann, recruited an army consisting largely of African troops, and in May 1889 launched his operations from Bagamoyo and Dar es Salaam, the two bridgeheads besieged by the rebels. The siege was relieved and the German-led troops moved inland. On 8 and November 9 they took Pangani. The local chiefs gave Abushiri little support, his movement began to falter, and he eventually became a ringleader on the run. In December 1889 his camp was attacked and his men overpowered. Abushiri was one of the few to escape. After roaming the bush for several days he appeared before a village chief who took him prisoner and handed him over to the Germans. They sentenced him to death, as they had sentenced most of his followers, and he was hanged on December 15, 1889 *. During the next few months the rest of German East Africa was gradually pacified in the brutal and barbarous way that was to become so typical of the German presence in East Africa. Developments in the British sphere of influence took a different course. The British Company proceeded more cautiously, preferring the carrot to the stick and so avoiding major uprisings. The British East African Association, too, was a modest enterprise with little capital, but its leader, Mackinnon, was nevertheless a most ambitious man. His sights were set on the hinterland, the region above Lake Victoria, in other words, on Uganda. The Foreign Office, which was gradually preparing a Nile strategy. 149. Was also interested in the region, but it was skeptical and cautious, too skeptical because it doubted Mackinnon's ability, and cautious because the territory was vulnerable to a German thrust from Witu, and the 1886 treaty had not established any spheres of influence there. Salisbury, in particular, was suspicious of Mackinnon, whom he considered a nuisance. "He has no energy for anything except quarreling with Germans," he said of him. For even so, the 1887 agreements between the British Company and Bargash were recognized by the British government, and the East African Association, having turned itself into the Imperial British East Africa Company, IBC, on April 18, 1888, was granted a concession on September 3 for exploiting the Sultan's territories, from Kaipanai in the north to Umba in the south. Now the race for the interior, for Uganda, could begin in earnest. The Germans were the first to arrive in Uganda and to establish a protectorate there. The man responsible for that was Karl Peters. There had been a special reason for his going there. Peters was one of many who had set their mind on rescuing Emin Pasha. In the event, Peters was to fail in that mission, for others preceded him with greater success. However, his rescue mission had an unexpected effect, namely, the German annexation of Uganda. The rescue of Emin Pasha. Emin Pasha, 1840–1892, was actually Eduard Schnitzer, born in Silesia of Jewish parents who had converted to the Lutheran faith. Eduard studied medicine in Berlin, Königsberg, and Breslau, and in 1864 left for Albania, which was then still under Turkish rule. He converted to Islam, adopted the Turkish title and name of Dr. Harullah Effendi, took employment as a quarantine officer, and from then on wore a fez. He caused something of a scandal when he returned to his birthplace with the widow of a Turkish official, her 4 daughters and a number of female slaves. However, he left soon afterwards for Egypt, where he enlisted as medical officer under Gordon, governor of Equatoria since 1874. He then adopted the name Mohammed Emin. When Gordon became Governor-General of the Sudan in 1877, Emin succeeded him as governor of Equatoria province and became Emin Bey. The Khedive made him a pasha in 1886, and he was henceforth known as Emin Pasha. Emin Pasha was a man of many talents. He was a brilliant chess player, a pianist, and could speak more than 20 languages. He was also an accomplished botanist and ornithologist and regularly dispatched specimens to museums in Europe. Last but not least, he was a competent administrator, and under him Equatoria became a financial success. The fall of Khartoum in 1885 and the collapse of Anglo-Egyptian authority over the Sudan put a stop to his idyllic existence. The Mahdyists fanned out across the Sudan, and Emin Pasha retired to the southern part of his province to 150 Germany and Great Britain in East Africa. Emin Pasha escaped their clutches, living there on what the land could provide. Now and then reports of his fate reached Europe. According to these, he was completely isolated and was unlikely to be able to carry on for much longer. Such reports of the trials and tribulations of the last lone standard-bearer of European civilization, in danger of perishing like a second Gordon in the middle of a mob of howling dervishes, appealed to the public imagination, especially in Great Britain. London was thus faced with the problem of what, if anything, to do about it. Lord Salisbury considered that the military and diplomatic dangers were too great. Moreover, in his opinion, TT is really their business, if Emin is a German. But since the German government was not keen to intervene either, a private initiative was clearly called for. It was taken by William Mackinnon on the British side. He and another businessman, the merchant James F. Hutton, founded the Emin Pasha Relief Committee in November 1888. Their concern was not, however, wholly humanitarian. The 1886 Anglo-German Agreement on East Africa had opened up new prospects for British expansion in the area, without fear of hostile German reactions. A relief operation would kill two birds with one stone. It would serve a good popular cause and also open up a trade route from East Africa to Lake Victoria and the Upper Nile. The syndicate set up by Mackinnon was fittingly called the Syndicate for Establishing British Commerce and Influence in East Africa and for Relieving Emin Bey in that order. The money was found. The Egyptian government contributed £14,000 to regain the lost province. Stanley was asked S.I. Stanley watching a war dance to lead the expedition, but the syndicate had counted without King Leopold. Stanley was still in Leopold's employ, and anyone wishing to make use of his services had to ask the king's permission first. Leopold, who was also very interested in the Nile, gave that permission only on condition that the expedition left from the Congo and not from East Africa. The expedition would then open up the route, not from British territory, but from the Free State, and hence help carry Leopold's flag closer to the Nile. There was no way of ignoring the king's wishes. Stanley, having been sounded out about the plan, had meanwhile left for a lecture tour of America, but had stipulated in his contract that, if the king should need him, he would have the right to cut his tour short. On December 11, 1886 he received the following telegram from Mackinnon: "Your plan and offer accepted. Authorities approve. Funds provided. Business urgent. Come promptly." Stanley at once sent a no less concise telegram to his impresario. "Must stop lecturing. Recalled. Sail Wednesday at 4 a.m. Stanley failed to mention that the summons had come from Mackinnon, and intimated that he had been called back by his royal master in Brussels. In Zanzibar, Stanley recruited the men he needed for his expedition and arrived with them in the Congo in March 1887. Soon afterwards the real adventure began, one that was to turn into tragedy. Of the nearly 400 men with whom he had left, only one half would make it to Equatoria. Sickness and hunger wiped out the rest. In April 1888 Stanley finally encountered Emin Pasha near Lake Albert, and was somewhat disappointed. 152 Germany and Great Britain in East Africa. Stanley meets Emin Pasha. Pointed to find that he looked appreciably healthier and better kept than his rescuer. Emin was grateful for all that. "I owe you 1,000 thanks, Mr. Stanley," he exclaimed. "I really do not know how to express my thanks to you." Stanley then brought out the 3 half bottles of champagne he still had left, and they drank to Emin Pasha's health. Emin had been found, and now a start could be made on his rescue. Rarely in history has there been anyone so reluctant to be saved as Emin. He was determined to hang on to Equatoria. He refused to abandon his province and rejected Leopold's offer to let him stay on as governor of Equatoria, though on behalf of the Congo Free State. The arrival of other Europeans had, however, undermined Emin's local standing and authority. His troops rebelled against him, and in the end he had no option but to follow Stanley. In April 1889, exactly 1 year after Stanley's arrival, they left Equatoria for the east coast, reaching Bagamoyo on December 4. "There, Pasha, we are home!" Stanley exclaimed. "Yes, thank God," was Emin's response. Stanley and Emin rode proudly, on horses belonging to the German officers stationed there, to the officers' mess, where a banquet was held that night. Emin, who had a cataract and was under the influence both of alcohol and of a special message of welcome from the Kaiser, fell from a balcony, was badly injured, and was taken to hospital. He survived the fall and, though by now nearly blind, decided to return to Equatoria, to reclaim his province and to offer it to Germany. The man who had been 153. Rescued with so much effort and at British and Egyptian expense now exchanged the Egyptian service for the German and left in the direction whence he had come. He did not get very far, however, for he was attacked and murdered on the way. Stanley returned to Europe in triumph, where King Leopold immediately proposed that he make his way to the Nile at the head of an army of 20,000 Congolese soldiers in order to recapture Khartoum. Things did not come to that, however, for Stanley turned the offer down. Stanley had rescued Emin Pasha. But in the meantime others had had similar plans. In Germany there was also a call to form a Save Emin Pasha committee, though it was not until June 1888 that it actually saw the light of day. By then, however, Emin had already been saved by Stanley, though news of the rescue had not yet reached Europe. Stanley did not return to the inhabited world until December 1889, by which time a German expedition under Peters was well on its way, having left in March 1889. When Peters eventually reached the borders of Equatoria, he discovered a camp built by 2 Britons who were temporarily away hunting in the forest. Being no Englishman, he saw nothing wrong with reading their mail, including a letter from Stanley mentioning his rescue of Emin Pasha. That was a bitter blow, but luckily Peters read on and learned that Mwanga, the Kabaka of Buganda, part of what would later become Uganda, was in difficulties and had asked for British help. One resolved to rescue someone come what may. Peters now decided to save Mwanga in Emin's stead. He made for Buganda, restored the king to his throne, and en passant declared Uganda a German protectorate. This was done by means of a treaty described as a preliminary treaty to be on the safe side, signed on February 28, 1890. However, only the German version of the treaty mentioned a protectorate. Fortunately for him, Mwanga had enlisted the help of a French missionary, who testified that the French text, the only legitimate one, spoke merely of amity, friendship. This subtle difference did not, however, matter greatly in the end. The crux of the matter was that Germany was proposing to seize Uganda, and its annexation was unacceptable to Lord Salisbury and his government. Salisbury held clear views on British policy in Africa, among which British control of the Nile held pride of place. These views had far-reaching repercussions, since Salisbury was to play a crucial role in shaping British Africa policy and hence also in setting the course of that continent's partition. Lord Salisbury was British Prime Minister from 1885 to 1902, with a few short interruptions, and as such had a crucial influence on British foreign policy. These years formed the critical phase in the partition of Africa, orchestrated by Salisbury in person. It is to his great credit that this process, 154 Germany and Great Britain in East Africa, Lord Salisbury, took place without much conflict, or at least without major clashes, between the European powers. This was certainly due in part to his detached attitude to diplomacy in general and to African adventures in particular. Salisbury was possessed of considerable intellectual ability and mature judgment. He considered leading his country the self-evident duty of men of his birth. After all, his family had been doing it for centuries. Robert Arthur Talbot Gascoigne Cecil, 1830–1903, was the 9th Earl and the 3rd Marquis of Salisbury, and as such a member of one of England's most eminent families. His ancestors had been chief ministers of the Crown under Elizabeth I and James I. He lived in Hatfield House, which had come into the family in 1607 following an exchange of houses between James I and the 1st Earl of Salisbury. Hatfield, where Queen Elizabeth I had spent her youth, was one of the richest and most beautiful estates in England. The owner was a very unusual aristocrat who shared almost none of the traditional interests of the English aristocracy. He did not like sports, hunting, horses, clubs, or receptions and was not, indeed, overfond of human beings. He was a deeply religious man and attended his own chapel every day. He also took a keen intellectual interest in philosophy and the natural sciences. He performed chemical experiments in his private laboratory and himself brought electricity to Hatfield House, unfortunately electrifying the lawns in the process. His favorite reading included Tacitus, Virgil, Euripides, Shakespeare, Goethe, and the Count of Monte Cristo *. 155. Lord Salisbury was, of course, educated at Eton and Christ Church, Oxford. He had no fond memories of Eton, calling it an existence among devils, and refused to set foot there ever again. At the age of 23 he was elected to the House of Commons for a constituency that was firmly in the hands of his family. He sat there for 15 years, and, after his father's death in 1868, in the House of Lords for another 27 years. For 17 years he was leader of the Conservative Party, shepherding it through 5 elections and winning 3 of them. In the 1860s, while still a young man, he set out his political philosophy in a series of articles published in the Quarterly Review. He was opposed to equality, democracy, and the extension of the franchise. On the last issue, he broke with Disraeli, the Conservative Prime Minister, who introduced the Second Reform Bill in 1867. That opposition nearly cost Salisbury his political career. He had an even greater aversion to atheism, to the class struggle and to socialism. He considered enfranchising the Irish to be as ridiculous as giving the vote to Hottentots, and once referred to a politician from India as that black man. Hence it is not an exaggeration to call him, not just a conservative, but a hidebound reactionary. Salisbury was a great orator and wit, far too witty for a politician. He did not suffer fools gladly, and did not watch his tongue. His first leader, Disraeli, called him a great master of jibes and flouts and jeers. Degree his tendency to commit gaffes was so great that an ill-advised remark used to be called a Salisbury. In diplomatic life, too, his facetious bent and sarcasm would sometimes get the better of him. These handicaps did not, however, impede his remarkable career in national as well as international politics. Salisbury's first ministerial appointment was that of Secretary of State for India. He held that office from 1866 to 1867 and again from 1874 to 1878. In 1878 he became Disraeli's Foreign Secretary and stayed at this post until June 1885, when he became Prime Minister for the first time. His first cabinet was not long-lived. It lasted until February 1886, but the Gladstone Liberal cabinet that took over from it was even more short-lived, disappearing from the scene again in August of that year. The Conservatives then came back into power. Lord Salisbury led the government twice more, and this time for longer spells, from 1886 to 1892 and from 1895 to 1902. He combined the office of Prime Minister with that of Foreign Secretary until he surrendered the second office in 1900 on political and health grounds. He was, incidentally, not a strong leader of his cabinet, at times giving his colleagues too much leeway. Salisbury has often been compared with Bismarck, but unlike the Iron Chancellor, he was not a man of great designs. He did not believe that world politics could be imposed from on high. One had to take events as they came, trying to make the best of them. British policy is to drift lazily downstream, occasionally putting out a boat hook to avoid a collision. 156. He observed *, he had a remarkable sense of timing. His statesmanship was a mixture of realism, Machiavellianism, opportunism, and pessimism. It was his deepest conviction that world history was unpredictable and ironic. Diplomacy, according to him, was the last political arena not yet invaded by the masses, but he was afraid that happy state could not last. He considered passion and sentiment so many pitfalls of political life. The press and public opinion were further threats to good, that is, to secret and cautious diplomacy. He took very little interest in Africa, and although African affairs were to dominate his diplomatic life, he never changed his attitude to that continent. Africa was created to be the plague of foreign offices, he once remarked * registered, and he was to be plagued by it constantly. His interest in the partition of Africa was purely academic. He considered it an intellectual exercise, a subtle game of move and countermove, of bid and counterbid. He felt that the constant study of maps is apt to disturb man's reasoning powers. Yet peering at African maps was something he was forced to do constantly, that and the partition of unknown territories into spheres of influence, and the giving away of rivers and mountains of which no one could say where they were. He liked to make fun of the whole thing and realized full well how chimeric the partition of Africa really was. Harry Johnston, who played an important role in it, refers to it in his novel, The Gaydombies. The leading character, based unmistakably on Lord Salisbury, takes a guest for a walk over his estate one Sunday after church and luncheon, and having arrived at a peaceful spot, says, "Now let us settle the fate of the Niger." The same leading character then muses at length over the peculiar fact that the fate of the Niger should have been discussed and decided under a beech tree in Hertfordshire *. In 1889, after much study, Salisbury decided that a British evacuation of Egypt was no longer feasible. The result would be chaos and anarchy, perhaps even war with France. The Suez Canal would be threatened, and British influence in the eastern Mediterranean would collapse. Britain thus had to remain in Egypt. On November 9, 1889, he declared publicly that the British government, regardless of the stand of the other powers, was determined to pursue to the end the task which it had undertaken in Egypt. A little later Salisbury drew a conclusion that was as logical as it was weighty. To safeguard Egypt, Britain would have to control the entire Nile Valley, or at least prevent any other power from establishing itself there *. Otherwise that power would be able to blackmail Britain or put it under pressure. Egypt was and would continue to be dependent on the Nile. Hence East Africa, and Uganda in particular, was of vital importance to Britain. Peters's treaties in Uganda and the German claims based on them posed a threat to British control of the Nile Valley. For that reason Germany would have to be kept out of, or where appropriate expelled from, Uganda. There was yet another reason for preventing German East Africa from 157. Spreading too far westward. If it was allowed to do so, it would be endangering a British North-South link-up. That link-up was not very important to Lord Salisbury, but it was a passion with the great British public, for it was nothing more nor less than the great dream of Cecil Rhodes and other influential imperialists, the all-red route from the Cape to Cairo. 4. The Cape to Cairo Dream and the Zanzibar-Heligoland Treaty. The dream. The Cape to Cairo route was to enter history as Cecil Rhodes's great dream. He also claimed to have been its intellectual father. The idea had, however, been conceived, formulated and propagated earlier by that other passionate and avid imperialist, Harry Johnston, and earlier still by Sir Edwin Arnold in a pamphlet published in 1876. In fact, the idea was older still, for it had been propounded as early as 1798 by the Brazilian explorer Dr. José Lacerda. But Lacerda had been against the idea, for he was pro-Portuguese and preferred a west-east link-up between the Portuguese colonies of Angola and Mozambique. That link would be threatened by a Cape to Cairo route, yet hard though they fought against it, it was not the Portuguese but the Germans who would ultimately foil Rhodes's plan. The Cape to Cairo route held a great appeal for the British public, which was much taken with the grandeur of the concept, but it failed to excite the experts. Sir George Goldie said that trade sought the shortest route to the sea. Luggard called it claptrap and a mere sentimental jargon. Sir Percy Anderson thought it an extremely unpractical proposal. Lord Salisbury treated it with utter contempt. He called it a curious idea, which has lately become prevalent, pointed out that trade does not willingly go across a continent, and added that he could not imagine a more inconvenient possession than ownership of a narrow strip of land in the interior of Africa, a 3 months' journey from the coast, and wedged between German East Africa and Leopold's Congo. He was therefore opposed to it, but he could not afford to ignore Rhodes's influence and was therefore unable to shelve the idea without further ado. Nor could he ignore the ambitious territorial claims of Mackinnon and his IBC degree. The plan accordingly figured in his first proposals to Germany. On December 22, 1889, Salisbury invited the German government to talks on the outstanding Anglo-German colonial disputes. This invitation followed hints by Herbert von Bismarck that his father was sick and tired of the perils of Zanzibar. Uganda was the real point at issue thanks to 158. Peters and Mackinnon. It had become a focus of Anglo-German rivalry. The Germans treated Uganda as the hinterland of Witu, the British treated it as part of their sphere of influence. As far as Salisbury was concerned, a strategic issue was involved. British possession of Uganda would keep Germany out of the Nile Valley. On March 18, 1890, Bismarck unexpectedly disappeared from the scene. He and the Kaiser since 1888, the youthful Wilhelm II had differed on domestic as well as on foreign policy, and especially in their attitude to Russia. The Kaiser was anxious to take charge of foreign policy himself. The upshot was that, after Bismarck's departure, the reinsurance treaty between Germany and Russia was not renewed. Caprivi, Bismarck's successor, had little understanding of foreign affairs, no more so than Marshall, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. As a result, the handling of foreign affairs fell to Baron Friedrich von Holstein, a senior counselor in the foreign ministry. This grey eminence of the Wilhelmstrasse was to become the most powerful German diplomat and to remain so until the Moroccan crisis of 1905. In any case, a new phase in German Weltpolitik began in 1890, known as the New Course and characterized by a more deliberate policy of expansion, a more aggressive style, and unstable leadership. Caprivi, the new chancellor, was no more keen on colonies than Bismarck had been. In an address to the Reichstag on May 12, 1890, he poked fun at the colonies. People thought, if only we owned colonies, bought an atlas and painted Africa blue in it, we should be great people. Registered degree. This approach and the pro-British nature of the new course simplified the negotiations. On May 13, 1890, Salisbury unexpectedly came up with a whole packet of new proposals. Germany was to give up Witu and hence Uganda as well. It could keep its other territories, but would have to provide what territory was needed for the Cape to Cairo route. Britain would establish a protectorate over Zanzibar. In exchange for all this, Germany would receive Heligoland*. It was asking too much. Heligoland was of interest to Germany in the context of its maritime ambitions, and the construction of the Kiel Canal had lent it a fresh importance. But while it was of great moment to Germany, it meant very little to Great Britain and could hardly be considered adequate recompense for unobstructed British hegemony in East Africa. For that was what the Cape to Cairo link really amounted to. Moreover, the German colonies would be virtually surrounded by British possessions, and cut off from the Congo Free State. That state was still thought to be in danger of imminent collapse and due to be taken over by others very shortly, probably by one of the neighboring countries. If it accepted the British plan, Germany would cease to be one of these neighbors. All in all, therefore, the British demands were unacceptable. Salisbury did not really mind. What he was really concerned with was Uganda. The Cape to Cairo route was no more than poetic license. He 159. Accordingly dropped the idea, the more so as it was in the process of being resurrected in different form, for negotiations had been taking place at the same time between Leopold and Mackinnon, leading to the so-called Leopold-Mackinnon Treaty of May 24, 1890. That treaty recognized Leopold's claims to the Lado enclave in Bahr el Ghazal, an enclave on which Leopold was anxious to lay his hands in connection with his wish to press onto the Nile. From the British point of view, that would have the advantage of keeping France out of the Nile Valley. Mackinnon's company, for its part, was granted sovereignty over a narrow stretch of land between Lake Edward and Lake Tanganyika. The All-Red route had thus been saved. The Leopold-Mackinnon Treaty, however, was between private individuals and not between states, but when Mackinnon showed the document to Salisbury, the latter gave it his approval. Later, the British government was to say that Lord Salisbury had merely been giving his private opinion, see Pa 228. The treaty. The Anglo-German negotiations of 1890 had thus led to the abandonment of the All-Red route, sacrificed on the altar of Nile politics. The expansion of the British East Africa Company west of Lake Victoria was halted at 1 degree south Cecil Rhodes as British South Africa Company was allowed to press onto a line between Lake Nyasa and Lake Tanganyika. Above that line lay German territory. The northern boundary of the German sphere of influence was a line running from the mouth of the Umba to a point east of Lake Victoria at 1 degree south. From there it ran westward to the borders of the Congo Free State. Registered all in all, German East Africa became roughly the size of contemporary Tanzania plus Rwanda and Burundi. On that basis Britain and Germany were able to see eye to eye, and on July 1, 1890 the agreement known as the Zanzibar-Heligoland Treaty was signed. Germany gave up Witu and all other claims north of the Tana, recognized a British protectorate over Zanzibar, and received Heligoland in exchange. At the same time several less important border issues in West Africa and Southwest Africa were settled. Copyright. The precise details were left to a commission of experts. The treaty was a great triumph for Britain, which gained by diplomacy what it had been unable to obtain in the field, Kenya, Uganda, and Zanzibar, in short, everything it had wanted. The danger of German expansion in East Africa had been checked. The treaty was the first in a series of major partition treaties, and had all the characteristics of European imperialism in its African heyday. Geographical knowledge of the territories involved was extremely scant. The treaty mentioned rivers and mountains that later turned out to be non-existent. Protectorates were recognized that had still to be declared. 160. The negotiations and the treaty were thus typical products of European diplomacy, the work of political leaders who saw African problems in the framework of European diplomatic relations, and who attached little importance to Africa itself. They were not the work of colonial and imperialist fanatics, but of traditional realpolitiker. The exchange of Heligoland for Zanzibar shows how much the partition of Africa was a part of international relations in the wider sense. For Germany, British friendship far outweighed African considerations in 1890. The colonial enthusiasts in Germany were disappointed, especially Karl Peters, who declared that Germany had bartered 2 kingdoms for a bathtub in the North Sea. That disappointment was the main reason for the establishment of the hyper-nationalist All-German Union, the All-Deutsche Verband. In Britain, too, murmurs could be heard about ceding British territory, even if it was only a bathtub. Queen Victoria declared that giving up what one has is always a bad thing. The fact that any of my possessions should thus be bartered away caused me great uneasiness, she also said. Salisbury explained that this deal had been unique, one that fell in the category of once only and never again registered. The objectors would do well to remember that something much more important had been achieved. Britain had made the Nile safe, at least with respect to Germany. It was just too bad that other rivals were to appear only too quickly. 5. Uganda. The 1890 treaty turned out to be not the end of the Uganda question but the beginning. The British government had done everything it could and dared to do, negotiating with other governments and drawing lines on the map. The real work, however, would have to be done by private parties, in this event by the IBC. The problem was that that body was more of a philanthropic and political association than a commercial enterprise. This one-horse company, as Rosebery called it, owned little capital and, because its commercial prospects looked bad, was unable to attract much more. The political situation in Uganda, moreover, was as complicated as it was tense. The British protectorate comprised the kingdoms of Buganda, Banyoro, Ankole, and a few more. Buganda was the most important of these. The British government believed that it was the job of the IBC to administer and to manage it. The IBC, for its part, felt that it needed government subsidies to do the job. The great British public was not interested, but was torn between two conflicting desires, one almost as strong as the other, fighting the slave trade and paying minimal taxes. That conflict, Uganda 161, was to give rise to many a problem and in the long run lead to a kind of impasse. Luggard and Uganda. The first attempt to set up an effective administration was made by Captain Frederick John Deltree Luggard, a young officer in the service of the IBC. He would later become famous as the great empire builder in Nigeria and be raised to the peerage as Baron Luggard. Luggard did what he could. On August 6, 1890 he left from Mombasa on an 800-mile expedition to Buganda, where he arrived in December. The situation there was complicated. Authority was vested in Mwanga, the Kabaka. There were various rival religious groups, not only Muslims and Christians, but Catholics and Protestants, who also fought one another. On December 24 Luggard came up with the following proposal: he offered company protection to the Kabaka, in exchange for which the latter would hand over suzerainty, abolish the slave trade, grant free trade and freedom of conscience, and place himself under the control of a British resident. That was asking a lot in exchange for very little, but the missionaries persuaded the chiefs, the Kabaka's vassals, to accept the offer. This they did, and on December 26, 1890 the Kabaka followed suit. Luggard's position was now officially established, but his effective powers were still very few. That did not prevent him from continuing westward and from concluding further treaties, by which fresh territory was brought under British protection. Meanwhile, the situation in Buganda, where Luggard had left a second in command, continued to be confused, Catholics and Protestants continuing to fight one another and the Kabaka regularly suiting his religious convictions to the latest changes in fortune. The situation, as a British observer remarked, was more reminiscent of the time of the Edict of Nantes than of the 19th century. Registered in the summer of 1891 Luggard returned, only to learn that the company had decided on July 16, 1891 to abandon Uganda and to recall him to the coast. But Luggard did not leave immediately, as a civil war between Catholics and Protestants had just broken out and order had to be restored. That was done, and the country was split into Catholic and Protestant areas, or more precisely, 10 of the 20 counties went to the Protestants, 9 to the Catholics and 1 to the Muslims. Registered *. The Peace of Augsburg was nothing by comparison. Luggard now departed from Buganda, leaving the Kabaka behind as king of a British protectorate. The reason for the company's decision to withdraw was an acute shortage of funds. Expenditure far exceeded income, and there was no prospect of better times to come unless a railroad was built with government funding. Salisbury was in favor of such a course. The Mombasa Railroad suited his long-term strategy, control of the Nile and of the Sudan. The British 162. Parliament, by contrast, wanted nothing to do with so extravagantly expensive a project. The company's actual withdrawal was in fact delayed for some time because private individuals came up with some money at the request of the Church Missionary Society. In addition, Salisbury was granted a small sum by Parliament, admittedly not in order to build the railroad, but to make a study of its feasibility. Something like an impasse had been reached. Quitting was a financial necessity for the company and a political one for the government, but any official decision to pull out would have unleashed a flood of protest from anti-slavery and missionary circles at home. The result was a stay of execution. A withdrawal from Uganda, however, seemed definitely in the offing by the time Gladstone formed his fourth cabinet in August 1892. Gladstone and his second-in-command, Sir William Harcourt, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, were preeminently Little Englanders. However, the views of Lord Rosebery, the powerful Foreign Secretary, had to be taken into consideration as well. This popular, elegant, and wealthy Scot was beloved of the Queen and of the Liberal party. He was considered their future leader, which he duly became, albeit with little success. His career, which had a most brilliant start, came to a sad end, but before then he was able to rescue the Africa policy of his predecessor, Lord Salisbury, and, moreover, at a crucial moment. However brief, his political intervention was thus of the utmost importance in the partition of East Africa. Rosebery and Imperialism. Archibald Philip Primrose Rosebery, 1847–1929, was born a prodigy and would remain one all his life. His tutor at Eton called him surely the wisest boy that ever lived. Registered. Hereditary theory, incidentally, does not explain this remarkable gift. His father's only intellectual achievement was an address to the middle classes upon the subject of gymnastic exercises. His mother did not think much of her son, his teachers at Eton grew disappointed in him, and his university studies were not a great success. The master of his Oxford College finally gave him the choice of getting rid of his racehorse or being sent down. Rosebery opted for the second alternative and was not wrong to do so. His horses were to win the Derby 3 times. In short, Rosebery was rich by birth. Thanks to his marriage to a Rothschild, he was to become one of the richest men in Britain, at a time when the rich were very rich indeed. Rosebery entered politics more or less by chance after supporting Gladstone in the famous Midlothian campaign. He was a political anachronism even then, an immensely rich peer in the Progressive Liberal Party. In some respects, incidentally, Rosebery was a progressive, and in one respect he was even well ahead of his time. He was a liberal imperialist, and thus marked the breach of the Liberals with the Little England tradition of Uganda 163. Cobden, Bright, and Gladstone. Imperialism was a deep conviction with him, great idealist and patriot that he was. In his eyes the empire was a blessing for the world and a necessity for Britain. He saw the danger of British isolation in a world of large, armed, and hostile countries. Britain must stake its claim in the partition of that world, something it had not sought itself but into which it had been forced by others. Thus, it must join in the great game of pegging out claims for the future, to quote a famous dictum of his. Gladstone called that the spirit of territorial grab, which was precisely what it was, but then it reflected the spirit of the age. Rosebery was far too rich to overexert himself, too intellectual for ambitions, and too much of a historian to harbor illusions. He did, however, prize the post of Foreign Secretary he was awarded in the last Gladstone cabinet, for it gave him the chance of maintaining Salisbury's foreign policy in a Liberal cabinet. He did not seek to become Prime Minister, that office fell to him because there was no other suitable candidate. His tenure was not a success. From the outset there was open antagonism between him and his great rival, Sir William Harcourt, the Liberal leader in the House of Commons, where Rosebery, being a peer, could not sit. His premiership thus became a personal tragedy for the highly strung Rosebery, ending in complete failure and causing him unbearable insomnia. He resigned after only 15 months. As Foreign Secretary, however, he did prove a success. His policy was Salisbury's, if with more passion. Rosebery, who, according to Bernard Shaw, never missed a chance of missing an opportunity, was resolved not to miss any chances in Uganda. He was to have his way. On September 20, 1892 he presented a memorandum to the cabinet, drafted by Sir Percy Anderson, insisting that Uganda must be preserved for Great Britain, partly as a springboard for the possible reconquest of the Sudan. "This is jingoism with a vengeance," Sir William Harcourt fulminated. "We are to have a Wacht am Nile and our drum and fife band is to play, Sie Sollen in Nichthaben, den Freien Britisken Nile *, a parody of the German patriotic hymn The Watch on the Rhine. But Harcourt and Gladstone and Morley might rage for all they were worth, they could not dispense with Rosebery and the imperialists. Rosebery had his way by threatening to resign. He sent Sir Gerald Portal to East Africa with orders to review the situation on the spot. One result of his findings having been anticipated by Rosebery, Uganda would not be surrendered. The other results of Sir Gerald's inquiry were positive as well. He depicted East Africa as a region of great strategic importance and with unique commercial prospects. The inhabitants needed shoes, socks, and opera glasses, and every day new market prospects appeared. That was enough. Toward the end of 1893 Sir Gerald's conclusions were accepted by Parliament. Soon afterwards 164. Stone resigned and Rosebery took his place as Prime Minister. On April 12, 1894 a British protectorate over Uganda was officially declared. That protectorate put an end to the period of chartered company rule in East Africa. On July 1, 1895 the British government also took charge of the region between Buganda and the coast and established the British East Africa Protectorate there. The coastal strip was placed under the control of the British Zanzibar Protectorate. The IBC was rescued from bankruptcy, it was given £250,000 for expenses incurred, surrendered its charter, and was wound up in 1895. Meanwhile the role of the German East Africa Company had also been played out. It, too, had proved to be too weak financially to meet its administrative obligations. The German government assumed control on January 1, 1889, when it founded the Crown Colony of German East Africa. The DOAG was most generously indemnified and continued its existence as a private trading enterprise. The time of chartered companies in East Africa was over. 6. Epilogue. The French occupation of Madagascar. The great absentee in the game of the partition of East Africa was France. Unlike Germany, it had no trading interests of any importance there. Unlike Portugal, it had no claims to, or settlements along, the East African coast, and unlike Great Britain, it had no strategic interests in the region. In short, France had no business in East Africa, but since the partition was a game played by all the powers, and France happened to be one of these, it was nevertheless sucked in. What Britain and Germany were after in East Africa were spheres of influence and protectorates. These were at first defined on paper only and did not gain practical importance until later. In the beginning the whole game was about diplomatic recognition, not about effective control. In that game, the crucial factor was the diplomatic rather than the geographic reality. Neither the Sultan of Zanzibar nor the King of Witu, but the German and British leaders determined that they had made agreements and in so doing had left France out in the cold. However, to play the diplomatic game properly French recognition was needed as well, the more so as France had been a party to the 1862 Zanzibar Treaty. In diplomacy, after all, the simple principle of quid pro quo was considered to be the ultimate piece of wisdom. France had therefore to be bought off. Luckily, its ambitions in East Africa did not clash, or clashed hardly at all, with 165. Those of the other two parties. For the French sights were set on Madagascar. French claims to that island were among the least well-founded of all, even by the wildest stretch of the imagination. Louis XIII had officially taken possession of the island, and Richelieu had handed it over to the Compagnie d'Orient, but there the matter had rested. The 17th century was long past. In the 19th century, Madagascar was an independent island to all intents and purposes, one where Europeans were lowly foreigners subject to the harsh local laws. Madagascar was not a political entity, though it was dominated by one state alone. The heartland of that state was found on the island's central plateau, and was called the Hova Kingdom. That was, however, a misnomer. The Hova were in fact no more than a caste, albeit the dominant one, in an ethnic group of Pacific origin, the Merina, a Polynesian group that had arrived 2,000 years earlier. In the course of those long years, the Merina had intermarried with other groups and could thus be considered, together with a number of other peoples, as indigenous to the island. In any case, they were the most powerful group. In the course of the 19th century, the Merina Kingdom extended its authority over roughly 2/3 of the island. Madagascar was known as La Grande Isle for good reason. It is as large as France and Belgium combined, and the Merina Kingdom was therefore one of the largest in the world at the time of the partition of Africa. Moreover, it was a modern kingdom. It had become that under King Mpwana, an abbreviation of Andriana Mpwana Mirina, a name too long even by Malagasy standards, who had reigned from 1782 to 1810, and under his son Radama, 1810 to 1828. They had reorganized the army and acquired firearms in exchange for the abolition of the slave trade, although slavery itself was by no means abolished. These rulers, the Mohammed Alis of Madagascar, had also opened up their island to modern technology and, to a certain extent, to modern ideas. Missionaries, teachers, and technicians were admitted. Compulsory education was introduced, and by the end of the 19th century proportionally as many Merina children went to school as did children in Western Europe. In 1880 the first Malagasy doctors returned home after having been trained in Edinburgh. British Protestant and French Catholic missionaries fought a fierce struggle for the possession of Malagasy souls. The Protestants took the lead. By the end of the 19th century there were roughly 500,000 Protestant as against a little more than 100,000 Catholic converts. Moreover, in 1868 the Queen, the Prime Minister and several other leaders converted to the Protestant faith, which also became the state religion. All this enlightenment exerted some, but not much, influence on the morals and customs of the Hova Kingdom, which remained renowned for its brutality and coarse ways. Queen Ranavalona I, 1828–1861, nicknamed the Cruel. 166. Was also known as the female Caligula. The political system was dictatorial oligarchy centered on the court, coupled to sole ownership by the monarch of all the land, together with slavery, punitive military expeditions and general oppression. The Hova Kingdom may have succumbed to the lures of modernization, but thanks to its central government and military strength it was better able to stand up to foreign domination than most. After Ranavalana's death in 1861 there was a fierce struggle for power from which Ranelagh emerged as the island's prime minister and strongman. He consolidated his position further by marrying 3 successive queens, and remained in power until the French intervention in 1894. France, as we have seen, had set its sights on the island. It already owned the neighboring island of Réunion, a colony represented in the French Parliament, together with several smaller islands off the coast of Madagascar. The imperialism of the Réunionnais added fuel to the flames of the French expansionist urge, which was further increased by the Catholic deputies in the French Parliament who had taken the Catholic missionaries on the island under their wing. As a result of all these pressures, the French right, normally staunchly anti-colonialist, called for intervention. Tension mounted in 1881 when the Hova adopted Law 85, which outlawed land ownership by foreigners. Seeing that a treaty signed in 1868 had granted Frenchmen in particular the right to own property on the island, the new law was a source of bitter conflict and was even a casus belli registered degree. The clash came in 1883 when France demanded compensation for its wronged citizens as well as a protectorate over Madagascar. That demand was rejected by the Hova government. A French naval squadron then appeared, and several coastal towns were bombarded, but the time was not yet ripe for a major operation. France was involved in conflicts in Tunisia, in the Congo, and most important of all in Tonkin. A war in Madagascar was not on the cards at that time. The French commander was accordingly instructed to refrain from invading the island and to confine himself to naval shelling operations. On December 17, 1885, the conflict was settled by the Treaty of Tamatave. It was a most unusual treaty, because France recognized the sovereignty of Queen Ranavalona III over the entire island, an authority that she had never possessed or exercised. In return, Madagascar handed over control of its foreign affairs to a French resident, which was tantamount to accepting a protectorate without putting it in so many words. The treaty was therefore ambiguous and lent itself to all sorts of interpretations, the more so as there were considerable differences between the French and the Malagasy texts. Small wonder that it failed to end the conflict between the two parties and simply provided for a decade's respite. The turning point in this 10 years truce came after 5 years. In 1890, Britain and Germany recognized the French version of the Tamatave Treaty. They were, in fact, recognizing a French protectorate over Madagascar in exchange for French recognition of their protectorates in East Africa. 167. France and Madagascar were thus left to fight it out by themselves. The harassment of the French inhabitants had meanwhile been stepped up, and a number of them were murdered at regular intervals. In 1894 the French had had enough. A motion put forward by a deputy for Réunion for a stop to Malagasy intransigence was adopted unanimously. Hanataz, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, was asked to take action. He first tried diplomacy and an ultimatum, but the diplomatic approach failed and the ultimatum was rejected. The Red Hova banner was raised on the island's 12 sacred mountains. The French representative lowered the French flag and took it with him to the coast. In November 1894 the French left the island. That same month both chambers voted credits for a major expedition. French imperialism had won out after having vacillated in Madagascar for 10 years. On December 12, 1894 the French Navy took Tamatave and went on to capture other seaports, among them Diego Suarez and Majanga, where a large expeditionary force was assembled, 15,000 troops, mainly Senegalese infantrymen, and 6,000 auxiliaries, bearers, muleteers, and drivers for the thousands of voitures Lefebvre, light vehicles drawn by horses and mules. 8. The march to Tananarive, the capital, took them 250 miles inland. The expedition was a military stroll but turned into a medical martyrdom. The Hova had just 2 generals with which to fight the French, namely, Hazo and Tazo, the bush and fever *. There was no quinine, and general fever struck down a third of the troops within a short time. Instead of launching a massive attack, it was decided to send forward a column of 4,000 men, 1,500 drivers, and 3,000 mules who covered the remaining stretch in 14 days. They reached the capital on September 26, and brought it to its knees in a few days. 1 day later a treaty was signed by which Madagascar was declared a French protectorate. The Queen kept her throne and her red parasol, symbols of her sovereignty, but not for long. The protectorate formula did not prove effective because it afforded small satisfaction to the French colonists and because the Marina did not play by its rules. The upshot was rebellion and anarchy. On June 20, 1896 Madagascar was annexed, and in September a Governor-General, Joseph Galliani, was appointed, invested with every military and civilian power. His second in command was Hubert Lyotte. Together these 2 men were to pacify the island, and together they were to become France's most famous colonial soldiers. 168. Conclusion. The partition of East Africa was played out against a background of peace and sweet reasonableness, at least as far as the Europeans were concerned. Anglo-French rivalry, which used to give so sharp an edge to relations after the British occupation of Egypt, played no part this time round. France had no stake in East Africa, and Portugal hardly any. The demarcation of the northern border of Mozambique was a matter between Germany and Portugal, and that was quickly settled. What tension and rivalry remained was thus confined to Germany and Britain, with King Leopold playing a modest supporting role. The German and British pioneers in East Africa, Peters and Mackinnon, were keen and ambitious enough, but control of the whole enterprise was in the hands of two very cool, and as far as Africa was concerned, very detached statesmen, namely, Bismarck and Salisbury. The crucial events, moreover, took place in the 1880s, when public interest in Africa was still slight. In the 1890s the atmosphere was to become much more tense, and concessions would be harder to make. This would become clear when East Africa came to the fore once again in connection with Anglo-French rivalry for the Nile. Britain obtained all it had set its heart on in East Africa. It alone had a clear conception and a clear strategy: the Nile Valley must be protected from foreign taint. The rest was open to discussion. The East African coast, too, was of course of strategic importance, but there was room enough for others as well. Salisbury's policy thus came down to Harcourt's reviled Wacht am Nile. The cabinet that followed, and in which Harcourt had so important a post, thought of giving up this policy, but nothing came of that. The influence of imperialists in Rosebery's mould had meanwhile become too great even among the Liberals. The Little Englanders were being forced to bow out. Imperialism became part of the national consensus. For Germany, the division of East Africa proved to be a matter of some satisfaction as well. The German position had, after all, resulted from no more than a whim of that strange adventurer, Karl Peters. The result of that impulse, which the government had originally greeted with so much skepticism, was German East Africa, one of Germany's largest and most important colonies. By the Treaty of 1890 Germany had renounced further ambitions in the region in exchange for Heligoland. From the colonial point of view, that may have been a retreat, but from the more exalted perspective of international politics it was an advance. Heligoland was closer than Zanzibar. Viewed from the African angle, these events looked quite different. For when all was said and done, the partition treaties laid the basis for European conquest and occupation, which culminated in an extremely violent 169 form of oppression. From 1888 to 1902 the Germans launched 84 major military campaigns in Tanganyika, one every 2 months on average. In 1901 they also started on the southeastern part of the colony. The upshot of this policy was the Maji Maji Rebellion, so called after the magic water, Maji Maji, alleged to change bullets into water registered. In the event, the magic failed to work, since according to the official Reichstag report 75,000 Africans were killed. Other estimates give twice, or even 4 times, that figure. Some tribes lost 90% of their members. The British were faced with similar problems. They tackled them somewhat more calmly, not least because they had fewer military resources. Yet they, too, were drawn into a great many conflicts. In western Kenya alone some 50 armed clashes took place from 1894 to 1914, 40% of them leading to punitive expeditions, or 1 expedition per annum on average. Registered degree. The French for their part launched large-scale pacification campaigns in Madagascar. Gallieni, who commanded them from 1896 to 1905, worked hand in hand with Lyautey, applying a method they had perfected in Tonkin. That method was a combination of military subjection with the creation of an administrative and socio-economic machinery. Lyautey himself summed it all up in a metaphor that was to become famous: with pacification, a great wave of civilization spreads out like an oil slick. West Africa is a term that on closer examination proves to be less obvious than it seems. What precise area does it cover? The western boundary is easy enough to define. It is the Atlantic Ocean. The eastern boundary is more difficult. Where does West Africa end and East Africa begin? It is hard to tell, and was even harder at a time when very little was known about the interior. The northern and southern boundaries are also not easy to define. Strictly speaking, West Africa stretches from Ceuta to Cape Town, but in practice the term has a much more limited application. Morocco and the Sahara are considered part of North Africa, South Africa, Namibia, and Angola as part of Southern Africa. Angola is a borderline case, Zaire, the Congo, Gabon, and Cameroon as part of Central Africa. What remains is therefore a relatively small area, though large enough for all that, even in its truncated form. At present it comprises 15 independent states: Mauritania, Senegal, Gambia, Mali, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Niger, Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso, formerly Upper Volta, Benin, formerly Dahomey, Togo, Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. That is the area with which we are concerned here, that and Cameroon, whose history is closely bound up with it. During the partition of Africa into colonies and protectorates, two terms were used to refer to this region, Guinea and Sudan. The word Guinea comes from the Portuguese and is probably derived from Akal and Agunayan, the Berber for land of the black men. It was applied mainly to the coast, the area with which Europeans were most closely involved. This coast was divided into Upper Guinea, the part which runs from north to south, from Cape Blanco to Sierra Leone, and Lower Guinea, the coastal region from Sierra Leone to Cameroon. The interior was generally referred to as the Western Sudan. The area south of the Sahara is one of pronounced geographical and climatic contrasts. In the north lies the Sahara, to the south the Sahel, an area of steppes and savanna, with vast open spaces, half desert, half grassland. The lowermost and largest part of the coast, by contrast, consists of tropical rainforest, so dense as to be nearly inaccessible. The two areas. Atlantic Ocean. The partition of West Africa. Leaving the Sahara out of consideration for the moment, are also clearly distinct in historical and cultural respects. The Savannah was Islamized before the 16th century, which led to the emergence of Islamic states, some of considerable size. The tropical rainforest, by contrast, being difficult to penetrate, saw little Islamic missionary activity and was not suited to the formation of large states. Here, political structures were generally small and rarely grew beyond the scale of a few village groups. But however sharp the contrast between the two areas may be, the division is not clear-cut. Two great river systems provide a measure of unity and of cohesion. The first of these systems is formed by the Senegal and the Gambia, two rivers running chiefly from east to west and giving access to the interior in a way that is almost unique in Africa. The mighty Niger, 2,600 miles long, is the hub of the other system. These waterways provide natural access to, and the most important means of communication within, this gigantic territory. They are also the nucleus of the two great economic systems in the region, the trading system of Upper Guinea and Western Sudan, linked by the Senegal, and that of Lower Guinea and Central Sudan, access to which was provided by the Niger. The Senegal and the Niger were also to serve as approach routes for the two most important European colonizers of West Africa, the Senegal for the French and the Niger for the British. Contacts between West Africa and Europe go back to the 15th century, when the Portuguese began to explore the area. Other countries followed suit, notably Spain, the Netherlands, Great Britain, and France. The 175 center of European commercial activity lay in Lower Guinea, whose coast was distinguished from west to east into the grain, ivory, gold, and slave coasts, after the most important products. For a long time, slaves were the chief West African export. To further that trade, the Portuguese, French, British, Dutch and other Europeans established a network of forts and entrepots along the Guinea coast. Following the abolition of slavery, a period of legitimate trade ensued even here. The Industrial Revolution had created a new form of servitude, that of wage slavery, and the new economy hinged on machines and industrial workers. The machines had to be greased and the workers washed. Hence Europe needed both lubricants and soap, for which palm oil provided the raw ingredient. Houses and streets in the New Europe also had to be lit, and for the time being this was still done by candles, also made from palm oil. British manufacturers could thus combine profit and conscience in the memorable slogan, "Buy our candles and fight the slave trade." Palm oil was found in West Africa in abundance, and trade in palm kernels grew up alongside it, yielding oil of a higher quality for the manufacture of margarine, another product of considerable importance in urban life. Ground nuts, cotton, cocoa, and coffee completed the picture. Europe for its part supplied Africa mostly with textiles, but also and to the dismay of humanitarian circles with gin and rifles. Contacts between Europe and West Africa were thus of very long standing. By the time the scramble for Africa began, Europeans had been in West Africa for more than 4 centuries, although their presence bore little resemblance to colonialism. Relations were based on mutual interest. While the Europeans traded on the coast, the Africans carefully guarded their control over trade with the interior. The European presence remained confined to a few coastal settlements, which sometimes laid claim to some authority over the interior, but were usually in no position to press these claims home. In any case, the Europeans were not many in number, few could stand for long what was to them a murderous climate. West Africa was rightly known as the white man's grave. Not surprisingly, therefore, European political interest in the area was slight. The trend was toward withdrawal rather than expansion. The Danes retired as early as 1850, and the Netherlands in 1872, ceding its possessions on the Guinea coast to Great Britain. The British were not very enthusiastic about their new acquisition. They, too, tended to favor political withdrawal from West Africa. That trend was further strengthened by the various Ashanti wars Britain fought in the hinterland of the Gold Coast. Trade, yes; administer, no, was the British motto. In 1865 a select committee of the House of Commons even recommended a change of policy toward the settlements in the region with a view to an ultimate withdrawal from all, except, probably, Sierra Leone. In France, there was no great wish to 176. Expand in Africa either. After the defeat of 1870, France could, in any case, entertain few colonial ambitions. Recovery and reform had to come first. Small wonder, then, that in about 1880 European settlements in West Africa should have been no more than an extremely meager collection scattered over a long coastline. French possessions, on the Senegal, and British possessions, on the Gambia, were the most important European colonies on the Upper Guinea coast. To the south they were followed by Portuguese, and then by further French and British possessions, ending with Liberia, a country created by U.S. President James Monroe for black Americans who wanted to return to Africa. In Lower Guinea, France and Britain made up the only foreign presence. Europeans here were strictly confined to the coast. The interior was under the control of the African rulers of Dahomey, Benin, Ashanti, and of the neighboring territories. There was nothing to suggest that 20 years later Europeans would have colonized the whole of West Africa, laying claim to all the land between the Atlantic Ocean and Lake Chad. Yet that is what happened, the process being completed, moreover, in a very short time, roughly between 1880 and 1900, with the main race being run from 1890 to 1898. 2 countries, France and Great Britain, took a leading part in that race, while Germany played a sometimes noisy but largely subsidiary role. It all started in 1879 with the new French policy of expansion in Senegal, admittedly a continuation of the old policy, but with new methods and fresh vigor. 1. France in the Sudan. Expansion. The French presence in West Africa goes back to the 17th century, to be precise to 1659, when Louis Collier founded the town of St. Louis on a small island in the mouth of the Senegal. The French colony of Senegal developed from this outpost, and consisted of 4 towns, St. Louis, Gorée, Dakar, and Rufisque. These so-called Cotter communes were considered to be an integral part of France, a piece of France overseas, electing their own deputies to the French Parliament. In economic respects, the colony was almost completely dependent on the slave trade and seemed to offer few prospects once that trade was abolished. The only economic alternative was the trade in ground nuts, and these came from the interior, that is, from regions outside the French sphere of influence. The economic fate of Senegal was thus dependent on regions beyond French control, and which France was afraid Britain might occupy by advancing from Sierra Leone. That fear, France in the Sudan lay at the heart of a policy of military expansion unprecedented in the history of Africa. The remarkable thing to begin with was that this policy should have emerged at such an early date. It was first applied to Senegal in the 1850s, that is, under the Second Empire. The architect of French military policy in West Africa was an officer in the engineering corps, Louis Faidherbe, who was to serve as governor of Senegal twice, from 1854 to 1861 and again from 1863 to 1865. When he was first appointed to the post he was just 36 years old. He had the reputation of being a difficult and demanding man, but competent and painstaking as well. Faidherbe was a dynamic and imaginative soldier and was to become a famous figure in French military and colonial history. His aim was to turn Senegal into a viable colony. To that end, he believed, it was essential to subdue the Islamic states in the western Sudan by military force. In Algeria, too, where Faidherbe had served earlier, he had found it necessary to crush Islamic resistance. Only when Islam had been subjected would it be possible to initiate the commercial activities that would lay the basis for Senegal's prosperity. However, Faidherbe's great expansion plans had to be put to one side for the time being. The ministry refused to allocate adequate funds, even though it agreed that military expansion was a prerequisite of further colonization. It was, in fact, to become the basis of French West Africa policy in later years. Faidherbe was also the founder of the famous Senegalese Rifle Corps, the Tirailleurs Sénégalais. He personally designed their dashing uniform, black cloak and hood, short blue cloth jacket and waistcoat, red sash, blue cotton Turkish trousers, boots and white gaiters, and a red zouave cap. This colorful corps was to grow into one of the most important sectors of the French colonial army, even when the black riflemen had long ceased to come from Senegal and were being recruited throughout the Sudan. The fall of Napoleon II's empire and the shock of defeat in 1870 put a temporary halt to French expansion in West Africa, but at the end of the 1870s it was given a new lease on life. In 1876 Colonel Brière de L'Isle was appointed governor of Senegal. He was to remain at his post until 1881. With his arrival, a new urgency made itself felt. Brière de L'Isle was an officer in the Infanterie de Marine, a far from prestigious unit also known as the Cinderella of the French armed forces. It consisted in the main of the worst cadets turned out by Saint-Cyr, and was looked down upon by fashionable cavalrymen as a Ramesses de Voyous bunch of louts. Nearly half of them were of humble origin. The corps nevertheless proved to be an outstanding fighting machine, one of the best tools for conquest ever used in the colonies. What Algeria had been for the army, the Sudan became for the navy, a private hunting preserve. Brière, as one of his success. 178. Sours, Gallieni, was to put it in early franglais, was an advocate of le go-ahead de Américains. Brière's aim was essentially the same as Faidherbe's, establishing a French empire in West Africa by military expansion. This tempestuous soldier presented Paris with an ambitious plan for a railroad linking St. Louis and Dakar to the Upper Niger. It was the age of railroad fanatics and other makers of wild plans. There was even a scheme for a railroad right across the Sahara, from Algeria to the Sudan. Still more fanciful was the plan to put the Sahara under water so as to create an inland sea fit for navigation. Ibsen's Peer Gynt dreamt of this idea as early as 1867. And the waters would rush like a life-giving river in through the gap and fill the desert. Soon this whole white-hot grave would lie fresh as a dimpled sea. Steam will drive factories in Timbuktu, born who will speedily be colonist. Around a bay on rising sand, Peel found my capital Piropolis. The world's degenerate. Now comes the turn of Gint-Iana, my new land. A little money and I could do it, Peer Gynt continued. The French engineers had the same problem. The money was not forthcoming. Compared with these projects, Breer de Isle's ideas were modest, but for the time being nothing came of them either. The railroad enthusiasts fought one another in Paris and were fought in turn by the Tuareg in the field. On February 16, 1881, a reconnaissance party under Colonel Paul Flatters was wiped out in the Sahara. That put a temporary stop to the Trans-Sahara Railroad and similar dreams and schemes. However, the French plan to advance into the Sudan survived and became increasingly well defined. It received fresh impetus in 1879 when Joseph Simon Gallieni, a captain in the French Navy, was appointed directeur politique in St. Louis. Gallieni, 1849–1916, who was go on to gain fame in Madagascar, had begun his colonial career in the western Sudan. He was born on April 24, 1849 in a small village in the Pyrenees. His father, an Italian, had taken out French nationality and became a French officer. Gallieni Jr. followed in his footsteps, and after attending the military academy at Saint-Cyr, which he left in 1870, he fought in the Franco-German War and was taken prisoner. In 1872 he started on his African career, first in Réunion, and then in the western Sudan. On January 1, 1877 he arrived in Senegal. Here he was to serve twice, first from 1877 to 1881 as a young officer, and again, after a period spent in France and Martinique, from 1886 to 1888, this time as Commandant du Haut Fleuve, commander of the upper river. Gallieni's greatest triumphs then followed. He pacified Tun, France in the Sudan 179. Kin, 1892 to 1896, and Madagascar, 1896 to 1905. Later still, in 1914, he became even more famous as governor of Paris and organizer of the celebrated Marne taxicabs. After a brief and frustrating spell as Minister of War in 1915, he died in 1916. Breer de Isle and Gallieni played a crucial role in the new French approach to Senegal. More important, however, were the changes in Paris, where the Freycinet cabinet took office in 1879, with Admiral Jorguiberry as Minister of the Navy and Colonies. That cabinet introduced a new French policy in West Africa. Freycinet and Jorguiberry were political allies and friends. Charles de Salzes de Freycinet, 1828–1923, was undoubtedly the more influential of the two, and played an important role during the early years of the Third Republic. He may appear somewhat pale in comparison with such colorful contemporary politicians as the popular Gambetta and the hated Jules Ferry, but he nevertheless played a prominent part in French politics. In the early 1880s he was foreign minister for 3 years. He was also prime minister and minister of war on several occasions, and during the First World War, by then almost 90 years old, he was to become a minister once more, albeit without portfolio. Freycinet, who had been educated at the École Polytechnique, was a firm believer in technology and industry. He first took ministerial office in 1877, appropriately in the Department of Public Works. In this capacity he made his name with the so-called Freycinet Plan, which was designed to reverse the economic crisis that had held France and Europe in its grip since 1873, using public works and the construction of a railroad in particular to do so. For Freycinet firmly believed that civilization progresses along railroad tracks, or, as he himself put it in a ministerial declaration, civilization spreads and is firmly established along its lines of communication. Freycinet was also a fervent colonialist, fully convinced that the Sudan would prove of great value to France. Here, where it was assumed there was nothing but desert, there actually lived 100 million people, in a state more or less close to semi-civilization, he informed the French president. Admiral Jorguiberry, the new naval minister, had similar ideas. He had succeeded Faidherbe as governor of Senegal, and he, too, favored French expansion into the Sudan, painting glorious pictures of an inexhaustible new market of 80 million people and of an abundant flow of raw materials in the opposite direction. Joureg Wiberi was no great intellect and no economist, but he was also not a dreamer. Practical engineers such as Freycinet and sober businessmen such as Riviere shared his vision. In the Sudan they saw a new Canada, or perhaps a French India, belated compensation for colonies lost to Britain in the 18th century. With Freycinet and Joureg Wiberi these ideas became government policy, and that was a decisive change. Until then the advocacy of expansion in Senegal and Sudan had been the work of such local imperialists as Faidherbe and Breyer, or of lone colonial enthusiasts in Paris. It was now 180. Adopted as official policy by the French government. As a result Breyer's position was considerably more comfortable than Faidherbe's had been. Breyer, in fact, did no more than continue Faidherbe's policy, but he knew that he had the backing of ministers ready to stand by him and prepared to ask Parliament for the necessary funds. The unusual, or at least the new, feature was the acceptance by the French government that colonial expansion could no longer be left to the free play of social forces, but demanded intervention by the authorities. This new conception of the role of the state in colonial affairs was the crux of the new imperialism. It reflected a transition from informal, that is, private, to formal, that is, state, imperialism. This transition would make itself felt later among other colonial powers, but France was its pioneer. In 1879 to 1880 Freycinet and Joureg Wiberi decided that it was time for the French government to act on the ground in West Africa. Joureg Wiberi took the decisive step in September 1880, he placed the Western Sudan under military control, appointed Major Gustave Bornas Desbordes Commandant Supérieur du Haut Fleuve, and gave him supreme authority over all operations on the Upper Senegal. This was the beginning of the period of military government that was to continue in the Western Sudan until 1899. It was a far-reaching step, for it shifted the center of power from the governor in St. Louis to the commander in the interior. The all too lax control by Paris of the activities in the colony became slacker still, not to say non-existent. Joureg Wiberi and Freycinet had at first taken personal charge of the French expansion, but had gradually allowed it to slip out of their hands by vesting full authority in a military commander they could neither control nor even keep under observation. Hence no one in Paris really knew what was happening. Western Sudan became the playground of the French Navy. Bornas Desbordes, the new commander, was the very man for this job. Unlike Gallieni or Lyotte, he was a real saber-rattler who knew but one solution for everything, the military one. Not surprisingly, he very quickly became involved in a series of large military operations. War. European expansion in West Africa had been preceded by another expansion spearheaded by Islam. The 19th century in the Sudan was one of jihads, holy wars, aimed at the spread of Islam and the creation of Islamic states. The Great Caliphate of Sokoto in northern Nigeria, with which Britain was to become involved, was a product of the Renaissance of African Islam. Another famous jihad was that waged by Al-Hajj Umar. Umar made the pilgrimage to Mecca in 1826, visited Cairo on the way back, married the daughter of the Sultan of Sokoto, and returned to his birthplace in Futa Toro in 1837. In 1852 he proclaimed a jihad against all France in the Sudan 181. Pagans in the Western Sudan. It led to the emergence of the Tukolar Empire, which stretched from Timbuktu in the east to the frontiers of French Senegal. After Umar's death in February 1864 his oldest son Amadou took over his father's realm. However, his authority was always shaky. The Tukolars. The Tukolar Empire presented the French with a problem. At first the problem was of a political kind, namely, whether the Tukolars should be treated as enemies or as potential allies. Faidherbe had already had to face this problem, and his successors had to do likewise. Because the French did not know the answer, their policy was a succession of alternating wars and treaties. The Tucolers were shrewd negotiators and did not hesitate to play the French against the British, as became clear, for instance, during the negotiations conducted by Gallieni in 1880. "We do not know the English," said Amadou's envoy, "and for various reasons we prefer the French. But," he added, using a striking metaphor, "a man who cannot get drink from his mother, must get it from his grandmother?" In other words, if the French did not cooperate, the Tucolers might have to turn to the British. The French took the hint. At the Treaty of Nango, signed on November 4, 1880, they were granted trading and maritime rights in exchange for rifles and field guns and for recognizing Amadou's authority. The treaty was thus a political victory for Amadou, although the French, too, considered it a success because the assumed British threat had been averted. With the arrival of Bornes Desbordes a new period began, diplomacy making way for force. In February 1883 he occupied Bamako, the capital on the Niger. Just 1 year later a French gunboat, the parts for which had been brought overland, was launched on that river. Amadou watched this French incursion into his territory stoically. Later, when the French found themselves in military difficulties elsewhere, they reverted to diplomatic consultation, and in 1887 a new treaty was signed. In it Amadou accepted a French protectorate over his territory. It was only a paper protectorate, but the clauses of the Act of Berlin lent diplomatic importance even to such treaties, something that mattered greatly to France in its competition with Britain for spheres of influence on the Upper Niger. The man who negotiated this treaty, Gallieni, had first parleyed with the Tucolers as early as 1880. Since then he had been promoted to lieutenant colonel and commander of Western Sudan. However, he too was to come round to the view that diplomacy was not enough. Amadou and Samori, another enemy of France, would have to go, he told his successor. But he left it to him to pick the right time and meanwhile ignored the instructions issued by the ministry in Paris. "Do as I do," Gallieni advised, "take no notice of the officials and follow your own ideas." This lesson fell on 182. Fertile soil, for Louis Archinard was a real fire-eater in the mold of Bornes Desbordes. Entirely in the spirit of the latter, and on his own initiative, he launched a successful attack on one of Amadou's fortified towns in February 1889. During a visit to Paris the following summer he persuaded the Minister of Colonies to agree to a major expedition against Ségou, the Tukulor capital. The attack came as soon as weather permitted, in February 1890. Ségou was taken by the French without much difficulty. Amadou's power was broken, and the Tukulor Empire in effect came to an end. Amadou himself retired to the east, where he enjoyed a short breathing space in a remote corner of his former empire. In 1893, however, even this last remnant of his former realm was swallowed up by France. Amadou fled and found shelter with his father-in-law, the Sultan of Sokoto. Archinard sent Amadou's grandson to France, where he was taught at a lyceum and later at the military academy of Saint-Cyr. He died, however, while still young, so that nothing much came of this interesting experiment in assimilation. 1 Registered copyright. The French had meanwhile become involved in a much lengthier and more arduous conflict with the man who was to become their most formidable opponent in West Africa. His name was Samori. Samori is a legendary figure in the history of West Africa. His French colonial opponents painted him as a savage dictator and pitiless oppressor, and nicknamed him Samorit le Sanglant, Bloody Samorit. But even they admired his military prowess and freedom-loving spirit, as witness some of the other nicknames they gave him, the Bonaparte of the Sudan and the African Vercingetorix. In post-colonial, nationalist historiography, Samorit is described as the greatest hero and freedom fighter of West Africa, the embodiment of African resistance. Be that as it may, Samori was in any case the greatest military organizer and empire builder in the history of West Africa. Samori was a product of the so-called Diola Revolution. The Diolas were Islamic long-distance traders who had at first been content with the financial and commercial power they had gained as a result of their mercantile prowess. For they did not hold political power, which remained vested in the traditional animist chiefs. Samori himself was born in about 1833 to a family who had renounced Islam to return to so-called paganism. His mother was captured by a hostile family and enslaved. Because he had no money to buy her freedom, he took service with the family as a soldier and was promised in exchange that in due time his mother would be set free. Samori threw himself into his new calling with enthusiasm. He was a born leader and had considerable military and organizational skills. In about 1861 he and 6 comrades swore an oath of friendship. Registered 20 years later he was ruling over an empire of 300,000 subjects. France in the Sudan 183. By 1873 he was ready to make his move. He had created an army and trained it by applying what by African standards were unprecedentedly strict rules of discipline. The army was made up in the main of infantrymen, each armed with a rifle, a saber, and a dagger. A cavalry corps was added later. Meanwhile Samori had started to build his empire. First came conquest, then consolidation. For the latter he sought and found support in religion. He converted to Islam and turned his realm into an Islamic state, from which it derived its cohesive strength. He himself took the title of Al-Mamai, a rather vague term, which, however, implied that he was spiritual as well as temporal ruler over his people. Samori's empire emerged in the 1870s and continued in various forms until the French brought it to an end in 1898. Its size fluctuated and cannot be precisely determined, since political power in Africa was based on power over people, a scarce commodity, and not on possession of land, which was plentiful. Samori was not only a great strategist but also a gifted diplomat. In 1885 he sought contact with the British in Freetown, the capital of Sierra Leone. Its governor was happy in the knowledge that Samori was ruling with a firm hand in the hinterland of the British colony, something that was bound to help the trade with the interior on which the colony's economy depended. Samori's envoys informed the governor that their Al-Mamai's control of the roads was so complete that even a woman could walk alone and in perfect safety from the interior to the coast. Governor Sir Samuel Roe was most impressed and sent to the Colonial Office for the silver medal Great Britain kept in store for most favored chiefs. In the summer of 1885 Samori sent him a petition, requesting the governor to ask the Queen of England to take his country under her protection. Roe's response was guarded. "I must tell you that the great Queen of England only extends her friendship to such persons as deserve it." The Al-Mamai would first have to prove his merit in the Queen's eyes by opening his roads to British traders. Roe's reaction was cool because he knew that this request for protection had little practical importance. It was, as he explained to the British Foreign Secretary, something like the politeness of a Spaniard who tells you that his entire house is at your disposal. That sort of thing must not be taken literally. 2° Roe was quite right, but he underestimated the importance that protectorate treaties had meanwhile acquired in the diplomatic game of the European powers. Their real value might be small, but no one was prepared to challenge their validity. In 1885, in any case, the Berlin Conference had just been considering the subject, and such a treaty would have had tangible political implications. That was to become clear soon afterwards, when Samori signed a protectorate treaty with France. In practice Samori had many more dealings with France than he had with Britain, and relations were generally less amicable. For the French were not only after trade, but also and above all after political power. The 184. Upshot was a series of campaigns and battles in the years from 1881 to 1885 that proved none too favorable for Samori. French firepower was too great, and the war became one-sided. In one short campaign alone during the first 2 weeks of June 1885 Samori lost 900 men while the French lost just 2.2. On March 28, 1886 he therefore signed a peace treaty and a trade agreement, in which the borders between the French sphere of influence and that of his empire were laid down. Samora was left with an empire of considerable size, approximately two-thirds as big as France. Samora for his part acknowledged a French protectorate over that empire, but did not accept that this gave the French any authority to rule over it, behaving in fact rather like Rose polite Spaniard. The French, however, gave the treaty a literal interpretation and insisted on that in the years to come. Things had not come to that pass in 1886, however, when relations were still good and Samora sent his favorite son to Paris as a sign of his goodwill. The young prince was received personally by President Grevy, Prime Minister Freycinet and General Boulanger, and taken to the opera, to the Longchamp races and to Le Music Hall. In 1887 and 1889 the treaty was once more elaborated and confirmed by both parties. However, in the end it proved to have been no more than a stopgap. Amadou's fate gave Samora a clear hint of what lay in store for him as well. In May 1891, following a succession of border incidents, Samora broke with France. That marked the start of the 7 Years' War against him. During the first phase, from 1891 to 1894, the French fought a series of campaigns that proved successful for them inasmuch as they took possession of Samora's empire. But Samora conducted a systematic scorched earth policy so that the French had little joy of their conquests. He refused to give them battle, thus keeping his army intact, evacuated his people, and built a new empire in an entirely different part of the Sudan. This was a remarkable feat, rather as if Frederick the Great had withdrawn from occupied Prussia to found a new kingdom near Moscow. The French had no real interest in the region at the time and allowed their war with Samora to draw to an end, not so much faute de combattants as faute de contact. By 1894 they lost all track of Samora and had virtually forgotten him. Things might easily have continued in this fashion had not one of Samora's sons, acting on his own initiative, attacked a French column and wiped it out. That sealed Samora's fate, for such a thing could not, of course, be left unavenged. In the spring and summer of 1898 fresh campaigns were launched, and early on the morning of September 29 Samora himself was unexpectedly taken prisoner as he sat under a tree reading the Koran. The French governor banished him to Gabon, where he died of pneumonia on June 2, 1900. That was the end of the Samora era, except that a long time later his grandson, Sékou Touré, was to become president of the Republic of Guinea. France in the Sudan 185. Samora in captivity. Importance and relevance. The French penetration of the Western Sudan tells a story different from that generally associated with the partition of Africa. It was achieved by means of systematic campaigns of conquest and almost permanent warfare, and happened because French expansion in this area reflected a clear political plan. The original objective had been to turn Senegal into a viable colony, but that had quickly developed into a much more ambitious project, the creation of a great French empire in Western Sudan. At the root of this project lay not only economic ideas, the assumed commercial prospects of the region, but also strategic considerations, namely the desire to link up three French possessions, Algeria in North Africa, the French Congo in Central Africa and French West Africa. For the success of this scheme the eastward extension of Senegal, in the direction of Lake Chad, was essential. This so-called Chad strategy began to find favor in French colonial circles in about 1890, and gave a fresh impetus to the French policy of conquest in the Sudan. The policy was thus not a case of the flag-following trade, but rather the opposite, a state opening up a territory by force in the hope that trade would follow the flag. The most striking element in this story is the systematic use of military. 186. Force. Elsewhere European expansion generally took place by means of treaties, in which sovereignty was surrendered for protection. In the Sudan, too, such treaties were signed, but their importance was relatively slight since resistance to the spread of European influence was strong. Young and powerful states were to be found here, with a strong military machine and an ideological cohesion based on Islam. However, save in one case, these states failed to make common cause. In their division lay their weakness. The French left political decisions in the region almost entirely to their men on the spot. Since these local leaders were generally pugnacious and ambitious soldiers, they rarely looked for diplomatic solutions and more often than not resorted to military strength. Just like Algeria, the Sudan was placed under a regime du sabre, though this time not the sabre of the army but that of the navy. These wars were no easy victories for France, not so much because of their opponents as because the terrain, especially during the rainy season, was virtually inaccessible, and the climate murderous all year round. The advances were, as Colonel C. E. Caldwell wrote, first and foremost campaigns against nature. French losses in battle or during advances were relatively slight, however, because the French were so vastly superior in firepower. Death by disease, of course, does not make the headlines. Paris saw little cause, therefore, to trouble about clashes in which there were so few casualties, at least on the French side. Whenever the authorities tried to intervene, they generally did so with little success, not least because of the complicated political situation in Paris. Ministerial instability, interministerial rivalry, the departments of war, colonies, the navy, and foreign affairs all vied for leadership of colonial policy, and an unclear command structure ensured that politics lost its grip on African affairs. The press and the public complained about the reign of a pouvoir occulte. So Western Sudan became the playing field and parade ground of OFFICIR Soudanese, not a few of whom laid the foundations for their future career in this region. Many a famous French marshal and general in the First World War had made his name in the fight against Samora, Amadou, or some other West African ruler. For in the long run French military expansion would not remain confined to the Sudan but would spread as far as Lower Guinea. To follow this development, however, we must first look at the British presence in West Africa. Z. Great Britain and the Niger. With the fall of Samora in 1898 we ran ahead of the main events, because it was in that year that the partition of West Africa was settled with the 187 help of the Anglo-French agreement. We must therefore return to the 1880s to appreciate how Anglo-French rivalry in this area had come about. While France was busy conquering an empire in the Sudan, Britain was laying the foundations for Nigeria, its most important colony in West Africa. It all began on the coast, in the gigantic delta formed by the Niger and its tributaries. The bounds of this delta are two rivers, the Benin in the west and the Cross in the east. The whole is a huge area measuring some 250 miles along the coast and extending to more than 120 miles inland. The region used to be as unhealthy as it was infertile. Yet by 1830 this spot, so badly served by nature, had grown into one of the greatest trading centers in West Africa, largely thanks to the trade in palm oil. The interior was rich in the oil, and the rivers provided easy access to it. In Britain the area became known as the Oil Rivers. The British traveller and writer William Winwood Reade called it the Venice of West Africa. 6 Africans played an important role in the palm oil trade because Europeans were not allowed to trade directly with the interior. Contacts with the oil producers had to be made through African middlemen, who thus held monopoly control over this link in the commercial chain. The middlemen were concentrated in a number of such city-states along the coast such as Brass, Bonny and Calabar. City-states were fairly unusual in Africa. In them, power and prestige depended entirely on success in business. In the oil rivers, every trader carried not only a marshal's baton but a royal scepter in his knapsack. A slave could rise to become a ruler, as witness the career of King Haja of Pavo. The American dream was as nothing by comparison. The oil rivers constituted one center of brisk British commercial activity in the area. The other center was the Kingdom of Lagos further to the west. Lagos was important to Britain for two reasons: first because the slave trade was being brazenly continued in the face of British opposition, and second because of the growing importance of the palm oil trade here just as in the oil rivers. For that reason, Britain appointed a consul to the Bights of Benin and Biafra as early as 1849. His influence, however, was small, and in 1861 the King of Lagos was persuaded to cede his kingdom to Britain against an annual pension of £1,000. In 1861 Lagos thus became a British Crown colony. The Colonial Office, incidentally, did not think much of the change and called it a deadly gift from the Foreign Office, because it meant the addition of yet another poverty-stricken colony for which money would have to be begged from Parliament. In the oil rivers the British presence remained confined for a time to a British consul. To make an impression the consul would now and then send a gunship upriver, which instilled some healthy respect in the local population, although not very much, certainly among those who did not live right on the banks of the river. The British government was content to leave things at that. It was the period of informal empire and of moral suasion. The Niger was important enough to be kept open for British. 188. Trade, but not for shouldering the costs associated with the colonial administration. This attitude was to dominate British policy for a long time. "We have already quite enough territory on the west coast," wrote the Secretary for the Colonies, Lord Kimberley, to Gladstone as late as January 1882.7*. A few months later, in April of that year, when the British consul, Edward Hewitt, urged the establishment of a protectorate over the Niger coast, Kimberley let him know without hesitation that no such thing could be considered. "The coast is pestilential, the natives numerous and unmanageable," was his terse but unequivocal view. Occupation could only lead to war with the black population and to higher taxes in Britain. Both were out of the question. The fact that Britain nevertheless gained a dominant position on the Niger was thus not the work of the British government but of a British subject, the merchant and empire builder Sir George Goldie. Goldie and the Niger. "All achievements begin with a dream," Goldie is said to have declared when he was asked later how it had all happened. "My dream as a child was to color the map red." Degree Goldie became the head of a great commercial enterprise, although at heart he was not a trader but a true imperialist in the romantic vein, a kind of Cecil Rhodes. The comparison is obvious and has been made often enough. Both great imperialists founded a country, and both of them made a fortune. However, there were also considerable differences between them. To begin with, Goldie was more down to earth than Rhodes, and did not, for instance, believe in Rhodes's Cape to Cairo dream. "Trade seeks the sea by the shortest route," was his laconic assessment of that idea *. Goldie relied on trade. Unlike Rhodes, he owned no gold or diamond mines. Goldie's romantic sentiments, moreover, were not confined to business and politics, as Rhodes's were. For, unlike Rhodes and many other British Empire builders, Goldie was not afraid of women. On the contrary, his life, or at least the earlier part of it, was dominated by them. George Dashwood Goldie Taubman, 1846–1925, was a Manxman whose family had grown rich on the Isle of Man by smuggling tea, wine, and spirits. It was not of purely British stock, as the name Taubman suggests, and when he was knighted in 1887 Taubman changed his name to the more British-sounding Goldie. Little is known about his youth, except that it was wild and turbulent. "I was like a gunpowder magazine," he declared later. He went to the Royal Military Academy at Woolwich but left halfway through his course, when an inheritance made him financially independent. He left then and there for Egypt, fell almost as quickly in love with a beautiful Egyptian, and moved with her to the Egyptian Sudan. There he learned to speak Arabic, read many books about Africa, and lived. 189. Sir George Goldie. As he himself put it, in a garden of Allah. After 3 years this paradisiacal existence came to an end and Goldie returned to England. The reason is not entirely clear. According to some, his Egyptian mistress had died of consumption, but according to others, she lived for many years more, albeit unhappily, in Cairo on the money Goldie had settled on her. He himself led a life of idleness and dissipation in England, before thinking better of it all and returning to the nunnery, his rather inappropriately named parental home on the Isle of Man *. There it did not take Goldie long to fall in love with the family governess and to carry her off to Paris, where they lived discreetly in sin for some time. However, it was 1870, the year of the Franco-Prussian War, and the lovers were willy-nilly sucked into the maelstrom of international politics. The Prussians were laying siege to Paris, and no one could get out of the city, except for Gambetta in his famous balloon. It looked as if Goldie and his governess would be in for a long stay, and since this irredeemably compromised them both, there was nothing for it but to get married. The wedding took place in 1871, in London, but Goldie remained without a career or plans for the future until he was nearly 30. Then in 1875 he and his brother heeded the appeal of the latter's father-in-law for them to take charge of an ailing London company trading in palm oil on the Niger. The two brothers reorganized the business and renamed it the West Africa Company. In 1877 Goldie went out to Africa to take charge of its affairs on the spot. 190. Goldie was a man with striking if not very prepossessing looks, with an angular face and piercing blue eyes. A former girlfriend described him as someone halfway between a vulture and a mummy. His behavior was eccentric and his opinions forceful. He was a convinced atheist and materialist, and believed that the future of mankind lay in work, trade, industry, and technology. He took these ideas with him to Africa. In the 1870s, trade on the Niger witnessed a new development. The Europeans had gained access to the river and had started trading there directly. The result was the coexistence of two markets, the traditional one in the Delta, where merchants from Liverpool did business with African traders, and a second one upriver where trade was done directly with the producers. Here both the British and the French were very active, and engaged in cutthroat competition. Mergers were clearly the only way to survive. Goldie, just like Rhodes, seemed to be a master in that field. In 1879 he formed the United African Company, called the National African Company from 1881, which comprised all the British companies trading on the river. Next he turned to the French and began a trade war with the two main French trading companies, which gave up the struggle in 1884 and sold their interests to the National African Company. On November 1, 1884 Goldie became the undisputed master of the Lower Niger. Acknowledged this state of affairs, it accepted that the Niger was an exclusively British sphere of influence. However, Goldie's plans went much further than that. He was not interested in the Lower Niger alone but in the whole river, not only in trade but also in political power. His objective, in short, was to add a new colony to the British Empire. To that end he now focused all his energy on the interior, expanding his riparian empire into a network of more than 100 posts with more than 1,500 employees. 20 of his gunboats patrolled the Niger. At the same time he signed treaties with various African chiefs, 37 in all by 1887. Each of these treaties stipulated that the chief ceded the whole of our territory to the National African Company, Limited, and their descendants forever, and that he granted the company a trading monopoly. The clause ceding territory in perpetuity was so unprecedented that the Lord Chancellor considered Goldie's treaties suspect for that reason alone. In practice, however, the company had been acting as a kind of government in the hinterland ever since 1884, albeit without the official blessing of the British authorities. Yet official recognition in the form of a charter was what Goldie was after, because that was the only way of achieving his political objective, the incorporation of Nigeria into the British Empire. Everything thus depended on London. The British policy. The British government adopted a hesitant attitude to the Niger question. True, the need for some form of political action was becoming increasingly 191 clear at the beginning of the 1880s, but Britain continued to feel apprehensive about the financial and political consequences and tried to put matters off for as long as possible. However, pressure from British traders to break the power of the African middlemen in the Delta by political intervention continued to grow. French competition was another important spur. The old view that new protectorates were so many unwelcome burdens still held, but as Sir Percy Anderson observed in 1883, the situation had changed. It was now a question between British protectorates, which would be unwelcome, and French protectorates, which would be fatal. At the end of 1883 the British government therefore changed its mind and instructed Edward Hewitt, the British consul, to sign protectorate treaties in the Niger region. However, in Britain, as elsewhere in the world, the official mills grind slowly. It was not until May 16, 1884 that Hewitt was provided with the blank protectorate treaties. He set to work as quickly as he could, but by then it was too late. Bismarck had anticipated the British, and in 1884 had sent Dr. Gustav Nachtigal, the German consul and explorer, on the gunboat Mau to the west coast of Africa, ostensibly on a trading mission but actually to sign treaties. On July 5, 1884 Nachtigal signed a number of these in Togoland, and on July 14 he sailed up the Cameroon estuary and signed a protectorate treaty there as well. The French could, no doubt, have imagined a better 14 Juillet, but the hardest blow was struck at the British. When Hewitt sailed up the Cameroon estuary on HMS Flirt on July 19, he discovered that the German flag had been hoisted there already. The combination of the Mau and Nachtigal had been too quick for him, which gave rise to the nickname Too Late Hewitt. Now an Anglo-German treaty signing race was started, naturally to the irritation of both contenders. The issue was not, however, worth a major conflict. Gladstone had other priorities, and so Bismarck had his way. Germany acquired Cameroon. His efforts were later recalled by a young Cameroonian in an elegant quatrain. Ich bin ein Bub von Cameroon. Der Deutschen Kolonie. First Bismarck hat viel zu tun. Bis erwerben sie. Bismarck, in turn, then supported the British claims to the Niger at the Berlin Conference. Shortly afterward, in May and June 1885, the British and German governments reached agreement on the demarcation of their respective spheres of influence in Nigeria and Cameroon. These events all went to show that the British government had indeed changed course, if reluctantly. Now it was the turn of a more active policy. On June 5, 1885 Britain let it be known, in accordance with the new rules issued at the Berlin Conference, that is, by notifying the powers that it had established a protectorate over the Niger districts. These did not 192 merely include the entire coast between Lagos and Cameroon, but als a large part of the hinterland, roughly as far as the confluence of the Niger and the Benue. A protectorate was not enough, however. What increasingly mattered in practice, after Berlin, was effective occupation of the interior as well, although the Act of Berlin did not say so specifically. Britain had just one practical, that is cheap, method of achieving this end, and that was to grant a charter to Goldie's company. Unfortunately, that posed a grave problem. Such charters, by which a company acquired sovereign rights and could act as a government, more or less implied granting it a trading monopoly in exchange for its assumption of such onerous duties. In any case, Goldie's company needed such a monopoly if it was to survive economically. Both parties, Goldie and the British government, were thus interested in a charter. The problem was that the Act of Berlin had just laid it down that navigation on the Niger had to be free to all, and such freedom was in conflict with Goldie's monopolistic ambitions. Goldie accordingly gave that clause a peculiar interpretation. The Act, he argued, spoke of freedom of navigation. Yet anyone who went ashore had obviously ceased to navigate, hence forfeiting the right to free trade. In order to trade it is necessary to go ashore from time to time, so Goldie's version of freedom was not worth a great deal. Degree What Goldie was in fact trying to do was to square the circle, to achieve a monopoly in free trade. A conflict with the British government ensued. Goldie did not refrain from pointing out that Britain's special position on the Niger, as recognized in Berlin, was based on his company's de facto monopoly. If the British government did not toe the line, he let it be known quite bluntly, he might well be forced to sell his business to the French. That looked suspiciously like blackmail and did little to improve relations between the Crown and the company. In the end, On July 10, 1886, the charter was granted all the same. The Royal Niger Company had been established. The Act of Berlin had to be respected, hence there could be no question of granting Goldie a trading monopoly. However, there was no reason why levies should not be imposed to pay for the administration, and Goldie was given permission to impose these. He was also granted a refund of all the expenses he had incurred in asserting his authority. The geographical area covered by the concession was not very clearly defined. It naturally comprised all the territories for which Goldie had signed treaties, but the boundary with the Delta was not specified, any more than was that with Lagos. A possible expansion of the concession was thus allowed for. The British government was keen to see the Delta, too, under private administration and hoped for an amalgamation of Goldie's company with trading companies there, but nothing came of that. The differences between the two groups of traders was too great, and the conflicts between them could not be settled. Britain now had a protectorate and the company a charter, but the old 193 urge of the British government to avoid as much responsibility as possible still prevailed. The establishment of the protectorate had been a defensive measure in the main, it had not been an attempt to spread British influence, but one to stop other countries from spreading theirs. In 1886 Harry Johnston, the British vice-consul in the oil rivers, summed it up as follows: "So long as we keep other European nations out, we need not be in a hurry to go in." 4. Great Britain nevertheless became increasingly enmeshed in the Niger affair because of a growing series of trading problems. The Liverpool merchants in the Delta were being hard-pressed not only by Goldie but also by their African competitors, of whom one of the most formidable was King Haja of Pabo, the ruler of a city-state in the Delta. Haja was a very shrewd man, one who had risen from slave to king. He had a sharp nose for business and a good understanding of Western methods and techniques. He lived in Pabo in a Western-style palace and sent his sons to school in Glasgow. When the Liverpudlians complained that Haja was hampering their trade, Haja replied that he had every entitlement to do so. He had indeed accepted a British protectorate by signing a treaty on July 1, 1884, but, wily ruler that he was, he had, before putting pen to paper, asked the British consul to specify precisely what such protection entailed. Hewitt's reply had been that the British Queen had bestowed her gracious favour and protection upon him, but that for the rest, the country would remain under his rule. The Queen, Hewitt had explained, does not want to take your country or your markets, but at the same time is anxious that no other nation should take them. This splendid formulation of what would later be called preventive imperialism had undoubtedly reflected the true feeling of the British government at the time, but the mood had changed, and not even the Foreign Office could continue to turn a deaf ear to the plaints of British merchants. Haja's position was not to be envied. He was Hewitt's bête noire, and the Foreign Secretary had called him a false and cruel chief. In 1866 the Foreign Secretary informed Hewitt that the former, far too restrictive, interpretation of the treaty would have to be dropped. Britain would now claim sovereignty over the entire region. Individual treaties with such many states as Pabo would not be allowed to stand in the way and would have to be redefined. As a result, the term protectorate acquired a new and far broader meaning. For a time, however, nothing happened. Hewitt fell ill that same year and went home on leave. His replacement, Vice-Consul Harry Johnston, took over in January 1887. At the time he was still a young man, no more than 27 years old. He was an ambitious and impetuous member of the new imperialist school, and believed firmly that nothing must be allowed to stand in the way of progress. Now, there could be little doubt but that Haja was just such an obstacle. He would have to go. On 194 September 1887 Johnston accordingly asked London for permission to get rid of him. Salisbury, the Prime Minister, was not very keen on that sort of thing, but he was on vacation in the south of France. The instructions Johnston received from Salisbury's staff were so vague and confusing that he read them as approval of Haja's deportation. He accordingly persuaded Haja to meet him with a promise of safe conduct, and then offered him the choice between exile and war. As the guns of a British gunship were trained on the town at the time and his favourite son was in Britain, Haja chose the first alternative and was escorted to the Gold Coast. From there he later departed for the West Indies. Lord Salisbury was not pleased. In other places it would be called kidnapping, he observed, yet he did nothing to revoke Johnston's orders. Haja's deportation was not the end of the affair. A commission was sent out to the Delta to look into the best form of administration for the area. The consul and gunboat stage was passed. Degree the outcome, arrived at in 1891, was a compromise. The territory remained a protectorate in name, but became a directly administered colony in fact. In other words, the Delta was given its own form of administration, the details of which were elaborated in 1893 in the Articles of the Niger Coast Protectorate. With this, the idea of a single British administration on the Niger run by Goldie's company was dropped. The Liverpudlians had refused to bow to Goldie's rule, and the conflicts of interest had proved to be unbridgeable. For a time there would be two rulers on the lower Niger, the British government in the Delta and Goldie's company upriver. 3. The partition, Phase I, 1890 to 1895. The old system, marked by very little European involvement in West Africa, thus came to grief in the 1880s. The new policy ushered in by France in the Sudan in 1879, and Goldie's operations on the Niger that same year, had started a process that would unavoidably force West Africa onto the agenda of European diplomats. The Berlin Conference provided a first demonstration of that. In Berlin, the hub of international politics at the time, there had been much talk of West Africa. A new era had dawned. The partition of West Africa had become a matter of concern for European diplomacy. The calm before the storm. Yet the Berlin Conference was not followed by an explosion of activity. On the contrary, there was a calm before the storm, a loaded pause, as Ilos. The British historian J. D. Hargreaves called his book on this period that calm lasted until 1890. On July 1 of that year Germany and Britain signed the Zanzibar Heligoland Treaty. The French, who also had rights in Zanzibar, protested against being excluded. What point is there in spending a few thousand million francs a year on the army and the navy if we allow ourselves to be treated like the Republic of Andorra? A French deputy complained in the chamber. These protests led to political démarques, and these in turn to Anglo-French negotiations conducted by Lord Salisbury on the British side and by Ambassador Waddington on the French. William Waddington was in fact almost as English as Salisbury. He was the son of an English industrialist, but had been born in France and, after Rugby and Trinity College, Cambridge, had settled in the country bf his birth. His main interests were archaeology and numismatics, but he ended up in politics, where he did so well that he became Minister of Foreign Affairs and even Prime Minister of France. Waddington was no more interested in Africa than Salisbury was. Hence the negotiations did not take long. On August 5, 1890 a Franco-British agreement was signed. It was in fact a package deal in which the main issue was East Africa, the starting point of the whole discussion. France recognized the British protectorate over Zanzibar in exchange for British recognition of the French protectorate over Madagascar. The agreement also included a number of clauses about West Africa. The most important of these was British recognition of a French sphere of influence from France's Mediterranean possessions to a line stretching from Say on the Niger to Beroua on Lake Chad, but excluding everything that fairly belongs to the Kingdom of Sokoto. The excluded part fell into the sphere of influence of the Royal Niger Company *. This agreement was to prove of great importance during later Anglo-French disputes in West Africa, and in the ultimate partition of that area. The agreement was in fact a sort of emergency alliance, an attempt to keep the threatening Anglo-French tensions in West Africa at bay. The threat was real enough, as eastward French incursions from Senegal and the northward expansion of the British Niger Company could easily have led to confrontation. The partition into spheres of influence laid down in 1890 was meant to prevent just that. In both countries the immediate question was of course who had gained more from the partition. There were different answers. The critics of the British government insisted that Britain had conceded too much. They pointed to the many thousands of square miles assigned to France. Lord Salisbury naturally felt it incumbent upon himself to defend his policy. In doing so, he gave in to the temptation to adopt something of an iron-icle approach. His propensity for skepticism was great, especially when it came to African affairs, and he had a pronounced weakness for quips. He was well aware of this, as witness his declaration, "I dislike speaking when I am tired, not because I am afraid." 196. Of being dull, but because I am afraid of not being dull enough. Degree the night the issue was being debated in the House of Lords he was evidently tired. In any case his address was far from dull. He told his critics to look not just at the quantity of the land acquired by France but also at the quality. "I will not dwell upon the respective advantages of places which are utterly unknown not only to your lordships but to the rest of the white race," he remarked. All he himself had to add was that while France had indeed been assigned a large area, it was what agriculturists would call very light land, that is to say, it is the desert of the Sahara. Next morning, the Times congratulated France on the splendid possibilities and the really magnificent sphere of influence it had acquired in the Sahara. The French ambassador had followed the debate from the gallery, and Waddington was still enough of an Englishman to grasp the full import of the ironic tone. He gently drew Salisbury's attention to the rather tactless character of his remarks when he wrote to him. "No doubt the Sahara is not a garden and contains as you say much light land, but your public reminder of the fact was, perhaps you will allow me to say so, hardly necessary. You might well have left us to find it out." The ambassador was, of course, perfectly right. Salisbury's remark spoiled French satisfaction with the agreements and poked fun at the result of negotiations on which the French had so prided themselves. Not surprisingly, French critics argued that France had been caught napping and had given away too much. They claimed that the Royal Niger Company enjoyed no authority over the enormous lands it had laid claim to. They were certainly right. The French government had taken a highly exaggerated view of the Royal Niger Company's sphere of influence. Ironically enough, the myth of that company's might had been spread not by the British but by the French themselves. French colonial enthusiasts had made much of the tremendous expansion of Goldie's company, but for the express purpose of drawing the attention of the French government to the resulting threat and hence putting it under pressure to counter that threat. They had now fallen into the pit they had dug themselves, for Goldie's company had, in fact, not yet set foot in that part of Nigeria, and Britain thus had the territory thrust into its lap, so to speak. The truth about the Anglo-French Treaty of 1890 is that there were no winners and no losers. Both parties gained, each in its own way, simply because their approach was so different. Salisbury's policy was to help the British merchants who helped themselves. The Niger Company was not only helping itself but was also helping the British government by playing the part of British agent. Hence it deserved state support. Of course, the Niger question did not hinge exclusively on the trading interests of Goldie's company. It was at heart about a nascent colony, but as far as Britain was concerned the basis of the whole operation was and remained a commercial one. Ultimately it was all about the economic prospects of the Niger. E.D. Morel put it very succinctly in 1902, "Commerce took us to West Africa, commerce keeps and will keep us in West Africa. It is the fons et origo of our presence in West Africa." The French approach was altogether different. In France the initiative came from the state and not from private companies. The basis was a strategic and geopolitical plan, not commercial considerations. The French were out to build an empire in West Africa. These distinct starting points made it possible to reach a compromise satisfying to both parties, not just in 1890 but even later, when France and Britain were to have an even sharper confrontation on the Niger. For the Treaty of 1890 did not so much bridge the differences between them as lay the foundations for a new and greater conflict. The new course in France after 1890. The Anglo-French agreement of 1890 was doomed to failure from the outset. This outcome was inevitable because Europe was witnessing the emergence of a keener and more aggressive form of imperialism, supported and carried forward by public opinion. While expansion in Africa had originally been the concern of individual soldiers in France and traders in Great Britain, by the 1880s it had been elevated to cabinet policy and diplomatic démarches. In the 1890s, moreover, it was also to become the platform of increasingly powerful colonial pressure groups. As a result, West Africa acquired a new importance. As always in that part of the world, it was France who took the initiative, gaining a lead of several years over Great Britain. The new course France began to follow in 1890, which was bound up with the rise of the Parti colonial, did not have an echo in Britain until 1895, when Joseph Chamberlain became colonial secretary. In 1890 the political climate in France was quite other than it had been during the preceding years. In the 1880s France had been in the grip of the great internal crisis following the attack on the Republic by the royalist General Georges Boulanger. If the general had had his way, the continued existence of the Republic would have been in doubt. That danger was scotched for good when the hopeful kingmaker failed to answer the call à l'Élysée, at the crucial moment. The chance of a royalist coup had been thrown away. The Boulangist movement went into a steep decline, and Boulanger himself went not to the Élysée Palace but to Brussels, where he committed suicide at his mistress's grave. French home affairs then entered calmer waters. At about the same time Germany switched to its new course, and that new course created fresh possibilities for French foreign policy. In 1892 a Franco-Russian treaty was drawn up, although it did not receive its final form, that of a military alliance, until sometime between late 1893 and early 1894. It offered France at long last the safety from Germany it so badly wanted. It also gave it the self-confidence it needed to pursue a more 198 active colonial policy and to face Britain, its main rival in Africa, with greater boldness. Finally, it was also in 1890 that the so-called Parti colonial was founded. This colonial pressure group was to exert a strong influence on French foreign policy in general and on French colonial policy in particular. The Parti colonial was not a political party in the normal sense of the word. It was a collective name for the many colonial and propaganda groups that emerged in France during those years and that grew into a powerful colonial lobby. The first of these groups was the Comité de l'Afrique Française, founded in November 1890 by the author and journalist Hippolyte Pécheur, who wrote under the pseudonym Harry Alice. Henry Hippolyte Pécheur, 1857–1895, died as the result of a duel he fought in connection with persistent rumors that he, the great French colonialist, had sold his pen to Leopold II and hence served the Free State rather than France. Later that rumor proved to have been correct. Harry Alice had indeed been Leopold's secret agent. His colonial career was as colorful as it was brief. It lasted a mere 5 years, from 1890 to 1895, but in these few years he achieved a great deal. Nothing, incidentally, had presaged his colonial vocation. Pécheur's previous interests had been chiefly literary. He had published a collection of short stories, of which 8 copies were sold, had founded the Revue Moderne et Naturaliste, was a friend of Maupassant, with whom he traveled in Algeria and Tunisia, and had been involved in several literary scandals. Later works such as Harakiri and Quelques were more successful, but did not provide enough for him to live on. Journalism proved more financially rewarding, especially his editorial work on the prestigious Journal des Débats. As a result he met Eugene Etienne and other politicians, and that led to the establishment of the Comité de l'Afrique Française. Alice preached the colonial cause not only in newspapers but also in such works as Nos Africains and A la Conquête du Tchad. It was soon afterwards, at the end of 1891 or the beginning of 1892, that he sold his services to Leopold and put himself forward as a disinterested intermediary between France and the King of the Belgians, both of whom had ambitions to advance upon the Nile. The persistent rumors about his venality finally led to the duel that was to prove fatal to him. The Comite de l'Afrique Frangus was not the only one of its kind. Other committees were to follow in quick succession: Comite de l'Egypte, Comite de l'Asie Française, Comite de Madagascar, and others. For all that, the French colonial movement was not very large. It had a total membership of about 5,000, which was not a great deal when compared with the 40,000 members of the German Kolonialgesellschaft*. It was certainly no mass movement. Yet the Parti colonial was influential thanks to the adherence of so many prominent and respected figures, most of them politicians, diplomats, army officers, journalists, geographers, and writers. Business circles had their own Union Coloniale Française. As was usual in I-199 France, most of these comites had started out as lunch societies, déjeuner de Maroc, déjeuner Etienne, and were to go on rallying their members mainly at dinners and banquets. Not surprisingly, therefore, the Parti colonial was known as the Diners Party. 5 registered. It would be wrong, however, to underestimate that activity. In colonial affairs, too, the French liked to settle things over the walnuts and wine. Apart from that, the committees published newspapers and journals. In the years after 1830, a new colonial paper was founded nearly every year, sent out expeditions, held congresses, and handed out diplomas, certificates, prizes and medals. Of special importance was the establishment of the Groupe Colonial de la Chambre on June 15, 1892, when 42 deputies formed the organization, which by 1893 had expanded to 120 members and to nearly 200 in 1902. In 1898 a Groupe Colonial du Sénat was also founded. It did not have a clear political party bias, although there was a slight preponderance of Moders, Liberals, and later of Radical members. The group was a collection of parliamentarians interested in foreign and colonial affairs. It reached the height of its power in the years from 1870 to 1905, and dominated French policy during the partition of Africa. Its influence then began to wane, having been based mainly on good personal contacts with ministers and government officials. The undisputed leader of the group and, in fact, of the entire Parti colonial, their chief, guide and master was Eugene Etienne, whom his admirers also called Notre Dame de Coloniaux*. Next to Jules Ferry, Eugene Etienne was the most important figure in the colonial history of the French Republic. But although he had held many high offices and had been minister several times, he was less well known than Ferry. Ferry's name was linked to the great issue of modern French history, namely, the fight for secular education, while Etienne was principally concerned with foreign and colonial affairs, and to a lesser extent with trade, transport, and economic affairs. He was the spokesman of modern colonialism, a capable manager and a shrewd businessman. British newspapers called him the French Mr. Chamberlain, not merely because of his colonial enthusiasm and his powerful position but also because of his commercial acumen. Eugene Napoleon Etienne, 1844–1921, was born on December 15, 1844 in Oran, Algeria, the son of a professional officer who had become a big property owner in Algeria. Etienne was therefore a colon and would remain one all his life. Originally bent on an officer's career himself, he changed his mind when he married young in 1865. He then joined a commercial house run in Marseilles by Maurice Riviere, a man who was to make his mark in French finance and politics. Through Riviere, Etienne met Gambetta and thus found his way into politics. In 1881 he was elected député for Oran, a seat he was to hold for nearly 40 years, until 1919, when he became a senator. In the chamber he was a Modera, a follower of Ferry and Gambetta. In 1887 he received his first important political appointment. 200 France and Great Britain in West Africa. Meant, Under-Secretary of State in the Naval Ministry. Etienne's first chance to lay hands on the colonial pie, as he put it himself in 1889. He was again appointed Under-Secretary of State. The colonial department was then transferred from the Naval Ministry to that of Trade. Not until 1894 did it become an independent ministry housed in the Pavillon de Flore, a wing of the Louvre. This time Etienne stayed on for 3 years, February 1889 to February 1892, and although he was to hold many more ministerial posts, his real power lay in the place in which real power happened to be vested during the Third Republic, the Chamber. In 1892 he became vice president of the Chamber, an office he was to hold several times and in which he wielded great influence. From 1892 to 1905, when he became minister once more, he presided over the group colonial in the Chamber, which made him the most influential man in French colonial and foreign politics. Despite all its shades of opinion and individual differences, it is true to say that the Parti colonial had a clear vision of France's place in the world. It saw France as a power, not with international but with wide regional interests. This explains why the Parti colonial was not particularly concerned with Asia. Lachans Iasi, Prénoms l'Afrique Leave Asia, Take Africa, the title of a well-known book by Winsome Reclus published in 1904, could have been the movement's battle cry. It considered France to be a Mediterranean power, and Algeria the central pillar of the French Empire. This bulwark would have to be strengthened and made safe by extending and securing the protectorate over Tunisia that France had established in 1881, thus safeguarding the eastern border. To protect the western flank a similar operation would be needed in Morocco. To the Parti colonial the Maghreb was the very heart of the French presence in Africa, with Black Africa serving as the hinterland of the North African Empire. The two existing French bridgeheads, one in West Africa and the other in Central Africa, had to be linked not only to each other but also to North Africa. The junction of these links fell somewhere near Lake Chad. All 3 French possessions in Africa would have to be joined here. That meant penetration from the north, that is, from Algeria, via the Sahara, from the south, from Gabon, along the eastern border of Cameroon, meanwhile occupied by the Germans, and also from the west. In the west France already owned 2 bridgeheads, Senegal and Western Sudan on the one hand, and several scattered French possessions on the coast of Guinea on the other. 2 things had therefore to be done. The 2 West African regions had to be linked, and this body, in its turn, had to be linked to the French possessions in North and Central Africa. Maurice Barrès, the well-known nationalist writer, summed the plan up in 1890, the foundation in Africa of the world's greatest colonial empire. Registered the ideas of the Parti colonial were adopted by the responsible ministerial officials. As a result, France witnessed the rise in the 1890s of a sort I-201 of colonial consensus about the objectives as well as about the methods of colonial policy. Effective occupation of the regions involved had to be brought about speedily. International agreements and treaties with African chiefs were all very well, but effective occupation was more important, signifying the stepping up of military exertions. In the Sudan that amounted to the continuation of the traditional policy, in other words, subjugation of Amadu's and Samora's empires. That, as we saw, was achieved in 1893 and 1898, respectively. In Guinea it required a new initiative, the subjugation of the Kingdom of Dahomey, which stood in the way of the French advance upon the Niger and hence also of the link to the Sudan. The fall of Dahomey. European possessions along the Guinea coast in the 1880s still constituted a fairly insignificant collection. France had been established in Grand Bassam since 1842 and would use the settlement as a springboard for the Ivory Coast, over which France declared a protectorate on January 10, 1889. The frontier between it and the Gold Coast was drawn a few months later. This British colony had been in existence since 1850, to the great dissatisfaction of the British government, for the Gold Coast was to be locked in conflict with the mighty Ashanti Empire in the hinterland for the rest of the century. The Ashanti were infamous, especially in Great Britain, where every Sunday school related tales of the bloodthirsty deeds of these barbaric people. Their capital, Kumasi, was renowned as the metropolis of murder. Registered Britain fought a number of important Ashanti wars. The second of these, from 1873 to 1874, was led by General Wolseley, who fought a perfect campaign, defeated King Kofi, and put Kumasi to the torch. However, the Ashanti were not yet ready to submit. There followed another 2 wars, the last of which took place from 1895 to 1896, when the British government finally succeeded in proclaiming a protectorate over Ashanti. To the east of the Gold Coast lay Togo, a colony acquired by Germany in 1884. Next came several French possessions on the coast of what is now Benin. In 1889 a Franco-British treaty laid down the boundary between the French territories and the adjacent British colony of Lagos, at least along the coast. The boundary extended some 60 miles inland, although what was more important was what happened beyond these 60 miles. That was where the Kingdom of Abomey lay, not only barring French access to the lower Niger, but also threatening the French possessions on the coast. Here France had 2 harbors, Ouidah and Cotonou, and it had also established a protectorate over the mini-kingdom of Porto Novo in 1863. King Tafa of Porto Novo was in effect a vassal of the King of Abomey, or at least was considered as such by that king. King Gilgal of Abomey, as he was called, was a formidable man, a Negro Louis XIV according. 202 France and Great Britain in West Africa. The Amazons of Dahomey. To the French to drive home his claims to Porto Novo he would launch annual attacks on the territory, thus infuriating the French. In fact, the entire kingdom of Abomey was beginning to pall on them because of its barbarous customs and vile practices. Abomey or Dahomey, as it was also called, was indeed an unusual state. It had a strong standing army. One of its most remarkable sections was the Amazon Corps, created during the 18th century when the then king had decided to turn some of his many wives into soldiers. These Amazons had been a fixed part of the army ever since and, indeed, the most I-203 feared. In Dahomey women did the lion's share of the fighting. In exchange they also had all the privileges enjoyed by king's wives, living in palaces and eating food specially prepared for them. Less agreeably, they were not allowed to have relations with men other than the king, whom they did not see very often for obvious reasons. The punishment for breaking this rule was death. Psychologists, then as now, have traced the savagery of these Amazons to their enforced chastity registered degree fighting women and a spate of harsh sentences constituted but a small part of the strange practices for which this kingdom was famed. In Europe Dahomey was as notorious as Ashanti. There was an extensive literature on the subject of its bloody customs. Widespread and frequent human offerings, especially during royal funerals, annual sacrifices of young boys and girls, torture and cannibalism, continuous hunts for new victims to satisfy the unbridled bloodlust of the people and its rulers. All these subjects were given great prominence by the French press, especially when it was deemed necessary to appeal to outraged consciences in support of the French decision to move against Dahomey and its king. That move began in November 1889, when the French government sent the famous explorer Dr. Jean Bayol on a diplomatic mission to King Gilgal. The doctor was to persuade the king to stop the human sacrifices, to put an end to his raids against King Tafa, and to accept a clear boundary between the French sphere of influence and his own. Bayol's mission was a failure. King Gilgal was on his deathbed, and Bayol, after first having been kept a near prisoner for some time, was finally received by the king's son, who told Bayol that there was nothing to discuss. The king of Dahomey gives his land to nobody. Whosoever tries to take it from him must die, he declared quite bluntly. To this warning he added a piece of advice for the French. To his utter amazement, he said, he had learnt that France was no longer a kingdom, but a republic. From that he concluded that the country was being governed by rash young men. He recommended that the French put a stop to that and restore the monarchy. That might also prove to be a first step in the improvement of mutual relations. With this message, Dr. Bayol was sent on his way. Soon afterwards this prince, Kondo, an admirable and shapely Negro, registered acceded to the throne, adopting the name Behanzin and the title Shark of Sharks. He organized a magnificent funeral for his father, the undisputed climax of which was the sacrifice of 41 boys and 14 girls. The French had now grown heartily sick of this royal guerrilla, as one deputy called Behanzin, and decided to march on Dahomey registered. Their force was commanded by General Alfred Amedee Dodds, a doughty fire-eater from Senegal. Dodds led 2 campaigns against Dahomey, in 1892 and again from 1893 to 1894. Dahomey put up fierce resistance, much fiercer at any rate than the French had expected. The defenders used their artillery so effectively that the attackers thought the guns were manned by 204 Germans, Africans being clearly incapable of such gunmanship. The Amazon Corps was all but wiped out in this war, the men too suffering heavy losses. In January 1894 Behanzin surrendered. He took 5 of his wives and went into exile in the Caribbean, whence he would later go on to Algeria, where he died. With the capture of Dahomey, France had taken an important step toward gaining access to the lower Niger. All that still stood in its way was the Sultanate of Borgu. Borgu thus became France's next objective, but because Britain was growing increasingly apprehensive about French plans and activities in the area, it too decided to move on Borgu. The result was the race for Borgu, the climax of Anglo-French rivalry in West Africa. 4. The Partition, Phase 2, 1895 to 1898. Chamberlain and the new course in Britain. The new imperialist ideas that had become official government policy in France during the 1890s amounted in essence to assigning a greater role in colonial affairs to the state. Similar ideas were beginning to make headway in Great Britain as well, though British political parties were divided on the issue. Liberals such as Gladstone, Granville, and Harcourt were traditionally Little Englanders, but Lord Rosebery, who followed Gladstone as Prime Minister in 1894, was a convinced imperialist. The Conservatives had been considered the leading pro-empire party ever since Disraeli's Crystal Palace speech, even though most of the Tory establishment belonged to the landed gentry, who cared little for the British Empire. Lord Salisbury himself, the Conservative Prime Minister, was a diplomat of the old school, one whose main concern was maintaining the balance of power within Europe. Imperialist expansionism was strongest in a new party, the Unionists, consisting of those liberals who, in protest against Gladstone's conversion to Home Rule for Ireland, had left the party in 1886. In 1895 their leader, Joseph Chamberlain, joined the Salisbury cabinet, which thus became a 2-party cabinet made up of Conservatives and former Liberals. To the great surprise of many people, Chamberlain chose the rather unglamorous colonial portfolio, a decision that was to have wide repercussions. From 1895 to 1902 Chamberlain ran the office with energy and verve, and as leader of one of the 2 coalition parties he left a strong mark on Britain's foreign and imperial policy. As a result, this passionate social reformer and imperialist became the architect of the new British policy in West Africa and later in Africa as a whole. 205. Chamberlain. Joseph Chamberlain, 1836 to 1914, is one of the most important figures of 19th-century British politics. A social reformer and ardent imperialist, a self-made man and a professional politician, he represented the forces of progress and modernity in the conservative Britain of his day. Although Chamberlain's name is inseparably linked with Birmingham, the city that made him rich and later famous, he was born in London and grew up there, the son of a shoe manufacturer. Soon after leaving school he joined his father's office, where he worked until his 18th birthday. Then his father sent him to Birmingham to help run a screw manufacturing company in which he had invested money. The energetic young businessman proved to be exceptionally successful there, and 20 years later, in 1874, was able to retire a rich man at the age of 38 and to devote himself fully to his real passion, politics. Chamberlain took his first political steps in Birmingham. From 1873 to 1876 he was Lord Mayor of the city, which he, in his own words, parked, paved, assized, marketed, gas and watered, and improved. good management and good drinking water, that was what it was all about, according to Chamberlain, in Birmingham, in Britain, and in Africa. The move from municipal to international politics was thus no more than a logical step. Chamberlain grasped the great political opportunities offered by the new electorate, enfranchised by the Reform Bill of 1867. The age of mass politics had arrived, and that meant that traditional forms of political organization had to be replaced. In 1877 Chamberlain founded the Liberal Federation, a political party machine with headquarters in Birmingham, thus laying the foundations of his political power. When Gladstone returned to government in 1880 he made Chamberlain president of the Board of Trade, and Chamberlain began his career in national politics. He had meanwhile made his name as a great organizer, speaker, manipulator, and agitator, but not as a political theorist. Nor would he ever become one. Chamberlain was a man of action, not a thinker. You decide first and then find reasons was his motto. He had a passionate temperament, was a born fighter, and was not always over-scrupulous. Gladstone called him the Prince of Opportunists, and Salisbury, in whose cabinet he served later, said of him that the had not yet persuaded himself that he has any convictions. Yet in 1886 Chamberlain took a decision that could truly be described as based on principle, and which in any case ruined his chances of becoming Prime Minister, and indeed his whole political career. For in that year he broke with Gladstone on the Home Rule issue. Chamberlain, too, wanted reforms in Ireland, but not an Irish Parliament that might become the nucleus of an independent state. When it came to the choice between reform and nationalism, Chamberlain chose the second. 206 France and Great Britain in West Africa. Joseph Chamberlain. Gladstone's Home Rule proposals split the Liberals, and Chamberlain became the leader of those separatists in the party who called themselves Unionists. Home policy was now relegated to second place, while nationalism and imperialism became his central preoccupations. He genuinely believed that the British race, his favorite expression, was the best in the world, and that the spread of British influence was in the interest of all mankind, and of colored people in particular. He also believed that a new age had dawned, in which there was room for only a few large empires. These, according to him, were those of America and Russia and perhaps Britain as well, at least if it knew how to organize its empire properly. For this, imperial federation, the close collaboration and mutual adjustment of politics and economics through closer union of the whole empire, was needed, and that is what he was working for. The time of laissez-faire was past. Chamberlain also realized that free trade had had its day, and became an advocate of tariff reform, that is, of protectionism and imperial preference. No wonder, then, that he chose to become colonial secretary in 1895. The post was neither important nor prestigious, unlike, say, that of Foreign Secretary, Chancellor of the Exchequer, or First Lord of the Admiralty, but 207. Chamberlain did not care for honors or esteem. I cared for power, as he put it himself. As early as 1888 he had written to his future wife that he would be secretary for the colonies some day, and 7 years later that day had come. Chamberlain was used to having his way. As leader of the Unionist faction in Parliament he wielded considerable power in the cabinet. Together with Lord Salisbury, the Prime Minister, and until 1901 also the Foreign Secretary, and Balfour, Salisbury's nephew and leader of the House of Commons, Chamberlain was part of the Troika that governed his country for 7 years, from 1895 to 1902. With Chamberlain there appeared a completely new approach to African affairs, that of modern, economically motivated imperialism. Chamberlain's motto was development. He did not believe in the hands-off politics of laissez-faire imperialism, either at home or in Africa. To him, imperialism was an extension of radicalism. The social reform of Britain would have to be continued with an economic development policy for the empire. In that development the state would have to play an active role. Chamberlain thus resuscitated the ideas of Freycinet and Jorgue Wibberley 20 years later. his new policy was one of investment and development. Railroads had to be built, capital attracted, production stimulated. The export of liquor would have to be fought much like the slave trade, for the future of Africa lay in its people. The goose expected to lay the golden eggs had to be protected. Administration would have to be improved and taxes introduced to pay for such improvements. Agricultural agencies would have to be set up to help in the growing of such export crops as cotton, cocoa, and rubber. Scientific administration and constructive imperialism were the key concepts of the new regime. The approach was quite different from that of the Prime Minister under whom Chamberlain had to serve. Salisbury was a man of the past, Chamberlain of the new age. Chamberlain's attitude to power was that of the political boss, his temperament that of the successful businessman, and his tone that of the boy who had gone from rags to riches. He brought a new style to British diplomacy and was quick to see concessions as a form of appeasement. Salisbury said of him that he hated giving anything away, but Chamberlain explained that he merely hated giving something away when he did not get anything better in its place. He did not play the game for the game's sake but for the stakes, and had a predilection for bluff and brinkmanship. Of Theodore Roosevelt's famous motto, "Speak softly but carry a big stick," he borrowed the second part only. G. M. Young's dictum might have been written specially for him: "Nothing is so bloody-minded as a radical turned patriot." It was thanks to the power relationships in British party politics that two such different men as Chamberlain and Salisbury had been thrown together into one cabinet in 1895. And it was the same relation. 208 France and Great Britain in West Africa. Ships that ensured that this cabinet would continue for over 7 years, despite its many tensions. Borgu. Following the German annexation of Togo, three great European powers, France, Germany, and Great Britain, now had possessions on the Guinea coast. What mattered was not to be locked into these possessions. If Britain could advance from the Gold Coast and out of Nigeria to the hinterland quickly enough and far enough, then it could unite these two possessions, and Togo and Dahomey would be cut off. If, on the other hand, France were to break through to the north from Dahomey and join up with the French thrust in the Sudan from the west, then it would have surrounded Togo and the Gold Coast. Expansion in the interior was thus the order of the day. Whereas Germany played hardly any role in this process, Great Britain took a leading part. However, British expansion in the Gold Coast did not prove particularly successful. From 1893 to 1894 Britain was caught up in the Third Ashanti War. There were problems on the Niger as well, for though the British sphere of influence had been laid down by the Anglo-French Convention of 1890, two French expeditions, led by Montiel and Mazen, respectively, had demonstrated that the British claims to this region had been based on bluff. The Niger Company had no real power in the area, and in the absence of effective occupation the British claims would be hard to maintain in practice. That constituted the weakness of the British position, and is why the subjection of Dahomey had been so important for France. The road to the north had been opened up as a result. The Savarois line had, of course, posed a problem, as it set a southern limit to French expansion in the Sudan. The French discovered a solution to that problem, however, as simple as it was sensible. They argued that the convention had indeed set a limit to French penetration from the north to the south, but not to penetration from the south to the north. No one had thought of that at the time, but after the fall of Dahomey the road to the Niger, too, lay open to the French. If they could only take Borgu on the Niger, then they could create a link with the Sudan from there. A protectorate over Borgu, to be followed by effective occupation, thus became an important objective of French policy. Borgu was a principality or sultanate whose borders were as vague as its constitutional position. It was even questionable whether such a state as Borgu really existed. Britain maintained that Borgu was part of Bussa, with which it had a treaty. Britain accordingly called the king of Bussa the Sultan of Borgu. The French asserted, first, that there was no such thing as a sovereign over Borgu, and second, that if there was, it was the king of Niki. As the diplomats in Europe could not solve the problem, it had to 209 be tackled in the field. The French accordingly sent an expedition to Niki with instructions to sign a treaty with its ruler. The British, not to be outdone, also sent a mission to Niki. The result was a race for Borgu, or rather for Niki, for it was here that the ruler of the region was believed to reside. The French expedition was led by Captain Henry de Coeur, which turned out to be an unfortunate choice. De Coeur was a kind of Fabius Cunctator, but not nearly as successful. He set out for Niki at the end of January 1893 but was back again toward the end of January 1894, complaining about the unreliability of his bearers and the many dangers of the terrain. Such behavior was of course disappointing, but for all that he was entrusted with a new mission during a visit to Paris in the rainy season, and was also voted a subsidy by the Comite de l'Afrique Frangus. De Coeur, however, continued to dawdle as before, and the French advance never materialized. The British expedition was led by quite a different sort of man, Captain Frederick Luggard, the maker of Nigeria, as he was often called, and rightly so. Luggard was to establish the British protectorate over northern Nigeria and was later to be made Governor-General of all Nigeria. Later still Lord Luggard, as he was to become, also acquired great fame as a colonial theorist. He became the founder of the system of indirect rule and was the author of the Dual Mandate in Tropical Africa, a plea for colonial development that was to become the Bible of British colonial administrators. Things had not yet come to that pass in 1894 when Luggard was instructed to beat the French in the race to Niki. Luggard, 1858 to 1945, was then 36 years old and a man with a far from spotless reputation. He was the eldest son of a missionary in Madras, but had chosen to become a professional soldier. His reputation was controversial, and he was not much liked, especially by the French, both because he had sided against the French missionaries in Uganda and also because he had been unscrupulous enough to spy on and question Captain Paul Montiel at the Moulin Rouge on the eve of Montiel's mission to the Sudan. Registered the Liberals in Great Britain did not think much of him either. Their later leader, Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman, wrote about him in a letter to Harcourt, "The general opinion of Luggard is that he is a lunatic, aiming at being a second Gordon, just what we thought." That was in 1892. The British government was therefore clearly of two minds about Luggard, but Goldie had need of just such a man. Luggard reluctantly exchanged East for West Africa and left for Nigeria on a special mission for Goldie's company. The steeplechase, or the course au clocker, as the French called it, had begun. Degree the distance Luggard had to cover was longer than that faced by de Coeur, who had already left, but Luggard was traveling by river and not overland, which gave him the advantage of greater speed. Moreover, his orders were not to occupy territories but merely to come away with treaties. The precise OE 210 France and Great Britain in West Africa. Lord Luggard. Instructions Goldie gave him were to zigzag a good deal, so as to run a network of treaties across and between the few treaties obtained by the French. On November 5, 1894 Luggard and his company reached Niki. It quickly became clear that the negotiations would not be easy. The king let Luggard know that he did not wish to receive him before he had been sent a present. Luggard demurred and a few tense days followed. Then the air cleared, and on November 9 the Standard Treaty, Form No. 12, for Moslems, was signed. However, Luggard never saw the king, nor was the treaty signed by the king. It bore the signature of the Imam and of a minister who bore the honorary title of Butcher-in-Chief. They were acting on behalf of a former king of Niki who had been dead for 6 years. Not surprisingly, the validity of this treaty was challenged by France. On November 12 Luggard left Niki, and a good 2 weeks later de Coeur arrived. He too was able to obtain a treaty, signed this time by the king himself, Leroi de Niki, Capitale de Borgu. When the French discovered that Luggard had also come away with the treaty, they not only declared it invalid but also abandoned the idea that Niki was the capital of Borgu. 211. The ensuing dispute between Great Britain and France was as heated as it was involved. In the meantime, however, it became clear that the French were determined to advance to the lower Niger and that it was thus time for serious negotiations. These opened in 1896. 6 years earlier, in 1890, a Franco-British Niger Commission had been set up to look in greater detail at the agreement signed that year, but that commission was no longer active. It was now reassembled. The new negotiations did not, however, lead to any concrete results for some time because the Mélin government, which favored a strong colonial expansion policy, had taken power in France in May 1896. Moreover, the Franco-British dispute over the Nile made itself felt behind the scenes. The French raised their claims to the Niger to levels that proved unacceptable to Britain. At the end of May, negotiations were broken off. The race began anew, and this time in earnest. The French became extremely busy in West Africa, their activities culminating in the occupation of Bussa in March 1897. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. For though there was not a single Briton to be found in Bussa, Goldie's company had held clear and recognized contractual rights over the territory since 1885. The principle of effective occupation was thus in head-on collision with that of rights based on treaties. If Britain were to give in on this point, then the second principle and hence the entire foundation of British Niger policy, based as it was on treaties between the African chiefs and the Niger Company, would be jeopardized. Moreover, Bussa afforded access to the Niger, and hence the issue of the trading monopoly and with it the economic future of Goldie's company was at stake. For Franco-British tension thus hinged on a question of principle, but what also played an important part was the fact that Britain, too, now had a colonial secretary who was prepared to use the resources of the state for the protection of imperial interests. Chamberlain was even prepared to throw in not only financial, but also military resources. The end of the period of company rule was in sight. Matters had grown too intricate and the ramifications too great to be left to the vagaries of private enterprise. On May 27, 1897, Chamberlain discussed the subject with Goldie. The point at issue was, in the first instance, financial support by the company for the West African Frontier Force, WAF, which Chamberlain had established as the military instrument of his Niger policy. Goldie refused, not least because he was given inadequate guarantees that his charter would be extended. Chamberlain was exasperated by this and let his Secretary of State know that if that were Goldie's attitude there was only one solution, namely, to expropriate him at once, lock, stock and barrel. It was not for nothing that Chamberlain had grown up in Birmingham business circles. The West African Frontier Force was set up even without Goldie's sup. Gag. Port, and being 2,000 men strong, recruited from among the Hausa and the Yoruba, proved to be a formidable force. At Chamberlain's request, Luggard took command of it in late November 1897. He was given carte blanche when it came to the purchase of equipment and arms. As Chamberlain explained, expense is no object, plenty of guns and everything. Luggard's orders, this time, were to conduct a chessboard policy rather than follow Goldie's zigzag course. Chamberlain's strategy was to set up a British settlement next to every French one, an extremely risky policy that invited incidents. Salisbury did not agree with it and advocated a more cautious approach, but he was overruled in the cabinet. Even Luggard, the professional soldier, was more cautious and practical in this instance than the former manufacturer. He called Chamberlain's chessboard policy mad and impossible. 8. His own suggestion was to concentrate on control of the river, the most important strategic and commercial factor in the region, rather than on the occupation of land, but Chamberlain insisted, and Luggard did not feel that he was in a position to ignore his instructions. The British chessboard policy on the Niger was launched in 1898. The consequences were predictable. Incident followed upon incident. There was a veritable flag-planting race wherever a tricolour flew. A Union Jack was quickly hoisted not too far away. On June 7, 1898, Luggard let Chamberlain know that a military clash was inevitable. In the event, however, neither party really wanted to go to war over Borgu or Nikki, certainly not Lord Salisbury, who had not the slightest desire to do battle for the sake of a malarious African desert. Asterisk. The two contenders thus cooled down, the Niger Commission was reconvened, and on June 14, 1898 came the signing of the Anglo-French Convention that put an end to 20 years of Anglo-French rivalry for the Niger. The 1898 Niger Convention was a victory for Britain. Registered degree true, France acquired Nikki and thus gained access to the Niger at a much more southerly point than say, but British claims to Nikki had always been weak, and the place itself was of small importance. Britain, for its part, retained political control over the lower Niger and at the same time acquired the Sokoto Caliphate. Chamberlain's Birmingham screw policy, as Luggard called it, had thus proved successful. Present-day Nigeria owes its large size to it. The French were disappointed. Much of what Decoeur, Montiel, and others had acquired for France had gone by the board. Epilogue. With the Anglo-French Convention of 1898, the partition of West Africa was largely completed. The rest was epilogue. For the British there still remained the task of the setting up of Nigeria, for the French the completion of their Chad plan. The British government held consultations with the Niger Company to arrange a transfer of authority. The Niger Coast to 213. Protectorate, that is, the Delta, was joined in 1900 to the Lower Niger, of which Goldie's company had had charge, and the whole renamed the Protectorate of Southern Nigeria. The name Goldisaya had been suggested originally, but Goldie himself had insisted on rejecting that Rhodes-like honor. Nigretia, too, had been proposed but turned down as poor Latin. So Nigeria it was in the end. On August 9, 1899 the British government took over the territory from the company, paying £865,000 for it, to the dismay of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, who was opposed to any such purchase, even though the company had brought Britain 500,000 square miles and 30 million people, and though it could therefore fairly be said that the company has founded an empire. The figure of 30 million inhabitants was no more than a wild estimate, and the 500,000 square miles an exaggeration. The whole of Nigeria measures less than 400,000 square miles, but it was impressive enough nevertheless. Even so, the House of Commons approved the purchase with very bad grace, and only because it was persuaded in the end that further troubles with France might thus be avoided. Next to southern Nigeria, the Lagos Colony and Protectorate was also retained as temporary administrative entity. Next to that came the new Protectorate over northern Nigeria. British Nigeria thus consisted provisionally of three more or less independent components. Between 1900 and 1903 northern Nigeria was effectively brought under British control. The man who did this was Luggard. With the subjection of the Emirates of Kano and Sokoto on February 3 and on March 15, respectively, the British Protectorate had become a fait accompli. In 1906 Lagos was incorporated into southern Nigeria. At that point there were just two administrative units, northern and southern Nigeria. They continued to exist side by side as independent entities for some time and were not combined under a single administration until January 1, 1914. The first Governor-General of the United Nigeria was none other than Luggard. For Luggard the end of Goldie's company thus marked a new beginning. He was no more than 41 years old, and his career as the maker of Nigeria was yet to begin. For Goldie, who was 54, it meant not only the demise of his company but also the end of his career, though not of his fortune. Nor was that his only setback. His wife, the former governess, had died not long before. There were no prospects of a new career. Those offers he received were unsatisfactory. Goldie became a private citizen, lived on for a long time and, having been reconciled to his fate, happily at that. He died in 1925 at the age of 79. France threw itself passionately into the implementation of its Chad plan after the 1898 agreement. It sent out no fewer than 3 expeditions to Lake Chad from 3 different points of the compass, not as part of a great Napoleonic strategic plan but thanks to individual impulses and suc. 214. Successful lobbying by the expedition leaders. Their main objective was to get rid of Rahab, the ruler of that territory, who was acting like a new Samorid and refusing to listen to reason or to heed French diplomatic pressure. Force was thus the only solution. The three expeditions set out for Lake Chad in 1899, the first led by Émile Gentil from the south. The second, led by Captains Fourreau and Lamy, crossed the Sahara from Algeria, and the third, under Villette and Chanoine, advanced from the west. This last expedition was to write the bloodiest and most bizarre chapter in the all too bloody and bizarre history of French Sudan expeditions. Paul Villette was a difficult man, a doctor's son who had been a failure at school, had taken service as a lowly marine, and had nevertheless been promoted to the rank of captain. Lieutenant Chanoine, by contrast, had been trained at Saint-Cyr. His father was a general and later became Minister of War, if only for a month. Villette and Chanoine's expedition turned out to be unexpectedly demanding. It took them through a region exhausted by the many wars that had recently been raging in this part of the Sudan. At first they separated into two columns, one under Villette and the other under Chanoine, but joined up again near Sego on the Niger. Later their paths parted once more, only to join up again near Sanzanahausa on the upper Niger, this time for good, before advancing to Lake Chad. The column was made up, as usual, of just a few French officers and NCOs. Most of the soldiers were tirailleurs Senegalais, accompanied by a much larger number of bearers and women who saw to the household chores. Altogether they constituted a train of 1,500. This number gradually grew, mainly because many more women were being captured and carried off, and not only for domestic purposes. War feeds itself. Gustavus Adolphus, King of Sweden, had declared as early as the 17th century, and that old maxim still applied. The expedition lived off the land. There was no alternative. Men and beasts swallowed up not only nearly 8,000 gallons of water a day, but also vast quantities of food, for the expedition had been badly equipped and provisioned. In the poverty-stricken area they crossed. This posed a grave problem, as, incidentally, it did for a great many similar expeditions. What Villette and Chanoine did was therefore exceptional not in principle, but rather in the scale and manner in which they set about requisitioning what was needed. Anyone who refused to come forward with the required goods, or who otherwise offered resistance, was shot out of hand. Whole villages were put to the torch and their inhabitants killed or carried off. In this way the expedition advanced through the land, pillaging and burning, leaving behind a trail of corpses and sacked villages. Villette and Chanoine did not allow any of this to worry them unduly, as news of their doings was scarcely likely to reach Europe. The expedition was, after all, passing through unexplored territory, cut off from the outside world. The ends justified the means, and reaching Lake Chad, they believed, was so too. 215. The Villette-Chanoine mission. Important an end that what happened on the way would be forgotten. Everything might therefore have gone well, so to speak, had there not been a leak. The man responsible was Lieutenant Petiat. Lieutenant Petiat had originally been a member of the expedition, but 216 France and Great Britain in West Africa. The Villette-Chanoine mission at work. Had been sent back to Say, the French fort on the Niger, after a dispute with Villette. From Say, Petiat wrote several letters to his fiancée, telling her about his experiences and about the excesses and crimes the expedition had committed. Needless to say, he placed his own role, that of horrified observer, in the best possible light, and that of his former commanders, the brutal Villette and Chanoine, in the worst possible one. That started the ball rolling. Petiat's fiancée showed the letters to the depute for her district, who passed them on to the minister for the colonies, who in his turn showed them to his cabinet colleagues. The latter decided there and then, even before any official reports had been received, to strip Villette and Chanoine of their command and to send out a senior officer to relieve them. This decision, taken on May 16, 1899, was probably based on political rather than humanitarian considerations. The Republican regime was experiencing a severe crisis in the wake of the Dreyfus Affair, and after the recent failure at Fascista, colonialism was less popular than it had been. Moreover, General Chanoine, the captain's father, had left the government. In any case, the French authorities were determined to be rid of Villette and Chanoine, and sent Lieutenant Colonel Claude out to take over command of the expedition. Claude was a serious and committed officer with considerable experience of the Sudan. He left immediately and, in order to make haste, traveled as light as possible, first by train and then on horseback to the Niger. From 217. There he continued by boat and, whenever the river was too low, on foot or by canoe. On July 13, 1899 he arrived at Dankari, near Zinder, his objective in sight. Claude sent a messenger to Villette with a letter that Villette considered insulting, and to which he returned an arrogant answer. He informed Claude that he wished to retain his command and pointed out that he had 600 men armed with rifles at his disposal. Any attempt to approach would be met with force. Claude could not believe his ears. This was rank insubordination. It was unthinkable for Claude that an officer might disobey his superior. But then Villette was no ordinary officer. He realized that his career would not survive the scandal he had caused, and could see only one alternative, nor was he the only European with such a dream, to establish his own kingdom in the Sudan. What Zamora could do, Villette could do as well. "I am no longer French, I am a black chief," he said to his men, who sang "Le Grand Capitaine. Il pense à nous. Il nous sommes many au paradis. Ou sente les amis? A Zindiri, Zindiri. Le Grand Capitaine. Superbe, superbe. Il est notre Samori." The next day, it was 14 Juillet 1899, Claude made his way to Villette's camp. Villette ordered him to turn back. When Claude refused, Villette gave orders to open fire, and Claude fell dying to the ground. Villette's success was short-lived, however. The shooting down of one's superiors does not help to enhance discipline in the ranks. When Villette told his men that they must not count on returning to the Sudan, they rose in revolt. Chanoine was shot on July 16. Villette was able to escape on horseback, but was discovered a day later and also shot. Thus, as in a Shakespeare play, all the main actors lay dead on the stage when the curtain came down. This outcome suited the French government. Now that the culprits were no longer alive, there was no need for an inquiry. Villette and Chanoine could be considered victims of tropical frenzy. They must have been out of their minds. They had, after all, shot Claude, their superior. The Villette-Chanoine mission could be written off as a regrettable but exceptional incident. The myth of France's mission civilisatrice thus remained intact. Meanwhile, Joland, a lieutenant with the Villette-Chanoine group, and Lieutenant Manier from Claude's contingent had taken over command. The Villette-Chanoine mission continued as the Joland-Manier column, for the great objective, Lake Chad, had to be reached at any price. Reached it eventually was. In February 1900 the three French columns made contact. Lamy had taken the long road through the Sahara on foot, Gentil had 218. Traveled north from the Congo, partly on foot and partly by river. Together they were able to settle scores with Ruba, the ruler of the territory. On April 22, 1900 the crucial battle took place and ended in the death of Ruba, whose head was cut off and, in accordance with custom, offered to the French commander. The Great French Chad Plan had been implemented. The region was now in French hands and the three French colonies linked. However, the whole concept of adding an African hinterland to the North African possessions, which had been the basis of the Chad Plan, could not amount to anything while the Sahara itself was not under effective French control. In the next few years the conquest of the Sahara therefore took pride of place in French strategic plans for the area, and in July 1901 Captain Laperrine was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Oases. Registered this view, Saharian tackled the subjugation of the area with great vigor, but not even he was able to claim immediate successes. Resistance was stubborn and subjugation would prove to be a long drawn-out affair. The French conquest of Mauritania was also part of this overall scheme. This desert region, which on purely theoretical grounds was considered to be a dependency of Senegal, was not something in which any of the powers was particularly interested. In 1900 a Franco-Spanish treaty assigned the area between the Senegal and the Rio de Oro to France, but it was to be a great many years before the French could claim it in practice. The desert and the nomads continued to be difficult opponents. By 1912 the greatest difficulties had admittedly been overcome, but the region was yet to be fully pacified at the beginning of the First World War. The result of all these endeavors was that West Africa became a predominantly French sphere of influence. On the map the handful of Spanish, German, and Portuguese possessions in this part of the world appeared as small islands in a large French sea. Of course, there were also the British possessions, ranging from such minute enclaves as Gambia. Several attempts to exchange that colony for French territory were to come to nothing through more important colonies such as Sierra Leone and the Gold Coast, to the gigantic protectorate of Nigeria. On the map, however, even these important British possessions were no more than pockets in a largely French area. The parti colonial had thus had its way. West Africa had become a French sphere of influence and was to remain one even after decolonization. Ins. 5. Conclusion. West Africa is the part of Africa with which Europeans have had the longest contacts and the greatest difficulties. It might therefore have been expected that the partition of Africa should have begun here. In a sense that is in fact what happened, for it is possible to consider the new French imperialist policy towards Senegal and Sudan as the inception of the partition of Africa. But that is a rather artificial view. The new French expansion policy introduced in 1879 by Joris Guibéry and Freycinet was on the one hand not quite new, but rather the continuation of an old French expansion policy first applied in Senegal by Faidherbe under the Second Empire. On the other hand, it did not have many immediate consequences. International discussions on West Africa did not start until 1884, by which time quite a lot had been happening elsewhere. The Egyptian crisis had led to pronounced French bitterness at this unilateral British intervention, as well as to fresh colonial rivalry. Moreover, Brazza's expeditions had focused attention on the great prospects of West Africa, and Bismarck had started to interfere in the Black Continent. Only after all these events did West Africa appear on the agenda of the European powers, who would, in fact, be doing their utmost to get it off the agenda again. Bismarck soon lost interest in the area, and Germany would play hardly any part in it. The borders of Togo and Cameroon were settled by diplomats without too much trouble and remained unchanged. With Germany out of the way, only France and Great Britain were left on the scene. French expansion proceeded from west to east and was aimed at control of the upper Niger. The British proceeded from south to north and focused on the lower Niger. Originally the two were more or less separate processes. However, the upper Niger inevitably makes way for the lower Niger, and vice versa. The dividing line was therefore not cast iron. With equal inevitability, the east-west and north-south lines were bound to intersect somewhere someday. A clash between French and British expansionist forces in West Africa was therefore inescapable. The Partition Treaty of 1890 had been a first attempt to separate the two river domains, but this attempt came to nothing. West African developments had reached too great a momentum to be stopped in that way. The French Parti colonial put forward a strategic and geopolitical program in which West Africa held pride of place. The British continued to make it their primary aim to keep others out rather than to go in themselves, but this policy succumbed under the pressure of events. Paper protectorates were no longer enough. Private enterprise could not withstand the thrust of a foreign power ranged against it. The old epoch of Britain's informal West African Empire, in which the 220 France and Great Britain in West Africa Africans supplied the raw materials and there were no European rivals of any importance, was passed. The European rivals had made fresh inroads and had therefore to be curbed, if necessary by force. Moreover, it was no longer enough to trade from day to day, there was also a need for investment in the future. The state had to see to that, as no one else could or would. Almost 20 years after Freycinet, this view became part of British policy, under the influence of Chamberlain. During these years, Chamberlain's policies had a marked effect on British Africa policy. As a result, the British attitude changed and became more aggressive. Chamberlain was not, however, in sole charge, and at regular intervals was held back by the sober realism of Salisbury and other members of the cabinet. Chamberlain could be given his head when it came to playing chess or even poker with the West African frontier force, but Salisbury made sure that the diplomatic channels to Paris were kept open and that an agreement with France was not ruled out. The final partition of West Africa was sealed in the 1890s. The steeplechase was run from 1895 to 1898, that is, from the Jameson raid to the Fashoda crisis. In other words, the issue came to the fore just as the two most important British problems in Africa flared up. While Luggard was racing across Nikki and Borgu, Sir Alfred Milner, the British governor in Cape Town, was preparing to bear down on the Boer republics. At about the same time Marchand was marching on Fashoda in a last-ditch attempt, by establishing a French stronghold on the Upper Nile, to force Britain to reopen the Egyptian question. Their problems in the Transvaal and the Sudan so preoccupied the British government that West Africa became no more than a sideshow. It is remarkable that the swamps of the Bahr el Ghazal should have been thought more important than the riches of the Niger, yet that was so in the context of imperial thinking at the time. It also explains the outcome of the West African steeplechase. That outcome looks surprising at first sight. While Britain had traditionally taken a particular interest in West Africa and had had the most say in that part of the world, France would be wielding the greater influence in the end. This was a consequence of the difference in political priorities between Britain and France. That difference had been formulated most lucidly by Lord Salisbury as early as 1892. The French, he said, pursue a policy of empire building through military conquest, while the British prefer a policy of advance by commercial enterprise. That was indeed the long and the short of it. To French colonialists, West Africa was a matter of vital importance. The French thus took the initiative and elaborated a coherent political ideology based on a wide political consensus. British policy, by contrast, remained for a long time one of waiting and seeing, of reacting to others. It was only late and with great reluctance that Britain eventually became converted to the exigencies of modern imperialism, and assigned to the state the role it necessarily had to play in this process. But 221. Even then the British approach remained primarily commercial. France could have as much territory as it liked, provided Britain had the areas of economic interest. Even at that late stage Britain's attention remained focused on other parts of Africa, parts more closely bound up with general imperial policy and the worldwide balance of power. In that sense the result of Anglo-French competition in West Africa may be considered a fair mirror of the general aspirations and activities of these two colonial rivals. The Great Anglo-French conflict in Africa began in 1882 with the British occupation of Egypt. 16 years later it drew to a spectacular climax in what nearly became the War for Fashoda. Fashoda itself was an insignificant place on the upper White Nile, just above its confluence with the Sobat. It had been founded in 1855 as an Egyptian anti-slavery control station among the Shillaks and was, in Queen Victoria's words, so miserable and small an object that going to war over it seemed inconceivable. But the conflict was not, of course, about Fashoda. Fashoda was merely the culmination of a long process, a symbol of the final trial of strength between the two main colonial powers, Great Britain and France. The history of the long road to Fashoda is complicated, but its basis was plain enough. In 1882 Britain had occupied Egypt and in the years that followed had decided to stay put. By the simple strategic precepts of the times it therefore had to be in control of the Nile and hence of the Sudan. Salisbury came to that conclusion in 1889, but France refused to acquiesce in Britain's unilateral intervention in Egypt and was determined to force Britain to reopen the Egyptian question. This needed military pressure, and that, in turn, could only be applied if France gained a foothold on the Nile. The British strategy led to the reconquest of the Sudan by Kitchener, that of the French to Marchand's advance on the Nile. In 1898 they met at Fashoda. 1. The British Nile Strategy. Egypt and the Nile. In 1889 Lord Salisbury declared that Britain intended to remain in Egypt. This implied British control of the Nile. Egypt is the Nile and the Nile is 226. Egypt, as Sir Evelyn Baring never tired of repeating. In fact, it was no more than a reformulation of an old truth. Since time immemorial, Egyptians had known that their livelihood depended on the level of the Nile and had believed that dark powers commanded the river. The 7 Gene and the 7 fat years of the Bible were thought to have been caused by fluctuations in the level of the Nile. According to medieval chronicles and legends, the king of Ethiopia had the power of opening and closing the Nile at will. Ariosto's Orlando Furioso was a later version of that story. In the 19th century, what had once been legend and poetry became the subject of serious discussion. Charles F. Beck, lawyer, traveler, and amateur geographer, was the first to consider the possibility of changing the course of the Nile and hence of destroying Egypt. In 1851 he sent Lord Palmerston his memoir on the possibility of diverting the waters of the Nile so as to prevent the irrigation of Egypt. The planned desertification of Egypt had become a real threat. Being in control of the Nile was a complicated matter involving diverse geographical, technical, and economic factors. The Nile has a high season and a low. During the first, Egypt obtains most of its water from the Blue Nile, which rises in Abyssinia, while the White Nile, which originates in the Sudan and Uganda, yields a negligible amount of water. In the low season, the opposite applies, the White Nile supplying the bulk of the water. The White Nile was therefore of great agricultural importance. Now, in 19th century Egypt, agriculture had made considerable strides thanks to new irrigation methods. In particular, the cultivation of cotton had become possible, and cotton exports had turned into a crucial aspect of the Egyptian economy. All in all, therefore, control of the Nile and of the White Nile in particular had become a matter of vital strategic importance. The Egyptians were fully aware of this. The Nile rules Egypt and the Nile means the Sudan. Egypt and the Sudan are therefore as inseparably bound together as body and soul, wrote an Egyptian statesman. Following the British occupation, the whole irrigation question became a British concern, Britain recognizing that modern technology offered unprecedented means of controlling the flow of the river. What had been no more than a specter was now perceived as a real threat. The fate of Egypt was in the hands of those who had control of the Upper Nile. Command of the Nile Valley therefore became an important objective of British policy in Africa. In 1891 Salisbury wrote to Baring, that we should insist on the command of all the affluents of the Nile, so far as Egypt formerly possessed them, is agreed. Registered the Nile would have to be defended. The outcome was the British Wacht am Nile watch on the Nile. Danger could come from 3 sides, from the Red Sea, Italy, from East Africa, Germany, and from France and the Congo Free State in the west. Britain relied on diplomacy to ward off these dangers. The German threat was averted by the Zanzibar-Heligoland Treaty of 1890, which had defined the respective British and German spheres of influence in East Africa, CP 159. In 1882 Italy had acquired its first colony in the neighborhood of the Nile, that is, on the Red Sea. As we shall see below, the Italian threat, too, was averted by diplomatic means. The German and Italian threats could therefore be warded off peacefully, but they were not, in fact, real threats. Neither Germany nor Italy had the will or the means to challenge Britain in an area it considered of vital importance. The only serious opponent was France, which refused adamantly to accept the permanent British occupation of Egypt and hence British monopoly rule over the Nile basin. Moreover, France had far better means than Germany or Italy of advancing on the Nile basin and of staking claims to it. France, too, had therefore to be placated, and preferably in the same way, that is, by diplomacy, consultation, exchanges and the delimitation of spheres of influence. The basis of British diplomacy was simple enough, continuing to cling inflexibly to the British sphere of influence on the Nile but being conciliatory in other areas, especially in West Africa. Thus Kimberley informed France in 1894 that if a satisfactory arrangement is come to with regard to the British sphere in the Nile watershed, Her Majesty's government will be prepared to meet the French government in a most conciliatory spirit in all matters concerning West Africa. Lord Salisbury was fully in favour of this policy. Having become Prime Minister in 1895, he was prepared to go even further than his Liberal predecessor. He was convinced that in West Africa there was no loot to get except in Goldie's dreams, and he was quite happy to make a number of concessions there. Registered this quid pro quo policy, generally so successful in all parts of Africa, failed to work in this case. As we have seen, Chamberlain, without whose support Salisbury's cabinet could not continue, did not like that approach, and the French, too, would not hear of it. Egypt was too important a prize for that. The reopening of the Egyptian question. No one could have explained precisely why France should have taken such strong exception to the British occupation of Egypt. It was, in fact, a matter of sentiment. Ever since Napoleon had set foot there, Egypt had been the chosen land of the French. Destiny had selected France to play a unique role here and to lead the country on the road to modernity. The British occupation of 1882 was accordingly viewed as a snub to France. Some even saw it as a second Sudan. The real Sudan of 1870 could not be avenged while Germany continued as strong as it was. Perhaps, though, there was a chance of undoing the Egyptian Sudan. Meanwhile the Egyptian wound continued to fester. For a considerable time nothing happened on the Nile front, and the initiative was left to King Leopold, who had set his sights on the Nile some time before. He had even visited Egypt on his honeymoon, and in 1880 he had had his mind concentrated upon the Nile for good by General Gordon. The Congo was not enough for His Majesty, he thought it too prosaic. The Nile, by contrast, was indubitably romantic, and so were Leopold's plans for it. Fighting the slave trade in the Sudan and at the same time creating a gigantic empire, joining the Congo to the Mediterranean via the Nile, and thus becoming a modern pharaoh, those were fantasies on a scale that appealed to the King of the Belgians. Leopold was fighting on two fronts, the diplomatic in his dealings with the European powers, and another in Africa itself, where what mattered was effective occupation. In Africa, the Congo Free State had relatively strong military forces and provided an excellent springboard for further conquest. Leopold sought the support of such local rulers as Emin Pasha and the redoubtable slave trader Tipu Tip. He equipped military expeditions, his diplomatic moves having brought him a measure of success in the form of a treaty with Mackinnon's Imperial British East Africa Company on May 24, 1890. However, when Leopold ordered the Van Kerkhoven expedition to advance on the Nile soon afterwards, London let it be known that any attempt to cross the Congo-Nile watershed was unacceptable to Great Britain. Needless to say, Leopold now brought out his Mackinnon Treaty and stressed that it enjoyed Lord Salisbury's approval. However, the Foreign Office retorted laconically that such approval had been no more than Lord Salisbury's private opinion. The Imperial British East Africa Company had not been entitled to cede any rights. Moreover, the treaty had never been officially ratified and was therefore unknown to the Foreign Office. For once there was someone more brazen than King Leopold, and the outbluffed sovereign had to leave it at that for the time being. Since his troops were meeting stiff Mahdist opposition on the ground, he thought it best to halt his march on the Nile, though not for good. Never at a loss, the indefatigable king tried a new approach. He found it in French willingness to pursue an active policy in the Sudan. Leopold now tried to win France over for a new initiative on the Nile, in the hope of harnessing his powerful neighbor to his little cart. In this he succeeded. He was the inspiration behind the 1893 Montiel expedition which drove France onto the road to Fashoda. But like a true sorcerer's apprentice, Leopold conjured up forces beyond his control, which would ultimately force him to drop his Nilotic ambitions. The Fashoda strategy ended in a direct Franco-British confrontation and brought an end to the twilight state in which the leader of a small European power had been able to spread his wings. 2. The French Nile strategy. Hanotaz's policy. In May 1893 plans were drawn up for a French expedition to the Upper Nile under Major Paul Montiel. This was the first of a long series of attempts to force Britain to reopen the Egyptian question. The last of these would be Marchand's expedition, culminating in the confrontation at Fashoda in September 1898. The man largely responsible for that expedition was Gabriel Hanotaz, appointed Minister of Foreign Affairs on May 30, 1894. He was to remain at the Quai d'Orsay until November 1, 1895, when, during a cabinet reshuffle, he was succeeded by Marcellin Berthelot. Berthelot's term in office was, however, of short duration, and on April 29, 1896 Hanotaz was back at the Quai d'Orsay, where he remained until June 15, 1898, that is, until a few months before Fashoda. All in all, Hanotaz shaped French foreign policy for more than 3.5 years, a record of ministerial stability exceeded only and what is more, by a substantial margin by his rival, Théophile Delcas, colonial minister in Hanotaz's day and his successor in 1898. As foreign minister, Hanotaz was in charge of French Nile policy, although he was not its intellectual father. Gabriel Hanotaz, 1853 to 1944, had an unusual career. The climax, his ministerial post, came when he was just 41. 4 years later he abandoned politics. He was to live for almost another half-century, but was never again called to ministerial office. Instead he returned to the job for which he had been trained, that of historian, a field in which he proved to be productive though not great. Nor, for that matter, was he ever a great politician. Hanotaz was the son of a respectable lawyer in a small town in northern France, but his way of life betrayed little of the rectitude of his parental background, and his character little of the calm and poise for which men from Picardy are renowned. He had a great many affairs, illegitimate children, flirtations, and scandalous entanglements, and was not to marry until he was 61. His character was unstable and his life was punctuated by moods, emotions, flashes of inspiration and depression. At crucial moments he lacked resolution and sound judgment. While dreaming one night, he discovered the solution to all Europe's problems: the breakup of the British Empire. More ominously, he elaborated the idea on awakening next morning and proposed to submit the resulting plan to the French president. Despite his undeniable intelligence, these character traits rendered him unfit for the office he had come to hold at such a young age after a short but brilliant career. Hanotaz's original passion was history. He studied at the École de 230 Hautes Études and at the École des Chartes, and worked in the Quai d'Orsay archives on his magnum opus, A Life of Cardinal Richelieu. A series of newspaper articles he wrote attracted the attention of Gambetta, who brought him into politics. Hanotaz became a civil servant and later chef de cabinet at the Foreign Ministry. In 1886 he was elected to the Chamber, but lost his seat in 1889 and returned to the Foreign Ministry, where he was soon afterwards offered one of the highest posts, that of Director of Commercial and Consular Affairs. In 1894 he had his finest hour. Charles Dupuy formed his second cabinet, and was unable to find a Minister of Foreign Affairs. Good candidates such as Paul Cambon and Delcas refused or were vetoed by others. The choice then fell upon Hanotaz, who after some hesitation accepted the invitation. He thus became the chief of his former chiefs, earning for himself one of the most important and prestigious ministerial posts. But he had no party support and was the only minister without a seat in the chamber. His relations with the president, the prime minister and Delcas were strained. All this explains why his position in the cabinet was weak from the outset. Hanatos's political ideas were a mixture of romantic nationalism and a strong belief in the French or even the Latin mission. Overseas possessions were important in giving expression to that mission and in displaying French energy, the title of one of his books. Social Darwinist ideas played an important part in his policy. Hanatos feared the rise of other countries. Britain, Germany, and Italy are ahead of us and Holland is catching up, he warned. Colonial expansion made an emotional appeal to him, rational considerations took second place. He considered Britain a rival but except in his dreams not necessarily an enemy. There was room enough under the sun for both powers, but Britain would have to be forced to bow to French interests. The means for achieving that were diplomatic, and lay specifically in closer French relations with Germany and Russia. Germany was undoubtedly France's main rival, but in practice that did not have to be an obstacle to collaboration. France would simply have to reconcile itself to the reality of 1870. Meanwhile, there were no objections to ad hoc collaboration with Germany against Britain. The same applied to Russia. Hanatos had little love for that country and recognized the grave dangers of the Franco-Russian alliance, but it meant a great deal to the French people. First and foremost, it was proof that France was no longer isolated and so provided a sense of security. The alliance was an important political asset registered and Hanatos was prepared to go a very long way to maintain it. Thus he banned a performance of Hamlet when the Tsar visited Paris in 1896 because he considered it wrong to stage a play about regicide before the Tsar. 7. For Hanatos, as for so many French people, French loss of influence over Egypt was a painful experience. He was anxious to restore that influence. 231. Hence, preferably by diplomatic means and not by military pressure. Yet the second was the course for which he ultimately opted when he approved the Marchand mission, though France's adoption of this path had been decided earlier. The Marchand mission was the last of a series of French attempts to occupy the Upper Nile in order to force Britain to reopen the Egyptian question. Now the precise meaning of that oft-quoted phrase, the reopening of the Egyptian question, was not clear, nor was the means of achieving it, or what a French expedition to the Nile could contribute toward it. But the basic idea was simple enough: British occupation of Egypt must not be allowed to become permanent. Britain must be forced to discuss its position, and that could best be done at an international conference on the ultimate fate of Egypt. France would have to play a leading role at that conference. A physical French presence on the Nile, the lifeblood of Egypt, would considerably strengthen the French bargaining position, hence the various French attempts to gain a foothold on that river. The first of these attempts was the Montiel mission. The mission that was called off, the Montiel mission. Plans for the Montiel mission went back to the beginning of 1893. In January of that year, Théophile Delcas became secretary for the colonies. He favored an energetic approach in support of French ambitions on the Nile, but he was not the first to come up with the idea of a mission. The original scheme was put forward by the Comite d'Afrique Frangus, and more especially by its secretary, Harry Alice. Harry Alice, in his turn, had not thought of the idea himself, but had had it suggested to him by his master, King Leopold of the Belgians. The decision-making process that led to the first step on the road to Fashoda was remarkable. King Leopold did not want to forfeit his ambitions regarding the Nile. He had asked for British recognition of his treaty with Mackinnon and hence of his sovereignty over Leto, but that, as we saw, had been rejected out of hand. Leopold then, as always, changed his course, but not his objective. He approached France and launched his plan for a Franco-Congolese campaign and for the delimitation of their respective spheres of influence in the Congo-Nile region, un grande action commune, as Hanatos was to call it later. 1 But the French hesitated. They considered Leopold a friend of Britain and were afraid of falling into a trap. Moreover, what did Leopold really have to offer? According to Hanatos, no more than the verbal support of a state that does not even exist. But Leopold was not to be caught napping. His next step was as ingenious as it was unusual. He suggested that the French advance on the Nile from the Congo. Why? Because the expedition would then have to cross territory where large numbers of Free State troops were found, which meant that France would be forced to reach an agreement with the Free 232 State. Leopold had this plan proposed by Harry Alice, the man who called himself the most impartial person in the world and who perhaps was just that, for as we saw he was not only the secretary of the Comité d'Afrique Française but also a secret agent in Leopold's service. The seed fell on fertile soil. The plan found favor in French colonial circles, and in February 1893 Delcas began to think seriously about sending an expedition to the Bahr el Ghazal. His first problem now was to find a suitable leader for it. The man he had in mind was Major Montiel. Parfait Louis Montiel, 1855–1925, was a Marine officer in the best OFFICIR Soudanese tradition. He had distinguished himself in a successful expedition, from October 9, 1890 to December 10, 1892, which had taken him from St. Louis via the Niger and Sokoto to Lake Chad, and from there through the Sahara to Tripoli. The reputation he understandably gained from that feat made him the obvious choice. Registered. However, Montiel was not anxious to accept the honor. Delcas then asked Sidi Carnot, the President of the Republic, to help him prevail upon Montiel. Carnot was a politician, but he was first and foremost an engineer, trained at the famous École Polytechnique. He was interested in technical questions and fascinated by the problem of controlling the waters of the Nile. At about the same time, to be precise, on January 20, 1893, Alexander Prompt, one of Carnot's old classmates on de mes camarades de Polytechnique, delivered a lecture to the French Institute Egyptian in Cairo. Prompt was a French hydraulic engineer who had had many years of experience of regulating the flow of the Nile in the Egyptian service. He therefore knew what he was talking about. In his address, he talked of the possibility of building dams for storing the water of the Nile in the winter and releasing it in the summer. He stressed two things: if the flow of the White Nile were stopped, Egypt could be laid dry during the summer, and if the dams were suddenly opened, Egypt would be washed away. He added two further pieces of information. It would not be expensive to build these dams, and Fashoda was the place to do it. Prompt clearly overlooked the fact that there was no stone to be found anywhere in the environs, near or far, of Fashoda. 1 copies of Prompt's lecture were sent to Delcas and to Carnot. Carnot was spellbound. He received Delcas and Montiel, holding Prompt's brochure in his hand, and said simply, "Come on, Montiel, accept." And he added, "Fashoda must be occupied." 3 Montiel replied that, as a good officer, he took his president's wish for his command. Thus an informal talk between the president, the colonial secretary and an officer gave rise to the Montiel mission to Fashoda, without the knowledge of the foreign minister. The decision having been taken in May 1893, the preparations were quickly begun. In June, credits were granted for the dispatch of an exploratory party. In July, Montiel went to Rotterdam to make transport arrangements with the Nieuwe Afrikaanse Handelsvennootschap. In 233 August, his stores were shipped out. Then nothing at all happened for a long time. 1 year later, in July 1894, Montiel was still in France. The reason for this delay was not only that he needed time to fashion himself a Congolese soul, as he put it, but to an even greater extent Leopold's strong position. Delcas wanted to settle the border disputes with the Free State on the ground, but Montiel was not in favor of that. He knew that the Free State could muster a large military force, and was not prepared to shoot his way through Leopold's territory. The border question would therefore have to be settled by diplomatic means first, but that was frustrated by Leopold's recalcitrance. The king was fully aware of his military superiority. Moreover, he saw the opportunity for a new move in his balancing act. Having played the French card against Britain, he now tried to play the British card against France. The situation in both countries seemed to him propitious for such a move. In France a tug-of-war was proceeding between Hannataz and Casimir Perier, the new president, a man as volatile and unstable as Hannataz himself. The main issue between them was control of foreign policy, the president adopting a much more flexible attitude to Leopold than Hannataz would have wished. As for Leopold, even while he was negotiating with the French, he was also making overtures to Britain. Britain had dismissed Leopold's ambitions regarding the Nile out of hand. In 1894, however, London changed tack. There were two reasons for that. In the first place, Britain was about to proclaim a protectorate over Uganda which, together with its ambitions on the Upper Nile, was bound to bring it into direct conflict with Leopold. The border question would thus have to be solved. In the second place, Britain had got wind of the French expedition plans. To the British policy makers, France was a greater danger than Leopold. By admitting Leopold to the Nile, the French could be kept out. This idea formed the basis of the Anglo-Congolese Treaty of May 12, 1894. That treaty settled 3 points. To begin with, Leopold recognized the British sphere of influence on the Nile, as laid down in the Anglo-German Treaty of 1890. In exchange, Leopold was given a lease, for the duration of his life, on the whole of the left bank of the Upper Nile from Fashoda to Lake Albert. The western boundary of the leased territory was longitude 30 degrees east. A further slice of territory, to the west of this, between 25 degrees and 30 degrees east and south of 10 degrees north, was leased to Leopold and his descendants. The entire area leased to Leopold covered 2 provinces, the Bahr el Ghazal and Equatoria. In return, Leopold ceded to Britain a strip of land between Lake Edward and Tanganyika, roughly the same corridor he had assigned to Britain in the treaty with Mackinnon of 1890, CP 159. The British concessions were aimed at keeping France from the Nile, and the small strip ceded by Leopold was to keep the Cape to Cairo route open. This last was a great mistake, for as a result opposition to the treaty would 234 come, not only from France but also from Germany, as German East Africa was now surrounded by Britain, and its access to the Congo Free State cut off. That was quite unacceptable to Germany, as it had already hinted in 1890. For Britain, the corridor served no real purpose. It was no more than a proof of Sir Percy Anderson's negotiating skills. Anderson was convinced that while Britain had been generous with King Leopold, the latter had given little in return. After a lifetime of diplomatic activity, negotiation had become a form of art for art's sake with Sir Percy. The game was more important than the stakes. All that Leopold had to offer was the corridor, and so Anderson asked for it and got it. Sent in the event it proved to be not a gift but a provocation. To Germany, it was a clear sign of Britain's hegemonic ambitions. German notes of protest were written in acid tones. Rosebery, the Prime Minister, said they were fit for negotiations with Monaco but not with Great Britain. Even so, Britain bowed to the pressure, surrendering the corridor on June 22. However, the strongest resistance to the treaty came from France, which had been conducting negotiations with Leopold on the same matters. As a result, it was not until May 12, 1894 that the final Anglo-Congolese treaty was signed, and not until May 22 that it was made public. It had been agreed upon as early as April 12, but Leopold wanted to keep it secret and have it postdated in order to conceal from the French that, even while he was negotiating with them, he had already made a different agreement with the British. The response was furious. While Germany put Britain under pressure, Hannataz aimed his heavy artillery at Brussels, threatening no more and no less than the settling of the Belgian question. In so doing, he reminded the Belgians of the precarious basis of the very existence of their country, namely, its neutrality. He let it be known that France would look upon a conflict between so-called Congolese, but in fact Belgian, troops and the French army in Africa as a violation of Belgian neutrality. That shaft went straight home, as a Belgian newspaper put it. Just imagine the reaction in France to a report that a French officer was killed by Belgian bullets before being eaten by Bengalas in the service of King Leopold II. Until then, Leopold's strength in African affairs had lain in his weakness, in his being the sovereign of a little country. This time that weakness was no longer an asset but a real handicap. He gave in and asked Britain to waive the treaty. Needless to say, Rosebery demurred, but his position was weak. Sir William Harcourt, his arch-enemy in the cabinet, was a true Little Englander. As the Liberal leader in the Commons, he had demanded to be kept informed of all important diplomatic steps. One of these was undoubtedly this perilous provocation of France and Germany. Understandably, therefore, Sir William was furious at the steps that had been taken and even more so at the outcome. He remarked bitterly that British foreign 235 policy was being run by two men unfit to manage a public house. Two registered now, while the cabinet probably did not agree with this assessment, it certainly did share his conclusion. The treaty was abrogated. On August 14, 1894, there followed a Franco-Congolese treaty in which Leopold promised not to meddle in the Bahr el Ghazal. The French road to the Nile had been kept open. All these diplomatic developments naturally delayed the Montiel mission considerably. In the end they would even lead to its tacit abandonment. Hanotaux had become convinced that Britain would strongly resent any French advance on the Nile, and he was determined not to allow Delcas and the colonial party to force his hand. He believed that he could solve the difficulties with Britain by a mixture of diplomatic pressure and judicious actions on the ground, but without provoking Britain by a direct push to the Nile. On July 13, 1894, Montiel was given his definitive marching orders. He was to advance as far as possible in the direction of the Congo-Nile watershed, but he had strict instructions not to send even a single man into the Nile basin. His job was solely to settle border disputes with the Free State. On July 16, 1894, then, Montiel finally departed, but as we have seen, nothing was to come of his mission, so long in preparation. Hanotaux had set his seal on the new instructions, but Montiel was and remained in the service of the colonial department, and Delcas had lost interest now that the Nile had ceased to be the objective. On August 24, when Montiel was about to leave Longo, Delcas informed him by telegram that his mission had become pointless now that France had reached agreement with the Free State. 2. The money and the troops were needed urgently for the struggle against Samorit. Montiel was instructed to make for Grand Bassam on the Ivory Coast. So ended Montiel's expedition to the Nile. Meanwhile, however, there had been serious political repercussions. The Upper Nile question had now been officially linked with the Egyptian question and hence with great power politics. Once brought into the open, it had become a matter of petty and public concern, as those in charge of the French and British foreign services were quick to remark. Once again France took the initiative. Delcas produced a new plan, a new mission and a new man, Victor Léotard. The mission that never was, the Léotard mission. The abrogation of the Anglo-Congolese treaty did nothing to reduce the tensions between Hanotaux and Delcas. Their objectives may have been the same, but their tactics differed. While Hanotaux preferred a wait-and-see attitude, hoping that Britain might be persuaded to negotiate over the Sudan, Delcas and the colonial party, to which he belonged, clamored for action. This difference in approach reflected a difference in their 236 respective starting points. Hanotaux was responsible for foreign affairs, of which French Nile policy may have been an important part but no more than that. Other matters had to be taken into account as well. The Quai d'Orsay looked upon colonial affairs in the wider context of international relations in general. Delcas at the Colonial Office was mainly concerned with colonial expansion. In the normal course of events, his policy ought to have been coordinated by the Quai d'Orsay, but circumstances were not normal. Hanotaux was an ex-civil servant, without much political backing, and moreover at loggerheads with Casimir Perier, the president, who liked to exercise his prerogatives in the field of foreign policy. Delcas, by contrast, enjoyed the support of the powerful lobby of the colonial party, which had 3 other cabinet members in addition to Delcas. All in all, therefore, Hanataz's position was weak, and grew weaker still when it emerged all too soon that his hope for results by negotiation had come to nothing. Degree after the Anglo-Congolese Treaty had been abandoned in June 1894, following international pressure, France and Britain remained locked in discussions of the Nile question for the rest of the summer. These discussions were conducted by Hanataz and Lord Dufferin, the British ambassador, who used very forceful language and even spoke of war. His threatening stance was later softened under pressure from the British cabinet. In September his place at the negotiating table was taken by Sir Constantine Phipps, the British charge d'affaires. The negotiations proved to be highly involved. Both parties harped on their respective spheres of influence, but whenever necessary also supported their cases by reference to Egyptian claims or even those of the Turkish Sultan. While one side argued that Egyptian, or Turkish, control over the Sudan had been abolished and that, as a result, the Sudan had become residential nullius, an area in which the right of conquest alone prevailed, the other insisted that Egyptian control of the Sudan had merely been suspended and could thus be restored. Hanataz was prepared to issue a declaration that the Upper Nile lay outside the French sphere of influence, provided Britain made a similar declaration. That sort of mutual non-intervention pact was however no longer acceptable to Great Britain. It might have been a way out had the old, purely defensive objective warding off foreign threats to the Upper Nile still prevailed, but things had changed, and a new imperialist spirit had come to dictate British foreign policy. Britain now considered the Nile an indisputable part of its sphere of influence, one involving not only its interests, but also its prestige. The situation was thus extremely complex. Both countries were nervous of each other's activities in the area, of which very little was actually known but a great many things were suspected. Both also had to cope with colonial pressure groups. Hanataz might tell his British counterpart what he himself considered acceptable, but that was not worth very much unless he 237 could guarantee that the French government and parliament would underwrite his views. That was something he could not do, because the colonial party was inflexibly opposed to France's turning its back on the Nile, certainly not without compensation elsewhere. The simplest solution would have been for Britain to offer France concessions on the Niger in exchange for concessions on the Nile. However, Britain was unable to concede a great deal of territory on the Niger. Sir George Goldie's Niger Company was too powerful for that, nor did Britain, knowing that it had the upper hand, feel inclined to placate France. The negotiations thus foundered. In October 1894 they were finally broken off. The consequences were not long in coming. On October 20 Delcas decided to give the green light to the Léotard mission. It was the second attempt to implement French ambitions by a move on the Upper Nile. Léotard. Victor Léotard, 1858–1916, pharmacy and exime class in the French Navy, had considerable experience of Africa. In 1891 Brazza had appointed him delegate for Upper Ubangi, Brazza himself having been elevated to Commissioner General of the Republic for the French Congo. Upper Ubangi was the most forward-lying part of the French Congo, close to the watershed with the Nile. Léotard's task was to expand French influence in the direction of the Upper Nile. However, his actions in the area were fairly ineffectual. He did not enjoy much support from his own government and met strong opposition from the Free State troops present there in large numbers. In October 1894 he went on leave to France. On October 20, Delcas appointed him State Commissioner for the territories, the western boundary of which is a line drawn from Bangui to El Fasher. The definition was wide enough, but it lacked a most important specification, namely, the eastern boundary of the territories. That boundary was clearly at the back of Delcas's mind, it was the Nile, but that was something he could not, of course, declare openly. In any case, the newly appointed commissioner departed on October 25, 1894. On November 17, 1894 the matter was discussed in cabinet. Hanataz still pursued the course of negotiations with Britain on the basis of a mutual non-intervention formula, while Delcas voiced his opposition to it. Lyotard would reach the Nile sooner than the British, or so he believed. The French position was too strong for such a concession. Delcas was given his way, the vote of Casimir Perier, the president, deciding the issue. Casimir Perier was anxious to demonstrate his authority over Hanataz, who in any case could offer no clear alternative. The negotiations with Britain had become bogged down. The cabinet accordingly instructed Delcas to make arrangements for the occupation of territory on the Upper Nile. In practice, little came of these instructions. Lyotard was a cautious and 238 patient man, not one for lightning raids or heroic expeditions à la Brazza or Marchand. In any case he was offered no more than modest resources. Delcas promised the cabinet that Lyotard would have reached the Nile within a year. The reality was different. After a year Lyotard had advanced no further than the frontier of Upper Ubangi, and it was another 3 months before he reached the Nile watershed. By then he was on the edge of the Bahr el Ghazal, and was never to get much further. Chautemps, Delcas's successor at the Colonial Office, was not interested in the mission and withdrew Lyotard's credits on September 23, 1895 *. For the Lyotard mission was therefore no real mission, no real march on the Nile. It was a mission that never was. And yet it had two important consequences. In the first place, the Nile policy of the Parti Colonial became official cabinet policy, against Hanataz's wishes. His prestige and influence on French Africa policy were to suffer badly as a result. In the second place, rumors about the French expedition had leaked to Britain. French activities on the Nile and the British attitude toward them were raised in the Times in March 1895. On March 28 this led to questions in the House of Commons, answered by Sir Edward Grey, Parliamentary Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs. Sir Edward Grey, 1862–1933, was a young but promising politician, who was not only to become Foreign Secretary but was to hold that office for 11 years without interruption. He was on friendly terms with Lord Rosebery, the Prime Minister, and also enjoyed the trust of his chief, Lord Kimberley, the incidentally not very influential Foreign Secretary. As a peer, Kimberley could not defend his policy in the House of Commons, and so Grey spoke for him. When Grey asked him what he was to say about West African developments, Kimberley could tell him no more than "You must do the best you can, but I think you should use pretty firm language." When the matter was raised in the House at question time, Grey said in all honesty that the government knew nothing about a French expedition to the Nile. The debate on foreign policy and African affairs continued. Grey expected that it would be mainly devoted to the Niger, the subject of recent negotiations mentioned in government policy statements. However, the debate concentrated not on the Niger but on the Nile. The same questioner pleaded for a firm British stand with regard to that waterway and asked for a statement on the government's position. Grey was forced to improvise. The matter had not been discussed in the cabinet, and he had received no instructions. However, he knew the Prime Minister's feelings and took it upon himself to interpret these to the House. The pretty firm language intended for the Niger could also be used for the Nile. The result was the famous Grey Declaration. Grey declared that he could not give credence to rumors about a secret French expedition in a territory over which British claims were so widely acknowledged. That, he added, would 239 not only be an inconsistent and unexpected act, but also an unfriendly act, and would be so viewed by England. The truth was out. Grey had spoken resignedly, but speak he did. An unfriendly act? True, in diplomatic language that was not the same as a casus belli, but it came pretty close to it, and at any event it was taken for that by many. 8 This was not the first time that the word war had cropped up during discussions of the Nile. Lord Dufferin, as we saw, had also said in a conversation with Hanataz that a French advance on the Nile would mean war, but that had happened within the four walls of an office, and he had had his knuckles rapped for it by his government asterisk. This time things were different, the threat had been uttered in the full light of a public debate. By his improvised comments Grey had forced the cabinet's hand. Harcourt and the other Little Englanders were not happy about it, of course, but the Prime Minister, the Queen, the press, and the majority in the House of Commons stood behind Grey asterisk. And repudiating that sort of declaration after the event was of course something quite other than ensuring that it was not made in the first place. The Grey Declaration was thus upheld, although its sharper edges were smoothed away. Grey's words, Kimberley informed the French ambassador, were, when all was said and done, no more than the views of a simple Under-Secretary of State asterisk. So it was that between November 1894 and March 1895 the two powers most concerned had come to adopt an official government Nile policy. In France that policy amounted to support for some future advance on the Nile, in Britain to the affirmation that any such advance would be considered an unfriendly act. Both countries had thus committed themselves to the policy that was to culminate in the Fashoda crisis of 1898. In the summer of 1895 a new French Nile expedition was planned, the Marchand Mission, but it was not until the spring of 1896 that anything came of it. Then France was faced with two startling developments: the Italians had suffered a crushing defeat at Etowah, and the British had begun the reconquest of the Sudan. The first development had been the occasion for the second. 3. Italy and imperialism. Italy after unification. There was nothing wrong with Italian imperialism, except that it was Italian. It was only logical that Italy should want to play a part in the partition of Africa, a continent with which it was so closely involved. After all, Sicily is not far from the African coast, and one does not have to be a great 240 historian to recall that centuries ago Rome's rise had begun with its struggle against Carthage. In the 19th century these facts were in any case known only too well. Italy, moreover, had enough would-be colonists to populate the whole of North Africa. 19th century Italians emigrated en masse. This great migration was an integral part of the history of poor and overpopulated Italy. In the middle of the 1880s the exodus assumed dramatic forms. In all more than 1.3 million Italians left their homeland. That wave was above all due to the economic crisis of the 1880s, which ravaged agriculture. In Italy the associated problems were aggravated further by the uneven distribution of the land and by the devastation of vineyards caused by vine phylloxera. The emigration of the desperate was an understandable concern of intellectuals and politicians, and the loss of Italianita a particular scourge in an age of nationalist and social Darwinist fervor. Italy had been unified in 1870, but its was a unity marked by division. There was a great contrast in development and mentality between the North and the South, the Northerners looking down on the Southerners with the contempt the average colonist reserved for Africans. To the leaders of the Italian Risorgimento, Italy was moreover a flawed entity. It had an imperial capital but no empire, and such an empire was part of the Italian dream. At first little was done to implement these imperial and irredentist ideals. Consolidation and peace were the order of the day after 1870, that is, after the heroic years of the struggle for unification. Of course Italy, too, was interested in the estate of the sick man of Europe, especially in North Africa, but it was in no position to strike a forcible note about it. The Congress of Berlin of 1878 had had nothing to offer the Italians. That had been a disappointment. The consequent French occupation of Tunisia in 1881 had been more than a disappointment, it had been a humiliation. The direct consequence was a reorientation of Italian foreign policy. Italy became reconciled to Austria, its hereditary enemy, temporarily shelved the Entente, and on May 20, 1882 joined the Dual Alliance, thus turning it into a triple alliance: Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy. The indirect result was a revival of Italy's colonial aspirations, which, though confused and even contradictory, were sublimated into a vague ideology, a Latin variant of the white man's burden. Crispi and imperialism. Under Francesco Crispi, 1818 to 1901, imperialist ideas in Italy became more clearly defined. Crispi was the Italian counterpart of Jules Ferry. He presided over the birth of Italian imperialism, and he perished from it. In fact, he was the only imperialist thrown up by Italian history with the exception of Mussolini. Crispi's reputation has remained controversial to this day. His private and political conduct was punctuated by scandal, and 241. His character flaws stood in the way of a successful political career. He was haughty, deaf to criticism, irascible, tight-lipped and very moody. Yet one thing was indisputable, his fervent nationalism. Crispi started out as a lawyer and became involved in Italian politics at an early age. He was influenced by Mazzini's nationalist ideas and joined Garibaldi's movement. In 1870 he welcomed the unification of Italy with enthusiasm. He was elected a member of parliament in the new kingdom, and in 1877 Minister of the Interior. 10 years later he became Prime Minister for the first time, combining this office with that of Minister of Foreign Affairs. He twice led the Italian government, first from July 1887 to February 1891 and again from November 1893 to March 1896, enjoying considerable support in Parliament and in the country, and wielding great power for nearly 6 years. In domestic affairs he was a democrat in theory but displayed dictatorial traits in practice. His aim was to be the Italian Bismarck *. Strikes were forcibly suppressed and anarchists put down with a heavy hand. In foreign affairs he stood for grandeur and expansion. He was a staunch supporter of the Triple Alliance, but above all he was the father of Italian imperialism. His imperialist credo comprised a number of economic and demographic facets shored up with historical observations and messianic appeals. Crispi's hymn to imperialism did not differ appreciably from the familiar refrain of Italian imperialists, "Italy must have colonies." Its past demanded it and its future called for it. That refrain was first given practical expression when Italy's position in the Mediterranean was strengthened by a treaty with Britain, on February 12, 1887, and once the Triple Alliance had been extended with a Mediterranean clause, February 20, 1887. Italy took its first imperialist steps, not in the Mediterranean, where international rivalry was keen, but in the Red Sea. The Genovese shipping house of Rubattino had acquired the Bay of Assab in 1869, naturally with an eye to the opening of the Suez Canal. The Italian government then took over the rights to the territory, and on July 5, 1882 made it the first Italian colony. The capture in 1885 of Messawa, also on the Red Sea, was an event of greater importance. Italy now aimed at linking Assab and Messawa and at occupying the hinterland. In 1890 this attempt was crowned with success, and the colony of Eritrea was born. The Italians shared the western shore of the Red Sea with the French, who had settled in Abak in 1862, and with the British, who had been in Aden since 1839 and who relied for provisions chiefly on the Somali shore across the Gulf. After the Egyptian evacuation of the Sudan in 1887, Britain had also declared a protectorate over part of the western Red Sea coast. In 1888 the borders between British and French Somaliland were fixed, and in 1892 Djibouti became the capital of the French colony. In 1887 the Sultan of Zanzibar granted Italy a protectorate over the entire east coast of Africa from Kismayo on the mouth of the Juba to Cape Guadarfui at the tip of the Horn. 242. Italian Somaliland was to emerge later from these concessions. After diplomatic consultations between Italy and Britain, 2 treaties were signed, on March 24 and April 15, 1891, delimiting their respective spheres of influence in East Africa. In essence these treaties stipulated that while Great Britain was willing to let Italy play the leading part in the Horn of Africa, it expected Italy to keep well away from the Nile. The Juba was to be the boundary between Italian Somaliland and British East Africa for the time being. However, Italy was far more interested in Ethiopia. Italy and Ethiopia. Ethiopia had once been a mighty country, but fell into steep decline during the 18th century. Emperor Jesus II, 1730–1755, was the last ruler to exert any real authority over his empire. Then the downward slide had set in, one early 19th century emperor even having had to suffer the ignominy of finding that the treasury was too poor to pay for his coffin. Sent, however, the people still had high hopes in the future. There was the memory of a great past, there was the Christian Church, which could play a unifying role, and there was a cultured and literate elite. The leader of the National Restoration Movement, Casa, was a former bandit chief who rose to the rank of Ras, prince, and ultimately, in 1833, to become the Negus, or emperor. On that occasion, he adopted the name Theodore and the title the Chosen of God, the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, the King of Kings of Ethiopia. It sounded more magnificent than it was. Theodore quarreled with Britain, which sent out an expedition against him under Sir Robert Napier. Theodore was defeated on Good Friday, April 10, 1868, whereupon he shot himself. After a power struggle, the ruler of Tigray became the country's new leader. In 1872 he was proclaimed Emperor John IV, and kept his crown until 1889. John's greatest problem was the expansion of Egypt under Ismail, against whom he had to defend a rather loose constellation of small states. Internally, too, he was threatened by a youthful rival, the ruler of Shoa, who was later to achieve fame as Menelik II. The Italians had meanwhile learned that expansion into Ethiopia was no easy option. They first came up against the might of the Ethiopian troops in 1887. On January 26 of that year their army was routed at Dogali. The Italians reacted with a series of military and diplomatic measures. The humiliation at Dogali had of course to be avenged at all costs. As Crispy put it, to begin with, we must show those barbarians that we are strong and mighty. To that end it was decided to build up a powerful expeditionary force. The second weapon was diplomatic and involved playing off Menelik against his rival, Emperor John. The Italian game paid off. By a secret treaty concluded on October 20, 1887, Italy as good as recognized Menelik as sovereign of Ethiopia. John's 243 position grew increasingly precarious as he had to cope not only with fresh Italian troops but also with invading Mahdaists. He was killed during an otherwise successful battle with the latter on March 10, 1889. Most Ethiopian chiefs now recognized Menelik as their new emperor, a fortunate choice as Menelik was one of the most remarkable African leaders of his day. Under his reign, Ethiopia ceased to be a victim of imperialism and became its instrument. It now joined in the dividing process instead of being itself divided. Menelik, 1844–1913, was a descendant of the royal family of Shoa, a region in the heartland of Ethiopia, where the capital Addis Ababa, New Flower, was later to arise. His father's kingdom had been conquered by Theodore in 1855. When the father died, the son was taken to Theodore's court, whence he escaped in 1865. He returned to Shoa and regained his father's crown. He then launched a successful campaign to extend his power base, which came to a temporary halt when he was proclaimed emperor. Menelik was to reign until 1908 and to turn Ethiopia into a strong, centralized modern state. He pursued an expansionist policy and spread Ethiopian influence far and wide. He was a modernist and as such gave his country a postal system. He even applied for membership in the International Postal Union, a coinage, a railroad, and a newspaper. He was interested in military matters and built up a well-equipped army. A European, one of the many who underestimated Menelik, once showed him a rifle and explained that it went boom boom. Menelik took the man to his arsenal and showed him his weapons, including more than 100,000 rifles. 4. His military might was the basis of his success, though his diplomatic skills were perhaps even more important. Ethiopia, like so many African countries, had fallen prey to foreign influences. Foreign advisors and schemers, not only British and French, but also Italian, Swiss, Austrian, and Russian, had come flooding in. The powers were vying for Menelik's favor. France let it be known that it felt a very sincere and disinterested friendship and profound sympathy for a proud nation that had for centuries so courageously defended its independence as well as the Christian faith. The French press dreamed up an alliance between the Ottoman Emperor, the Khedive, the Mahdi, and the Negus, naturally under French control. Queen Victoria had a gramophone record pressed for Menelik with a message of British goodwill. Russia stressed the religious bond between the Coptic and the Russian Orthodox churches and sent impressive gifts together with strange adventurers. Leopold, of course, refused to be left out and wanted to send a mission led by Menelik's former father confessor, a Belgian priest degree. All this display of friendship may have been sincere, but it was certainly not disinterested. 244 The Long March to Fashoda. Menelik II. Britain and France were trying to use Ethiopia as a pawn in their complicated game for the Nile. Russia and Italy saw a chance of playing some part in Africa, however modest. All of them looked upon Menelik, as the British diplomat J.R. Rodd put it, as little more than an exceptionally enlightened savage. In fact, however, Menelik was an extremely skilled diplomat, a man of near Bismarckian qualities. His first great move on the diplomatic chessboard was the Treaty of Everlasting Peace and Friendship concluded at Uchiali, called Wikil in Amharic, on May 2, 1889. By it, Italy recognized Menelik as Emperor of Ethiopia in exchange for a number of strategic and commercial privileges. The most important clause of the treaty was Article 17, in which the King of Kings declared that, if required, he would make use of Italy's diplomatic services. That at least was what the Amharic text stated. Something that sounded far less innocent could be read in the Italian text, however, namely, that he had to make use of these services. Degree 5 Now, that was a formula designed for protectorates, and a protectorate was precisely what Italy wanted. How this confusion had come about is unclear. More important is the fact that Menelik let it be known that he did not accept the Italian text. 245. Italy thus failed to acquire a colonial empire by the simple device of insinuating a mistranslation from the Amharic. More was clearly needed. Crispi was prepared to provide it, and ordered Italian troops under General Baratieri, the governor of Eritrea, to be brought up. In September 1895 Menelik declared war on Italy. The Italians commanded a formidable force of nearly 18,000 men including more than 10,000 Europeans, but the Negus threw some 100,000 men into the field, of whom no more than 20,000 bore spears and swords alone. The rest were well armed. Menelik even commanded cavalry and artillery formations, yet not even these mighty contingents were able to overrun the Italian fortifications, and Baratieri was therefore right to adopt a policy of biding his time and exhausting the enemy. However, Crispi, his impetuous master in Rome, would have none of these Fabian tactics. He bombarded his commander with fiery exhortations and sarcastic telegrams. The tormented Baratieri went on the attack on March 1, 1896. The result would enter the history books as the Battle of Adwa. The Ethiopian army scored an overwhelming victory. Ras Makonnen, Haile Selassie's father and one of Menelik's ablest diplomats and generals, was the hero of the day. The outcome was disastrous for Italy: 6,000 killed, 1,500 wounded, and 1,800 taken prisoner. More than half the Italian troops had been eliminated. 5 days later Italy sued for peace. The consequent negotiations led to the Treaty of Addis Ababa, signed on October 26, 1896. The Treaty of Uchiali was revoked, and Italy recognized the sovereignty and independence of Ethiopia. The Italian expansion was over, the Ethiopian had begun. Ethiopia's diplomatic position had also changed. As an independent nation, Ethiopia had become a serious negotiating force. The French now considered it well worth their while to accept the offer Menelik had made them in 1895. The resulting Franco-Ethiopian Friendship Treaty of January 27, 1897 recognized Ethiopian independence and French predominance, though France was not to reap its fruits. Aware that Britain was more powerful, the Negus played a double game and soon afterwards signed a treaty with Britain granting it a number of rights that conflicted with those enshrined in the Franco-Ethiopian Treaty. Meanwhile, the news of the Battle of Ottawa had had other consequences as well. The British government was asked by Germany to do something in support of the Italians. That placed Britain in an awkward position. Germany's urgent request to come to the aid of its desperate ally could not be dismissed out of hand. Britain was at loggerheads with France and with Russia, France's ally. The Triple Alliance among Germany, Austria, and Italy constituted a kind of counterweight to that bloc. For Britain, which stood alone, good relations with the Triple Alliance were therefore important, which meant heeding the German request. Another reason lay in the Sudan and its Mahdiist regime. Britain looked upon that dervish state as a model of barbarous backwardness, religious fanaticism, and vicious op. 246. Pres Zion. To the British, it was more or less what Hitler's Germany and Stalin's Russia were to be to their 20th century descendants, an evil empire. Britain, moreover, had not forgotten Gordon's death. Revenge was not far from many people's minds. The reconquest of the Sudan thus had a considerable popular appeal. Yet it was not that kind of sentiment that brought Lord Salisbury to his decision. He was not the man to allow his policy to be dictated by sentiment and emotion, and looked at international affairs from the point of view of realpolitik. Seen in that light, the Mahdeists did not pose a great danger. They could destroy nothing, for there was nothing to be destroyed. When the time was ripe and if there was enough money, they could be brought to submission without too much trouble. Until such time, they could safely be left in peace. Indeed, they were even doing Britain a service by keeping the Italians out of the Sudan. Salisbury therefore wrote to Baring in Egypt, on November 21, 1890, "These people were created for the purpose of keeping the bed warm for you till you can occupy it." That was in 1890. But in the next few years the situation began to change. Famine raged in the Sudan and decimated a population weakened by disease, war, and slave hunts. The Mahdeists were on the point of collapse. For Britain, that was a mixed blessing. On the one hand, it would simplify British rule, on the other it would simplify matters for others as well and thus attract them to the Sudan. Who those others might be was only too obvious: Leopold, France, and Ethiopia, or in Sir Edward Grey's words, Belgians, or French, or some devilry working through Abyssinian intrigue. Degree-registered Italy had dropped out of the race after Ottawa. A French-Ethiopian alliance by contrast was considered a real threat. There were thus many reasons for proceeding to the long-overdue revenge of Gordon and the reconquest of the Sudan. That cause was not only popular with the British public, but the weakening of the Mahdiist state made the work simpler and the French threat rendered the task more urgent. The Triple Alliance, moreover, was bound to be on Britain's side. Finally, Egyptian finances and the Egyptian army had greatly improved. The financial reforms had been the work of Baring and his young assistant, Alfred Milner, who wrote a successful book, England in Egypt, on the subject. The army reforms had been handled by the British commander-in-chief of the Egyptian army, the Sirdar Kitchener, who had turned his Egyptian and Sudanese soldiers into a formidable fighting force. What could have been more appealing, therefore, than to start the reconquest of the Sudan under the guise of a relief operation for the hard-pressed Italians? And so it came about. On March 12, 1896, Salisbury announced the invasion of the Sudan. Now the French too awoke from their slumbers. The plan they had drawn up as early as 1895 was taken out of mothballs. It had been conceived and developed by an enthusiastic and audacious officer, Jean-Baptiste Marchand. 247. 4. The mission that failed. The Marchand Mission. Jean-Baptiste Marchand, 1863–1934, was born on November 22, 1863 in Toissy, in the Bresse. His background was as humble as his education. He left secondary school when he was only 13 to become a clerk and remained one until he was 20. The rest of his career was to be considerably more adventurous. In 1883 he enlisted in the colonial army, the Infanterie de Marine. That was where the action was and the chances of advancement. Marchand, who quickly rose from quartermaster sergeant to lieutenant, distinguished himself in a country where the Infanterie de Marine was lord and master, namely, in the Sudan. He attracted the attention of Louis Archinard, the undisputed leader of the colonial troops. By the time he was 26, Marchand had been awarded the Legion of Honor, and in 1892 he was promoted to captain. His looks were impressive and romantic, and he had an iron constitution, an attractive personality, ambition, and good connections. His patriotism was undeniable, but a hankering after money, promotion, and esteem also played a part in his life. After the Sudan, the Ivory Coast became his chosen terrain. He earned renown with a voyage of discovery up the Baoli in West Africa and developed a marked taste for expeditions and explorations. The plan. Marchand spent the summer of 1895 in Paris, where he made contact with politicians and journalists and with the Comité d'Afrique Française. He gained access to Hanatas through the salon of Hanatas's doctor, Louis Menard, where Sudanese officers were regular guests. Here he first outlined his plans off the record, before formally presenting it to the colonial and foreign ministries on September 11, 1895. The plan for the Congo-Nile mission, as the Marchand expedition was officially called, was written by Marchand himself in a thick school exercise book. It ran to 4 chapters. The first set forth the history of the Bahr el Ghazal, the decline of the Mahdist state, the role of the French and the strategic importance of the area. The second portrayed British ambitions. Britain was not only determined to establish a north-south link, the Cape to Cairo route, but also to forge an east-west link, the English cross over Africa. Marchand pleaded for the protection of French interests from these machinations. In the third chapter he set out how this was to be done. The objective of his mission was to strengthen French influence in the hinterland of the Congo Free State, so that when it was eventually carved up, France, too, would be present and able to say, "Here we are." To achieve this, no occupation 248 was needed, only the signing of treaties and the winning of friendships. The mission's goal was Fashoda. The last chapter, finally, specified the requirements and costs of the expedition. So much for Marchand's project. At first his main support came from the colonial ministry, where his old patron, Archinard, had meanwhile risen to become Director of Defense Affairs, and where the minister, too, was an enthusiastic supporter of the plan and looked forward to the day when he could say that Captain Marchand had pissed into the Nile upstream from Khartoum. Such an operation was, of course, bound to have serious diplomatic consequences, and hence the views of the Quai d'Orsay had also to be taken into account. After some hesitation, Hanatas seemed to have come round to the plan, but he was not given time to act on his decision because the Ribat cabinet fell on October 28, 1895 and Hanatas with it. This was a great disappointment for Marchand. "The cabinet has fallen," he noted in his diary, "and we have to start all over again. Comme Sisyphe je recommence." Registered, but this French Sisyphus, for one, was not alone. It is true that Hanatas was not included in the next cabinet, where 2 professors assumed responsibility for overseas matters, the chemist Marcellin Berthelot at Foreign Affairs and the Egyptologist Pierre Guise at Colonial Affairs, but the civil servants stayed on, and they were in favor of the plan. The Egyptologist, too, was won over. As a result, Berthelot came under strong pressure. The mission was presented to him as a non-political voyage of discovery, a kind of anonymous visit. Without flag or mandate. Registered. On November 30, 1895, a minister for less than a month, Berthelot gave his consent. However, it was still to be some time before Marchand received his marching orders. These finally arrived on February 24, 1896, and had, of course, been issued by the colonial ministry. Berthelot received no more than a copy. There was no longer any mention of an anonymous voyage of discovery. Instead, Marchand's mission, by analogy with the notorious action by Dr. Jameson in South Africa, was referred to as a raid on Fashoda. Marchand was to enter into serious alliances and to look for indisputable titles. The French government considered his project of the utmost importance, but insisted that the expenses be kept down, if only because large credits would draw attention to the mission and break the seal of secrecy surrounding it. The departure was thus delayed for a long time on financial grounds. However, Ottawa and the British actions breathed new life into the enterprise. Bourgeois, the Prime Minister, became personally interested in the plan, but was to resign all too quickly. His cabinet fell on April 23, 1896. On April 29 the Meline administration took over and Hannataz returned to foreign affairs. And still Marchand was unable to leave, because the new cabinet insisted on scrutinizing and approving his orders. Approval finally came on June 23, 1896. His orders were modified in several minor respects, but the main